Chapter 1 Your Majesty, please advocate for me. Your Majesty, please advocate form, ladies ang haskanitafar, shishimet tohab miriviat kuishui ahead of schedule, intercepting Themperor and leading him to her chambers at night. In the Cining Palace, a pitiful wailing voice adrifted from outside. Lady Chen, her delicatifaceries umbelinger in soaked pear blossom, approached the center of Tegrandalandnal town. Your Majesty. As Lady Chen prepared to count Lady Zhang's numerous misdeeds, her gaze fell upon a pile of colorful candies and theatable. Atha had a doffable, faithful Empress, unwrapping a pisiafkandi o 9 hermothan danather in her hand, clear-lid lighted bethi vibrant confections. In that instant, Lady Chen's expression surred. Your Majesty, please wait for just a moment, he shall return shortly. Without allowing the to Yun Shu an opportunity to respond, she swift rose from the floor and dashed out. After a brief interval, Lady Chen returned, cradling a large lollipop wrapped in colorful paper, nearly as large as Yun Shu shed. Such as Isabel treat was a mething Yun Shu had not seen in over 4 years as in Sarara Valent this world. Upon seeing the enormous lollipop in Lady Chen Chen's, the colorful candy and Lady Zhang's sudden lilas their novelty. Yun Shu's a sparkled as Hirochi Dao toward Lady Chen. Lady Chen's face lit up with joy as he eagerly presented the lollipop before Yun Shu, continuing to clutch her skirt while kneeling on the ground, weeping, Your Majesty, you must advocate for him. Last night's turn to serve a Themperor was rightfully mean, due to tways a Lady Zhang's doing, Shereser tetounder handed tactics to deprive me of techency to attend to Themperor. No faith has left, what knows when you will return to the Xianfu Palace, Your Majesty, I am a normal woman, I long for Themperor's affection as well. In light of her heartfelt offering, Yun Shu maintained a serious demeanor. Enough, Lady Chen do not cry, when he next visit Kuishui, information advanced you will speak to Themperor and arrange for him to visit you at night. Upon hearing this, Lady Chen's face brightened, and Shekwa Klebo eating gratitude, thank you, Your Majesty. After a moment's hesitation, Lady Chen chilly added, Your Majesty, in fact, the Emperor could visit me tonight. My arrival at Kuishui was a regular Ianla stayed for a night, and no a have already departed. Very well. Yun Shu, still thoughtfully holding the large lollipop, replied, then when the Emperor comes for dinner tonight, I will mention it to him, so I can visit you afterward. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lady Shen left with a beaming expression, casting a disdainful glance at theated Lady Zhang Janduff in Jin contempt. As soon as Lady Chen departed, Lady Zhang could no longer maintain her composure, collapsing to the ground and anil. Your Majesty, the Emperor has promised to visit me tonight. Yun Shu waved her hand dismissively. Given that Lady Zhang had also presented her with a delightful array of colorful candies, she appreciated the gesture. For obedient and dutiful children, Yun Shu possessed considerable patience. The Emperor will visit Lady Chen tonight and come to tomorrow. Eventually both of you will have your turns. Just remember this, the Onaha injures until Fiend will but he must satisfied. Upon hearing Yun Shu's words, the worry and fear in Lady Zhang's face dissipate instant. Lias in Elton the ground. Yes, Your Majesty, you understand. Indeed, Yun Shu had traversed this world, arriving mere moments after her own birth. The venerable Prime Minister Yun, having longed for a daughter in his old age, was astonished and had been blessed with a girl. His eyes would end in disbelief, his face a reflecting gable and oft emotions pain and joy, which Yun Shu observed clearly. On the day of her birth, Shu was sent to Thepolis, under the pretext that the ailing emperor required a kill de ceremony, at a divine intervention to alleviate his suffering. Thus, the newborn Yun Shu entered Thepolis, becoming Empress while still swaddled in her cradle. It was only when the Emperor Kotsegtov Herend in Afidofrage passed away that Teverion present comprehended the true meaning behind the sage's word his suffering would be alleviated by his own demise. Indeed, living was a torment, while the Athof areda really as from suffering. Why the Emperor spessing and Thiesan Chinofaniular Yun Shu was proclaimed the unjust Empress in history. Or other, the newborn Empress. The Emperor was dutiful and Yun Shu Ash's daughter-in-law was quite satisfied. The myriad concubines and the harem zotto in her favor, fully aware of Tartov pleasing her. Her grandchildren, one after another, sweetly addressed her as grandmother, bringing immense joy to Yun Shu. At merely 4 years of age, surrounded by devoted descendants, the experience of being cherished by her family was delightful. Of course. These was in lie a temporary bliss. Fourth Emperor, despite his many admirable qualities, was excessively liquorous. This aspect that certainly troubled her virtuous undutiful daughter-in-law. Just as Yun Shu enjoyed moment of tranquility, she was unvisited by Simeon from Empress Palace. Minner knelt before her, tearfully imploring, Your Majesty, please go to Cining Palace and check in milady, she has lain in bed 4 days without eating or drinking, and if one want to speak to her, it seems like enough here. If this continues, I fear for her health, Your Majesty. Upon hearing that Empress Shilth was in jeopardy, Yun Shu felt a pang of concern. She immediately tossed the lollipop can Nerby, leaping from her soft seat, her round and petite figure resembling a plump watermelon with a wavy of her hand, off the Empressor jet forth Latusco, to Cining Palace. Chapter 2 What are you pouting about? Cining Palace. When Yun Shu arrived, Morong Yun was still reclining in bed. Instead, she was seated before a dressing mirror, where Granny Zhang was diligently attending to her appearance. Despite the thick layer of powder in her face, it was clear that their complexion was quite Yun Shu full tapping off Suro, realizing that their dutiful daughter-in-law was trying to shield her from worry. Knowing that Minner had ganito cunning palacito finder, Morong Yin hastily forced herself treasy and prepare. Upon seeing Yun Shu enter, Morong Yin quickly student bowed, saying, "The humble servant greets the Empress Dowager." Yun Shu rushed forward to support her, gazing with concern at her pale, bloodless face, hair hard itching for her. "If it weren't for Miner's indiscretion in speaking to him, how long would you have intended to keep this from, Empress?" Morong Yin shot an unhappy glance at Miner, who stood beside Yun Shu, clearly displeased to be her daughter-in-law's anger. Receiving her mistress reproachful, Miner knelt in fear, saying, "Your Highness, I. Why are you glaring gather, Miner I loyal to you how could Chaberto say you mistreat our own health? Behave hard above Emperor's favoreds that Yun Joey. Don't worry, I will seek justice for ya." Yun Zhe had done recently entered the palace, yether time in Emperor's favor ad no texi de month. From Amarillo beauty to third rank Joey Harapidreze was soon precedented, signifying Emperor's extraordinary affection for her. Except for the few days Yun Zhe spent at Kuishue, the Emperor typically resided in the chambers of other concubines, such as Lady Chen and Lady Zhang during ordinary times. As long as Yun Zhe was available, the Emperor would spend nearly every night in her opulent quarters. Yun Shu seldom involved herself in the affairs of the harem except when bribery was concerned. One her way to Cining Palace, she had heard from Miner that Yun Ze's behavior was quite peculiar, and she had invented Manarara trinkets that they had never encountered before. The Emperor was utterly captivated. Initially, he would visit Yun Ze every few days, but no, it seemed he was bewitched, rushing to her lavish palace immediately after court. Were it not for his filiality, she as his mother might still have said otherwise. During those few days ways Yun Ze resided at Kuishue, the Emperor would likely have neglected other women entirely. Empress Dowager, asked the Empress, it must be magnanimous, embody maternal grace, and treat every concubine in the harem kindly. The Emperor is naturally flirtatious, and countless beauty series and to the palace daily. Not a mentioned Emperor. At this point, Morong Yin lowered her head, feeling that when Sora was has struggled to compose herself when she looked at Jup again, chef Rasida's Milia Yun Shu. She reached out and lion wipe at the sugar stuck at the corner of Yun Shuzmuth. Empress Dowager, war still Yungan donut understand he have seen his women each only full and fair while I. What nonsense serious spouting, Yun Shu shot her an indignant glance. The young girl, barely 4.5 years old, gazed at her with an expression beyond her years. Morong Yin's surly air gloom dissipate in an instant upon seeing the little girl before her. Unable to resist, Morong Yin Riakedu tan pinched Yun Shu stand around face. Empress Dowager, war still Yungan should not consume too much candy, eating too many sweets can lead to cavities. Yun Shu opened her mouth wide to show her, look, daughter-in-law, if you'll read lost several teeth. Morong Yun indeed noticed a daffy cade black teeth and immediately grew concerned, gazing at Yun Shu with worry. Empress Dowager, dosi or tooth hurt? Yun Shu shook her head, taking Morong Yin Shandan place in jit over her chest, saying earnestly, it doesn't hurt, do see inju mistreat ourself pains me heart. Morong Yin was touched, her eyes glistening with tears. She embraced Yun Shu tightly, striving to soothe her own grievances. Empress Dowager, the Emperor is often heartless, his status means she can't treme in devoted to just me, as long as she remembers me and recalls the trials we heavy and dered tagath her averdayers, he will be content. Do she even remember? Maneri of Tenthicle. With something new, how I'll dream and is he about he old? Don't worry, Empress, Yun Shu assured her, patting her back. As long as I am here, I will never allow the Emperor to bully all like Ethys. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager truly cares for ya, Minna remarked after Yun Shu parted, watching her retreating figure, her ample sleeve swaying gracefully. Despot Harioth, Sheikh Sadid Tere of a dignified Empress Dowager. Morong Yin sighed emphasizers, that Empress Dowager is been my on Lycelis. Granny Zhang however disagreed. Your Highness, will let Empress Dowager is indeed fondofia, shy still Empress Dowager, notio your own full shan blood. The Crown Prince and Feldest Princess are differenti. They, Morong Yin fed coldly. Had Granny Zhang made Death's remark before, should have remained silent, but now. Notably had Emperor Shiart been stolen bethillering Yun Joey butte heaven her own children meant to forget what their true mother was spend in Javaride enamored with the new arrival. The Palace of Extravagance. Yun Shu was carried into the Palace of Extravagance Bechinger having grown accustomed to a life of luxury for many years, to the point where she couldn't even be bethared to a short distance. As they arrived at the Palace, Yun Shu quickly grasped Kinger's armand requested to be set down. Realizing her intent, Kinger carefully placed Yun Shu on the ground. Your Highness, I feel wish to see Yun Joey, you need only instruct me to announce our arrival, in the sweltering heat, your esteemed status does not necessitate our personal visit. What do you know, how can you understand Yun Zeogia's thoughts if I do not calm myself? Istas this occult fan you mentioned a couple of days ago, Yun Joey, it truly is wonderfully refreshing. Yun Joey, with this scorching weather, event the night breeze feel shot, Kaldio can lee jift me in, I would almost sleep soundly. Of course, your highness, I Fiolikiat, you will gladly present this Fintoya. Into his highness crown prince as the future heir. You study diligently every day. I will also Egyptian, this way you can focus in duties. Within the grand hall, surrounded by during gazes of crown prince Yan Shangan Daoyu, Yun Jing felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Observing their starry-eyed admiration, she couldn't help but smirk. Internally ancient people are indeed simple. A mere fin can inspire such reverence in him as if they would worship Meliki deity. Little do think no, I possess many advanced inventions from the modern world that will invalen beyond making Yiling infatuated with Wadi Samir's Aoya compared to that. Soon it shall be empress, a mother to the world. Moreover, Shine tended to persuade Yiling to dismiss the harem for her sake, Toba with her fraternity, just that woof them. Having read countless Tame travel novels, Cheveliev herself told the quintessential heroine endowed with a golden finger in history. Just the thought of feelings fervent gaze upon her filled Yun Jing with pride, as if the dawn of victory was already within your grasp. Her Majesty the Empress Dowager has arrived. Suddenly, the voice of Kinga announcing from outside interrupted her thoughts. Yun Jing's expression faltered. The Empress Dowager? Ist she the infantois to the palace to be the old emperor's consort, only to cause his demise in a feto fridge? Ah, the ancient society. Toad born into a life of perpetual mornings, TSK. Yun Shu approached Yun Jing, casting a glance at the timid traveler Hakud heard her innermost thoughts. What are we asking about? Yun Shu's displeasure was palpable. What's wrong? Doasa looked on her for being Jung. Yun Shu's irritated tone startled Yun Jing, who had been lost in her own world. Indeed, she had grown overly proud, to the point where Yun Shu could see through her facade. But she wasn't afraid. If I can't deceive with crown prince and eldest princess, Wadi Samurai child Empress Dowager tone? Maintaining her composure, Yun Jing respectfully knelt before Yun Shu, the humble servant. Yun Jing, pay your respects to your highness. Yan Shangan Diwuyo, upon seeing Yun Shu approach, quickly knelt as well, Wagritia, imperial grandmother. For Yun Shu, ho had watched Fazatwa grow upon rather ho had been raised in their presence eat way say different matteral together, as the beloved daughter-in-law, she had always cherished them. I have no words for it. Woe. You spend 4 days running toth palace of extravagance, it seems you have forgotten how your true mother is. Truly. Their obsession with Yunzei was so intense that they must be breaking the heart of her precious daughter-in-law. Chapter 3 I believe in the equality of all beings. Knight Wuyo possesses an insatiable curiosity and is eager to grasp Yun Shu's hand, exclaiming that Yun Jiahui has ingeniously designed a fan that provides a refreshing breeze, liberating them from the sweltering summer heat. No longer will they need to stockpile ice blocks in the palace to no avail. However, her mother often admonishes her, reminding her that Yun Shu, despite being younger, holds the esteemed title of Empress Dowager, and thus deserves her respect and reverence. Initially, the term Empress Dowager felt awkward on Knight Wuyo's tongue, but gradually, it became second nature to her. Empress Dowager, can you believe that Yun Jiahui has actually devised a fan, she exclaims, her excitement akin to discovering a rare treasure, pulling Yun Shu towards the fan. The oppressive heat that lingered outside the hall dissipates immediately upon the fan's breeze, leaving an indescribably pleasant coolness. Yun Shu inspects the fan before her. Its construction is rather rudimentary, relying on substandard principles of electricity, producing only a moderate airflow sufficient for an individual. Yet, with ice blocks positioned behind the fan, although the breeze is mild, it is undeniably refreshing. Even Xinger, standing behind, appears astonished, circling the fan in wonder, unreservedly criticizing Yun Jiahui in front of Yun Jing. Empress Dowager, I now comprehend why this Yun Jiahui, despite her plain appearance, captures the emperor's affection so profoundly. She is indeed remarkable, having invented such extraordinary contraptions. Yun Jing, who traversed into this world, has been most dissatisfied with her own appearance. Though she currently enjoys the emperor's exclusive favor, she frequently faces troubles from the women of the harem, each more stunning than the last. Her once satisfactory visage now feels overshadowed, rendered as mere foliage against their beauty. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she realizes that even Xinger, before her, possesses a more pleasing countenance. What do you mean? How dare you raise your voice in such a manner, and did I command you to rise? That insufferable wild child, does she truly consider herself an Empress Dowager, merely a title-bearer devoid of substance? Once I ascend to the position of Empress, she shall know her place, just wait until I make her life miserable. In this lifetime, what Yun Jing despises most are impudent children, perpetually noisy and uncultured. Were it not for the esteemed status of Knight Yunchang and Knight Wuyo, coupled with the prince's striking handsomeness, she would hardly exhibit such patience in their presence. Empress Dowager, I see no fault in my actions. Yun Shu casts a sidelong glance at her, remaining silent. I believe in the equality of all beings. Yun Shu thinks. This sentiment sounds somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the proclamations made by heroines in every time travel novel. However, Yun Shu is fiercely protective of her own. Had she been a virtuous and just traveler, she might entertain notions of equality. But alas, she has wounded the heart of her precious daughter-in-law. Pointing to the rapidly depleting ice blocks behind the fan, she notes that in a mere moment, what was once a large basin of ice has dwindled to a scant few pieces, the rest melted into a puddle of water. The ice blocks from the ice cellar are already scarce. In my Cining Palace, I can only afford 4 basins a day, yet you, a mere third-rank Jiahui, have consumed an entire basin in such a short span. Who granted you the audacity to waste ice so recklessly? Empress Dowager, I have only wasted the ice to create the fan, and this was sanctioned by the emperor. For without his permission, how could a mere third-rank Jowie have the authority to summon such quantities from the inner treasury? Matters of the harem fall under the purview of the empress. Has the emperor ever involved himself in harem affairs? It seems Yun Jing did not expect Yun Shu, at such a young age, to be so sharp-tongued, and her tone clearly reflects a deliberate provocation. Yun Jing grits her silver teeth in frustration. It is evident she is not of this world. Her temper flares quickly. I am aware that all I do has been tacitly approved by the emperor. If the Empress Dowager is displeased, she may address her concerns with him. Impudent, a mere Jowie dares to raise her voice before the Empress Dowager. Have you consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? Indeed. Yun Shu smacks her small chest, feigning shock. Chinger, strike me. Yes, Empress Dowager. Seeing Chinger's readiness, Yun Jing instinctively steps back, her eyes narrowing at Yun Shu. I am the emperor's favorite concubine. Even the emperor would not dare to lay a finger on me. How dare you strike me? The emperor has honored you with the title of mother, allowing you to bask in wealth and privilege for so many years, entirely because he is a man of vision, considering your tender age. Do you believe that if you lay a finger on me today, the emperor would not cast you down from your lofty position? What is Yun Shu, really? She shares no blood ties with Knight Ling. In other time travel novels, the male lead would turn against his own mother for the sake of the heroine. How much less would he care for this insignificant child? I've seen many courting death, but none so eager to do so. No wonder this child has maintained her position as Empress Dowager for so long, with such a foolish mind, who would not take her for a fool? Yun Jing crosses her arms defiantly, regarding the diminutive figure before her with disdain. Damn that insolent girl, let her try to strike me. I wipe the floor with her. Yun Shu? Hearing Yun Jing's inner thoughts, her temper flares, and she can hardly wait for Chinger to act. She rolls up her sleeves, ready to retaliate. However, given their height difference, she huffs, Chinger, lift me. Responding promptly, Chinger scoops Yun Shu into her arms, elevated. Yun Shu raises her palm to strike Yun Jing's contemptuous face, just as anticipated. Her hand is intercepted by Yun Jing's unyielding grip. Swiftly, Yun Shu employs her other hand, with a resounding slap. The crisp sound echoes as it strikes Yun Jing's face. The latter stares in disbelief, her eyes widening as she processes that this child has truly dared to hit her. Indeed, every time-traveling heroine comes with a set of challenges of the male lead's affection, the male lead's mother's disdain, all while employing various strategies to thwart her, even if the male lead's mother is but a child herself. This realization shatters Yun Jing's worldview. The thought of one day becoming empress, revered by all, while still bowing to a mere child, is intolerable. Yun Jing clutches her stinging cheek. While Yun Shu is small and not particularly strong, the slap, though not painful, is undeniably humiliating. Her indomitable spirit ignites her resolve, and despite the stringent decorum of this ancient world, Yun Jing raises her hand to retaliate. Slap. Chinger, holding the Empress Dowager with one arm, raises her free hand and delivers a resounding slap to Yun Jing. This time, the sting is real, and Yun Jing feels the heat of anger surging within her as she clutches her bruised face. You dare, what an ignorant wretch, do you think you are worthy to lay hands on the Empress Dowager? Chinger's expression is as frigid as ice. How could anyone dare strike such a beloved figure? With an effortless motion, she delivers yet another slap to Yun Jing. Chinger's two slaps land heavily, leaving Yun Jing's face flushed. As she contemplates retaliation, a throng of servants encircles her, ready to defend their beloved Empress Dowager. Should she dare to strike this insolent child, they would swiftly intervene. Frustrated, Yun Jing can only stand there, glaring at Yun Shu. The latter, casting a lofty glance, inquires, Yun Jowie, do you now recognize your error? Yun Jing's response is nearly spat from between clenched teeth, each word a struggle. I do not know what I have done wrong. Not knowing your fault is a relief. Yun Shu smiles suddenly, pointing outside, then go kneel in the courtyard until Yun Jowie recognizes her misdeeds. On what grounds? As Yun Jing begins to protest, she notices the encroaching throng of eunuchs and palace maids. A wise person avoids unnecessary confrontation. She contemplates that, with the emperor's imminent arrival, kneeling outside in this sweltering heat might elicit his sympathy. Thus, she resolves to embellish the tale when the emperor arrives. With this in mind, her angry countenance swiftly transforms into one of smugness. Let us hope the Empress Dowager does not come to regret her actions today. Having spoken, Yun Jing dismissively turns her back on Yun Shu and sweeps out of the room. Knight Wuyo, concerned for Yun Shu's actions, feels a twinge of worry. Although she is but a few years older, she understands the stakes. Yun Jowie has evidently gained the emperor's favor. In recent years, since taking the throne, she has seldom seen the emperor laugh heartily, yet, every time he is with Yun Jowie, Knight Wuyo has witnessed countless moments of his unrestrained joy. Empress Dowager, father is quite fond of Yun Jowie. Should he discover that before she can finish, Yun Shu strikes her forehead with a resounding thwack. Are you still speaking on behalf of outsiders? Do you not realize your mother is in tears in Cining Palace? W.H. What a large lollipop. Knight Wuyo gasps in astonishment as she notices Yun Shu brandishing a lollipop nearly the size of her own head. It is indeed her first encounter with such a colossal treat. As for what Yun Shu is saying, Empress Dowager, mother, indeed. Yun Shu, wishing to use the giant lollipop to chastise the crown prince, finds herself too far away, wriggling in Chinger's embrace. She leans forward, brandishing the lollipop at Knight Yunchang, and you, as the crown prince of our nation, destined to be the future emperor, how can you indulge in such childish whims? Henceforth, you shall be confined to Cining Palace for 3 days, reading the 4 books and 5 classics thoroughly. After 3 days, I shall quiz you. Chapter 4 Yun Shu kneel first, I shall make a brief visit to the Cining Palace. After expelling Yunchang and Yu, Yun Shu was carried away by Qinger from the luxurious palace. Upon seeing outside the hall, Yunqing, not lacking in wit, sought a shaded area to kneel. Qinger approached Yunqing with Yun Shu in her arms, and without uttering a word, Yun Shu pointed at the scorching sun with her lollipop. Understanding Yun Shu's intention, Yunqing could hardly restrain her resentment, contemplating the ancestral lineage of Yun Shu in her thoughts with the emperor's imminent arrival and her own recent arrival in this world, devoid of power or influence, compounded by the fact that Yun Shu was the Empress Dowager, though lacking true authority. She still held that title, did she not? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Yunqing gritted her teeth and shot a fierce glare at Yun Shu, lifting her gown to kneel beneath the blazing sun she had indicated. The shaded area had already been sufficiently warm. Under the sun, the ground was scalding. In mere moments, Yunqing was drenched in sweat. Kneel here for a day and reflect. When will you acknowledge your mistakes? You may rise only when the sun sets. With that, Yun Shu was carried away by Qinger. It was only after Yun Shu had departed that Yuer, who had been hiding like a turtle, dared to scurry out from behind a stone pillar. She hurried to Yunqing, and upon seeing her mistress drenched in sweat, she hastily pulled out a handkerchief to wipe her brow. Yunqing, already seething with anger, could not bear to see Yuer's hypocritical demeanor. While she did not dare to offend Yun Shu, was she not entitled to reprimand a mere servant? It was truly disheartening that after her arrival in this world, Yun Shu had treated her with such kindness, even referring to her as a sister and allowing her to dine at the same table. Yet, when she was bullied by that scoundrel Yun Shu, Yuer had hidden away like a coward, while the servants of other protagonists would fiercely defend their masters against any slight. Now that Yun Shu was gone, Yuer emerged with feigned concern. Yunqing brusquely pushed her away. Spare me your false benevolence, keep your insincerity to yourself, I've clearly misjudged you. Your Highness, Yuer whimpered. Your Highness, I mentioned to you some time ago that the Emperor is quite infatuated with you. You must not offend the Empress Dowager, for even though she is young, she wields considerable authority in the harem, even the Empress must heed her. Just a mere child, sooner or later, Yunqing would make her submit completely. Noticing Yunqing's apparent indifference towards the Empress Dowager's authority, Yuer, kneeling on the ground, bit her lip and timidly continued, not only the Empress, but even the Emperor listens to the Empress Dowager, Yunqing? You may not know, but the Emperor is quite filial. He has been since childhood. Yunqing, when the Empress Dowager was first brought into the palace, it was the Emperor who held her every night as they slept. When she cried at night, it was the Emperor who comforted her tirelessly until dawn, even attending morning court with weary eyes. He even changed her diapers and fed her at night. Wait, Yunqing could no longer bear it. So, is the Emperor raising a mother or a daughter? Both. I suppose, since the Empress Dowager is still quite young. Yunqing, upon returning to the Cining Palace, Qinger looked somewhat worried. She gently placed Yun Shu on the soft couch, squatting in front of her to peel a large orange, offering the segments one by one while diligently removing the white pith. Your Highness, it seems the Emperor is rather fond of Yun Jiaohui. After savoring a sweet piece of orange, Yun Shu reclined comfortably on the couch. My son has a penchant for any woman. However, Your Highness, it is evident that the Emperor's fondness for Yun Jiaohui differs significantly from that for his previous favorites. Through my observations, I have noticed that he is genuinely attentive to Yun Jiaohui. At least, in the past, while the Emperor had favored concubines, he never neglected the Empress. Periodically, he would visit the Cining Palace to spend time with the Empress, but since Yun Jiaohui entered the palace, he had not done so for quite some time. Occasionally, out of respect for the Empress, he would linger briefly, scarcely warming his seat before hastily departing for the luxurious palace to find Yun Jiaohui. The women in the harem are typically delicate. If Yun Jiaohui were to suffer any ill effects from the blazing summer sun, the Emperor Qinger was not particularly concerned about the Emperor's reaction toward the Empress Dowager, for she knew the Emperor had grown up watching her. His affection for her surpassed that for any of his biological children. However, Qinger handed another segment of orange to Yun Shu. Yun Jiaohui seems to be quite cunning, otherwise, she wouldn't have devised so many peculiar inventions. I fear that she might take the opportunity to slander you to the Emperor, which could jeopardize the bond between you and him. With that, Yun Shu took the orange from Qinger's hand, tapping her head with the lollipop. What you say does hold some truth. After pondering for a moment, she smacked her thigh. Then when the Emperor arrives, I shall personally explain myself. Upon hearing this, Qinger's solemn expression finally broke into a smile. Your Highness, that is indeed the right course of action. The Emperor is most inclined to heed your words. As long as you clarify, he surely will not harbor any anger toward you. After attending to state affairs, Yiling made his way to the luxurious palace, eager for the surprise Yunqing had promised him. She had invented something remarkable to combat the heat. Yiling was increasingly curious about what peculiar creations resided in Yunqing's mind, as each invention was something he had never encountered before. As Emperor, he had seen countless rare treasures over the years, yet after witnessing Yunqing's inventions, he realized there were indeed realms beyond his comprehension. His infatuation with Yunqing grew, and he would rush to the luxurious palace as soon as he completed his duties. Your Majesty, Yun Jiaohui is truly exceptional. When you arrive at the luxurious palace, I believe she will delight you with another grand surprise. Not only the Emperor but also Guan, who accompanied him, had observed Yun Jiaohui's prowess during this period. Her inventive creations were unlike anything he had ever encountered, leaving him eager to reach the luxurious palace. However, upon arriving at the luxurious palace, from a distance, he spotted a familiar slender figure kneeling under the scorching sun. Guan blinked, rubbing his eyes, initially doubting his vision. After several rubs, he finally asked, Your Majesty, is that Yun Zhaoyi kneeling there? In that moment, Yi Ling had already taken long strides towards the kneeling Yun Qing, his expression turning cold and displeased upon confirming her identity. What is the meaning of this? His gaze fell upon Yun Qing, but his question was directed at Yue, who, relieved at the emperor's arrival, began to wail. Woo woo! Your Majesty, you must seek justice for my mistress. In the harem, who was unaware of his current favoritism toward Yun Qing, even the higher-ranked consorts dared not openly provoke her. Could it be the Empress? The image of the Empress's graceful and virtuous face flashed through his mind. She was known for her magnanimity and approachability, never intentionally making things difficult for any woman in the palace. Even when a servant erred, she would not impose harsh penalties. Yi Ling tenderly helped Yun Qing up from the ground. Who would dare punish you by kneeling in such sweltering heat? Who else could it be? Yun Qing, emboldened in the presence of the emperor, huffed disdainfully, turning her sunburned, sweat-drenched face away. Is it not your little mother? The Empress Dowager? Yi Ling's brow furrowed in confusion. What reason would she have to impose such a punishment? She accused me of misusing ice. She claimed that ice is scarce in the ice cellar and that she is reluctant to use it, yet I have been so wasteful. At this, Yun Qing's anger surged. Your Majesty, I ask you, did I not use all this ice with your tacit approval? Yi Ling remained silent, while Yun Qing continued. Moreover, when I initially invented the fan, I informed you that the equipment here was inadequate, and that my invention would require a considerable amount of ice to generate a cooling breeze. Given the current heat, more ice means more coolness. You permitted this at the outset. Feeling increasingly wronged, Yun Qing lamented, Throughout my life, no one has dared to bully me or strike me. Upon hearing that the Empress Dowager had struck her, Yi Ling was astonished. The Empress Dowager laid hands on you? Given her sunburned face, it was understandable that he had not noticed, as her complexion was as red as a monkey's behind. Is it not evident? Look at this large handprint on my face. Can you not see it? Before Yi Ling could respond, Yue, trembling, piped up, Hear out, Your Highness, your face is so sunburned that it truly is hard to see the handprint. Without cause, I have been subjected to such bullying at the hands of your little mother. I ask you, Your Majesty, will you not seek justice for me? Everything I do is for your sake. Indeed, Yun Qing's inventions were all aimed at winning his favor, yet, he understood his mother's temperament well. Despite her youth and playful nature, she was inherently kind-hearted and reasonable, unlikely to provoke someone without reason or resort to violence. With this thought in mind, Yi Ling turned to leave. Your Majesty! Yun Qing called out, dissatisfied. Would he simply walk away? After all the injustice she had endured, he would not even offer her a word of comfort. Yi Ling turned back, scrutinizing her for a moment before recalling something. You kneel here. I shall first visit the Cining Palace. Yun Qing? Could it be that the man she adored was a mama's boy? Chapter 5 Her son, the emperor, in the Cining Palace. When the emperor arrived, Yun Shu was already delighting herself with 2 large ice blocks, one in each hand. The chilling, bone-numbing sensation was utterly exhilarating. It was a refreshing relief far superior to the fans waved by Qinger and Mama Yu in her presence. As Yi Ling entered, he beheld Yun Shu's small hands, reddened from the cold of the ice blocks. His eyes darkened, and he hurried to her side, removing the ice from her grasp before enveloping her in his arms, casting a cold glare at the kneeling Qinger and Mama Yu. The Empress Dowager is still young and delicate. How could you care for her in this manner, allowing her to play with such frigid ice blocks? Your Majesty, please calm your anger. The servant, oh dear son, do not blame Qinger and Mama Yu. It is not their fault, it is simply too hot, and I feel stifled. I took the ice to cool myself. As she spoke, Yun Shu placed her icy little hands around Yi Ling's neck, giggling, How is it, Your Majesty? Is it not refreshing? In this close proximity, Yun Shu noticed that her precious eldest son was truly flawless, without a single blemish. His finely chiseled features were utterly perfect, his complexion as smooth and radiant as a piece of exquisite jade. The spot where her cool hand rested felt akin to the softness of silk, and the exposed skin revealed a pristine, translucent whiteness, even more tender than the ice she had just been playing with. Given her tender age, to possess such a perfect and filial son, Yun Shu felt a swell of pride that compelled her to boast wherever she went, her son, the emperor. Though not born of her blood, he was dearer than any biological child. His kindness towards her was akin to that of a beloved daughter, oh no, like a loving mother. Yi Ling seated himself, placing little Yun Shu upon his lap. I heard that the Empress Dowager visited the Fuhua Palace today? Ah, my dear son, do not even mention it, just thinking of it makes me furious. Yun Shu, feigning genuine anger, perched on Yi Ling's lap, crossed her legs, folded her arms, and wore a displeased expression. Where did you find that Yun Zhaoyi? Not only does she disregard me, but she also squandered so much ice from the ice cellar, all to create that so-called fan that barely spins. How many concubines in the palace would wish for just a few blocks of ice but are deemed unworthy? Yet she has the audacity to waste it. As an elder, if I scold her, Your Majesty, do you think I am in the wrong? With a serious expression, she continued, As an elder, I certainly have more life experience than you have salt. Seeing her earnest reprimands, Yi Ling couldn't help but chuckle internally, while maintaining an appropriately respectful demeanor. I merely spoke a few words to her, and she responded with defiance, even attempting to lay hands on me. I could not bear it, so I instructed Qinger to slap her a few times and made her kneel outside the Fuhua Palace as punishment. Yun Shu recounted the events without embellishment, stating only the truth. Yet, towards the end, a hint of grievance crept into her voice as she clutched Yiling's collar, gazing up at him imploringly. My son, although I am still young, I understand everything. Even though you are not my biological child, I have always regarded you as my own. I have genuinely cared for your children as their royal grandmother. I believe I have been honorable in my dealings with you and your royal grandchildren. If you think I am in the wrong, then I shall simply close the doors of the Cining Palace and spend the rest of my days here, never to engage with you again. Your Majesty, do not speak in such a manner. Yiling endeavored to soothe Yun Shu's emotions. Though the Empress Dowager is youthful, she remains my mother in name. Over the years, I have treated you with the same care you have shown me. As long as I am here, no one, including myself, has the right to mistreat you. Noticing Yun Shu's expression softening, Yiling gently stroked her little head. Moreover, you are still young. Even if death were to come, it would be I who would perish first. How could you pass before me? That evening, without a doubt, Yiling dined in the Cining Palace. Meanwhile, in the Fuhua Palace, as the sun began to set, Yun Jing finally received the emperor's response, instructing her to continue kneel until she admitted her fault. After a day of waiting, she had hoped that her charm as the favored one would win the emperor's favor and distance him from that little vixen, Yun Shu. However, who could have anticipated that after being scorched under the sun all day, her iron constitution could not withstand it? In a fit of rage, Yun Jing fainted. After dining in the Cining Palace, Yiling was beckoned by Yun Shu, who engaged him in light-hearted conversation for quite some time. With a look of earnest concern, she advised the emperor, who sat before her, Your Majesty, I must speak candidly. It is normal for an emperor to have favored concubines, but do not forget the old ones. Regardless of circumstances, the empress is your first wife. When you indulge in other women, consider her feelings as well. She has stood by you through thick and thin, even bearing you a pair of children before you ascended the throne. Moreover, the empress has been filial and understanding in front of me over the years. Had it not been for Minna informing me today, I would have remained unaware of how long you had neglected her. That empress even complained to Minna and me about this matter. Yun Shu's admonitions were met with Yiling's attentive ear. He reflected upon the time that had lapsed since he last visited the Cining Palace to accompany the empress. Rest assured, tonight I shall go to Cining. Do not. Before the emperor could finish his sentence, Yun Shu quickly interjected, Do not go tonight. Everyone in the palace knows that I just visited Cining Palace today. If you were to go tonight, it would be apparent that I had urged you to do so. I do not mind, but the empress is, after all, the mother of the nation and a paragon for all women. She must act with integrity and magnanimity. We cannot give anyone a chance to seize upon her faults. How about you visit Chen Guoran tonight instead? Recalling the sizable lollipop Chen Guoran had gifted her earlier, Yun Shu felt obliged to honor her commitment and not neglect her social duties. How thoughtful of you, Empress Dowager. As you wish, tonight I shall visit Chen Guoran. Tomorrow, I will accompany the empress. Your Majesty, I have calculated that tomorrow is not suitable for visiting Cining Palace either. This matter requires a few days of respite. Once the commotion subsides, I will arrange it for you. Tonight, go to Chen Guoran's. Tomorrow night, visit Zhang Guoran. Then, on the third day, you may go to Cining Palace. Seeing the glimmering mischief in Yun Shu's large, sparkling eyes, Yiling could not help but smile, affectionately pinching her fair, plump cheek. Very well. I shall heed the Empress Dowager's counsel. Tonight, I will visit Chen Guoran, tomorrow, Zhang Guoran, and on the third day, I will accompany the empress. With such a filial and obedient son, Yun Shu found herself free from worries, her spirits soaring. Over the next 3 days, the emperor indeed followed her advice, bestowing his affections upon each of the 3 women in turn. When it was the empress's turn, he was particularly attentive and gentle, calling for water 3 times in one night. The next day, when the empress came to pay her respects, her complexion was rosy and her demeanor shy, a stark contrast to the pale, listless face he had seen previously, as if she were on the verge of fading away. As long as the relationship between the couple remained harmonious, Yun Shu felt a sense of relief, knowing her efforts had not been in vain. Since time immemorial, which elder does not wish for their children to thrive? Their ability to lead a good life was worth more than anything else. Chen Guoran and Zhang Guoran also received their share of the emperor's affections and were evidently quite satisfied, walking as if they were floating. When they came to express their gratitude in present gifts, they nearly elevated Yun Shu to the heavens with their flattery. The atmosphere in the harem was harmonious and joyful, with occasional tokens of appreciation flowing in, and truthfully, Yun Shu was living quite comfortably. Empress Dowager, the lotus flowers at Lianhua Lake have bloomed. Today, as I passed by, the blossoms were competing to open, some even larger than my head. I cannot express how beautiful they are. Outside the hall, Qinger entered, carrying freshly washed grapes. The weather is quite pleasant today, not as sweltering as in previous days. Would the Empress Dowager care to visit Lianhua Lake to admire the flowers? Having just finished a satisfying meal, Yun Shu felt pleasantly full upon hearing Qinger's suggestion. She popped a grape into her mouth, the sweet juice bursting forth. Satisfied, she patted her little belly. I have been eating and sleeping so well lately, I can clearly feel that I have gained quite a bit of weight. Let us go out for a stroll. Hearing the Empress Dowager's words, Qinger could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. You are at the perfect age to grow, so it is only right that you eat more. Moreover, a plump child is quite charming. Among the many beautiful princesses in the palace, none can compare to the Empress Dowager, with her dewy skin and grape-like big eyes. Of course, while the Empress Dowager may have gained a bit of weight, a little chubbiness is endearing in children. Once she grows up, she can always slim down. Chapter 6. These 2 incompetent fools who are more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. Today, there were not many visitors at Lotus Lake. The summer heat lingered, and even though the weather was slightly cooler today, it could only be said that the breeze against one's face was no longer stifling. At the very least, there was a hint of a refreshing wind. During the sweltering summer months, no one enjoys venturing outdoors, whether in ancient times or modernity. Had it not been for Yun Shu's overindulgence in food, she would not have felt the urge to take a stroll. Moreover, she had cherished the lotus since childhood. Her first essay in school was about it. Emerging from the mud yet untainted, washed by the clear water yet not alluring. This phrase is indeed well known. Lotus Lake, stretching endlessly, was covered with blooming lotuses, making it impossible for her to take a boat ride upon the lake for a leisurely exploration. Observing the blossoms, some of which were larger than Chingara's head, the largest lotus was indeed more substantial than the combined size of Chingara's two heads. Your Majesty, do you not think that the lotuses in Lotus Lake this year are more vibrant and grand compared to previous years? After waiting in vain for the Empress Dowager to respond, Chingara finally realized that the Dowager, being of diminutive stature and obstructed by the stone railings, had her line of sight completely blocked. Seeing this, Chingara hurriedly scooped Yun Shu, who was on the ground, into her arms. In truth, last year, there were no such railings around Lotus Lake, allowing anyone passing by to appreciate its beauty. However, ever since the tragic incident where the 18th prince accidentally drowned in the lake, Yun Shu had hastily ordered the installation of railings around the area. After all, the lakeside of the palace is where accidents are most likely to occur, and without surveillance cameras, who could say what might happen? Two individuals could be enjoying themselves when one might be pushed unexpectedly by a so-called friend and drowned. No one would ever know who was responsible. Yun Shu had encountered the 18th prince before. He was a reticent and timid child. As for his drowning incident, Yun Shu was genuinely concerned and had even commanded a thorough investigation. However, no clues were uncovered, and the truth remained elusive. Almost everyone in the palace believed that the 18th prince simply drowned by accident, yet Yun Shu held a different opinion. Although the 18th prince was the youngest, just a few years her senior, he was old enough to understand the dangers of being near water. Even a child with little knowledge would know to steer clear of perilous places. Do not blame the servants, it was Wu Jiaoyi who sought your life. We, as mere servants, dare not defy her. At that moment, two stealthy little eunuchs were seen laboriously lifting an orange sack to dispose of it into the lake. Upon witnessing this, Chingara immediately scolded, "What are you doing?" The two little eunuchs were startled. They had not anticipated anyone being present at Lotus Lake, and the object they were carrying slipped from their grasp with a thud. From the outline of the sack, it was evident that it contained a person. The individual inside rolled down the slope a few times and plunged directly into the water. With a loud splash, the person fell into the lake. Originally unconscious, they finally awoke after choking on water, struggling desperately to break free. However, bound within the sack, their efforts barely created a ripple, and as they attempted to cry for help, water surged into their mouth. Yun Shu kicked Chingara beside her. "Why are you still standing there in a daze? Hurry and save her." "Oh, right." Chingara, regaining her senses, leaped into the lake to rescue the woman inside. Meanwhile, the two little eunuchs, upon recognizing who lay before them, turned pale with fear, trembling and kneeling as they stammered, Your Majesty." As the sack opened, a completely unfamiliar yet exquisitely beautiful face emerged. Judging by her attire, she was of noble status. The woman, Zhao Dai, appeared pale. Having been submerged in the water, she felt as though countless waves were attacking her from all sides. The sensation of nearly drowning haunted her as she trembled, gazing at Yun Shu with desperation. "Wu, Your Majesty, please save me. Wu Jiaoyi intends to kill me." "Your Majesty, do not take this matter to heart. We were merely following orders. It was Wu Jiaoyi who commanded us to act this way. If we do not eliminate Zhao Dai, Wu Jiaoyi will have us killed." Witnessing the two little eunuchs weeping more pitifully than Zhao Dai, Yun Shu's youthful face was etched with seriousness as her gaze shifted from the sobbing Zhao Dai to the trembling eunuchs. "What I despise most are the court ladies who resort to treachery and cruelty. The audacity of Wu Jiaoyi is astounding, to commit such heinous acts right beneath my nose." Wu Jinghua, the Wu Jiaoyi in question, Yun Shu had encountered a few times before. She was proud and condescending, always looking down upon her. Even if the emperor and empress were dutifully respectful, to Wu Jiaoyi, Yun Shu was merely an insignificant child without power or influence. Only the title of Empress Dowager kept her in check. Each time they spoke, Wu Jiaoyi's words dripped with sarcasm. Yun Shu had chosen to overlook her antics, provided she did not cross the line too much. After all, where in life could one find perfection? "Chingara. Your Majesty. Bring these two servants to Cining Palace for questioning. Also, send someone to Ruyi Hall to summon Wu Jiaoyi. Furthermore, make a trip to Cining Palace and call for the Empress as well." As the Empress, she could not remain absent amidst such a significant event in the harem. Yun Shu was too young to intervene too much. It would be more appropriate for the Empress to handle the situation. "Yes, Your Majesty." In Ruyi Hall, Wu Jinghua was initially taken aback by the sudden summons from the Empress Dowager to Cining Palace, followed by a look of disdain. She had no intention of attending. After all, Yun Shu was merely a child in her eyes, were it not for the Emperor and Empress's favoritism and protection towards her, ensuring no one dared to disrespect her. As she pondered this, a cold chuckle escaped Wu Jinghua's lips. What was Yun Shu even worth? "Your Highness, the Empress Dowager has never summoned you without cause. Today, however, she has sent for you. Isn't that typical of the Empress Dowager? As for what this little wild child is plotting, you will discover it once you accompany me," Wu Jinghua retorted. Shuang'er opened her mouth, as if to say something, but ultimately fell silent, sensing that matters were not as simple as her mistress suggested. Upon arriving at Cining Palace alongside her mistress, Shuang'er immediately spotted Zhao Dai kneeling in the center of the grand hall, along with two eunuchs from Ruyi Hall, a small stool, and a table. Not only Schwinger but even Wu Jinghua herself turned pale at the sight of the three familiar figures kneeling in the hall. She struggled to maintain her composure, yet the momentary flash of panic betrayed her. Before she could speak, the Empress's sharp voice rang out, "Wu Jiaoyi, do you know your crimes?" "Forgive me, your majesty, I am too dim-witted to comprehend what you are saying," Wu Jinghua replied. In response, Moronin let out a cold laugh. "Is Wu Jiaoyi truly incapable of understanding, or is she merely pretending?" Wu Jinghua grit her teeth. "I genuinely do not understand." "Very well, since Wu Jiaoyi claims to be unable to comprehend my words, allow me to remind you of the wicked and despicable deeds you have committed." Zhao Dai. "Speak boldly, I shall ensure justice is served." Zhao Dai trembled in fear at the sight of Wu Jinghua. Even upon seeing her enter, her frail figure quivered uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she knelt on the ground, biting her lip as she recounted, "Your Majesty, I was originally a maidservant in Rui Hall, serving beside Wu Jiaoyi. You still have the audacity to speak." Before she could finish, Wu Jinghua, fuming, strode up to Zhao Dai and kicked her fiercely in the chest. The force of the kick was tremendous. Unable to withstand it, Zhao Dai let out a pained scream, curling up on the ground. Her already pale face turned as white as flour, devoid of any color, appearing quite ghastly. "How dare you be so audacious in my Cining Palace, Wu Jiaoyi? It seems you have no regard for me at all." Initially, Yun Shu had no intention of intervening. Wu Jinghua was exceptionally bold. To what?" Yun Shu glared. "Xinger, restrain her." "Yes, your majesty." Xinger approached Wu Jinghua, delivering a swift kick to her knee. The sudden impact caused Wu Jinghua's legs to buckle, as if struck by a heavy stick, eliciting a sharp intake of breath as she fell to her knees. Instinctively, Wu Jinghua, unwilling to acquiesce, attempted to rise, but Xinger kicked her slender waist once more. Wu Jinghua gasped in pain, collapsing to the ground. Having endured 2 blows, Wu Jinghua finally learned her lesson and knelt obediently, no longer as arrogant as before. "Your Majesty, the Empress, I was merely punishing a lowly servant who sought to gain favor by seducing the Emperor while her master was unaware. As a third-rank Jiaoyi, do I not have the right to exercise this authority?" Feeling guilty, Zhao Dai knelt on the ground, her face pale and silent. As Wu Jinghua's words hung in the air, those present began to comprehend the situation. Despite her heartache over the Emperor's flirtatious nature, Moronin maintained a facade of composure. Wu Jiaoyi's desire to deal with such a servant is indeed understandable, but Zhao Dai's status has changed. She is no longer a mere servant of Rudi Hall, but a favored concubine of the Emperor. Without any wrongdoing on Zhao Dai's part, Wu Jiaoyi, you have no authority to punish her. Moronin's words left Wu Jinghua speechless, for she spoke the truth. Otherwise, she would not have secretly commanded the little stool and table to dispose of Zhao Dai, who could have anticipated. Wu Jinghua cast a furious glare at the 2 trembling figures kneeling on the ground, her fury nearly causing her to explode. These 2 incompetent fools, more likely to cause trouble than to succeed. Chapter 7 of The Joy of Wu Jiaoyi. Wu Jiaoyi, as a third-rank consort, how could you commit such heinous acts against your fellow concubines? Moronin could scarcely endure the sight of the palace ladies inflicting harm upon one another. Even if they harbored resentment, jealousy, and suspicion, they were but mere mortals, not saints. Even she herself could not claim to possess a heart so magnanimous, for no woman could bear witness to her husband lavishing affection upon another without feeling the pangs of betrayal. Moronin was no exception, yet, she found herself powerless, for she was the Empress. She bore the burden of duty, possessing less right than anyone else to feel anger or jealousy. The Emperor's benevolence, his equitable treatment of all, was indeed a commendable endeavor for the royal lineage. As Empress, it was her responsibility to enrich the harem with beautiful and virtuous women to satisfy the Emperor. The affairs of the court were exhausting. The harem was meant to provide solace to the Emperor. "Your Majesty, I hold you in high esteem as Empress, yet I cannot concede, to me, it is merely the disposal of a treacherous and disloyal servant. May I ask, Your Majesty, what would you do if a similarly treacherous servant were to clandestinely ascend the dragon bed while you remained oblivious?" Ming'er, inexplicably caught in Wu Jiaoyi's flames, was left bewildered, her hands flailed in protest. "Your Majesty, I am utterly devoted to you." Not only would she never dream of enticing the Emperor, even if he were to take an interest in her, her loyalty to her gracious mistress would never falter. How could she be so foolish? Observing Ming'er's frantic defense, her anxiety palpable as she nearly fell to her knees, Yun Shu prodded her with her lollipop. "Do not let Wu Jiaoyi lead you astray. Your loyalty to the Empress is evident." Seeing the Empress's trust in her, Ming'er sighed in relief. Her disdain for Wu Jinghua grew, tinged with resentment. She bore no grudge against Wu Jiaoyi. Why should she become a scapegoat? Thankfully, the Empress and the Dowager Empress were reasonable, otherwise, she would have been driven to her doom. "Woe is me, Your Majesty, Dowager Empress, it is not as Wu Jiaoyi claims. I did not seduce the Emperor, it was he who..." Jiaoyi's cry echoed in despair. Wu Jinghua, enraged, delivered a swift kick to her, though before she could utter a curse, Xinger struck her down to the ground. "Behave yourself, what are you doing?" The girl had failed to keep watch and had inadvertently kicked Jiaoyi again. This was intolerable. Xinger was a skilled fighter, while Wu Jinghua was no match for her. Yet Jiaoyi was merely a lowly maid in Rui Hall, a mere insect beneath her heel. "What now?" Wu Jinghua narrowed her eyes dangerously. "Do you still wish to assert that you did not seduce the Emperor, but rather that he was enamored with you?" Jiaoyi fell silent, her mouth agape, likely wishing to retort but realizing that no one would believe her words. She knelt, her face pale, utterly forlorn. "Dowager Empress, Your Majesty, please believe me. I truly did not seduce the Emperor. During my service in Rui Hall, even when Wu Jiaoyi treated me with violence, I never entertained thoughts of betraying her." You wretched maid, dare you still speak? Wu Jinghua glared at her, ready to pounce. Jati, terrified, fell silent instantly. Clearly, she feared Wu Jinghua, her frail body trembling in fright. Seeing this, Qing'er delivered another kick to Wu Jinghua's waist, causing her to bend down once more. One misstep and she was blind to the fact that, in the presence of the Dowager Empress, this formidable woman was no mere decoration. Such blatant disrespect. Jati, continue speaking, do not fear, for I and the Empress shall stand by you. Wu Zhaoyi is not so powerful as to hold dominion over the harem. Yun Shu's dispassionate words bore a significant weight of authority. Although Wu Jinghua looked down on her, she dared not show it too overtly, given her status as empress. Jati was filled with genuine terror towards Wu Jinghua, and despite having the Empress and Dowager Empress as her backing, she still cast a fearful glance at the kneeling Wu Zhaoyi. Swallowing hard, she began. Your Majesty, Dowager Empress, it was on the day when Wu Zhaoyi was unable to serve the Emperor that I happened to enter to fetch water for her, and the Emperor happened to see me, pulling me into his embrace. You lie. If you weren't shamelessly using your beguiling looks to entice him, how could he be so indiscriminate? Every concubine in the harem is far more beautiful than you. Jati, do you truly believe that because of your modest beauty, the Emperor would bow to your charms? Wu Jinghua did not hold back, spitting venomous words at her. You filthy, lowly wretch, do you truly consider yourself a prize? It seems Wu Zhaoyi remains oblivious to her own transgressions. Moronin rose, looking down upon Wu Jinghua from her elevated position. Seeing her haughty demeanor, even as she knelt, still glaring disdainfully at Jati as though she were beneath her notice. Empress, I respect you as the sovereign, but if you wish to punish a consort of third rank or above, you must seek the Emperor's counsel. After all, to seek the Emperor's counsel is only warranted when solid evidence of wrongdoing is lacking. Requiring his judgment, however, Wu Zhaoyi, your deeds have already amassed irrefutable evidence, with witnesses and tangible proof alike. Jati's words are filled with sincerity, while you, Wu Zhaoyi, show no remorse, transgressing against your superiors. What further defense do you have? Guards. At the sight of two guards entering from the hall, Wu Jinghua's exquisite face bore no trace of panic. Just as Moronin began to issue commands, she interjected with a smug grin. Empress, I wish to declare that I carry the Emperor's child within me. It is but 3 months along, a delicate stage. Should anything happen to the child within me, you, as the Empress, shall bear an irrevocable responsibility. With that declaration, Moronin's words were swallowed back into her throat. The assembly was left in a state of shock, disbelief etched upon their faces. Wu Jinghua stood, unabashed, gently caressing her abdomen as one who was with child. I cannot kneel on the ground for too long. Your Majesty, being a person of understanding, should be able to empathize with my plight. Seeing the astonishment on their faces, Wu Jinghua reveled in delight, her words laced with provocation. If the Empress or our little Dowager Empress does not believe me, we may summon the imperial physician to confirm whether I truly carry the Emperor's progeny. On the couch, Yun Shu's expression grew solemn. She tapped her head with the lollipop, finding Wu Jinghua's claim to be overwhelmingly credible. Typically, a woman in Wu Jinghua's position would have long since knelt in terror, begging for mercy. No wonder she remained so composed. It appeared she had prepared a contingency plan. Inflicting harm upon concubines was undoubtedly a grave offense, yet, just as Wu Jinghua herself articulated, Jati was merely a treacherous servant who sought to betray her. Such a lowly maid could hardly be regarded as a true concubine of the harem. Wu Jinghua approached Jati, her lips curling into a smirk as Jati knelt, humbled and trembling. Wu Jinghua unceremoniously placed her foot upon Jati's head, applying pressure. Suddenly, bang, Jati's fair forehead struck the hard floor, pain coursing through her, but at that moment, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped her. Wu Zhaoyi was with child. Even if the Empress and Dowager Empress were to show her mercy and advocate for her, the Emperor's offspring held the highest precedence. Jati realized that this time, her fate was sealed. Even Qing'er, upon learning of Wu Jinghua's pregnancy, refrained from acting against her. Though she had long held disdain for her, the child within Wu Zhaoyi was no trivial matter. This was the Emperor's progeny. Should anything happen to it, it would certainly bring significant trouble for her Dowager Empress. Qing'er may have refrained from confronting Wu Jinghua, but Wu Jinghua would not let her off so easily. Remembering the kick she had endured, even if Qing'er was the Dowager Empress's personal maid, a glint of malice flickered in her dark eyes as she raised her hand to strike at Qing'er. However, though Qing'er feared for the life of the child, she would not simply stand by idly to be struck. From the moment the Dowager Empress had begun to speak, she had been firmly instructed to protect her, ensuring that no one in the palace had the right to bully her. Qing'er had always kept this warning close to her heart. Wu Jinghua's hand froze in midair, her wrist firmly grasped by Qing'er, rendering her utterly immobile. Qing'er glanced past Wu Jinghua's shoulder towards her Dowager Empress, who was rhythmically tapping her head with the lollipop. Understanding her Dowager Empress's intent, Qing'er swiftly delivered a sharp slap to Wu Jinghua's proud, beautiful face. Chapter 8, Do not yet kneel before the Empress Dowager. Slap, the sound of a hand striking flesh echoed sharply, resonating throughout the grand hall with a crispness that seemed to linger. The fiery sting on her face compelled Wu Jinghua to instinctively cover the side that had been struck. Even in the midst of her pain, she could scarcely believe that Qing'er had dared to lay a hand upon her. While she might have accepted a scolding, how could Qing'er be so audacious as to strike her, especially considering her condition? She was with child, bearing the heir of the dragon within her womb, and yet the insolent girl dared to raise her hand against her. Wu Jinghua was beside herself. You wretched servant, how dare you strike a pregnant woman like me? What if you harm the child within me? Can you bear the consequences? The belly of Wu Zhaoyi is not her face. Moreover, Qing'er crossed her arms, casting a disdainful glance over her expression one of utter contempt. This is the first time I have heard of a pregnancy being located in one's face. Wu Jinghua raised her hand to retaliate. Impudence! Impudence! Oh dear, the heavens have truly turned upside down. Yun Shu, supported by the Empress, rose unsteadily, her small face flushed with indignation, pointing her chubby little finger at Wu Jinghua. Wu Jiaoyi, you have truly gone too far. What audacity! Making such a ruckus in my revered Cining Palace, do you truly hold this Empress Dowager in contempt? Empress Dowager, please, quell your anger. Quell my anger, quell my anger, quell. Bang! Yun Shu lost her footing, her round little body tumbling from the high seat. Moronin gasped, Empress Dowager. Even Wu Jinghua was rendered momentarily speechless. Qing'er's face turned pale with fright as she rushed towards the fallen Yun Shu, swiftly cradling her in her arms, examining her for injuries. Another gasp echoed from behind. Your Majesty! With a loud thud, Moronin, anxious for Yun Shu's well-being, also stumbled and fell down the steps, landing right in front of her. For a brief moment, they exchanged glances as they sat on the ground ignoring her own pain. Moronin quickly pulled Yun Shu close, checking for any injuries. Empress Dowager, are you alright? Yun Shu was plump and sturdy. Unlike the Empress, who was naturally frail, she bore little flesh after falling from such a height. Yun Shu noticed that Moronin's chin was scraped, which pained her heart. Her chubby little hand reached out. Empress, are you hurt? Why were you in such a rush? I am tough-skinned and can withstand a fall. Look, I am perfectly fine, but you, with such a delicate chin, have scraped your skin. How pitiful. Moronin grasped her little hand and offered a reassuring smile. It's nothing, Empress Dowager, just a minor injury that will heal in a couple of days. The Emperor has arrived. Upon hearing the Emperor's approach, Wu Jinghua felt as if she had found a lifeline. Without waiting for Yiling to enter, she began to wail, Wu, Your Majesty, I cannot go on living, you must stand up for me. She rushed towards the tall figure entering, tears streaming down her face. Typically, upon seeing Wu Jinghua's overt display of affection, Yiling would welcome her warmly, especially when she appeared in such a pitiable state. Just as he was about to embrace her, his peripheral vision caught sight of Yun Shu sitting on the ground, her face a picture of despair. His dark eyes narrowed in concern, and in an instant, he pushed Wu Jinghua away, striding towards Yun Shu. Empress Dowager, what has happened to you? Wu Jinghua cried out in surprise, utterly unprepared for the Emperor's sudden and forceful dismissal, landing squarely on the ground. Xuan'er gasped, rushing to help her up. Your Majesty, are you unhurt? Wu Jinghua glared resentfully at the Emperor as he cradled Yun Shu in his arms, examining her injuries. Even as Yun Shu's hair lay disheveled from the fall, the Emperor tenderly smoothed it back. His expression darkened as he glared at the kneeling Empress and Qing'er. What manner of neglect allowed the Empress Dowager to fall from such a height? Moronin, kneeling on the ground, did not feel anger towards Yun Shu for her fall. Instead, she was consumed by guilt and concern, confessing, It is all my fault, I did not keep a proper watch over the Empress Dowager, please punish me, Your Majesty. Oh dear, I am fine. I merely stumbled. Look, the Empress has fallen as well in her concern for me, I was simply too angry. So focused was he on Yun Shu that Yiling only then realized Moronin had also fallen. Seeing the scrape on her chin, his expression softened somewhat. Empress, rise. Yes, Your Majesty. Yiling lifted Yun Shu onto his lap, tying her hair into a neat braid at the back. He had noticed it was still too messy and needed redoing. As the Emperor, whether in court, the inner palace, or even in the presence of his many children, he rarely exhibited such patience and tenderness, but he reserved it wholly for Yun Shu. His tone, too, was gentler than usual, as if it could melt like water. In this palace, who has the audacity to provoke the Empress Dowager's ire, speak to me, and I shall advocate for you. For reasons unknown, Wu Jinghua felt a sudden chill of foreboding at the Emperor's words. She exchanged a glance with Xuan'er, who looked equally pale. She bit her lip, reminding herself of the life growing within her. Surely, even if she had erred, the Emperor would not punish her for the sake of their child. It seems my son cannot intervene on my behalf this time. Yun Shu sighed despondently, struggling to climb from Yiling's lap to sit in Moronin's embrace. Overwhelmed by guilt, Moronin instinctively wrapped her arms around Yun Shu, oblivious to the Emperor's piercing gaze that could have easily condemned her. I have witnessed many scenes in my years within the inner palace. The people here will say anything to curry favor with me. Regardless of their sincerity or pretense, at the very least, they show respect to me. Would you not agree, Your Majesty? Yiling nodded. You speak the truth, Empress Dowager. Yet Wu Jiaoyi, she shows me no regard whatsoever. Instinctively, Wu Jinghua began to defend herself. Yiling's displeased gaze fell upon her. Why have you not yet knelt before the Empress Dowager? The Emperor's cold, merciless glare could slay, compelling Wu Jinghua to kneel before Yun Shu, her intended retort silenced by instinct. Seeing this, Xuan'er quickly interjected, Your Majesty, my lady is 3 months pregnant and cannot kneel. Indeed, 3 months alone means she cannot kneel, but the Emperor's heir is of utmost importance. Yun Shu waved her hand dismissively. What does it matter if I endure a little grievance? After all, I am merely an Empress Dowager with a title, looked down upon like a mere child. Kneel. The Emperor's voice turned even colder. Not only did Wu Jinghua tremble in fear, but even Xuan'er felt her legs weaken, collapsing to her knees. Wu Jinghua could hardly believe her eyes as she beheld the Emperor's grim, unyielding demeanor. She had not anticipated that he would value Yun Shu over her own unborn child. In calmer times, whenever the Emperor stayed in her Rui Palace, he would tenderly caress her belly, whispering his hopes for a daughter, one who would resemble the Empress Dowager, beautiful and... Empress Dowager, yet again, it was the Empress Dowager, the wretched girl, Yun Shu. Jiaoyi, if you have grievances, speak to the Emperor. He will advocate for you. As she gazed upon the magnificent and formidable Emperor, Jiaoyi found herself kneeling before him, hardly daring to lift her gaze. Hearing the Empress Dowager's words, she began to weep, recounting the events that had transpired, her voice choked with emotion. Wai Yiling's expression remained impassive until Zhao Di had recounted the entire story. No wonder he found her somewhat familiar. When Wu Jinghua had been unable to serve him at Kueishui, he had been consumed by frustration during a downpour. At that moment, Zhao Di had entered to change something, and he had taken a liking to her appearance, bestowing upon her his favor. After several encounters, he found her to be a refreshing change from Wu Jinghua. With her youth and soft, supple skin, he had elevated her to the rank of talent after a few indulgences. Zhao Di speaks the truth. That night, I indeed found it hard to resist her charms and later indulged in her on several occasions. With the emperor validating her claims, even if Wu Jinghua doubted, she had no choice but to accept the truth. But what would that change? To her, Zhao Di was merely a lowly servant seeking to elevate herself, someone born to be beneath her. Your Majesty, you must understand, Zhao Di is but a servant in my Rui Palace. I have already promoted her to the rank of talent. But Wu Jinghua opened her mouth, desperate to protest. Yiling, however, cut her off impatiently. To harm the palace ladies, to show no regard for rank, to defy the Empress Dowager. Wu Jiaoyi, how have you sunk to this level? In the past, Wu Jinghua had always maintained a compliant demeanor before him, yet Yiling had not anticipated her true nature behind closed doors. Your Majesty. Wu Jinghua, feeling wronged, placed her hands on her belly, once again attempting to leverage the child within her as a bargaining chip. I carry the Emperor's child, just 3 months along. I had not yet the chance to share this joyous news with you. The news of Wu Jinghua's pregnancy naturally brought Yiling joy. After all, he had longed for a child from her for some time. Yet, those feelings were only from the initial excitement. Chapter 9 The daughter-in-law's lack of appetite. Gu and Your Majesty. Yun cautiously approached the Emperor. Wu Jiaoyi is cruel and narrow-minded, harming the consorts and showing disrespect to the Empress. She shall receive 30 slaps and be demoted to a mere talent from this day forth. Yes, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Wu Jinghua could hardly believe her ears. She carried the Emperor's child, the long-awaited heir he had yearned for. She thought that upon sharing this joyous news, the Emperor would surely be pleased and might even elevate her status. However, to her utter shock, the Emperor not only demoted her but also decreed that she should receive 30 slaps? Your Majesty, the chasm between her expectations and reality was insurmountable. How could Wu Jinghua accept such a staggering disparity? Her face turned as pale as death, and tears the size of peas cascaded down as if they were of no value, splashing onto the ground. Gone was the semblance of her former arrogance. Seeing the woman sobbing pitifully, Yiling felt irked and waved his hand dismissively. Yun understood the Emperor's intent and quickly followed suit. Soon, the weeping Wu Jinghua was dragged away by 2 guards. Your Majesty, I carry your child, your own flesh and blood. Your Majesty, I know I was wrong. I promise I will never dare again. Your Majesty. Whoa, Your Majesty, you cannot treat me this way. Your Majesty, summon the talent. Yiling's gaze fell upon the woman kneeling at the center of the hall. She was drenched, her hair disheveled, her small face pale, presenting a picture of delicate beauty and vulnerability. Despite lacking ostentatious adornments, she exuded an extraordinary elegance, contrasting sharply with the flamboyant women of the harem. This was why, after indulging in the extravagant charms of Wu Jinghua, the sight of the pure white orchid like Zhao Di before him sparked an instant fascination. One could not deny that as he beheld her exquisite features, her wet skirt clinging to her graceful figure, Yiling found himself intrigued once more. Your Majesty. Hearing the Emperor call her name, Zhao Di was too frightened to raise her head, fearing the Emperor would hold her accountable until a voice commanded from above, lift your head, let me see. At the sound, Zhao Di timidly raised her head. It was a face that bloomed like a water lily. A fleeting glance had barely prepared him for the depth of her beauty, which transcended mere words of praise. Yiling was quite pleased, a glimmer flashing in his dark eyes as he pondered. Having been married to Moronin for over a decade, she understood him well. With a mere glance or gesture, she could discern his desires. Just by observing the look he cast upon Zhao Di, Moronin empathetically remarked, the talent has suffered greatly under Wu Jiaoyi's tyranny and has narrowly escaped disaster today. The Emperor must offer her comfort and recompense. The Empress is correct. Yiling nodded in satisfaction. In that case, elevate Zhao Di to the rank of 5th rank Jieyu. Like a dream, Zhao Di could hardly believe that not only had she avoided punishment, but she was also granted the title of 5th rank Jieyu. Overcome with joy, she hurriedly bowed her head to the Emperor, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Majesty, thanks to Your Majesty," and to the Empress Dowager. Alas, Yun Shu watched Zhao Di's tearful expression, reflecting on how dutiful children often consider the feelings of those around them. Yet, her heart ached for her devoted daughter-in-law. The son was elated, for he could once again sleep beside the beauty he desired. Meanwhile, the daughter-in-law wore a smile that was both forced and bitter. As long as her husband was happy, she felt compelled to endure the pain of providing him with another woman. It was evident that the Emperor would surely visit Jieyu that night. He had barely eaten a few bites at Cining Palace before hastily claiming he had matters to attend to. The Empress understood precisely where the Emperor would go. With a bittersweet smile, she continued to serve Yun Shu, saying, "The Empress Dowager is at a crucial stage of growth. She should eat more meat. Here, this large pig trotter is her favorite. I had the kitchen prepare 2 extra just for her. Empress Dowager. Please enjoy it while it's hot." Moronin focused solely on serving Yun Shu, having not touched a morsel herself. Yun Shu recognized that her daughter-in-law had no appetite. Understandably so, any woman would feel discomfort upon witnessing her husband consort with another, especially considering that the Empress and Emperor had been childhood sweethearts. Their bond was unparalleled. Yun Shu gently patted Moronin's delicate hand with her chubby palm, offering counsel from her own experiences. "Empress, it's best to come to terms with this matter. Ultimately, you must remember that there are no men devoid of lust in this world, those who appear so are simply lacking the power and wealth to indulge their desires. Moreover, the emperor, as the sovereign of the realm, even if he strives for purity, how can he resist the allure of the women in the harem, who regard him as a ravenous beast starved of meat? Be good, listen, and do not overthink. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one can shake your position as empress. Though Yun Shu was young, her words were like a soothing balm. Although the aged prime minister had made significant contributions to the Night Sacred dynasty, all were aware of his merits. Coupled with the ties of brotherhood between the late emperor and the old prime minister, he was a remarkable figure, equally adept in both literature and martial prowess, earning him great renown. As the sole daughter of the Yun family, even though she was sent to the palace at birth, the family's regard for her was unwavering. With a single word from Yun Shu, the old prime minister's household would not hesitate to lay down their lives for her. Empress Dowager, please rest assured, I understand, and have come to terms with it. The once devoted youth who promised her a lifetime of love had long since vanished. The most beautiful moments had been those early years. In truth, Moromine had already reconciled with the situation, yet, her heart still occasionally ached. To witness the emperor lavishing affection upon other women, the tenderness he once bestowed upon her now directed elsewhere, made Moromine feel as though she was no longer the unique one, but merely one among the many. Chapter 10 The Empress Dowager slumbering restlessly in the depths of night, a torrential downpour descended upon the palace, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Moromine remained behind, anxious for Yun Shu, who was alone and fearful in her slumber. The daughter-in-law cradled the fragrant little one, whose softness was utterly enchanting. Yun Shu was enamored, having not held the empress for an extended period. Her sleep was profound, as she was in a phase of growth, reveling in the bliss of life, devoid of any worries. She belonged to that blissful kind, where fatigue overtook her at the appointed hour, allowing her to succumb to slumber effortlessly. Listening to the delicate sounds of snoring emanating from her embrace, Moromine gently withdrew her hand, which had been soothingly patting Yun Shu's back to lull her to sleep. Gazing upon Yun Shu's exquisite sleeping visage, with her round, cherubic face and skin as delicate as a peach, illuminated by a flash of lightning, she appeared both fair and tender, resembling a perfectly sliced half of a watermelon, charmingly round. Only when she beheld this adorable visage did Moromine's heart lighten, dispelling her melancholia, confirming that Yun Shu was truly asleep. She tenderly pulled the blanket over the little one's belly. Despite the heavy rain outside, the great hall was stiflingly warm. Moromine hesitated to allow Yun Shu to sleep uncovered, fearing she might catch a chill in the night. After ensuring the blanket was snug around Yun Shu, Moromine could not help but smile at the girl's round face, leaning in to place a gentle kiss upon her fair forehead. With utmost care, she tiptoed off the bed. The hall was enveloped in darkness, as if one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Outside was equally dark, an abyss that seemed to stretch into infinity. Were it not for the intermittent flashes of lightning illuminating the surroundings, Moromine would have struggled to discern her environment. Approaching the window, she confirmed that the cold breeze wafting in was not too fierce before opening it fully. Gazing out into the enveloping darkness, she felt as though she were submerged in shadows, yet, through this veil of obscurity, she distinctly perceived the echoes of her youth. Brotherling, I heard from mother that men often have multiple wives, especially one of your stature. Surely, you will have many wives in the future. Enine, I am not like others, I only cherish you. If I could marry you, I would need nothing else in this life. Enine is the most beautiful girl in the world. To marry her would be my greatest fortune. I shall build a grand house adorned with gold, filled with treasures of immeasurable worth, for my Enine alone, for she alone deserves the finest this world has to offer. The youthful faces of the boy and girl radiated pure happiness. Moromine observed the pair of golden boy and jade girl embraced together. The girl felt herself the luckiest in the world, while the boy's heart and eyes were solely filled with thoughts of his beloved. In those days, Moromine could keenly sense the depth of the youth's affection towards her. Every word she spoke, every gesture, even a mere glance or a furrowed brow, would draw him near, eager to inquire and understand, as if it were a matter of utmost importance. Yet, in the present, Moromine suddenly smiled, and as she did, tears began to flow. Her dark eyes gazed into the most shadowy corners outside. Amidst the raging storm of wind, thunder, and lightning, she felt entirely engulfed. It was unfathomable to imagine that her beloved youth was at this very moment embracing another woman, lost in a passionate whirlwind of love. Yun Shu, with one arm cradling her head, had been the focus of Moromine's gaze for what felt like an eternity. Even from a distance, she could sense the overwhelming darkness and pain that enveloped her. Moromine's affection for the emperor ran deep, yet alas, men are often fickle-hearted. In the beginning, when promises were made and hearts were entwined, no challenge seemed insurmountable. He would move mountains to see her smile, but once possession was attained, the nature of things shifted. No longer would he strive for the moon. Even a simple complaint about the moon's fullness compared to the previous night would be met with disdain. The conflicts between son and daughter-in-law required resolution from the very person who instigated them. Yun Shu truly had no means to intervene. Nonetheless, she harbored a hope that the empress and emperor would maintain their initial affection, for no matter how many wives there may be, none could rival the original. Yet, alas, the emperor, this wayward son, admirable in many respects, was tragically too infatuated with women. Moromine departed from Cining Palace at dawn, only after the rain had ceased. Before leaving, sensing a chill in the air, she approached Yun Shu, tucking the blanket snugly around her and affectionately pinching her round face. Unlike the earlier expression of torment, she now appeared serene, her adorable features graced by a gentle smile. Your Highness, are you leaving so soon? Will you not stay in Cining Palace a while longer? Minna entered, draping a cloak over Moromine's shoulders. Moromine shook her head, signaling for silence, and in a hushed tone, whispered, Let us depart. The Empress Dowager is asleep and prone to restlessness, and my presence may disrupt her slumber. Yun Shu, look at how eloquently her dutiful daughter-in-law describes her restless sleep. Chapter 11. Everyone knows the virtue of filial piety embodied by this Empress Dowager. The emperor was thoroughly pleased with Jati's attendance, and as he departed, he dispatched Guan with an imperial edict, bestowing upon Jati the title of fourth-rank noble consort. This sudden elevation, akin to a humble bird soaring to magnificent heights, left Jati in a state of disbelief, as though she were ensnared in a dream. During her service to the emperor that evening, she stood there in a daze, uncertain of what to do, even as the emperor kindly instructed her on her duties. She had feared that her awkwardness would displease him, perhaps even leading to her banishment to the cold palace, yet, to her astonishment, the emperor had granted her another promotion. "My lady, the emperor holds you in such high regard. Within the span of 2 days, you have been elevated twice, a rare exception indeed, that if you exert yourself a little more, he may soon promote you to the rank of Jowie." Sheer, who had accompanied Jati from the Rui Palace, remarked with enthusiasm. They had shared a close bond while serving together, and now that Jati's status had risen, she would not forget her former sister-in-arms. Hearing Sheer's flattering words, Jati merely shook her head. "The emperor does not truly favor me. It is merely a fleeting whim." Jati possessed a keen awareness of her situation. The imperial harem was replete with stunningly beautiful women of noble birth. While she acknowledged her own modest charm, she understood that she was far from being on equal footing with the other women of the court. Yesterday's events were largely due to the empress and the Empress Dowager. Otherwise, I would not be where I am today. Had it not been for their intervention, she might have met her end at the Lotus Lake, buried beneath small tables and stools. The thought of their shared days in the Rui Palace, where they exchanged glances and laughter, only to discover their capacity for cruelty against her, was staggering. "Come with me to the Cining Palace and the Cining Palace," she instructed. "Yes, my lady." Jati first visited the Cining Palace, where she had heard the Empress Dowager had a penchant for sleeping in, often rising only when the sun was high in the sky. Thus, she first paid her respects to the Empress. Morongin anticipated her arrival. "Noble consort Jati, please rise. Without the Empress, there would be no present for me. I bow before you, your majesty." It was summer, and despite her efforts to adorn herself in a light, modest dress, as she knelt, Morongin could not help but notice the multitude of kiss marks adorning Jati's fair neck, so conspicuous that it was impossible to overlook. Suppressing her dismay, she maintained a composed and gentle demeanor. "As the Empress, it is only right that I seek justice for you, but if not, I would be remiss in my duties as the sovereign of this harem. Now that Wu Caning's rank is beneath yours, you need not fear her. Though Wu Caning's status has diminished, her family's influence in the court remains formidable. I merely wish to live peacefully within the harem, and I dare not provoke trouble." It was evident that Jati sought only to survive gracefully within the court's intrigues, yet regrettably. The emperor's rapid promotions had surely made her a target of envy among the women of the harem, and the peace she yearned for seemed increasingly unattainable. Trouble would find her, even if she did not seek it. "Your Majesty, I have prepared a batch of black sesame and melon seed pastries. Back in my hometown, we would prepare a large pot of these delectable treats, frying them until they were fragrant and sweet, crisp and delightful. If your majesty does not mind, please try some." Having scarcely eaten the previous night in the Cining Palace, Morongin felt a flicker of appetite at the sight of Jati's handmade pastries. Sheer reverently presented the food to her. While Minner initially intended to test for poison with a silver needle, Morongin halted her. "Minner, it is unnecessary." Though Minner harbored reservations, she realized that Jati's current standing was thanks to the Empress's favor, and any prudent person would know how to navigate such matters. With that thought, her concerns eased. Morongin took a bite of the pastry, and the delightful blend of flavors filled her mouth, prompting her to exclaim in delight, "Noble consort Jati, your thoughtfulness is evident." "This is the first time I have tasted such a rich dessert." However, hearing that there was more to come, Jati's heart raced with apprehension. "Your majesty?" Seeing her anxious expression, Morongin could not help but smile. "I merely wish to say that the Empress Dowager is likely to adore these pastries." The young girl was quite the little glutton. "Your majesty, you are so considerate of the Empress Dowager, always keeping her in mind." "Rest assured, your majesty, I have prepared a separate portion for the Empress Dowager. However, I hesitated to disturb her during her slumber, which is why I came to you first." Morongin nodded. "Noble consort Jati, your thoughtfulness is commendable. The Empress Dowager should be awake by now. You may deliver it to her. Remember, this is a one-time indulgence. The Empress Dowager has been consuming too many sweet treats lately, which may harm her teeth. Should she request more in the future, find a way to decline. She must not be given such sugary delights again." "Yes, your majesty." After Jati's departure, Minner gazed at the box of black sesame and melon seed pastries, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. The Empress, typically not fond of sweets, was singing their praises, underscoring just how exquisite Jati's creation was. Morongin offered a piece to Minner. "Taste this." Minner, taken aback by the attention, eagerly accepted the offering. As Morongin intended to share a piece with the elderly Zhang Mama, she was met with a wave of the hand. "Your majesty, I have been suffering from a severe toothache lately and cannot indulge in overly sweet foods." Concerned, Morongin inquired, "Has the court physician prescribed you any medicine, Zhang Mama?" Zhang Mama felt touched by the Empress's kindness. Despite their status as servants, she was attentive to their ailments. "In response to your majesty, it is merely an old ailment. It will pass soon enough. It is nothing serious. You have served me faithfully for many years, Zhang Mama. Given your age, do not hesitate to seek the physician's care if you feel unwell. Do not suffer in silence." "Yes, your majesty." Cining Palace. Yun Shu had just awoken when noble consort Jati arrived. Indeed, after indulging in the various beauties of the court, men often found themselves inexplicably drawn to the fresh, innocent allure of a naive flower. It was only upon waking that she learned of Zhao Di's promotion to fourth-rank noble consort, granted by the emperor shortly after his departure. At this moment, noble consort Zhao Di was basking in unparalleled glory. "I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager," Zhao Di greeted, kneeling respectfully before Yun Shu. Yun Shu had just awakened, her hair tousled and disheveled, resembling a bird's nest. Her attire was casual, lacking the grandeur typically associated with her royal status, and her hair stood in a wild, fluffy disarray that accentuated the petite nature of her face. Fortunately, at the tender age of 4, Yun Shu was not embroiled in the beauty contests that defined the court's older women. Her status as Empress Dowager afforded her a certain leeway, allowing her to lounge comfortably while Qing'er styled her hair. Zhao Di secretly observed the young Empress Dowager, her curiosity piqued by this child who had ascended to such heights at such a tender age. Previously, as a mere servant in the Rui Palace, she had been unable to speak of the Empress Dowager, especially given Wu Zhaoi's disdain for her. Any mention of the Empress Dowager would be met with disdainful expressions. Swiftly changing the subject, Zhao Di continued to watch as Yun Shu adorned herself with precious hairpins, each more magnificent than the last, as if she were attempting to embellish her hair with treasures. Even Qing'er, tasked with styling her hair, was overwhelmed. "Empress Dowager, wait a moment, I have not finished arranging this section yet." Yun Shu then draped herself in gold ingots, the weight of which was significant. These had been gifted to her on her second birthday by her daughter-in-law, who knew of her fondness for gold and would send her every golden trinket she could find. Yun Shu's Cining Palace boasted a vast side chamber that had gradually filled with gold over the years, a testament to her family's devotion. Indeed, in a mere 3 years, her collection of treasures had surpassed even the royal treasury. Time passed, and after a half-stick of incense, Yun Shu was finally ready. She wore a pink cardigan, adorned at the neckline with a vibrant pink flower, the nature of which she could not discern. The personnel from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, aware of her youthful inclinations, took great care to send her an assortment of colorful garments daily. Though she sometimes struggled to wear them all, she cherished each piece, particularly this large pink floral dress that exuded a delightful fragrance, nearly as large as her head. The fabric felt soft and cool against her skin, a testament to the thoughtfulness of those who served her. They knew well how to please their young Empress Dowager. Chapter 12. Did the Empress Dowager already know about her framing of Zhao Di? Upon seeing that Yun Shu was all tidied up, the contrast to her earlier disheveled state was striking. She now appeared exquisite, as though she were a celestial being descended from the heavens. Regal and resplendent, Zhao Di knelt on the ground, gesturing for Xier to hand her the food box. "Your Majesty, this is prepared by this humble servant, a specialty from my hometown. Knowing your fondness for sweets, I added a touch more sugar. Please do taste it and see if it pleases you. If your Majesty enjoys it, I shall." Just as Zhao Di was about to finish her sentence, the Queen's warning flashed before her eyes. She moved her lips, swallowing the remaining words with great difficulty. Qing'er took the food box from Zhao Di's hands. Upon opening it, a neatly arranged array of black sesame and melon seed pastries came into view, exuding a distinctive aroma that was utterly appetizing. However, instead of hastily offering it to Yun Shu, Qing'er brought a piece closer to her nose to sniff. In an instant, her expression changed dramatically. The box of pastries was hurled towards Zhao Di's face. "Zhao Guipin. How dare you, you would poison the Empress Dowager." Zhao Di's face mirrored Qing'er's shock, and in that moment, she could scarcely pay heed to the pain on her face, kneeling on the ground with an expression of utter bewilderment. "Your Majesty, Miss Qing'er, what do you mean by poison? I do not comprehend your words. This black sesame and melon seed pastry was made by my own hands. Your Majesty and the Queen have bestowed upon me a life-saving grace. I am forever grateful and wish to repay you. How could I dare to poison you?" Upon hearing the mention of the Queen, Yun Shu's small face darkened. "Did you also present this to the Queen?" Zhao Di dared not conceal the truth. "As your Majesty rose late, I feared to disturb your rest, so I first delivered a box to the Queen. At that time, the Queen even tasted a piece and declared it delicious, saying that your Majesty would surely enjoy it as well." Yun Shu could no longer remain composed, darting out like a gust of wind. Just as she was about to rush out, her peripheral vision caught sight of Xier kneeling beside Zhao Di. Despite her lowered head, it was not difficult to discern the fleeting glimmer of smug calculation on her face. "This matter will be discussed later. Qing'er, come with me to Cining Palace." "Yes, your Majesty." Before Yun Shu could exit the Grand Hall, she nearly collided with the hurriedly approaching Granny Zhang. Out of breath and visibly agitated, it was clear she had run continuously without pause. Upon seeing Yun Shu unharmed, she let out a sigh of relief, yet her gaze fell upon Zhao Di, who knelt in the center of the hall, and in her fury, she advanced and kicked Zhao Di fiercely. The force of the kick sent Zhao Di sprawling onto the ground. Unable to rise for a while, Granny Zhang's face was a mask of anger as she pointed a finger at Zhao Di. "Zhao Guipin, how wicked your heart is. Were it not for the Queen and the Empress Dowager saving your life yesterday, you would have long since met your demise. How could you enjoy such favor today? Your Majesty, Our Lady has suffered from the black sesame and melon seed pastries made by Zhao Guipin. She is in excruciating pain and has even vomited blood." The lady herself, barely able to breathe from her own agony, was nonetheless concerned for the Empress Dowager. She insisted on enduring the pain to prevent the Empress Dowager from consuming the poisonous pastries. The Empress Dowager was still young, and the lady feared that she would not be able to withstand such suffering without her by her side. At this critical juncture, the lady's thoughts were still for the Empress Dowager. To prevent any unforeseen calamity befalling the lady, Granny Zhang ordered others to temporarily comfort the Queen while she hastened to inform the Empress Dowager in Cining Palace. Fortunately, Granny Zhang released a deep sigh of relief, grateful that the Empress Dowager had not yet consumed the poisoned delicacies. "Your Majesty, spare me. It was all Zhao Guipin's doing. At that moment, Xier, who had remained silent until now, suddenly threw herself before Yun Shu, crying and wailing, "Your Majesty, you and the Queen have saved Zhao Guipin's life, yet she repays your kindness with malice. Seeing the Emperor so obedient to you both, she fears that you might become an obstacle in her ascent, and thus she poisoned the black sesame and melon seed pastries." Zhao Di was utterly dumbfounded. She could not fathom that Xier would betray her. Over the years, while they served together in the Rui Hall, she believed she had treated Xier well. At times, when Xier made mistakes and Wu Jiaoyi sought to punish her, Zhao Di would take all the blame upon herself. Even when she was granted the title of 4th rank Guipin, she was the first to bring Xier to her side, always considering her first whenever there were benefits to be had. It was unimaginable that her unwavering support would result in betrayal. She had never poisoned the pastries. The Queen and the Empress Dowager had shown her such kindness, a debt of gratitude so profound that she could hardly repay them. How could she dare to poison them? Moreover, poisoning them would bring her no advantage. "Your Majesty, I did not. As she felt the weight of their accusing gazes upon her, Zhao Di finally comprehended what it meant to be utterly defenseless. "Xier, I believed I treated you with kindness. Why would you betray me? What have I ever done to wrong you?" Xier knelt on the ground, her expression a mixture of anguish and helplessness. "Your Majesty, cease your denials and accept the truth. It is precisely because you have treated me well over the years, always considering me, that I cannot allow you to continue down this wrong path. The people you intend to harm are the Queen and the Empress Dowager. The Queen and the Empress Dowager are virtuous individuals who have even saved your life. You cannot repay their kindness with malice." The news of the Queen's poisoning had reached the Emperor. He hastily set aside his affairs of state and rushed to Cining Palace. Upon seeing Yun Shu safe and sound, he too breathed a sigh of relief, yet he was met with Yun Shu's angry reproach. "Emperor, you have gone too far. It is the Queen who is poisoned. Why do you come to see me instead of your own wife?" The Emperor smiled awkwardly before making his way to Cining Palace. As for Zhao Di and Xier, still kneeling on the ground, he didn't spare them a glance. Witnessing the Emperor's callousness, Zhao Di felt a pang of disappointment. Unlike the tender gaze he had cast upon her during their night together, today the Emperor seemed oblivious to her presence. Even when his gaze brushed over her, it was merely a cold, emotionless glance that lingered not at all. In her current state of isolation and helplessness, she needed him most. Yet the Emperor. Zhao Di could not help but clench her sleeves tightly. She longed to explain, but her words faltered. Unlike the previous day, when she had a multitude of grievances, now her explanation sounded hollow, and no one believed her. Even her closest maid had betrayed her. Who would believe her now? The Empress Dowager and the Emperor proceeded to Cining Palace. Soon, the spacious Cining Palace was left desolate, with even the servants retreating. At some point, Zhao Di's face had become completely soaked with tears. Whether it was from fear or sorrow, she could not tell. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until she saw Xier approach her with a triumphant expression, staring at her pale, bloodless face for a moment before suddenly laughing. "Zhao Di, you are finished." In those succinct 5 words, Zhao Di instantly understood everything. She looked up, and at the moment her gaze met Xier's, disbelief and shock flooded her features. "It was you. Why would you? Why?" Xier scoffed. "Of course, it is because I am Wu Jiaoyi's person. But you know how she has treated you all these years. She has either beaten or scolded you. Have you forgotten the wounds you endured at her hands? So what?" Xier suddenly shouted in anger. "It is better than the two of us, both mere servants. Why should you ascend to the lofty position of 4th rank Guipin in just 2 days and receive the Emperor's favor? Why?" Xier knew that Zhao Di was more beautiful than she, but only slightly. In terms of intelligence and diligence, she could not compare to Xier. In fact, she was even less capable of charming their master. Seeing Zhao Di fall silent, Xier stepped closer, arms crossed, showing no regard for the so-called 4th rank Guipin kneeling before her. "Whom are you trying to impress? You cannot possibly believe that bringing me to your side is a tremendous favor, can you? Zhao Di, your hypocritical demeanor is repulsive to me. If you truly regarded me as a sister, you could share the Emperor's bed, so why could I not? The Emperor dotes on you now. You could easily speak a good word for me in front of him, and then we could both serve him together. But you, how have you acted? With a haughty expression, like a proud peacock, you declared that from now on, I could serve by your side, protected by you, and that no one would dare bully me in the harem." Just hearing this made Xier laugh derisively. To put it nicely, she had become Zhao Di's support. To put it harshly, she had gone from serving Wu Jiaoyi to serving Zhao Di. What had been promised as a lifelong sisterhood had resulted in Zhao Di becoming the mistress and Xier the servant. Zhao Di treated her like a servant while expecting her to be grateful. Zhao Di found herself at a loss for words under Xier's relentless questioning. She stumbled back, collapsing to the ground, gazing at Xier with a heart full of sorrow. "With the Empress Dowager and the Queen have shown me such kindness. They have no enmity with you. Why must you poison them? If I do not harm them, how can I completely eliminate you? Oh Zhao Di, have you forgotten your current status? If I were to attack you directly, I would surely meet my own demise. It is enough for you to die. I do not wish to perish alongside you. Wu Keilin has promised me that since the Emperor dotes on you, he will also favor me. As long as I help Wu Keilin rid herself of you, she will arrange for me to share the Emperor's bed. Yet she is merely a Keilin now, struggling for her own safety. How can she arrange for you to share the Emperor's bed?" Yun Shu's youthful, mocking voice echoed from outside the hall. Upon hearing that familiar and imposing voice, Xier's triumphant expression stiffened on her face as she abruptly turned to face the entrance of the hall. There stood Yun Shu, her small round face composed as she entered. Xier thought she must have been mistaken. Your Majesty? How could this be? Hadn't the Empress Dowager gone to Cining Palace with the Emperor? How could she possibly appear here? Moreover, judging by Yun Shu's tone, it was clear she had returned quite some time ago, but no, she should have never left at all. The Empress Dowager, that had not left, this indicated that the Empress Dowager had been fully aware of her scheming against Zhao Di all along. Chapter 13. What a disobedient child. Yun Shu approached her seat and cast a condescending glance at Xier, whose face was ashen. Just moments ago, she had worn an expression of triumph, but now she had plummeted from paradise to hell. It was as if her very soul had been siphoned away in that instant, and she knelt before Yun Shu, pleading, "Your Majesty, please spare me. It was all Wu Zhaoyi who instructed this servant to act thus. Your Majesty, I am merely a humble servant. Even if I had 100 lives, I would not dare to poison you and the Empress. It was all Wu Zhaoyi, you know. It was Wu Kaijin who urged me to do this." Yun Shu could barely muster the disdain to glance at Xier. The slightest hint of favorable treatment revealed her true feelings. She had long discerned Xier's unusual behavior. Zhao Di was timid and apprehensive, terrified of drawing trouble upon herself, and would never willingly provoke chaos. Such a simpleton, easily swayed by a few kind words and trifling benefits, yet foolishly hoping to gain her son's favor, it was sheer folly. Her son was a man of discerning taste, not so desperate as to indulge in any lowly fare. Xier. Your Majesty. Drag Xier to Wu Kaijin and beat her to death in her presence. Yes, Your Majesty. As for Wu Kaijin, Yun Shu hesitated. If this were before Wu Jinghuai's pregnancy, it would have been simpler, yet now, she bore the Emperor's child. Yun Shu pondered earnestly, send someone later to inform the Emperor that Wu Caijin's malicious actions warrant 1,000 deaths. According to royal decree, plotting against a nation's Empress and Dowager deserves the punishment of 1,000 cuts. Considering she carries the Emperor's heir, I am not in a position to intervene. Let the Emperor decide. The young Empress spoke with remarkable authority, her words resonating with a weighty gravitas. At that moment, Xier, even in her desperation, forgot to plead for mercy, collapsing helplessly to the ground. As the guards dragged her away, a large patch of moisture stained the floor. Xier shook her head repeatedly, murmuring, "How could this be? How could this happen? It shouldn't be like this." Success was so close, she was on the verge of replacing Zhao Di. How had it come to this? Until Xier was taken away, Yun Shu cast a glance at Zhao Di, who remained kneeling, still in shock. Supporting her chin with one hand, she scrutinized Zhao Di for a moment before finally speaking, "Next time, do try to be more vigilant. People are not the same, especially friends. Though they were both poor, one could ascend to power and wealth, elevating their status. One could either sever ties entirely or exhaust every effort to elevate those around them to their level. Striking a balance between the two would inevitably lead to endless troubles." Unfortunately, Zhao Di did not grasp this truth. Why was the little white flower called so? It was simply as pure as a placid pool, devoid of any impurities. Zhao Di knelt on the ground, her emotions a tangled web. "I shall remember the Dowager's words, and from now on, I will heed her advice." Enough. Yun Shu waved her hand dismissively, "You may leave." Zhao Di, fearful of lingering, hastily rose, "I take my leave." She had barely taken 2 steps when Yun Shu's youthful yet authoritative voice echoed behind her, "Wu Kaijin now holds a status beneath yours. One must not be excessively kind. She has sought your death multiple times, your old enemy is nearing her end, and you do not wish to see her?" Understanding the implication of the Empress's words, Zhao Di was astounded. The Dowager's demeanor and cunning strategies revealed her keen intellect. Was this truly the wisdom and response of a mere 4-year-old? "Your Majesty, do not be disheartened. The Empress will be fine. Even if Wu Kaijin is malicious, she would not dare to poison the Empress outright. For if this were traced back to her, it would not only be her demise but that of the entire Wu family." Wu Jinghua was not foolish enough to let matters reach such a point. "Here, Your Majesty, have a piece of candy. Do you not often say that when all beings suffer, only sugar is sweet? A piece of candy will surely lift your spirits." Sigh. Upon accepting the candy that Xier had peeled, the sweetness burst forth in her mouth. Yun Shu felt a modicum of relief, yet the thought of the Empress enduring such torment left her uneasy. Were it not for the Emperor's presence, wishing to spend time alone with her, she would have longed to sprout wings and fly to Cining Palace. In Cining Palace, after consuming the medicine prescribed by physician Zhang, Morong Yin's stomach began to ease. "Your Majesty, allow me to assist you in rising." Madame Zhang finally regarded the Empress with attention, her complexion gradually returning to normal. She beamed upon seeing the Empress attempt to get up and hurry to support her. Upon waking, Morong Yin's first instinct was to grasp Madame Zhang's hand, her tone urgent, "What of Minair?" "Do not worry, Your Majesty, Minair is well. She woke even earlier than you after taking physician Zhang's medicine." Upon hearing this, Morong Yin exhaled a sigh of relief. She was most grateful that Yun Shu had not consumed the poison delicacy. From a young age, Yun Shu had a fear of pain, and such an affliction would surely leave her curled in bed, wailing in agony. "Your Majesty, the Emperor has arrived." At Madame Zhang's reminder, Morong Yin suddenly remembered the Emperor's presence. Before she could speak, Madame Zhang leaned in and whispered with a smile, "Since learning of your poisoning, the Emperor has come and remained in Cining Palace by your side." Yi Ling's demeanor was somewhat awkward. He took a sip of water to mask his discomfort. He had merely sat there, not truly guarding her. However, seeing Morong Yin's complexion improve somewhat eased his mind. "You have spent many years in the inner palace, experiencing its intrigues. How can you still be so gluttonous? Before eating, do you not have your servants taste the food for poison?" Listening to the Emperor's scolding, Morong Yin lowered her head bitterly, "Your Majesty speaks truly. I shall be more vigilant in the future and will never commit such an error again. Considering her a victim and recognizing the dowager's protection of her, Yi Ling refrained from further admonitions. Very well, you should rest well. I shall visit again another day. With that, the emperor took his leave. Morongin watched him depart until he was out of sight, her gaze lingering. She recalled their early days of marriage when she had accidentally pricked her hand while eating crab. Since then, every time crab was served, it was always pre-shelled, filled with crab roe and meat. She had not peeled a whole crab herself since Dai in the past. If she had inadvertently harmed herself, he would have been deeply pained, never daring to blame her. Yet now, regardless of her actions, any disturbance to him elicited a look of impatience, for reasons unknown. Her eyes grew moist. Even now, her stomach ached fiercely, as if pierced by needles. Madame Zhang, seeing her distress, felt sympathy. Your Majesty, do not overthink. The Emperor cares for you, otherwise, he would not have rushed here upon hearing of your predicament and stayed at your side for so long. The Emperor is merely sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted. Morongin shook her head, forcing a strained smile. Madame Zhang, you need not console me. I understand. The beauty of yesteryears was destined to remain in the past. The current emperor held no affection for her, only acknowledging her as the empress, nothing more. That evening, Yun Shu received the news of Wu Jinghua's execution. The white silk was delivered to Rui Hall by Guan himself. Until her final breath, Wu Jinghua had raged like a madwoman, unable to fathom that the emperor would truly condemn her. She bore the emperor's child, his flesh and blood, an unborn infant. Even if she had committed an unforgivable crime, surely the emperor would spare her for the sake of the child. Yet, to Wu Jinghua's disbelief, the emperor had indeed ordered her death. Earlier that day, Zhao Di had visited, facing the once humble servant she had trampled upon, now elevated and standing before her. Wu Jinghua felt no fear. The royal blood coursing through her veins was her arrogant shield and her talisman of safety. Zhao Di, timid and apprehensive, had commanded her to kneel, slapping her a few times before fleeing in disgrace. Despite this, Wu Jinghua seethed with rage. How dare she lay a hand on her? Once a mere foot-washing servant, now she had the audacity to strike her. As for Zhao Di, having endured further humiliation and near death, the emperor, feeling compassion, granted her an exceptional promotion to third-rank Jiaoyi. Due to the shared character Zhao in their names, the emperor bestowed upon her the title Lian Jiaoyi, recognizing her gentle nature, elegance, and purity akin to a pristine white lotus. In Cining Palace, when Yun Shu visited the empress, she found her lying in bed, looking sickly and devoid of color. Min Er, who had also been poisoned, was already up and about, full of life. Upon seeing the empress in such a state, Yun Shu was filled with concern. Climbing onto the bed, she reached out her small, chubby hand to touch Morongin's forehead, only to find it alarmingly hot. Anguish and anger surged within her as she turned a reproachful gaze toward Madame Zhang. What is the meaning of this? The empress is in such dire condition, and you fail to notice. Upon learning of the empress's fever, Madame Zhang was taken aback, and even Min Er ceased her playful antics. Both had been poisoned, yet contrary to expectations, Min Er had consumed more sweet treats than the empress, and Madame Zhang had assumed that since Min Er was fine, the empress would be as well. The empress's malaise was wholly attributed to the emperor. Madame Zhang, realizing the gravity of the situation, trembled as she reached out. Finding the empress's forehead scalding, she was instantly alarmed, forgetting everything else. This servant. I shall summon the physician at once. Yun Shu, filled with concern, pulled the blanket over Morongin, her tone laced with anger, akin to a caregiver chastising a disobedient child. Empress, how can you neglect your own health? You are truly driving me to despair. Morongin, burning with fever, could not discern reality from dreams. Her entire being trembled with cold. When Yun Shu covered her with the blanket, she instinctively wrapped herself tightly, seeking warmth. Yun Shu held her close, her voice thick with exasperation. Truly a disobedient child. Chapter 14. Dear grandson, your hair is rather disheveled. Let me assist you in tidying it up. Zhang Momo moved with remarkable speed, traversing from the Imperial Medical Bureau to prepare the medicine, completing her tasks in no more than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. She even cooled the freshly brewed medicine by transferring it between two bowls until it reached an appropriate temperature, at which point she hurriedly brought it in. Your Majesty, the medicine has arrived. Your Majesty, may I serve you the medicine? Yun Shu remained silent, merely extending her hand towards her. Upon noticing this, Zhang Momo promptly presented the medicine with great reverence. Your Majesty. Receiving the medicine from Zhang Momo's hands, Yun Shu scooped a spoonful, ready to blow on it before placing it to her lips. Why, Your Majesty, I have already cooled it. I shall test the temperature. It must not be too cool. Yun Shu shot her a glance. You servants are so clumsy. Had I not noticed in time, how would you be able to care for the empress? Zhang Momo's expression reflected her guilt, and even Min'er lowered her head, both appearing genuinely remorseful. Your Majesty is correct. We acknowledge our mistakes. Fortunately, the temperature of the medicine was acceptable, not too hot, yet not overly cool. Yun Shu then handed the spoon to Qing'er and pinched Morongin's nose, beginning to pour the medicine into her mouth. Obedient empress, though good medicine is often bitter, this concoction is particularly so. I shall not feed you spoonful by spoonful for you to savor. Open your mouth wide, and let us drink it all at once. Morongin complied, seemingly responding to Yun Shu's voice. She obediently opened her mouth, completely cooperating throughout the process. As Yun Shu poured the medicine, Morongin gulped it down, leaving no residue behind. After finishing the medicine, Yun Shu quickly took a bowl of clear water from Qing'er and offered it to Morongin. Come, daughter-in-law, have some sweet water to wash away the bitterness. Morongin again opened her mouth obediently. Once she had finished the sweet water, her previously furrowed brow relaxed, indicating that the bitterness had dissipated. The effects of the medicine manifested swiftly. Morong Yin's flushed face gradually returned to its normal hue. After about half a stick of incense, when Yun Shu reached to touch Morong Yin's forehead, she noticed a significant drop in temperature. It was no longer as feverish as before. Though the emperor spent a brief time with the empress in Cining Palace, some of his words were rather harsh. Since the emperor departed, the empress has remained in this position on the bed initially, I advised. Seeing Yun Shu's irritated expression, Zhang Momo couldn't help but offer an explanation. It was my negligence. At first, I believed the empress was merely pining for the emperor, and thus I did not anticipate that she would suddenly develop a fever. It is entirely my fault. Had I known to test the poison when inviting the noble consort to let the empress sample those sweet treats, the empress would not have suffered so. It is indeed your fault. Though Minner and Zhang Momo were devoted servants of the empress, loyalty does not exempt one from accountability when mistakes are made. In this harem, who knows how many people covet the empress's phoenix chair? Regardless of who it may be, even if I were to send someone to deliver items to the empress, as her personal maid, it is your duty to test for poison. This is food that enters the mouth, who knows if it might be swapped or tampered with along the way. Minner bowed her head, attentively listening, not daring to raise it. Zhang Momo was equally apprehensive of what the empress says is true. We shall be 100 times more vigilant in the days to come. Once they saw that Morong Yin's fever had subsided, she gradually fell into a deep sleep. Yun Shu recognized her exhaustion. As the empress, she had to manage countless affairs within the harem. Not only did she labor tirelessly each day, but she also bore the sorrow for her unworthy son. Seeing Morong Yin in such a state caused Yun Shu profound heartache. Of course, over the years, she had often chided her. As empress, there were myriad matters to oversee, and she need not take on every responsibility herself. Her own health could not withstand it. Each time her daughter-in-law agreed wholeheartedly, yet regardless of what transpired in the harem, she insisted on handling it personally. Diligent and dutiful, Yun Shu found it impossible to reason with her, nor could she persuade her. With a resigned sigh, she observed the empress deep in slumber and rose to cover her with a blanket. However, her petite frame and short arms made it difficult to reach the covers within. Seeing this, Zhang Momo promptly scooped her up, enabling Yun Shu to successfully adjust the covers for Morong Yin. Noticing Zhang Momo's attentiveness, Yun Shu waved her hand. I did not mean to speak so harshly earlier. After all, the empress's status is significant. If anything were to happen to her, both of you would bear an irremovable burden of responsibility. Do you understand? Zhang Momo and Minner nodded vigorously in agreement. What the empress says is right. Everything the empress says is right. The empress has not had a good night's sleep for a long time. It is an opportune moment for her to enjoy a restful slumber. Minner, your health has just recovered. You should also rest. Zhang Momo, stay by the empress's side for a while longer and watch if she awakens tonight. If she does not wake, you may also take your rest. Do not worry, your majesty. I have rested during the day and am not fatigued. I can keep watch during the night, and besides, in her current state, I would not dare leave. Should she awaken in the night and feel thirsty, I must be here to attend to her. Yun Shu nodded. Zhang Momo, you are thoughtful. Mother. How are you, mother? At that moment, voices filled with urgency from outside the hall reached them, belonging to Yi Yunshang and Yi Wuyo. Yi Wuyo's voice was particularly loud, startling Morong Yin, who had been in a deep sleep, her beautiful brows furrowed as if she had just experienced a nightmare. Her body, which had been lying still, now seemed to struggle to rise. Seeing this, Yun Shu rushed to Morong Yin's side, gently patting her shoulder and soothing her in a tone reminiscent of comforting a child. Sleep well, Empress. It is all right, I am here. Yun Shu's words had an immediate effect, and soon Morong Yin drifted back into a deep sleep. Yi Wuyo, unaware of the events that had transpired within, focused solely on her mother. Having just returned from the Prince Academy, she and her elder brother were alarmed to hear that their mother had been poisoned, prompting their hurried return. Mother, Yi Wuyo shouted, her voice raised yet again. Infuriated, Yun Shu swiftly approached Yi Wuyo, leaping to grasp her ear and pulling her outside. Yi Wuyo winced in pain, exclaiming, ouch, your majesty, what are you doing, my ear hurts. Lower your voice. Your mother is asleep, do not disturb her. It is no small feat for her daughter-in-law to finally enjoy a good sleep, is it? Upon hearing that their mother was asleep, Yi Wuyo's volume instantly diminished. Cautiously, she peeked towards her mother's bed and then leaned in closer to Yun Shu, whispering, Your Majesty, what happened? How could our mother have been poisoned? They had just returned from school and rushed back upon hearing the news, yet they had not had the chance to inquire about the circumstances surrounding their mother's poisoning. Qinger stepped out and recounted the entire sequence of events. Yi Wuyo's small fists clenched in anger. How shameless can that noble consort shall be? I have never witnessed such ingratitude. Even Yi Yunshang, being a year older and the crown prince, raised with a different education, remained relatively calm and mature. However, upon hearing that Zhao Di had poisoned their mother, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The crown prince had always been like a gentle elder brother, embodying a warm and jade-like demeanor. It was the first time Yun Shu had glimpsed such a sharp glint in Yi Yunshang's gaze. Bow your head, she commanded him, as he towered over her. Yi Yunshang complied, lowering his head. She then delivered a swift slap, and Yi Yunshang winced, clutching his head, regaining his composure. Your Majesty, I did not shout, why did you strike me? Morong Yin held these two children in the highest regard. Despite their royal lineage, she had always endeavored to raise them with care, wishing for them to grow up free from worry and hardship, akin to ordinary children. Even though Yi Yunshang was the crown prince, Nonetheless, Moromine did not wish for her son to be stained with blood for the sake of power and authority, and if it were possible, Moromine would prefer that her son were not the crown prince. Yun Shu had always been aware of Moromine's good intentions, so when she saw that glimmer of decisiveness in Yi Yunshang's eyes, she swiftly reined him back, desiring to avenge their mother and protect her as commendable, representing a filial heart, but it is crucial that one does not misplace their anger and harm the wrong person. That is what Moromine would least wish to see. The one who poisoned her is not Lian Zhaoyi. Qing'er recounted the details of the events and their conclusion to both Yi Yunshang and Yi Wuyo. Enraged, Yi Wuyo clenched her fists once more, that Wu Kaijin, even after being demoted to a mere consort, still does not cease her antics. Human nature is inherently wicked, she is born arrogant and malicious. Regardless of her demotion, as long as she draws breath, she will never cease her mischief. Yi Yunshang's tone was frigid, his cold demeanor betraying an underlying venom. Yun Shu? Bow your head, she commanded once more. This time, Yi Yunshang had learned well, shielding his head. Your Majesty, what have I done? Yun Shu's expression softened. Dear grandson, your hair is a bit unruly, let me help you tidy it. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunshang obediently lowered his head, though a wary expression lingered on his face. Yun Shu gently rearranged his tousled hair. Dear grandson, how have you fared with the 4 books and 5 classics I asked you to read the other day? Yi Yunshang responded confidently. Your Majesty, you may question me. I have read them all. Oh. Yun Shu refrained from questioning him further, for she had no knowledge of the content within the 4 books and 5 classics. She had merely emulated the practice of punishing errant princes or princesses by requiring them to transcribe or read those texts. Of course, it would be beneficial for the crown prince to read more. After all, he is the crown prince, destined to be the future heir. The more knowledge he can acquire, the better. Chapter 15. The impetuous child who cannot conceal a single thought. Alright, everyone disperse, let the Empress rest well and enjoy a good night's sleep. Knight Yunsang and Knight Wuyo dared not disregard her words. However, as they observed Yun Shu preparing to leave, Knight Wuyo hesitated momentarily before, as if struck by a sudden thought, calling out to her, Grandmother Empress. Hearing the call, Yun Shu turned around, regarding Knight Wuyo's indecisive demeanor. What is it? Nothing. Grandmother Empress, you should return. My mother and I will take good care of things here. Before Knight Wuyo could say anything further, Knight Yunsang seized her hand, preventing her from continuing. Yun Shu noticed Knight Wuyo's unusual behavior, yet Knight Yunsang was reluctant to let her speak. Thus, Yun Shu stood still for a moment before approaching Knight Wuyo, swatting Knight Yunsang's hand away, and taking Knight Wuyo's hand to a place where Knight Yunsang could not see them. Now, speak. What did you want to tell me when you called out? Knight Wuyo lowered her head, pouting, unsure whether to speak or remain silent. She had intended to share her thoughts, but her elder brother had restrained her. Knight Wuyo shook her head. It's nothing, Grandmother Empress. This impudent child, just as she had stirred her curiosity, she now claimed there was nothing to say. Speak up, if you don't, I shall not share any more candies from Cining Palace with you. At this, Knight Wuyo gasped in shock, her little face turning pale. Oh no, Grandmother Empress. It's my brother who won tea. Let me speak. And who does your brother listen to? My brother listens to our mother. And who does your mother listen to? She listens to Grandmother Empress. Yun Shu huffed. So, after all that, it ultimately comes back to listening to me. Speak. Knight Wuyo remained silent, stamping her feet in frustration. Grandmother Empress was truly exasperating. She had led her into this predicament. After a moment of hesitation, she complied and said, Grandmother Empress, actually, it's my mother who doesn't want me to speak with you. Ah. We are all grandchildren of Grandmother Empress. My mother is worried that you might be put in an awkward position, so my brother and I are willing to endure some hardship. After all, my mother often says that suffering can lead to blessings. Knight Wuyo seemed to have more to say, but Yun Shu had likely already surmised part of it. Has the third prince been bullying you again? Knight Wuyo vigorously nodded. Not only has he bullied me and my brother. The sixth prince has also suffered. Knight Yao has gone too far. He and his sister treat the sixth prince like a dog. Nonetheless, despite their royal status, one is the crown prince and the other is the eldest princess. Although on ordinary days, concubines Xia and their mother were often at odds, they would at least consider the dignity of the empress and the identities of Knight Wuyo and her brother, which would deter Knight Yao and Knight Baozhu from overtly bullying them. The crux of the matter lay in an incident at the Royal Academy today, where Knight Yao had made Knight Zheng kneel and act as a dog. When Knight Zheng refused to bark like a dog, Knight Yao had ordered his men to beat him black and blue, treating Knight Zheng with utter disdain. When her elder brother could no longer bear it, he had spoken out against Knight Yao, yet who would have thought that Knight Yao would not only dismiss Knight Zheng but also insult her brother? Unable to contain his anger, her brother had retaliated, resulting in a brawl at the Royal Academy. Even concubine Xia had intervened. In truth, during the scuffle with Knight Yao, her brother had not been at a disadvantage. The main issue arose later when concubine Xia arrived and, without hesitation, began scolding both her and her brother. She even demanded that her brother kneel and apologize to Knight Yao, threatening to report the incident to their father if he refused, seeking his judgment. Not wanting to put their mother in a difficult position, and wishing to avoid the matter escalating to their father, her brother had, so he knelt down? Yun Shu interjected, voicing Knight Wuyo's unuttered thoughts. Surprised by Yun Shu's loud declaration, Knight Wuyo gasped, fearing that others might overhear. Oh dear, why are you shouting so loudly? If my brother hears, he might ignore me. Pushing Knight Wuyo's hand away, Yun Shu was genuinely angry now, her round face displaying a rare expression of fury. It is utterly outrageous. The crown prince of a nation kneeling to a mere prince. If her emperor's son were to hear of this, it would be far from the peaceful resolution Knight Yunsang desired. The emperor would undoubtedly conclude that Knight Yunsang's timid nature rendered her unfit to rule a nation. Of course, if Knight Yunsang were to disregard concubine Xia's threats and firmly refuse to apologize to Knight Yao, should this matter reach the emperor's ears, no matter how eloquently concubine Xia might spin the tale, it would ultimately be pinned on Knight Yunsang. The Xia family were founding heroes of the Knight Sacred Dynasty, with Xia wielding military power and controlling half of the dynasty's territory. Although her daughter-in-law was the empress, concubine Xia Wanning showed little regard for Morongyin, the reigning empress. Yet, concubine Xia indeed had the audacity to be arrogant. Even the emperor would grant her some deference, considering his ties to Xia Yunhe. Typically, if concubine Xia were to commit an excess in the palace, as long as it was not too egregious, the emperor would turn a blind eye. You know how much the emperor values the Xia family. I still do not believe my brother has done anything wrong. It is Knight Yao who has overstepped. Knight Zhang, regardless of his status as the esteemed sixth prince, should not be bullied simply because he lacks a maternal figure to support him. What do you mean by lacking a maternal figure? Yun Shu raised an eyebrow. Isn't Knight Zhang's mother still around? She recalled that Knight Zhang's mother seemed to hold the title of a concubine. Mentioning this only serves to infuriate Knight Wuyo further. Oh, grandmother empress, do not even get me started. Knight Zhang's mother is utterly unworthy of being called his mother. Not only is she neglectful of him, but she also resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. It was precisely because his own mother disregarded him that Knight Zhang was treated with such disdain in the palace. The princes did not consider him worthy of respect, and even the servants in Ankang Palace treated him with contempt, often barking orders at him. Seeing Knight Zhang's plight, she and her brother had felt compelled to intervene. However, instead of gratitude, they were met with trouble. What truly vexed Knight Wuyo was that despite their goodwill in aiding Knight Zhang, he had not even uttered a word of thanks. Instead, when her brother was embroiled in a scuffle with Knight Yao and concubine Xia arrived, he had fled. At last, Knight Wuyo comprehended why the palace denizens held Knight Zhang in such low regard. It was all too clear. Yun Shu had gathered a fair understanding of the day's events at the Royal Academy. Knight Wuyo felt a twinge of fear at the thought of Yun Shu questioning her brother, leading to his embarrassment. Although her brother generally treated her with kindness and concern, she knew him well enough. If he were truly angry, he would simply ignore her, behaving as if she were a stranger. Grandmother Empress, please do not inquire about my brother kneeling to Knight Yao. If he finds out, he will surely know it was me. Rest assured, I shall not ask. Really? Knight Wuyo's face lit up with joy. Yun Shu nodded earnestly. Soon, the tale of the crown prince kneeling to the third prince would spread throughout the palace. There was no need for her to question Knight Yunsang. Her grandson was nearly 10 years old, and Yun Shu felt it necessary to preserve a semblance of dignity before so many witnesses. After all, they were on the brink of public disgrace. Returning to Knight Yunsang's side, upon catching her brother's gaze upon her, Knight Wuyo patted her chest, assuring Knight Yunsang, brother, do not worry. I did not say anything to grandmother Empress, not a word about you kneeling to Knight Yao. Knight Yunsang could only respond with silence. Yun Shu stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. Goodness, this impetuous child who cannot conceal a single thought. Chapter 16 The Empress Dowager, how pitiful is the sixth prince. In the Ankang Palace, Yi Zhang appeared in a disheveled state, his clothes tattered and his visage marred with injuries, his face swollen and bruised. He returned under the pale moonlight. The palace maid, Xiner, stood sentinel outside the grand hall. Upon seeing Yi Zhang's impassive expression as he approached, she crossed her arms defiantly and blocked his path, declaring, Sixth Prince, Her Highness is currently unavailable. Unavailable. Again, the same refrain. Yi Zhang tugged at his lips, remaining silent. His eyes were as tranquil as a still pond, devoid of any ripples. Unlike his usual demeanor, he did not simply turn around and leave. Instead, he took 2 steps back, knelt outside the hall, and bowed his head. To this gesture, Xiner was no stranger. Her gaze towards Yi Zhang was cold and unsympathetic, her delicate features briefly flashing with irony. What have you done wrong this time, Sixth Prince, to incur the ire of someone and seek your mother's intercession? I wish to see mother. This marked the first time in many years, despite his usual reticence and countless kneelings outside the hall, that he spoke with such resolute conviction. Even Xiner was taken aback for a moment. Yi Zhang fixed his gaze upon her, his expression unyielding, and reiterated emphatically, I want to see mother. Perhaps intimidated by his determination, Xiner felt an unsettling notion that if he were denied an audience with the Empress, he intended to remain kneeling indefinitely. Contemplating this, she chose silence and turned towards the hall. Soon after, a woman clad in thin, disordered garments emerged from within. Her face was contorted with rage, brandishing a whip in her hand. The exquisite features of her face appeared somewhat grotesque at that moment, especially as her gaze bore down upon Yi Zhang, radiating a palpable disdain and loathing. Neither spoke first. She advanced menacingly toward Yi Zhang, wielding the whip and striking him mercilessly. With a resounding crack, the whip tore through Yi Zhang's already ragged clothing, inflicting open wounds. Despite his tender age, he refrained from uttering a cry of pain, blood gushing forth from his wounds, his expression reflecting a maturity and endurance that belied his years. Even a robust adult would struggle to remain silent in the face of such brutality, yet Yi Zhang, battered and bleeding, exhibited an eerie stoicism. If a typical mother witnessed her child subjected to such violent treatment, she would undoubtedly rush to embrace and comfort him. Yet, for Lu Yan, seeing her son in such a state elicited no sympathy. Instead, she struck him again, her fury seemingly insatiable, as she delivered another vicious lash. Though Yi Zhang winced in pain, he gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a sound. After 3 strikes had left him bloodied, she finally withdrew the whip, seething, Did I not tell you to go die where you please? Why return here? Who do you intend to show this wretched state to? I have matters to discuss with mother. Crack. Another unrelenting strike landed across his face. Yi Zhang tasted the metallic tang of blood, several teeth loosening from the force of the blow. The impact sent him sprawling to the ground, momentarily leaving him dazed, yet, he stubbornly raised a hand to wipe the blood from his lips, resolutely kneeling again, fixing his unwavering gaze upon Lu Yan as he repeated, "I have matters to solicit mother's assistance." Crack. Once more, the whip lashed against his face, and Lu Yan pressed her foot down upon his bloodied visage, exclaiming, "You wretched creature! What qualifies you to seek my help? I wish you were dead, or that you would perish at the hands of the other princes and princesses. Even the sight of you disgusts me." Hearing his mother utter such callous words before him, Yi Zhang had long since grown accustomed to the pain. Trampled beneath her foot, his youthful, delicate features twisted in agony, yet he appeared impervious to the suffering, muttering, "I seek mother's help, you dare utter that again." Lu Yan intensified her pressure, causing him to struggle for breath, his fingers clawing at the ground, dirt embedding under his nails, pain coursing through his body. "I owe the crown prince a debt of gratitude. I beseech mother to assist me." Upon hearing this, Lu Yan's demeanor shifted slightly, her rationality returning as she lifted her foot from his face. Yi Zhang, regaining the ability to move, struggled to rise and kneel properly once more. However, his frail form bore the brunt of the harsh treatment, and he found it difficult to maintain his balance, trembling as if he might collapse at any moment. Lu Yan, indifferent to his plight, narrowed her eyes at him. "What kind of debt do you owe the crown prince?" With a calm demeanor, Yi Zhang recounted the events of the day at the academy. Lu Yan's expression shifted from surprise to amusement, her gaze filled with derision as she remarked, "You are indeed a calamity, not only for me but for others as well. Today, you might very well bring about the crown prince's demise." Since kneeling, Yi Zhang had remained expressionless despite the cruel beatings he endured at Lu Yan's hands. However, upon hearing her insinuation that he would cause the crown prince's death, a flicker of anguish crossed his face. His mother was right, he was indeed a calamity. A calamity for her, and a calamity for others. No one cared for him, everyone felt entitled to bully him. Though he was the sixth prince of the Night Dynasty, even the most wretched servants within the palace could trample on him without consequence. Over the years, this so-called sixth prince had experienced a life more miserable than that of a mere dog. Lu Yan scoffed, "Your affairs are of no concern to me, the crown prince has nothing to do with me. Yi Zhang, you've dug your own grave. You should be the one to resolve it. I've told you before, do not expect me to lift a finger for you, even if they were to beat you to death before my eyes, I wouldn't spare you a glance." Lu Yan's ruthless words had long since numbed Yi Zhang's senses. He knelt there, repeatedly imploring, "I beseech mother, help me, you dare to plead with me." Lu Yan raised her hand, poised to strike again. However, this time, Xaner, sensing the escalation, intervened swiftly. "Your Highness, you mustn't strike him any further. If you continue, the sixth prince might truly perish. Then let him die." Lu Yan flung the whip to the ground, exclaiming, "He is nothing but a wretched creature. I have long heard that Lu Joey harbors a strong disdain for the sixth prince, but I did not anticipate it to be so profound. This sixth prince is not the child of Lu Joey. He is, in fact, the offspring of her adversary. In this world, which mother could bear to inflict such harm upon her own child, leaving him battered and on the brink of death?" Qing'er approached Cining Palace, her heart heavy as she caught sight of Yi Zhang's frail form kneeling there. The ground was soaked with blood, a stark pool that had recently flowed from his wounds, staining the earth beneath him like a sea of crimson. Unfortunately, Yun Shu arrived a moment too late, just as Lu Yan had finished her assault, discarding the whip with a fierce toss. "I finally understand why the palace servants feel so emboldened to bully the sixth prince," Qing'er remarked. "Logically speaking, the sixth prince's mother should still hold the title of a third-rank Joey, even if she had fallen from favor. That title should still afford her some respect. If Lu Joey were willing to protect her child, the servants, and even the princes and princesses would think twice before openly tormenting him." It seemed that Yi Zhang retained some sense of dignity, as he had endured this beating for the sake of Yi Yunchang. Alas, as a mother, one would think it would be unbearable to witness her own child suffer. However, the emperor's nature was notoriously dissolute, and with numerous offspring, it was not surprising that Yun Shu, as the Empress Dowager, would not recognize every prince and princess, especially given that Yi Zhang had not yet reached the age of 7 and remained largely obscure in the palace. She had only heard mention of him in passing, aware that he had a mother who held the title of a third-rank Joey, yet remained low-key within the palace, evidently lacking filial piety towards her. After all, other princes and grandsons had long since sought her affection, sweetly addressing her as grandmother, much like the crown prince and Yi Wuyo. "Sixth prince, her highness has decreed that you should kneel aside and not sully the sacred grounds of Cining Palace with your filthy blood." Outside the hall, Xaner emerged, regarding the injured and bloodied Yi Zhang with no trace of sympathy, only disdain and scorn. Yi Zhang remained silent, his fragile frame held upright in defiance. Seeing him as unyielding as a statue, Xaner huffed dismissively and shut the doors of Cining Palace, effectively isolating him outside. "Oh, how tragically the sixth prince suffers," Qing'er, her maternal instincts surging, suggested. "Should I speak to his majesty on your behalf, your highness, to have the sixth prince adopted under my name?" Yun Shu responded. "Are you dreaming? If he were to be adopted, it would have to be under my name. But it cannot be under the Empress Dowager's name, that would disrupt the hierarchy, and the sixth prince would have to address the emperor as elder brother." Yun Shu fell silent. Chapter 17. At this moment, it can be said that the third prince is the one who has inflicted this upon him. The blood coursing through his veins seems as though it is on the verge of draining away entirely. Yi Zhang's consciousness is hazy, even the sights before him are gradually becoming indistinct, rendering everything unrecognizable. He feels as if he is teetering on the brink of collapse. Pain envelopes him, excruciating, searing pain that makes even the act of drawing breath a tormenting struggle, as if he were on the cusp of death itself. Yi Zhang strives to maintain his awareness. The gates of the Ankang Hall have been shut, and he understands that even if he kneels here until dawn, his mother will not grant him an audience, nor will she acquiesce to his pleas. Yet, this is Yi Zhang's sole glimmer of hope. The Crown Prince had aided him in the academy today, despite the fact that he is regarded as a calamity by all. Those who associate with him are destined for misfortune, but he does not wish to bring harm to the Crown Prince. As Yi Zhang's consciousness continues to fade, he feels himself on the verge of losing awareness, slipping into eternal slumber. Until, oh, poor child, had I known that your mother treated you so cruelly, I would have kept you by my side. Your mother may not want you, but I shall take you. After all, you are my grandchild. What kind of miserable life have you endured? If life is unbearable, you can confide in me. Come and live with me from now on. Sighs, heartache, and helplessness, various tender emotions mingle together in a voice that resonates in his ears. It is unfamiliar yet filled with compassion for him. Yi Zhang, unable to believe it, suddenly lifts his head upon seeing a completely strange, plump face that is even shorter than his own. He feels as though his gaze is glued to her. The cool moonlight shines upon her, revealing her opulent and immaculate attire, adorned with an array of exquisite gold and silver jewelry. Even at such a tender age, her large, grape-like eyes, round and bright, gaze at him unblinkingly. Yi Zhang finds himself returning her gaze. He does not recognize this chubby little girl initially. He presumed she was a princess from some palace. However, recalling her earlier self-identification, he opens his mouth, intending to speak, but a torrent of blood erupts from his lips. Fortunately, Qinger reacts swiftly, positioning herself in front of Yun Shu just in time to shield her from the spray of blood. Yet, Qinger is not so fortunate herself, as the blood splatters across her face, nearly obscuring her vision. She wipes her face with her hand, sticky and reeking of iron. After expelling that mouthful of blood, Yi Zhang collapses to the ground, completely unconscious. The distance from the Cining Palace to the Ankang Hall is considerable. The Empress Dowager has always lived in luxury, never needing to walk. However, given the sixth prince's current condition, he must certainly be carried. Qinger hastily wipes the blood from her face and squats down before Yun Shu. Your Majesty, do you wish for your servant to carry you or to have your servant support you? Yun Shu glances at the unconscious, injured Yi Zhang, whose body appears to be on the verge of falling apart. In some severely affected areas, his bones are even visible. Without hesitation, Yun Shu climbs onto Qinger's shoulders. As Qinger carries the small Empress Dowager and lifts Yi Zhang from the ground, they make their way towards the Cining Palace. From her vantage point on Qinger's back, Yun Shu can clearly see Yi Zhang's battered face, marred with wounds and bruises. Of this face, in its undamaged areas, is still quite handsome. It is a pity that such a visage, belonging to her own flesh and blood, has been so cruelly mistreated. How could Lu Jiaoyi possibly be so heartless? Moreover, the way Lu Yan looks at Yi Zhang is not that of a mother gazing upon her son. It is as if she is regarding a sworn enemy. It is said that a mother and child share a profound bond, that a child is a piece of flesh torn from the mother. Even she, as a grandmother, feels heartache upon witnessing this. Yet, Lu Yan not only remains indifferent but also relentlessly wields the merciless whip upon Yi Zhang. What on earth has transpired between them? Cining Palace, Your Majesty, this is. Upon seeing Qinger carefully lay the unconscious Yi Zhang onto the bed, Mama Yu rushes forward to lift Yun Shu from Qinger's back. She gasps in astonishment, disbelief lacing her voice. Is this truly the sixth prince? While the third prince is indeed arrogant and unreasonable, employing ruthless tactics, there must be a limit to his cruelty, surely? No matter how neglected the sixth prince may be, he is still a prince. How could the third prince have beaten him to such a state? Yun Shu extends her small, chubby hand, discovering that Yi Zhang still has a faint pulse, albeit weak. They must summon the imperial physician at once to staunch his bleeding. Your Majesty, I shall fetch Physician Lu from the Imperial Medical Bureau. I am young and can run swiftly. With that, Qinger bolts out without a backward glance. Your Majesty, the third prince has gone too far. How could he do such a thing to the sixth prince? It was not the third prince who struck him, Yun Shu replies. However, she pauses, although it was not Yi Yao who caused this. Yi Yao, that rebellious grandson, has committed many misdeeds in the palace over the years. Now, one could say that it is indeed the third prince who is responsible. Chapter 18. The Dowager Empress's thoughtfulness. Before long, Physician Lu was dragged over by Qinger from the Imperial Medical Department. Throughout the journey, Lu felt as though he was not running on his own accord but was rather being pulled along by Qinger. His arms and legs seemed to lose their obedience, and he was unaware of how many objects he had collided with along the way. However, witnessing Qinger's anxious demeanor, he could only exclaim, "Oh dear Qinger. Do take it easy. At my age, I cannot withstand the vigor of your youth." Alas, Physician Lu, lives are at stake, lives are at stake. If you do not hurry, the sixth prince may very well lose his life. Initially, seeing Qinger in such a flurry, coupled with her position as a maid close to the Dowager Empress, Lu thought that something had befallen the Empress. However, upon hearing Qinger mention the sixth prince, he breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, if it is merely the sixth prince, you should have said so earlier. I thought it was the Dowager. There is no need for alarm about the sixth prince. After all, he was merely an overlooked prince. Although the sixth prince was not favored among the princes and princesses of the harem, he was still a prince, merely injured, and not in a life-threatening manner. It was not as dire as Qinger had. At first, Lu truly believed this, until he arrived at Cining Palace, carrying his medical kit, and beheld the sixth prince, Yi Zhang, lying on the sickbed, pale and bloodied, his once handsome face now unrecognizable. Lu's eyes widened in shock. The hall was suffused with a heavy stench of blood, as if one had been submerged in a pool of it. What is this? Is this the sixth prince? Despite having served as a physician in the harem for many years and witnessing countless scenes, Lu had never encountered one as frightful as Yi Zhang, drenched in blood. He had long known that the sixth prince was not well regarded and often bullied by the other princes and princesses, yet, in his mind, it was merely the petty squabbles of children. At most, the sixth prince would end up with a bruised face from their childish antics. Now, however, the sixth prince appeared to be on the brink of death, gasping for breath, clearly in a state of dire peril. This was no mere childish scuffle, it was blatant attempted murder. Regardless of the sixth prince's unpopularity, he was still of royal blood, the sixth prince of the Yi family. How could he be beaten to such a state? Upon entering, Lu even forgot to pay his respects to Yun Shu. He hastily placed the medical kit on the ground and approached the bed to check Yi Zhang's pulse. He discovered that the boy's vital signs were erratic, his breathing shallow, and blood continued to flow from numerous wounds that marred his body. There was not a single uninjured spot on him. His tattered clothing, evidently in tatters for some time, was caked with congealed blood, indicating he had endured relentless beatings and bullying. Lu dared not delay. He utilized every item in his medical kit that could staunch the sixth prince's bleeding. The kit, filled to the brim with medical supplies, was soon entirely emptied. He realized that every item was essential for the sixth prince's treatment. Eventually, he managed to halt the bleeding, but he was drenched in sweat, his forehead glistening with beads of perspiration that he had no time to wipe away. Even though he had stopped the blood flow, he remained uneasy. After all, the sixth prince's injuries were far too severe. Even if he were an adult in peak health, being beaten to such a state would hardly guarantee survival. Noticing Lu's incessant sweat, which seemed to multiply on his forehead, and his trembling hands, it was evident that despite his years of practice in the palace, where he had treated numerous ailments for the emperor and the various consorts, he had never trembled like this before. Upon witnessing the sixth prince's grievous injuries, his breath momentarily caught in his throat. How is he? In response to the Dowager Empress, Lu bowed respectfully. May I inquire, Your Highness, who inflicted these injuries upon the sixth prince? The malice behind this assault on the sixth prince was unfathomably cruel. Each wound seemed intended to take his life. As Lu gazed upon the battered visage of the boy, he could not help but feel a surge of sympathy. What inhumane torment had this young child endured over the years? The princes and princesses were truly despicable. What deep-seated hatred could they harbor against the sixth prince to wish for his death? Physician Lu may not be aware, but Qinger began to speak. It was the third prince. Yun Shu interrupted her. Qinger was taken aback. Lu's expression twisted with indignation. Despite the third prince being the offspring of the esteemed consort Xia, enjoying all the privileges since childhood, Lu scoffed. I have long heard that the third prince delights in tormenting the sixth prince, treating him as less than human. It seems that this is indeed the case, Your Highness. This matter must be swiftly reported to the emperor. If the emperor remains unaware, the sixth prince may not survive. Moreover, Lu could not ascertain whether the sixth prince would even retain his life given the sweltering heat. He hesitated to bandage the boy's wounds, fearing that the heat would cause the injuries to fester, leading to an inevitable demise. Lu could only apply all the finest medicinal herbs available to him, doing his utmost to staunch the sixth prince's bleeding. The rest depended on the boy's own resilience. Today at the Prince Academy, had it not been for the crown princess intervention, my dear grandson would likely have been beaten to a pulp. At the very least, he was still breathing when carried back, otherwise, he might have returned as a cold corpse. The Prince Academy, Lu's eyes lit up with recognition. Indeed, tonight, whispers had circulated through the harem that the crown prince had erred and was forced to kneel before the third prince to apologize. Upon learning of this, the emperor had been infuriated, storming into Cining Palace and striking the crown prince. Lu had been present in the imperial medical department, overhearing the gossip, when Qinger had Now it seemed the situation was far more complex than the gossip had suggested, clearly hiding deeper implications. The crown prince, with his noble heart and kindness, had stood up for the sixth prince, resulting in injury to the third prince, and was then coerced into kneeling to apologize. As Lu pieced together the events, he raised his head, lowered it, to regard the petite figure of Yun Shu. Your Highness, the crown prince has been unjustly wronged today. Indeed, Yun Shu shook her head in agreement. My grandson has always been intelligent, kind-hearted, and magnanimous, treating his siblings with utmost care. Can you imagine the sorrow he must feel for bearing this grave injustice? I cannot approach Cining Palace to discuss this matter with the emperor, with so many eyes in the harem watching, all believing I have favored the crown prince since childhood, showering him with affection. No matter what I say, no one would believe it, would they? Physician Lu nodded earnestly. Your Highness speaks truly. He then lifted his medical kit. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall pass by Cining Palace on my way back and explain to the emperor that the crown prince has been wronged. Yun Shu felt a sense of relief and waved her hand, albeit reluctantly. Qinger turned and entered the main hall, rummaging through boxes until she retrieved several large gold ingots. Upon seeing the massive gold ingots in Qinger's hands, Yun Shu's eyes widened in astonishment. Understanding her intentions, Qinger approached Lu and handed him 2 of the gold ingots, concealing the remaining 2 behind her back, as if only presenting 2. Having served in the palace for many years, Lu had received numerous rewards for resolving the various ailments of the emperor and the consorts, but he had never seen gold ingots of such magnitude. 1 ingot, larger than his palm, was enough to ensure a lifetime of wealth and comfort. The Dowager Empress was being exceedingly generous, presenting him with 2. Lu felt tears welling in his eyes, hastily wiping his hands on his clothing as he reached to accept the gold ingots from Qinger. Ahem. Yun Shu coughed delicately. Realizing the Dowager Empress's intent, Qinger returned 1 of the gold ingots, leaving him with just 1.1 would still be the largest reward Lu had ever received. Lu grinned broadly, tucking the gold ingot into his robe. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall hurry to the Emperor and inform him. His speed now far exceeded that of when Qing'er had dragged him along the previous path. If Qing'er had been as swift as the wind, then Lu was now a flash of lightning, disappearing from the hall in an instant. Your Highness, the sixth prince is truly pitiable. Do you think he will survive the night? I believe so, Yun Shu replied with a degree of confidence. After all, someone like Yi Zhang, who had endured such suffering since childhood, had grown resilient through his trials. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely succumbed long ago. It was precisely because Yi Zhang had faced such adversity from a young age that his capacity to endure was far greater than most. Furthermore, characters like Yi Zhang, often found in tales of transmigration, typically bore dark childhoods filled with trauma and unfair treatment, ultimately growing to despise humanity and vowing to become a villain. Yun Shu, so, was she saving a young villain? Suddenly, Yun Shu raised her head and locked eyes with Qing'er, who wore a bewildered expression. After a moment, Yun Shu shook her head, resting her chin in contemplation as she quietly observed Yi Zhang on the sickbed. The villainous persona had yet to fully form. At the very least, he recognized that the crown prince had aided him and did not wish for the crown prince to suffer due to his plight, which led to the brutal beating he had received. This indicated that Yi Zhang still possessed the innocence of a kind-hearted child, merely needing proper nurturing to flourish. Yes, Your Highness, Yun Shu instructed, I must pay a visit to Cining Palace. Please keep a close watch on the sixth prince. Should anything seem amiss, promptly send someone to the Imperial Medical Department for a physician. Understood, Your Highness. Qing'er, perplexed, gazed at her mistress. Your Highness, did you not already send Physician Lu to the Imperial Medical Department? Must you go as well? Physician Lu is going to explain the circumstances surrounding the Crown Prince and the third prince. I, however, am going to comfort my dear daughter-in-law. Seeing her son beaten must have caused her great distress, and I need to offer her some solace. Qing'er nodded. Your Highness is indeed thoughtful. Chapter 19. How much bribe did Lu Yu accept from the Empress Dowager? At that time, in the Cining Palace, Morongin had been married to Yiling for many years. Throughout these years, she had observed the changes in Yiling and his growing indifference towards her, yet, Morongin had managed to endure it all. What she could not tolerate, however, was Yiling bursting into the Cining Palace and assaulting Yun Shan without any justification. Yun Shan was not only her son but also his biological child. How could he resort to violence against him for no reason? The cruel slap from the emperor had knocked out a tooth from Knight Yun Shang, shattering any admiration and respect he had harbored for his father in an instant. Kneeling on the ground, with blood pooling in his mouth, he stubbornly swallowed the blood that threatened to spill over. He initially intended to explain himself, but upon meeting his father's cold and unfeeling gaze, all the words he had prepared vanished from his lips, leaving only the defiant statement, I am not at fault. Yiling's handsome face was clouded with rage as he retorted, good. Very good. His anger was almost laughable at the sight of his unrepentant demeanor. As the Empress tried to intervene, he brusquely shoved her aside. Morongin gasped, her fair hand striking the ground, instantly scraping off a layer of skin. Mother! Mother! Your Highness! The chorus of exclamations resonated in the hall. Originally, Yiling had no intention of laying a hand on Morongin. Despite the waning of his feelings for her over the years, he had never contemplated striking her. His earlier action had been a moment of uncontrolled fury, an unfortunate slip. As the emperor, he believed it was her lack of discipline as a queen that had allowed the crown prince to commit such a grievous error. Both mother and son were at fault. Reflecting on this, the hand that had instinctively reached out to assist the queen was suddenly withdrawn. Empress, look at the son you have raised. Even now, you still wish to defend him. It is precisely because Yun Shang has been by my side since childhood that I understand his character. I firmly believe that Yun Shang would not strike the third prince without cause. There must be more to this story. If he had not attacked Yaoer, would he have knelt before her to apologize? Since he was already kneeling, did that not indicate he recognized his error? If he were innocent, why would he kneel? It was not my brother's fault, it was clearly Knight Yao who first bullied Enough. Yiling interrupted angrily before Knight Wuyo could finish. The crown prince shall remain kneeling in the Cining Palace until dawn. Until he comprehends his wrongdoing. Knight Yun Shang felt a surge of defiance, but as he saw his mother about to argue on his behalf, he stubbornly held back the tears that threatened to spill. Father, I am at fault. I will kneel outside. This matter has nothing to do with mother, as she has not yet recovered. Please do not direct your anger at her. I have never directed my anger at her. She is the one who insists on defending you. Your Majesty, Lu Taiyi requests an audience. Caught in the conflict between the emperor and empress, Guan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He had long since retreated to avoid the confrontation. From a distance, he saw Lu Taiyi hurriedly approaching the Cining Palace. Upon hearing that it pertained to the crown prince and the third prince, Guan quickly ushered. He noticed the crown prince kneeling before him, his posture rigid, yet unaware of the circumstances surrounding him. His heart ached. The crown prince was a good boy, unfortunately entangled by the third prince's misdeeds. Your Majesty, you must go to the Cining Palace and check on the sixth prince. This single statement significantly quelled Yiling's fury. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, why is the sixth prince in the Cining Palace? Alas, Your Majesty, do not mention it. Lu Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, uncertain whether it was cold sweat or simply exhaustion from running. Today at the Royal Academy, the third prince bullied the sixth prince mercilessly, treating him like a mere dog, and commanded others to beat him to the brink of death, leaving him with no unbruised flesh, his bones starkly visible, a sight to behold. Even now, the sixth prince remains unconscious. As he spoke, Lu Yu's face was filled with fury and concern. Had it not been for the crown prince intervening to halt the third prince's cruel treatment of his brother, the sixth prince would have likely already become a cold corpse. It was the third prince's defiance that led to his provocation of the crown prince, disregarding his status entirely. When the crown prince could not persuade him to relent, he resorted to striking back. Upon hearing that the third prince had been injured by the crown prince, the noble consort rushed to the royal academy and forced the crown. This demonstrates the crown prince's remarkable character, willing to overlook minor grievances for the greater good. He resembles the exemplary ruler you were in your youth. Lu Yu spoke fervently, his throat dry. He knelt on the ground, still feeling his performance had not been sufficient, especially after having accepted a substantial bribe from the Empress Dowager. Bowing his head against the cold floor, he pondered for a moment. Your Majesty, the crown prince exhibits such magnanimity at such a young age, unlike other children who, when faced with misunderstanding, rush to defend themselves. Yet, even when wronged, the crown prince grits his teeth and does not utter a word of complaint. This shows that he is willing to endure injury for the sake of justice for his younger brother. At such a young age, the crown prince possesses such a heart, selflessly prioritizing others without seeking accolades. Knight Shang's future prosperity will be assured with a crown prince as noble as you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, as Lu Yu prepared to continue, Yiling, feeling a headache coming on, pinched the bridge of his nose. That is enough. Lu Yu's eager discourse was abruptly halted by the emperor's words. Your Majesty? Yiling cast a languid glance at him. How much bribe had Lu Yu taken from the Empress Dowager? Otherwise, why did he usually cower in his presence like a turtle, trembling and unable to utter a single word? Yet now, after a visit to the Cining Palace, he could speak so eloquently? Enough, you may leave. Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Yu, feeling uneasy, was almost at the door of the Cining Palace when he suddenly felt that having accepted such a large gift from the Empress Dowager for merely speaking a few words was insufficient. The crown prince has been wronged, the true instigator is the third prince. Please see clearly, Your Majesty, do not let this harm the crown prince's heart. After Lu Yu departed, Yiling cast a glance at Knight Yun Shu, whose face was, although he had acted impulsively, as the emperor, what wrong had he committed? It was inconceivable for him to lower his dignity and apologize to Knight Yun Shu. Why Yiling could only cover his lips and cough lightly to ease his current embarrassment. Since there is a reason behind this, why did you not explain it to me earlier? Is it because you were trying to defend Knight Zhang that you struck Knight Yao? Knight Yun Shu's expression remained, as the crown prince of a nation, to kneel before a prince is an utter disgrace. You were right to strike me and to say so. This is my humiliation. Yiling's previously dissipating anger flared up once more at Knight Yun Shu's words. So, you resent me? At that moment, he had been unaware of the specifics. He had only heard that Knight Yun Shu had recklessly attacked Knight Yao at the Royal Academy, leaving him battered and bruised. It was precisely because Knight Yun Shu was the crown prince, the future heir of Knight Shang, that he had high hopes for him since childhood. I dare not. Yun Shu, you are my firstborn. From the moment you were born, I have held great expectations for you. Moreover, even before Knight Yun Shu was born, he had promised Moronin that if he were to become emperor, as long as she bore him a dragon son, he would immediately declare him the crown prince. At that time, he had other concubines who were also pregnant alongside Moronin, yet he had bestowed her with such a promise. If you hold such expectations, Your Majesty should know that Yun Shu is still young. He is not yet 10 years old. Are you aware of the profound harm you have inflicted upon him tonight? Moronin, supported by Minner, rose from the ground, her face pale as she approached Knight Yun Shu to help him up. Come, Yun Shu. Seeing Knight Yun Shu's face half red and blood trickling from his lips, the stubborn tears he had suppressed were evident. Moronin looked at him with concern. Yun Shu, it is mother who has failed to protect you, allowing you to suffer. What occurred today was my impulsiveness. My actions were entirely for Yun Shu's own good. What you claim is for Yun Shu's good amounts to striking him without reason? Faced with the Empress's questioning, Yiling found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He gazed at the woman before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of estrangement in that moment. The Empress, who had always been obedient and compliant in his presence, was now daring to oppose him? Does Your Majesty still remember the promise you once made to me? The vow you took? As she brought up old matters once more, impatience flickered on Yiling's handsome face. Empress, I am now the emperor. Your Majesty, what I wish to convey is that you once promised me that if my child were to conflict with those born of your other women, I simply hope you can handle the situation justly and not wrong Yun Shu. Yun Shu is a good child. He never instigates trouble with them, nor does he wield his status as crown prince to exert pressure upon them. Vaguely, Yiling recalled that he indeed had made such a promise to the Empress long ago. But how many years had passed since then? He had nearly forgotten. Besides, had he truly treated Yun Shu poorly, he had merely acted out of anger and slapped him, then made him kneel. Only after Lu Yu's arrival and the recounting of events did he realize he had wronged him. Furthermore, given that Yun Shu had a voice of his own, why had he not explained himself? Had he provided an explanation earlier, would this series of complications have arisen? Thinking of this made Yiling's head throb. He hastily sought a reason to depart. I shall go to the Cining Palace to see Knight Zhang. Chapter 20. Your Majesty, please loosen your grip. You are hurting me. It is quite a coincidence. As Yiling emerged from Cining Palace, he was met with the sight of Yun Shu being embraced and brought in by Qing Er. The moment their gazes locked, a fleeting look of embarrassment flickered across Yiling's refined face, yet he still extended his hand towards Yun Shu, intending to embrace her. To his surprise, Yun Shu appeared quite distant this time, her small face adorned with an unusually serious expression as she stared at him in silence for a moment. Your Majesty. Yet, before Yun Shu, he found himself genuinely intimidated by the young girl before him. Merely seeing her expressionless, round face was enough for him to discern her anger. She wouldn't even allow him to hold her. Did you strike my dear grandson? But I was also provoked. It was not my intention to harm Yun Shang. What do you mean by being provoked? Does being provoked justify striking someone? If you were provoked, would it be acceptable for you to slap the emperor? Truly, why must he be so dutiful? It leaves her with nowhere to vent her frustrations. She had brewed a storm of anger, only to find the emperor looking so honest and sincerely remorseful. The words she had prepared remained unspoken on her lips. Have you apologized to my grandson? Yi Ling's handsome face darkened slightly. Your Highness, I am, after all, a sovereign. Besides, my actions towards Yun Shang were for his own good. Even if he did not err this time, it is better for him to learn a lesson for the future. The crown prince is already a little adult, with his own thoughts. Moreover, he was not at fault this time. He was the victim. Not only did you fail to comfort him, but you also struck him. Do you not realize how easily this could inflict emotional scars on him? Yi Ling, seeing that the emperor was rather stubborn. If she truly forced him to apologize to Yun Shang, he would do so, but his heart would undoubtedly be unsettled. It was truly a dilemma, having to choose between her son and her grandson, while also considering her daughter-in-law. Yun Shu suddenly felt overwhelmed. In her efforts to ensure their family of four lived harmoniously, she had worn her heart thin. Very well, go visit my sixth grandson in Cining Palace. Yi Yao, you truly must be properly managed. Look at how unruly he has become. Such trivial scuffles are one thing, but thankfully the crown prince intervened in time. Otherwise, my poor sixth grandson would have lost his life at his hand. Almost as soon as she entered, she beheld Yun Shang's beautiful face marred by injury, half of it swollen and bruised, which pained Yun Shu greatly. She immediately struggled free from Qing Er's embrace and rushed towards Yun Shang. My precious royal grandson, look at your beautiful face so grievously injured. It breaks my heart. Come here, let me blow on it. My dear grandson, does it hurt? Yun Shang's expression was somewhat awkward, but upon seeing Yun Shu tiptoeing in an effort to touch his face, he awkwardly crouched down. As Yun Shu reached out, her heart ached as she gazed into his tearful eyes. She didn't even dare to touch his face, lamenting the emperor's heartlessness. Was this not his own son? Why strike with such severity? He seemed oblivious to the pain, while she, as his royal grandmother, was utterly heartbroken. Grandmother, I am fine. It doesn't hurt. Once I apply medicine, it will be fine by tomorrow. It is just that, mother. Hearing him mention Mu Ronin, Yun Shu's eyes widened in shock. What, that scoundrel laid hands on your mother as well? Fearing Yun Shu's worry, Mu Ronin quickly shook her head and no, your highness. I accidentally fell when he pushed me. Upon seeing Mu Ronin's fair hand marred by a large bruise and blood seeping from a wound, Yun Shu's heart nearly bled with anguish. What a scoundrel! Does he not understand you are still recovering? How can he lay hands on you? This emperor, he truly drives me to the brink of madness. I must have a stern word with him upon my return. Grandmother, I just heard. What is the story behind that? Recalling Lu Yu's earlier words, Yun Shan looked at Yun Shu, unable to suppress his curiosity. Despite Yi Yao's rampant behavior in the palace, emboldened by her mother being a consort of high rank, she had never regarded any other princes or princesses, including him. Nonetheless, Yi Zhang was also a prince, the sixth son of Yi Shang, and his identity was significant. While Yi Yao might bully Yi Zhang, he surely understood the gravity of intending to harm a prince, which was a capital offense. Even if Yi Yao was audacious, she would never dare to strike him to the brink of death. This matter is rather lengthy. In short, after this incident, Yi Yao will likely be subdued for a few days. Regardless of which of her princes it concerned, a rare moment of tranquility would be appreciated, would it not? Yun Shu did not linger long in Cining Palace. Noticing the empress's discontent, she comforted her with a few words and personally applied medicine to her injured hand before taking her leave. Mother, what exactly happened with Yi Zhang? After Yun Shu departed, Yu gazed in the direction she had left, pondering for a long time without grasping the situation. Clearly, when he and his elder brother returned from the academy, Yi Zhang had indeed been beaten black and blue by Yi Yao, yet it was far from the severity Dr. Lu described, almost to the point of death, with bones exposed. Was it truly that grave? He distinctly remembered Yi Zhang limping upon departure, but it was not to the extent of exposing his bones. Since the Empress claims Yi Zhang was on the brink of death due to the third prince's assault, then the injuries he bears now are indeed from the third prince. Remember, this matter is not to be mentioned again. Yi Wuyu. Though the young Yi Wuyu did not fully comprehend his mother's meaning, he obediently replied. Yes, mother. Got in Cining Palace. As Yi Ling entered, he immediately spotted Yi Zhang lying on the bed, gravely injured and barely alive, with not a single part of him unscathed. Had it not been for Yun Shu informing him that Yi Zhang was in Cining Palace, he would have found it hard to recognize his son from the sight of the battered figure sprawled on the bed, devoid of any sign of life, and the multitude of scars on his face, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. After all, Yi Ling was the father of this child. Despite having many offspring, seeing his own son lying lifeless on the bed caused his cold lips to press tightly together, akin to a sharpened blade. Madame Yu, who had been watching over Yi Zhang, was nearly asleep. In the sweltering summer, the once stifling hall was suddenly pierced by a chilling aura that penetrated her very core. Madame Yu looked up to see the emperor, his face shrouded in gloom, exuding an unapproachable coldness. Startled, she immediately rose and knelt. Your servant pays her respects to your majesty. Madame Yu's words briefly pulled Yi Ling back to his senses, and he fixed his dark gaze upon her. How is the sixth prince? Has he awoken? Madame Yi shook her head, speaking truthfully. The sixth prince's injuries are severe. When Dr. Lu departed, he mentioned that whether the sixth prince awakens tonight is left truly excellent. The emperor repeated the word excellent twice, leaving Madame Yi bewildered, yet, simply hearing those words, which seemed to be forced from between his teeth, filled her with fear. The emperor was evidently very angry tonight. Watch over the sixth prince. After uttering this command, Yiling strode out with long strides. His arrival felt like a nightmare for Madame Yu. She had no idea when he had come, nor did she comprehend his sudden departure. Glancing at the pitch-black hall outside, she noted that the empress had yet to return. As for the sixth prince, she looked at the motionless figure lying on the bed, still covered in frightening injuries. The hall was eerily silent. She could hardly hear even a breath from the sixth prince. Concerned, she approached him and checked for a pulse. Relieved to find a faint breath still present, she let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the sixth prince was still alive. In Weiyang Palace, it was already quite late, and Xiao Wanning was preparing to rest today. She felt quite pleased, having compelled the crown prince to apologize to her son, a source of immense satisfaction. What could the crown prince do, in the end? Would he not kneel at her son's feet in submission? Yi Yinshan was simply not fit to be the crown prince. Sooner or later, the title would belong to her son, Yao Er. After all, her son was destined to be the second emperor of Yishang. His Majesty has arrived. A loud voice from outside announced the emperor's arrival. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanning was momentarily taken aback before an uncontrollable joy surged within her. It had been quite some time since the emperor had visited her Weiyang Palace. She had not expected him to come at this moment. Ling Long, I just removed my makeup. Do I look too haggard to greet His Majesty? Ling Long quickly bowed and flattered her. Your Highness, your beauty is unparalleled. Even without makeup, you surpass all others, unmatched even within the entire harem. You flatter me. Xiao Wanning playfully glared at her. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of. She quickly bent down to greet him. Your servant pays her respects to the emperor. Normally, before she could even kneel, Yiling would have already stepped forward to assist her up. However, this time, Yiling simply bypassed her, not even sparing her a glance. Xiao Wanning was left utterly perplexed, exchanging glances with Ling Long. What on earth was happening with the emperor? Entering Weiyang Palace, Yiling, with a stern expression, inquired, Where has Yi Yao gone? Replying to your Majesty, it is getting late. Yao Er has just returned to rest. Do you wish to see him? As she spoke, Xiao Wanning smiled and instructed Ling Long, quickly go fetch Yao Er, tell him his father has come to see him. Yes, your Highness. Xiao Wanning approached the emperor, personally pouring him a cup of tea. Your Majesty, I see you are frowning. Did something unpleasant occur today? Yiling remained silent, as Xiao Wanning eagerly presented the tea. Your Majesty, you have been sweating during your journey. Please drink this cool tea to refresh yourself. Here, let me wipe your brow. Bang! Xiao Wanning let out a surprised cry as the teacup was unceremoniously knocked from her hand by Yiling. In that instant, he tightly gripped her delicate wrist, causing her to wince in pain as she struggled to free herself. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Please loosen your grip. You are hurting me. Does it hurt? It should. Yiling callously tossed her aside. Xiao Wanning's fair palm landed directly on the shattered shards of the teacup. The sharp pain radiating from her hand turned her once enchanting face pale in an instant. Unable to suppress her cries, she exclaimed, Ah, my hand. Yiling looked down at her with an impassive expression, his dark eyes devoid of any compassion. Is this minor pain too much to bear? While they had inflicted such severe injuries on Yi Zhang, leaving him battered and bruised, teetering on the brink of death, how could a mere scratch possibly repay the suffering they had caused him? Does it hurt? Yiling's voice was cold. Chapter 21. Lu Joey, kneel properly, the old servant is preparing to strike. It hurts, I'm nearly dying from the pain. Your Majesty, I am in agony. Xiao Wanning, feeling aggrieved, extended her hand toward Yiling, hoping he would lift her up. The emperor's gaze upon her was cold, as if encased in a thick layer of ice. In that moment, Xiao Wanning finally realized something was amiss. Though she was not the emperor's most favored woman in the harem, it was evident that he would not be so indifferent and heartless toward her. In the past, whenever the emperor visited Weiyang Palace, he would affectionately call her beloved consort, and before long, they would be playfully tumbling into bed. Yet now, this was the first time since entering the palace that she had witnessed the emperor losing his temper. She was bewildered as to how she had offended him. It had been several days since she had last seen him. Your Majesty, what troubles you? Xiao Wanning rose from the ground and tentatively approached the emperor, tugging at his voluminous dragon. Until, Mother, I heard father summoned. Yi Yao's triumphant voice echoed from outside. Upon entering and seeing his mother sprawled on the ground, his expression shifted dramatically, and he hurried towards Xiao Wanning, worry etched on his face. Mother! Mother, are you alright? Are you hurt? The moment he set eyes on Yi Yao, Yiling's fury flared anew, instantly recalling his son, Yi Zhang, lying on a sickbed, gravely injured, nearly at death's door. Though Yi Zhang was not favored by him, he was still of royal blood, yet, he had been mercilessly beaten by Yi Yao. Previously, he had only perceived Yi Yao's behavior as mischievous arrogance, not realizing the depths of his cruelty. Now, even his half-brother could suffer such violent treatment at his hands. Yi Yao, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, looked up at Yiling. Father, what did... However, upon hearing Yi Zhang's name, both mother and son's expression shifted to one of guilt. Xiao Wanning was evidently aware of Yi Yao's repeated bullying and assaults on Yi Zhang. Yet, she was taken aback that this matter had reached the emperor's ears. Even Yi Zhang's own mother turned a blind eye to his suffering. Which meddlesome servant in the harem dared to gossip before the emperor? Should she discover the culprit, she would surely have their tongues severed. Nevertheless, the mother and son displayed no fear. Xiao Wanning rose from the ground, forcing a smile as she spoke. Your Majesty, it was merely a trivial scuffle among children. How could this ruckus warrant your attention and distract you? Yes, father, the sixth prince has no respect for his elders and looks down upon me. I merely taught him a small lesson to make him remember his place. Such a trivial matter, yet it has reached father's ears. Those gossiping servants are truly excessive. Yi Yao chimed in at that moment. A trivial scuffle? A small lesson? Yi Ling's anger bubbled as he listened to the mother and son, their lack of remorse infuriating him. It was only now that he fully grasped the sinister implications of what they termed as trivial scuffles and small lessons. Oh, your Majesty, you only care for the sixth prince and completely disregard Yaoer. Look at Yaoer's face, marred by the crown prince's blows, such a beautiful and perfect face, so reminiscent of yours, what if it leaves a scar? Xiao Wanning cast a glance at Yi Yao. Yi Yao immediately approached Yi Ling with a feigned look of grievance. Father, before he could finish, a fierce slap sent him sprawling to the ground. The sting of pain radiated through him, coupled with the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth from loosened teeth. Clutching his bruised cheek, he stared incredulously at the emperor. This was the first time since his birth that his father had laid a hand on him. Why Yi Yao was at a loss, unsure of what he had done wrong. Hadn't his father always dismissed Yi Zhang, that wild child born of a mother who had abandoned him? Besides, he had merely ordered a few strikes against him. Did his father truly need to be this furious? Was it truly necessary for him to strike his beloved son for the sake of Yi Zhang, that little bastard? At that moment, Xiao Wanning finally grasped the situation, rushing to her precious son as she beheld his swollen face, blood streaming from his mouth, along with 3 knocked-out teeth. Her heart ached for him. How much pain could he possibly endure? Your Majesty, what has Yaoer done to deserve such punishment? Is there not a better way to communicate? If Yaoer has erred, merely scolding him, he is but a child, and such harsh treatment could ruin him. Ruin him? Yi Ling laughed coldly. You have reduced the sixth prince to a bloody mess, lying in bed on the brink of death, with nary a whole piece of flesh left on his body, and even his face has been disfigured. Why did the consort not voice her concerns when your precious son was so cruelly treating his own brother? Why did you not express worry for the sixth prince's well-being? Yi Ling's voice trembled with rage. Even now, they remained obstinate, refusing to acknowledge their wrongdoing. They still denied their faults, believing that their treatment of Yi Zhang was merely a trivial scuffle. Such a vicious and unreasoning woman, so cruel at such a young age, employing such barbarous methods against her own flesh and blood. How could he have indulged such a malignant mother and son for so many years? Xiao Wanning was bewildered, questioning the claims of Yi Zhang being bloodied and on the brink of death. While she was aware that Yi Yao often beat Yi Zhang, it had never escalated to such extremes. Regardless, Yi Zhang was the sixth prince of the royal family, the emperor's biological son. Even if Xiao Wanning did not inform Yi Yao, he surely possessed some awareness of the situation. Unless Xiao Wanning cast a suspicious glance at Yi Yao, unless Yi Yao had secretly sent someone to further assault Yi Zhang after his departure? Reading the suspicion in his mother's eyes, Yi Yao shook his head vehemently. Mother, I did not. Xiao Wanning chose to believe in her son. If he claimed innocence, then he must be so. Your Majesty, Yaoer, enough. Yi Ling interrupted her coldly. At this moment, he had seen through their true natures, selfish, ruthless, and devoid of honesty. Consort, you had best pray that the sixth prince is unharmed, otherwise, I shall not spare your son. Come here. Your Majesty. Father. Third Prince Yi Yao, displaying cruelty and intent to harm his own kin, is guilty beyond redemption. Take him away and administer 30 strikes. Your Majesty. Father. Yi Yao sought to plead for mercy, but as he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Wanning, frantic to protect her son, knelt before Yi Ling. Your Majesty, while it is true that Yaoer has wronged the sixth prince, such a punishment as 30 strikes is excessive. Your Majesty, even a strong man might struggle to endure 30 strikes. How can Yaoer, only 8 years of age, withstand such a beating? Those 30 strikes could cost Yaoer his life, Your Majesty. Yi Ling kicked her aside, increasingly disgusted with the duo. Now that they recognized the potential consequences for Yi Yao, did they not consider the same for Yi Zhang? Your Majesty, have mercy. Your Majesty, you cannot punish Yaoer in such a manner. Consort, do not forget that you are a noble consort. This weeping and wailing is unbecoming of your status. I do not wish to see such behavior again. Today as 30 strikes serve as a warning for Yi Yao. Should he ever again commit acts of violence against his siblings, I shall show no mercy. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Have mercy. Not only was the situation tumultuous in Yun Palace, but even Ankang Palace was abuzz. Seeing the favored Lady Yu of the Empress Dowager humbling herself to visit, Lu Yan's demeanor was not as fierce as when confronting Yi. She maintained a respectful distance. It is quite late, Lady Yu. Has the Empress Dowager sent for you? Lady Yu maintained a stern expression, her face devoid of emotion as she scrutinized Lu Jiaoyi. Lu Jiaoyi, petite and fair, exuded an innocent charm, yet, as she conversed, her smile belied the fact that she had nearly beaten her own son to death, displaying no maternal compassion. Lu Jiaoyi, I bring the Empress Dowager's edict. Kneel. Yes. Lu Yan obediently knelt, her heart puzzled by the sudden summons, as she had never had any dealings with the Empress Dowager. As the mother of the sixth prince, you have failed in your duty, subjecting him to relentless torment and humiliation, nearly costing him his life. The royal lineage's fate hangs precariously in your hands. I express my profound sorrow and anger. Henceforth, Lu Jiaoyi shall receive 60 lashes as punishment. From this day forth, the sixth prince shall be raised in Cining Palace, and you are forbidden from mentioning tonight's events to anyone." Lady Yu stood firm, delivering the Empress Dowager's message verbatim. In an instant, Lu Yan's expression shifted, a storm of emotions playing across her features. Seeing her reaction, Lady Yu smirked, a fleeting glimmer of derision in her eyes. Unceremoniously, she mocked, "Lu Jiaoyi, kneel properly. The old servant is preparing to strike." Chapter 22 Your Highness, can Lu Tai be trusted? In the Cining Palace, Yi Zheng's injuries were severe. He lay unconscious for 3 full days and nights before finally awakening. His frail physique was a pitiful sight, with sallow skin and emaciated limbs, scarcely any flesh on his body. The few areas that appeared intact were uneven, revealing delicate bones beneath. During this time, Liu visited several times. Although the sixth prince remained in a state of deep unconsciousness, his vital signs and breathing had gradually stabilized. As for when he would awaken. Liu cast a sympathetic glance at the sixth prince's woeful face, shaking his head internally, knowing it all depended on when the prince chose to regain consciousness. Liu was a man who, despite his flaws, knew how to fulfill his duties when compensated. This brought some solace to Yun Shu, for she knew there would be future occasions when his services would be required. Eventually, with a heavy heart, she instructed Qinger to present him with another large ingot of gold. Upon witnessing the generosity of the Empress Dowager, Liu was overwhelmed with gratitude, kneeling before Yun Shu and bowing repeatedly. "Oh, Empress Dowager, do not let my youth deceive you. You are the most magnanimous sovereign I have encountered during my years in the palace. From this day forth, my life belongs to you, Empress Dowager. Whatever you command, I shall obey without question. Should you order me east, I shall not venture west." As Liu departed the Cining Palace, just as he stepped beyond its gates, darkness suddenly engulfed his vision. Almost instinctively, he opened his mouth to plead for mercy. Yet, before he could utter a sound, a hand clamped over his mouth, and a blow to his head rendered him unconscious. When Liu regained consciousness, he found himself in the Weiyang Palace. Before him sat a woman of exquisite beauty, adorned in luxurious garments, her features striking and imposing, her gaze devoid of warmth. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Liu's heart raced, but he feigned calmness, kneeling respectfully before the resplendent woman. Moreover, his nocturnal visit from Cining Palace to Kuan Palace was not a clandestine affair. It had long been the talk of the palace. Noble consort Xiao was no fool. She understood that the emperor's wrath, resulting in the third prince's punishment, was intricately linked to the slander and machinations that had transpired. From the moment Liu accepted bribes, he had prepared himself to incur the noble consort's wrath. After all, the Empress Dowager's generosity was unparalleled. That single ingot of gold could secure a lifetime of comfort for his entire family, even if he were stripped of his position and reduced to commoner status. The wealth was more than sufficient to sustain them for generations, especially today, as the Empress Dowager had bestowed yet another ingot upon him. Liu felt profoundly indebted. His life was now indebted to her. As for the noble consort Xia, even if it meant crossing her, he would do so without hesitation, provided it was in service of the Empress Dowager's wishes. "Noble consort, forgive my ignorance. I cannot comprehend your words." Liu knelt, maintaining a demeanor of neither servility nor arrogance. Seeing his act of feigned ignorance, Xiao Wanning could not help but be amused. Upon seeing the contents, Lu Tai's heart stirred momentarily. The dazzling array of jewels and treasures. Was there a rivalry between the noble consort and the Empress Dowager? Such extravagant generosity was indeed astonishing. "Noble consort, you are aware that Lu Tai is of considerable age. It will not be long before he retires to his hometown. These gold and silver treasures will be more than sufficient to sustain him for the latter part of his life. It is now time for you to contemplate your next steps, Lu Tai." While Lu Tai felt a fleeting temptation by the noble consort's offerings, it was evident that the Empress Dowager's gifts far surpassed them. The noble consort's generosity would ensure his individual comfort, while the Empress Dowager's would secure a lifetime of opulence and security for his entire family. How could he possibly squander such an opportunity? Understanding Liyu's predicament, for he had incurred the ire of no ordinary consort but the most formidable figures in the harem. If she were merely a common consort, Xiao Wanning could resolve matters herself without requiring Liyu's assistance. This affair concerned both the Empress and the Empress Dowager, the latter of whom had suffered due to Yao'er. Xiao Wanning's exquisite and radiant face momentarily darkened with malice. "Escort me to the Ankang Palace. The failure to educate one's child is a mother's fault. Since Lu Jiaoyi had neglected her duty, causing her son to suffer such severe punishment, how could she easily let this transgression go unpunished?" Arriving at the Ankang Palace with great fanfare, Xiao Wanning's demeanor was unmistakably one of confrontation. Upon encountering Lu Yan, who stood before her veiled, she smirked and inquired, "What is this? Has Lu Jiaoyi taken such a disliking to me that even her true face remains hidden when greeting me?" Faced with the noble consort's intentions were clearly malevolent, and she had heard of the emperor's fury resulting in the third prince's punishment of 30 strikes, an incident tied to Yi Zheng. Lu Yan knew that, given Xiao Wanning's vengeful nature, trouble was inevitable. Replying to the noble consort, "It is not that I harbor any disdain for you, but rather that..." Linglong, a servant, stepped forward and unceremoniously pulled away Lu Yan's veil. The sight that met them was shocking. Lu Yan's face was bruised and swollen, a grotesque sight that resembled a corpse in a state of decay. Upon seeing her own reflection, Lu Yan was painfully aware of her disfigurement. Without a second thought, she scrambled to retrieve her veil, desperate to cover her hideous visage. 3 days prior, Mama Yu had struck her 60 times with all her might. Each blow had left her face battered and bloodied, even causing several teeth to loosen. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Wanning finally regained her composure, her mind reeling from the horror of Lu Yan's appearance. Previously, she had seen Lu Yan a few times in the palace. While her beauty did not rival her own, she had been a fair and delicate flower. "Who did this to you?" Lu Yan, trembling, could not conceal the truth. It was the Empress Dowager. Xiao Wanning's laughter was sudden and chilling. This little wildling certainly has a penchant for meddling. Then, she had witnessed the noble consort's ruthless nature firsthand and wished to avoid incurring her wrath. All of this stemmed from that wretched Yi Zhang. She had warned him countless times to keep his distance and avoid causing her trouble. Now, having offended both the Empress Dowager and the noble consort, in response to the noble consort, Yi Zhang was disobedient and insulted the third prince. Upon hearing this, when he errs, I cannot bear to raise my voice at him. Yet your so-called discipline has led to my son being misunderstood by the emperor, resulting in his punishment. As she spoke, Xiao Wanning's face flushed with fury. Sensing her wrath, Lu Yan knelt even lower, trembling. Noble consort, please spare my life, I beg for your mercy. It was an unintentional mistake, I merely wished to teach Yi Zhang a lesson. I never anticipated it would involve the third prince. Noble consort, how about this? I shall send that wretched child Yi Zhang to you. Should you choose to forgive me, you may do with him as you please, whether to punish or spare him, as you see fit. Chapter 23. Inch come closer, allow me a glimpse of the situation. Xiao Wanning was acutely aware of Lu Yan's long-standing disdain for Yi Zhang, yet she was taken aback by the depths of Lu Yan's animosity. Did she truly care so little for his well-being? Was she so determined to sever all ties with him? If it weren't for the fact that every prince and princess had dedicated midwives in the palace responsible for their births, Xiao Wanning would find it difficult to suppress her suspicions regarding Lu Yan's actions. Was Yi Zhang truly her own flesh and blood? After all, he was a son born after 10 months of arduous labor. Lu Jiaoyi, fret not, for I am not devoid of compassion. Though I harbor resentment towards you, if it were not for your actions, how could Yaoer have sustained such grave injuries? However, the events have transpired, and pursuing the matter further would yield no remedy. My sole purpose for visiting Cining Palace today is to see you. Lu Jiaoyi, it has been quite some time since you last laid eyes upon His Majesty, has it not? Despite her uncertainty regarding Xiao Wanning's true intentions, Lu Yan, through years of familiarity, recognized that Xiao Wanning's visit was far from a mere social call. Their relationship had yet to reach such amicable grounds. She was not so self-absorbed as to believe that the esteemed and aloof consort Xiao would lower herself to visit her in Cining Palace. Before Lu Yan could respond, Xiao Wanning continued, though the time of your honor has passed, you remain the mother of the sixth prince. Now that he lies in a coma, he is still the emperor's own flesh and blood. I have heard that whenever His Majesty concludes his morning court sessions, he rushes to Cining Palace to check on the sixth prince. As the mother of the sixth prince, it would be prudent for you to visit Cining Palace, converse with His Majesty about your son, and inform him that the injuries sustained by the sixth prince were a result of your own disciplinary actions, unrelated to the third prince. Lu Jiaoyi, what say you? Lu Yan understood all too well that Xiao Wanning's motives were anything but straightforward. Yet, she found herself caught between the Empress Dowager and the Empress, two formidable forces she dared not offend. Moreover, just 3 days prior, she had endured considerable humiliation at the hands of the Empress Dowager. To side with consort Xia now would likely invite further wrath from the Dowager. Though the Dowager was young, the Emperor's regard for her was well known throughout the palace. Furthermore, she had the Yun family as her backing and court consort. It is not that I am unwilling to assist the third prince in clearing his name, but due to the circumstances surrounding Yi Zhang, the Empress Dowager has grown quite unfavorable towards me. Should I impulsively venture to Cining Palace at this juncture? I fear, what do you fear? Clearly, Xiao Wanning had lost her patience. Lu Yan, are you fully aware of the implications of your words? Offending me will lead to your suffering in this palace. Unable to contend with that little wild child Yun Shu, could she not handle a mere Jiaoyi, who was Xiao Wanning? She was the consort of Yi Shang, a figure of great stature and influence, the Xiao family, venerated for their foundational contributions to Yi Shang's reign, wielding immense power. Lu Jiaoyi knelt before her, trembling in fear. Consort, I beg your forgiveness. I truly do not dare. Good. Xiao Wanning, infuriated to the brink of laughter, pointed at her. Well done, Lu Jiaoyi, you possess a certain audacity that I had previously overlooked. Bring forth the guards. Moments later, 2 guards entered the chamber. Xiao Wanning narrowed her eyes, casting a dangerous glare at the kneeling Lu Yan. Gritting her teeth, she declared, Lu Jiaoyi has committed an offense against me. Drag her away and administer 30 lashes. It was this wretched woman who allowed her Yaoer to suffer such punishment. If she was unwilling to vindicate her own son, then she would experience the full brunt of those 30 lashes herself. Cining Palace in recent days, Morongin had visited Nightjung almost daily. Though he was not her biological child, he was still a child, a prince of Nightshang, yet he had been so brutally harmed by his own mother. Gazing at Nightshang's disfigured face, barely recognizable and bloodied, Morongin could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. That Lu Jiaoyi, who appeared so gentle and obedient, harbors such a malicious heart, capable of inflicting such cruelty upon her. Observing her kind and virtuous daughter-in-law, Yun Shu gently patted her hand. It is true, one can know a person's face but not their heart. Much like a burly man with a fierce visage, who may seem capable of devouring others, yet possesses a delicate heart, gentle as a lamb. Thus, Your Majesty, you must remember that judging a person's character should never be based solely on appearances, for all are capable of masquerading. Moroni nodded in agreement. Your Highness speaks wisely. I shall take heed. I have heard from Qing'er that the Empress Dowager plans to raise the sixth prince in Cining Palace henceforth. Given Knight Zhang's circumstances, with his mother intent on harming him, the prospect of returning him to Cining Palace seemed fraught with peril, as it was likely she would soon receive news of his untimely demise. Cining Palace is spacious. I shall have you allow prepare a chamber for him, ensuring he remains under my protection, with me watching over him. I doubt anyone would dare to bully him again. Moroni nodded in agreement. Your Highness, your compassion is evident even at such a young age. Surely, upon hearing your words, the sixth prince will feel immense joy. What has caused such merriment between the Empress and the Dowager? The voice of Knight Ling reached their ears upon hearing him, yet she adhered to the necessary courtesies, rising to gracefully bow to Knight Ling. I pay my respects to your majesty. Please, no need for such formalities. Knight Ling began to extend his hand to assist her, but Moroni, feeling distant, stepped back, rejecting his touch. His outstretched hand hung awkwardly in the air, creating an uncomfortable silence. Clearly, the Empress was still upset over the events of 3 days prior. Displeasure flickered across Knight Ling's face. He had made several attempts to mend their relationship, yet she continued to treat him with such indifference. He was aware that he had erred in the past, had acknowledged his mistakes, and had offered her an apology. Even the most upstanding individuals might falter, and he, as the emperor, deserved some consideration from his empress, his wife. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Knight Ling's expression darkened. Yun Shu observed the couple's reactions in silence, noticing the emperor's growing impatience. She admonished him, Your Majesty, the empress is a young lady. Show her a measure of kindness. After all, young women often require gentle coaxing. Hearing the dowager's words, Knight Ling reluctantly suppressed his displeasure. He approached Knight Zhang's side to assess his condition. Is the child still not awake? Awake? Who knows when that will be? He lies there, unable to consume anything, and with such grievous injuries, he may well perish from hunger. The dowager has requested Qinger to prepare some. It should suffice for now. For Yun Shu, the ability to eat was a positive sign. The true concern lay in the inability to consume anything, which would be dire indeed. Thank you, Your Highness. Yun Shu waved her hand dismissively. What is this fuss about? He is the dowager's grandchild, a member of the royal bloodline. I, more than anyone, wish for his well-being. As Lu Yu entered, he discovered the emperor, empress, and dowager all present. Relieved, he clutched the bribe bestowed upon him by the consort and fell to his knees, wailing, Your Majesty, Your Highness, Dowager, save me. Lu Yu's sudden entrance and his subsequent outburst were perplexing. Qinger had just finished washing a plate of grapes when she followed Lu Yu inside, evidently having allowed him entry. She had seen Lu Tai, visibly anxious, requesting an audience with the dowager regarding an urgent matter. What is happening? Knight Ling furrowed his brow upon seeing Lu Yu in such distress. Your Majesty, look. Lu Yu offered no further explanation but opened a small box before the emperor, spilling its contents of gold and jewels across the floor. At the sight of the glittering treasure, Yun Shu's eyes sparkled, her petite frame instinctively rising. The empress noticed her restlessness and gently pressed her hand down, whispering in her ear, These jewels may have dubious origins. Dowager, please remain composed. Yun Shu obediently settled back down. Once their origins are verified, those jewels shall rightfully belong to the dowager. In the past 2 days, she had endured significant losses regarding her beloved grandson, nearly driving her to despair. She dreamt of it night and day. Rest assured, Moroni promised, patting her pudgy hand, anything that arrives in Cining Palace will belong to the dowager. Your Majesty may not be aware, but these jewels were given to me as a bribe by Consort Xia. Lu Yu, still kneeling and wiping his tears, recounted the entire saga. Due to the sixth prince's predicament, His Majesty ordered the third prince to receive 30 lashes. The consort, outraged, had me secretly abducted to Cining Palace, where she bestowed these treasures upon me. She promised that as long as I publicly denied that the injuries on the sixth prince were inflicted by the third prince, these jewels would be mine. While I am not entirely immune to temptation, I consider myself an upright man. I cannot accept any bribes to betray my conscience. Facts are facts, dowager, you must agree. Lu Yu turned to the exalted Yun Shu, his face beaming with a sycophantic smile. Yun Shu nodded in agreement. Lu Tai is an honorable man, unafraid of imperial power. Qinger, collect the jewels from the ground. I cannot see them. Chains of gold, delicate bracelets, agate earrings, and jade hairpins. Each item was exquisite and expensive. It was evident that Consort Xia had invested heavily in these gifts. Yun Shu coughed discreetly, concealing her excitement as she gathered the treasures into her arms. Chapter 24. Has the reborn girl appeared? Your Majesty. She called out to the emperor seated beside her with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing her, Yi Ling turned his gaze, Empress Dowager. Despite Yi Ling's countenance being filled with rage, it softened considerably in the presence of Yun Shu. In the past, I have turned a blind eye to the actions of the imperial concubine, considering her father's contributions. However, to turn black into white, plot against the crown prince, and even attempt to bribe Dr. Lu to fabricate lies in defense of her son. The failure in raising her son lies heavily on her shoulders as a mother. In my humble opinion, the reason the third prince has become what he had believed that the previous incident would serve as a sufficient lesson for Xia Wanning and her son, yet he was astounded to find that they showed no remorse, but instead escalated their misdeeds. With all the evidence laid bare before them, they still dared to attempt to coerce Lu Yu into lying. Such audacity was utterly intolerable. Yi Ling's large hand resting on the tea table involuntarily clenched tighter. Over the years, he had indeed been too indulgent towards them. Guan. Yes, your majesty. Proceed to the Weiyang Palace. Certainly, your majesty. Once the emperor departed, the vast Cining Palace was left with Yun Shu and the empress exchanging glances. In contrast, Dr. Lu exhibited a hint of anxiety. Empress Dowager, your highness, do you think that concubine Xia, with her petty mindset, will retaliate against me for selling her out? She may harbor disdain, but she would not dare seek revenge. Yun Shu cast him a glance, adopting a tone of authority. Rest assured. Who in the palace does not know of your impartiality, Dr. Lu? Your integrity in refusing concubine Xiao's bribe for the sake of truth is a blessing for the realm. Fear not, if any misfortune were to befall you, it would undoubtedly be a consequence of her Weiyang Palace's machinations. The concubine is not foolish enough to dig her own grave at this critical juncture. Hearing the Empress Dowager's words, Liu felt a wave of relief wash over him, turning to Yun Shu with a sheepish smile. To serve the Empress Dowager is a fortune I have accrued over several lifetimes. Should the Empress Dowager require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I would brave fire and water without hesitation. After Liu took his leave, Morongin lingered for a while before departing as well. When mealtime arrived, Knight Zheng had yet to awaken. Yun Shu instructed Qing Er to prepare a bowl of congee for him in the imperial kitchen. Knight Zheng's injuries were severe, and he had been unconscious for 3 days and nights. If he did not consume anything soon, his frail body would surely not endure much longer. Empress Dowager, I know how to feed the 6th prince, perhaps you should go eat something while I attend to him. As the dishes were laid out, Yun Shu momentarily neglected her own needs, prioritizing the injured. Qing Er watched her with concern, noting that the Empress Dowager had personally cared for the 6th prince, attending to every detail. It was evident that she had lost considerable weight. Even during the night, as Qing Er was on the verge of sleep, she caught a glimpse of the Empress Dowager rising barefoot from her bed to check on the 6th prince, feeling his breath and temperature, adjusting his blankets accordingly. Seeing the Empress Dowager's devoted care for the 6th prince made Qing Er's heart ache. After all, the Empress Dowager was still a child herself, in need of care, yet, she treated the 6th prince with such tenderness, surpassing even the affection she might bestow upon her own grandchildren. What merits had the 6th prince possessed? Qing Er pondered that perhaps the 6th prince had endured too much injustice while under Lu Xiaoyi's care, and now, the Empress Dowager's presence compensated for all the bullying and grievances he had previously suffered. I have no appetite at the moment. I will eat later. Yun Shu carefully fed congee to Knight Zheng, whose lips were injured, with large gashes on either side. After 3 days of healing, although the wounds had formed slight scabs, any gentle touch would elicit an unbearable pain, as though she were experiencing it herself. Thankfully, he had been unconscious for several days. Had he awakened earlier, lying in bed day after day, it was unimaginable how excruciating the pain would have been, especially in an era devoid of anesthetics. Pain was something one had to endure. This congee lacks nutritional value. If the 6th prince does not awaken soon, I fear he will struggle to survive. It is said that people often lose weight dramatically when ill or seriously injured. The 6th prince, who was already as thin as a skeleton, had lost even more weight during these days of lying in bed, reduced to skin and bones. The Empress Dowager was right. Qing Er could not help but grow anxious. If the 6th prince did not awaken soon, he might never regain consciousness. Clearly, seeking out Dr. Lu would yield no further assistance, as he had already utilized all the valuable medicinal resources at his disposal without reservation. In Dr. Lu's words, whether the 6th prince could pull through this ordeal now rested entirely on his fate and whether the King of Hell would claim him. With this thought, Qing Er gazed sorrowfully at the lifeless form of the 6th prince on the sickbed. Empress Dowager, the 6th prince is so pitiable, I am aware. Yun Shu detected the tremor of tears in Qing Er's voice. One by one, they all seemed to be on the verge of tears. Truly, could they not exhibit a modicum of maturity like her? Regarding Knight Zheng, Yun Shu could only say she had done her utmost. If he truly did not awaken Empress Dowager, Yuan Zhaoyi seeks an audience. Old Madame Yu entered, carrying a pot of freshly brewed tea. Upon hearing Yuan Zhaoyi's name, Yun Shu found it unfamiliar. Old Madame Yu quickly explained, Yuan Zhaoyi has only recently entered the palace. Her father holds the rank of 3rd grade and enjoys the emperor's favor. Due to the recent turmoil surrounding the princes, the emperor has not entered the inner palace for 2 days. Originally, Yuan Zhaoyi was to be summoned to the emperor's chambers upon her entry, but the events concerning the princes had delayed this. Once the emperor's schedule cleared, he would naturally visit her quarters. However, old Madame Yu had not anticipated that upon seeing Yuan Zhaoyi waiting at the entrance of Cining Palace, she would be taken aback. Typically, newly entered concubines strive to capture the emperor's attention, yet Yuan Zhaoyi had come to Cining Palace instead. Yuan Zhaoyi was indeed a beauty. Dressed elegantly, she had not overly adorned herself, exuding a serene disposition. With her natural beauty akin to a tranquil pool of water, her presence would undoubtedly please her flirtatious son. The emperor. It was only a matter of time before Yuan Zhaoyi gained his favor. Upon entering, Yuan Zhaoyi respectfully knelt before Yun Shu. This humble servant pays her respects to the Empress Dowager. This Empress Dowager appears rather They say the imperial family is heartless. Having lived again, I have thoroughly understood just how ruthless and fickle men can be. In my previous life, I too was once favored in the harem, basking in the emperor's attention for an extended period. Yet, as younger and more captivating women entered the palace, his heart gradually strayed from me, drawn away by those enticing maidens. My later years were filled with despair, navigating. After a year in the palace, I enjoyed 3 months of favor before being framed, resulting in the emperor granting me a length of white silk to end my life. To live once more. Yuan Zhao lifted her gaze to meet that of the Empress Dowager, who was also observing her intently. She paused briefly. In this new life, I seek only to live peacefully in the harem, to find a dependable ally for protection, otherwise, I fear I cannot survive long in this treacherous palace. With this in mind, Yuan Zhao glanced once more at the youthful Empress Dowager seated above. It was evident that the young Empress Dowager would be her strongest ally in this palace. How lively the Emperor's harem has become. Just as one time traveler arrives, another reborn individual follows closely behind. Empress Dowager, I have heard that the sixth prince's injuries are severe and that he remains in a state of unconsciousness. I have studied medicine since childhood and traveled with renowned physicians, thus I possess considerable experience. If the Empress Dowager trusts me, I would be honored to examine the sixth prince. Typically, both time travelers and reborn individuals possess unique abilities. As for that time traveler, Lu, she was clearly unreliable. Yun Shu held no expectations for her. All the inventions she brought from the modern era proved useless, as she was solely preoccupied with courting her ineffectual son. Yun Shu rose. If Yuan Zhaoyi can save the sixth prince, I will grant you one condition, provided it is within my power to fulfill. Evidently, Yuan Zhao sought precisely this affirmation from Yun Shu. As a glimmer of delight crossed her delicate features, I shall do my utmost and will not disappoint the Empress Dowager. Yuan Zhao approached Knight Zhang, observing his numerous injuries. She had heard rumors of the severity of the sixth prince's wounds, but seeing them firsthand rendered her breathless. Despite having experienced rebirth, witnessing the sixth prince's battered and broken body elicited a deep sigh from her heart. How could a child so young endure such inhumane tortures? What fortitude did he possess? At such a tender age, she feared she herself could not withstand such suffering. The pain of torn flesh and broken hearts was not something everyone could endure in this world. Empress Dowager, I will need to suture the damaged areas of the sixth prince's body. The procedure may be somewhat bloody, and I fear it may frighten you, so I kindly ask the Empress Dowager to. As Yun Shu understood, typically, family members would be asked to step away during a physician's procedure. Given Yuan Zhao's rebirth, Yun Shu felt a degree of trust in her. However, Qing Er was somewhat apprehensive, especially upon hearing Yuan Zhao mention suturing the sixth prince's broken body. The very thought of such a scene shocked her into covering her mouth to stifle her gasp. Suturing? What kind of suturing? Was it as she imagined? Was Yuan Zhao merely spouting nonsense? Did she think this was akin to mending clothing? It was not as though the fabric had torn and needed a few stitches to be wearable. She could do that. She found it hard to believe that the sixth prince's shattered body would require stitching. It was simply too horrifying. Such an absurd notion could not possibly be an act of saving the sixth prince. It was clearly an intention to hasten his demise. Chapter 25. The Empress Dowager may appear youthful, yet her wisdom is profound enough to navigate a ship. If it weren't for the knowledge that Yuan Zhaoyi had just entered the palace, Qing would almost be tempted to suspect that she was a spy sent from the Weiyang Palace. Empress Dowager, is Yuan Zhaoyi not being absurd? I have never heard of a human body being sewn back together after being torn apart. Observing the Empress Dowager's unwavering faith in Yuan Zhaoyi, who was left alone in the Grand Hall to tend to the sixth prince's injuries, Qing felt a twinge of unease. Even Yu Lao, standing nearby, wore a worried expression. Empress Dowager, I understand your eagerness to save the sixth prince, but this Yuan Zhaoyi, she had only just entered the palace, and her connection with the Empress Dowager was merely superficial. Initially, Yu Lao had thought Yuan Zhaoyi was visiting for another purpose, but now it seemed, it wasn't that Yu Lao and Qing doubted Yuan Zhaoyi, rather, her claims were simply too outrageous. Even the esteemed physicians of the Imperial Medical Bureau, including Physician Lu, would never utter such words about the separation of flesh and bones being rejoined with needles. Yun Shu understood that Yu Lao and Qing's skepticism stemmed from their lack of experience, making it difficult for them to believe. However, in truth, when a part of the body is injured or a long wound is inflicted, medical stitching plays a crucial role in expediting the healing process, allowing new flesh to grow. Admittedly, ancient medical practices were not as advanced as modern ones, but Yuan Zhaoyi's ability to conceive of this demonstrated her medical expertise far surpassed that of the physicians in the Imperial Medical Bureau. You have all witnessed the sixth prince's condition. Since Yuan Zhaoyi claims she has confidence, we ought to believe her. Worst case, we treat a dead horse as a live one. What if she truly manages to save the sixth prince? Wouldn't that be a cause for universal joy? Perhaps convinced by the Empress Dowager's reasoning, the two women fell silent. Empress Dowager, be careful. Suddenly, Qing exclaimed in alarm. A large stone hurtling towards them was shattered into pieces by her swift palm. Who goes there? Step forward. Concealed in the shadows, Yi Baozhu could hardly anticipate Qing's heightened vigilance. Seizing the opportunity while they were engaged in conversation and their attention was diverted, Yi Baozhu had intended to strike Yun Shu and flee afterward. Why must she always meddle in others' affairs? Her actions had led to her elder brother receiving 30 lashes as punishment from the emperor, and she had even reported to the emperor that her mother had bribed Physician Lu. Truly excessive. How could she still have the audacity? It was acceptable for her to bribe Physician Lu, but when her mother did the same, she shamelessly reported it to the emperor. Yi Baozhu had never encountered anyone as audacious as Yun Shu. She hurled the stone with all her might, aiming directly at Yun Shu's head. The stone was sizable. Had it struck her face, it would have resulted in a grievous injury. Yi Baozhu envisioned a perfect escape, hiding in a secluded corner to strike Yun Shu and then vanish, ensuring she would not be discovered. But who could have foreseen, she not only missed Yun Shu but was also caught red-handed by the insufferable Qing. Release this princess. Let me go. Qing unceremoniously yanked her from the grasp of Yi Baozhu struggled fiercely. You insolent servant, release this princess, otherwise, I shall inform my mother, have her punish you with a beating. Just as Yi Baozhu was thrown down, she feigned an escape, but Qing kicked her in the calf. Having been pampered and privileged all her life, Yi Baozhu had never endured such treatment. She instantly clutched her leg, wailing in pain. "You vile servant! How dare you strike me? If my mother learns of this, she will surely not let you off. Rather than threatening others, fourth princess, you should contemplate your own predicament. The Empress Dowager holds a noble status and is your imperial grandmother by rank, yet you dare to conspire against her and lay hands on your elder. Fourth princess, how audacious you are." Had she not been caught in the act, Yi Baozhu might have weaved some excuses. However, knowing she had crossed a line, she desperately sought to flee. Yet they offered her no chance of escape. Observing Yi Baozhu's rebellious demeanor, she resembled her elder brother and mother, cold-hearted and ruthless, showing no signs of virtue at such a tender age. This child's character must be shaped early. Her granddaughter and 3 grandsons had been corrupted by their association with the favored consort, their hearts turned as dark as night. "Sneaking into my Cining Palace to plot against me, your mother remains unaware of this matter, does she?" Yi Mingzhu could hardly suppress her disdain. Mother is certainly unaware. Although her mother despised Yun Shu, wishing for her demise, her status prevented her from taking any rash actions against her. Even her mother, typically aggressive, would not dare to lay hands on Yun Shu. She was simply infuriated that Yun Shu constantly opposed her mother. Moreover, her elder brother had been punished. The emperor had displayed unprecedented anger, striking her mother. He even confined her to the Weiyang Palace for 3 months and withheld her salary for a year. Her mother wept bitterly, heartbroken. The root cause was none other than Yun Shu. Thus, she had been lurking for an extended period, intent on using a stone to crush Yun Shu, to strike her until she bled profusely. To kill her would be even better, yet Yun Shu was always accompanied by that insufferable Qinger. Qinger was highly skilled, rendering it impossible for Yi Baozhu to approach Yun Shu. Not only could she not harm that wretched girl, but in the end, she ended up being captured herself. "It was I who secretly came to throw stones at you. My mother had no part in this. You must not report my mother to the emperor." Although her heart had turned dark, she still demonstrated a touch of filial piety toward her mother. In her struggle for self-preservation, she knew to protect her own. For someone like Yi Baozhu, despite her youth, if provoked, she would not show mercy. Since you care so much for your elder brother's punishment, as siblings, you ought to be treated equally. Take her away and administer 30 lashes. After a moment's reflection, Yun Shu quickly amended her statement. "Never mind, a slap on the face followed by 20 lashes will suffice." Given Yi Baozhu's slender limbs, should she receive 30 lashes, and not share her elder brother's fortune, it could lead to her demise. That would indeed be a considerable sin. Although her granddaughter was ungrateful, she was still her granddaughter. Yi Baozhu could hardly believe her ears and could not fathom that Yun Shu would truly dare to strike her. She struggled fiercely. "You cannot hit me. You cannot strike me. I am the 4th princess of the noble Yi family. Even the emperor would not dare touch a single hair on my head. If you dare to strike me, the emperor will surely not spare you." Yun Shu, fueled by her stubbornness, retorted, hands on her hips, "You are the daughter of the emperor, but I am the emperor's mother. Let us see when the emperor inquires, whose side he will take, the mother or the insubordinate descendant." Yi Baozhu instantly rendered speechless. Though she was young, she understood the implications. This was precisely why, despite her mother's deep-seated hatred for Yun Shu, she did not dare to provoke her into a confrontation. After the 4th princess was taken away, Qinger and Yuelao could sense that the Empress Dowager was genuinely angered by the 4th princess. Her petite face was heavy with displeasure, arms crossed, wearing an expression that radiated it. "Do not approach Aura." Qinger and Yuelao exchanged glances, and then Yuelao approached Yun Shu. "Please do not harbor anger. The rebellious grandchild has been taken away. Let the 4th princess be properly disciplined. Let us see if she dares to shout at the Empress Dowager again, showing such disrespect for her elder." "Indeed, Empress Dowager, if you still feel unsatisfied, a light punishment will suffice. As an elder, I ought not to hold her transgressions against her." Qinger and Yuelao simultaneously gave Yun Shu a thumbs up. "Empress Dowager, you are wise, you are magnanimous. The Empress Dowager may seem young, yet her wisdom is profound enough to navigate a ship." Chapter 26. Since we are here, we must certainly take a seat in the resplendent palace. Over the past few days, if it were not for the incessant troubles caused by his sons, Yiling would not have found himself in such a state of agitation each day. The court was already burdened with a plethora of trivial matters, and now the inner palace was equally tumultuous. He had just emerged from the Weiyang Palace, and upon witnessing the woman he once cherished deeply weeping before him like a rain-soaked pear blossom, he felt a twinge of pity. Yet, recalling how she and her daughter had treated Yi Zhang, his compassion waned. Although Xiao Wanning had not resorted to physical violence, she was undoubtedly aware of Yi Yao's misdeeds and not only failed to discipline her but also sheltered and indulged her. Knowing full well that Yi Yao was in the wrong, it was intolerable that the crown prince had to confront her, and even more so that Xiao Wanning, unrepentant, forced the crown prince to kneel before her. Yiling initially thought this matter would fade away, but it was only when Lu Yu reported it that he realized this mother-son duo was utterly unrepentant. The last remnants of his sympathy vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. As night deepened, the wind outside picked up, finally bringing a refreshing chill. Observing the emperor's foul mood, Guan accompanied him as they meandered through the inner palace to distract him. However, inexplicably, they found themselves drawn to the floating splendor palace, the residence of the enchanting Yin Zhaoyi. Since they had arrived, it was only natural to venture inside for a while. Yiling, preoccupied with the mischief of his sons, had almost forgotten about Yun Jing. Just as he was about to enter the grand hall, a melodious sound of the guqin wafted through the air. The notes fluctuated in tempo, giving the impression of being both near and distant. This exquisite and extraordinary music was something Yiling had never encountered before. In the past, the women in the palace had sung and danced to please him, mastering numerous tunes. While some among them possessed exceptional grace and skill, and the performances were indeed enjoyable, the repetition of familiar dances and melodies became tedious over time, leaving him jaded and indifferent. Yet, the piece played by Yun Jing was like celestial music to his ears. It was unlike anything he had ever heard or seen, that he had never witnessed a woman play with such speed and fluidity, alternating seamlessly between fast and slow. After a while, Yun Jing's playing gradually deviated from the norm. Parting her crimson lips, she softly began to sing Phoenix Seeking the Phoenix, her voice flowing like a clear stream striking against stones. In mere moments, her melodious voice, reminiscent of a golden oriole, twisted and turned through myriad notes, encapsulating a world of harmonies in that fleeting instant. What a splendid composition, what a beautiful melody! What a stunning individual! At this moment, Yun Jing donned a flowing white gown that swept the ground, illuminated by the cool moonlight. Sitting cross-legged, her entire being emanated a snowy radiance, her long, raven-black hair cascading freely down her back. It is often said that in moments of purest beauty, such as this, one realizes that true beauty lies in naturalness. In terms of physical allure, her visage could not be compared to the other stunning beauties in his harem, who would undoubtedly eclipse her in their beauty. Thus, Yun Jing astutely understood that Yiling's interest in her was not rooted in her appearance, but rather in her inner qualities, her intelligence and her talent. Although she did not gaze directly at the man in the distance, she could feel the intensity of his gaze upon her, a fascination so profound it was akin to an adhesive, clinging to her, raw and unyielding, as if she could not pry herself free. Chapter 27. My beloved, come, it is cool outside, let us retreat indoors to converse. What a splendid, entirely new melody, a captivating voice that Nightling has never before encountered, a composition, innovative and exquisite, the likes of which Nightling has never heard. The beauty before him, though not the most resplendent he has ever seen, possesses a freshness that is undeniably enchanting. She is unlike any he has ever beheld. The cool moonlight seems to serve as her backdrop. The sheer white veil she wears is so pure and immaculate. Nightling gazes at Yun Jing, and truly, she is his Yun Zhaoyi, ceaselessly bestowing upon him countless surprises at every moment and in every place. At times, he wishes he could unravel her mind to discover what treasures it holds. Initially, he merely thought her thoughts were abundant, her imagination rich. Otherwise, how could she have conceived so many rare and bizarre treasures? But now Nightling feels as though he has stumbled upon a wondrous realm. From Yun Jing, he perceives another radiant facet of her being, that is her remarkable talent. Nightling never anticipated that Yun Jing was such a gifted woman. There is a beauty, unforgettable upon sight. A day without her, thoughts of her drive one to madness. Alas, the enchanting lady is not by the eastern wall. O Phoenix, I seek a mate across the seas. As the melody concludes, Yun Jing rises and approaches Nightling, bowing gracefully before him. Your humble servant pays her respects to your majesty. Observing her distant and formal manner of greeting, Nightling swiftly extends his hand to assist her. Before me, have you not always disregarded trifles and placed little importance on these tedious customs? Why, then, do you appear so unfamiliar now? Upon hearing the emperor's words, Yun Jing merely purses her lips, a bitter smile gracing her face, because I have suddenly come to understand certain matters. Oh? At her words, Nightling raises an eyebrow, looking at her. What matters? Perhaps the evening breeze is a bit strong. Though it is summer, the wind feels rather chilly against the skin. Coupled with her delicate attire, a simple white gauze gown, Nightling gently drapes a cloak over her shoulders, his movements tender. Yun Zhaoyi, you have concealed too much from me. I was unaware that you are such a talented woman. I possess many secrets unknown to your majesty, yet have you not expressed a desire to remain ignorant of them? Upon hearing this, Nightling furrows his brow. What do you mean by that? I knelt outside the flourishing palace for an entire night. Upon hearing her confession, Nightling's handsome brows furrowed deeply. Did I not send someone to inform you that you could rise once you recognized your mistake? Moreover, such matters are inherently variable in time. If she were to immediately realize her error, she could rise without the need for prolonged kneeling. Unless Yun Jing stubbornly bites her lip, I am wholly devoted to your majesty. What fault is there in that? Even if your majesty were to be enraged, as you were last time when you stormed away, I must still speak. Everything I have done is for your majesty, all has transpired with your majesty's tacit approval. What fault is there in that? Nightling is aware that the previous incident did indeed involve some injustice towards her. He can only patiently soothe her, taking her hand. My beloved, come, it is cool outside, let us go inside to talk. Chapter 28. Has His Majesty not arrived yet? Has His Majesty not arrived yet? In the Palace of Cunning, despite the lingering resentment stemming from the matter concerning Yunshan, Moronin had yet to forgive the emperor. However, upon hearing from Guan that the emperor would dine in Cunning Palace that evening, Moronin, though her expression remained inscrutable, instructed Minner to prepare the meal in advance, selecting dishes that the emperor favored. Ordinarily, at this hour, the emperor would have arrived well before now, yet he had yet to make his presence known. The meticulously arranged dishes on the table had grown cold, alternating between warmth and chill, and she had lost count of how many times she had sent someone to reheat them. Moronin cast a glance at the dimly lit hall outside. Minner entered with a complex expression on her face. Your Highness, is His Majesty still occupied? Minner was at a loss for words, her delicate features pale with concern for her mistress. She exchanged a glance with Zhang Momo, puzzled by the sight of such a flawless woman. Moronin, the emperor's primary consort, who had once shared an intimate bond with him, inseparable in their every endeavor. Both Minner and Zhang Momo had witnessed the journey of the emperor and his consort firsthand. Minner hesitated, fearing to cause her mistress further sorrow. Just by observing Minner's conflicted demeanor, it was evident that Moronin had surmised something. Is he staying in another palace tonight? For Moronin, it had become a familiar occurrence over the years for the emperor to promise her one thing, only to change his mind and spend the night in another woman's quarters. Your Highness. Minner gazed at her with sympathy. Even Zhang Momo hastily interjected, Your Highness, the Emperor will fulfill his promises to you. It is likely that he has been thwarted by the scheming women of the harem. This situation could not be entirely blamed on the Emperor, as the palace was rife with women harboring ulterior motives. After all, he was but a normal man. It matters not since His Majesty is not coming. Let us remove these dishes, Moronin declared. It is getting late, and I am somewhat fatigued. You may all retire. There is no need for you to remain in Cining Palace tonight, Your Highness. Your Highness. Minner and Zhang Momo exchanged sorrowful glances, witnessing their mistress's fade of strength despite her evident distress. Her complexion had drained of color, yet she feigned resilience before them. Minner, filled with compassion, spoke up, Your Highness, you have been waiting for His Majesty, yet you have not touched a single morsel of food. Your Highness, your health has not fully recovered. You ought to eat something. Moronin shook her head. I am not hungry. Remove the dishes. As she rose to leave, a thought crossed her mind, and she turned back to Minner. Do not speak of tonight's events to the Empress Dowager. Just as Minner prepared to see her mistress off, she dashed towards Cining Palace to report. Upon hearing her mistress's words, Minner felt a pang of anxiety, as though Moronin had glimpsed into her thoughts. She awkwardly lowered her head. Yes, Your Highness. Once Minner and Zhang Momo had withdrawn, the vast Cining Palace fell into a profound silence once more. The emptiness of the hall was palpable, with not even an oil lamp lit. The cool half-moon hung high in the sky. Moronin leaned against the wooden window, gazing up at the luminous orb above. The moon was pure and unblemished, serene and innocent. Through the cool light of the moon, she found herself reminiscing about a time that had filled her with immeasurable happiness. I shall ensure my Yinine becomes the happiest and most esteemed woman in the world. Let all the women in the world envy her. How could that be? To marry Yinine is a blessing I have earned over several lifetimes. In this life, she is all I need. I swear, regardless of my future status, I shall never take a concubine. Only Yinine shall be my wife. But later. It is merely a concubine. Must you be so unreasonable? Where has that obedient, lovely, and innocent Yinine gone, who would support any decision I made, that was merely a promise made in youth, nothing to be taken seriously? Furthermore, you see my status. Even an ordinary man cannot remain devoted to one woman for a lifetime, let alone one destined to rule the realm and expand the royal lineage. I have made you Empress based on our past affection. As Empress, you must embody the role, otherwise, anyone else could take your place. Ultimately, it would merely be a change of faces. Cry, cry, cry. As Empress, you only know how to weep. I have been overwhelmed with affairs of state. I came to you seeking solace. Forget it. I shall go to the Guifei. Originally, her grievances and tears would have been cherished by the young man who loved her deeply, but later, her tears, her grievances, her pleas would only serve to irritate him further, to the point where he did not even wish to see her. Cining Palace. By the time Yuan Zhao had tended to the sixth prince's injuries, the night had grown late. With the cool evening breeze blowing, Yuan Zhao remained occupied within, not likely to emerge anytime soon. Yun Shu decided to have Qinger and Zhang Momo bring a multitude of ingredients to the entrance of Cining Palace and began grilling skewers. Initially, Yun Shu had intended for Qinger to go to Cining Palace and summon the Empress for a meal. However, the response she received was that the Empress had already retired for the night. Considering the Empress's health had yet to fully recover and her frail constitution, it was prudent for her to rest early to recuperate. After Yun Shu and Qinger finished their barbecue outside, Yuan Zhao emerged, drenched in sweat, her hands and face stained with blood, having had no time to clean herself. She bowed to Yun Shu. Your Majesty, I have completed stitching the wounds of the sixth prince. If all goes well, he should awaken tonight. The sixth prince was remarkably resilient. While stitching his wounds, she could clearly hear his breathing, indicating signs of awakening. She had been worried that he might suddenly regain consciousness during the procedure, as her methods were anything but gentle. In fact, they were rather brutal. Even the most stoic individuals would struggle to endure such excruciating pain, let alone a young child like the sixth prince. Yuan Zhao had genuinely feared what would happen if the sixth prince were to awaken suddenly. Fortunately, he did not. Chapter 29. Before I had an affair with another man, I had already conceived Yi Zhang. Yuan Zhao's suturing skills could only be described as barely adequate. He was incomparable to the modern doctors trained from birth. Moreover, the tools available to Yuan Zhao were far from complete. However, the fact that she could stitch Yi Zhang's mangled body to this extent is, to be frank, quite impressive. Qinger gazed in astonishment at the sixth prince, whose ghastly wounds were no longer exposed. In disbelief, she looked at Yuan Zhao kneeling before her and exclaimed, Yuan Zhao, you truly accomplished this? What kind of skill is this? A miraculous revival. Perhaps, after her efforts, the sixth prince's breathing had noticeably steadied. At the very least, compared to the past few days, the faint sounds of his breath could now be clearly heard in the silent hall. Yuan Zhao, having exhausted her strength, realized that all her energy had been devoted to the sixth prince and now required immediate rest. Observing this, Yun Shu instructed Qinger to escort her back. During this time, Yun Shu also attempted to feed Yi Zhang some liquid nourishment. The corners of his split mouth had been stitched closed by Yuan Zhao. As she fed him, the flow from the fissures finally ceased, and he managed to consume a substantial portion of the nourishment. Listening to his normal breathing, which was no longer intermittent, Yun Shu felt a sense of relief. This is good. At the very least, a life has been salvaged. When Qinger entered, her small face bore an icy expression, as if she had just emerged from an ice cellar, devoid of warmth. Staring at Qinger, who approached with a sullen face, Yun Shu set down the empty bowl and scrutinized her. What happened? Did a ghost scold you on the way back? Why the foul expression? If she encountered anyone, given Qinger's indomitable spirit, she would not be easily bullied. Even a mere servant in the palace would find it difficult to offend her, let alone Guan, who would be met with a swift rebuttal, so, it could only be a ghost that scolded her. Qing'er had rushed back. Upon returning, the thought of being scolded by a ghost only fueled her anger further, resulting in her foul demeanor. Your Majesty, Lu Zhaoyi requests an audience. If you do not wish to see her, I shall send her away at once. It would spare us the sight of her and the ill fortune she brings to Cining Palace. Initially, Yun Shu had no intention of meeting Lu Yan, but when her eyes fell upon the beggared Yi Zhang, she pondered what Lu Yan felt in her heart regarding her own flesh and blood. What must it be like for Lu Yan to see her son, whom she had carried for 10 months, lying there pale and injured, devoid of any vitality? Let her in. Yes, Your Majesty. Soon, Lu Zhaoyi was carried in from outside. Veiled, her expression remained obscured, revealing only a pair of large, bulging black eyes that appeared quite alarming. Lu Yan was laid upon her stomach, her back marred by wounds, the skin torn and raw. Though she had received treatment, even the slightest movement was excruciating. Carried by 2 eunuchs, they had been as careful as possible, yet any jolt sent her gasping in pain, wishing desperately to simply slip away into oblivion. Once inside, Lu Zhaoyi's focus was entirely on her own suffering. As soon as the 2 eunuchs set her down, pulling at her back wounds, she erupted in fury. Could you not be gentler? Do you wish to kill me with your force? After chastising them, she inadvertently tugged at her own mouth injury, causing her to gasp in sharp pain. So, Lu Zhaoyi is capable of feeling pain after accepting the tea handed to her by Mama Yu. She took a delicate sip before speaking in a measured tone. Hearing the Empress Dowager's voice, Lu Yan forced a pained, disingenuous smile. She had intended to pay her respects to Yun Shu, but in her current state, even moving her arm caused her to wince. Your Majesty, save me, she gasped, managing to utter 5 words. Yun Shu rolled her eyes. Isn't it clear you're still alive? What need is there for saving? Lu Yan recounted verbatim what Consort Xia had said to her today in Kong Hall. Your Majesty, I am on your side. I have not betrayed you. Your Majesty, this time, I have thoroughly offended Consort Xia. She is a person with a very small heart, and those who cross her may be remembered with resentment for a lifetime. From now on, I fear she gazed at his youthful face, marred by injuries, so unrecognizable, lying there lifeless, as if all his spirit had been drawn away, leaving behind only a hollow shell. In contrast to the time when he had knelt before her, unwavering in spirit, allowing her to strike him mercilessly, this moment he seemed a fragile porcelain doll. Your Majesty, is Yi Zhang dead? Has he been lying here for days without a single movement? Lying still for so long, could he not be dead? Yun Shu was amused by her words, narrowing her eyes dangerously. Then tell me, Lu Zhaoyi, do you wish for him to be dead, or do you wish for him to live? Lu Yan pursed her lips, remaining silent. In the past, as she had lashed out at Yi Zhang, she had naturally wished for his demise. Just the sight of him filled her with disgust and humiliation, yet now, seeing him lying there so quietly, unmoving, she felt a complex emotion, one she could not even articulate. It seemed she did not truly wish for Yi Zhang to die. Lu Zhaoyi, I ask you sincerely, tell me truthfully, is Zheng'er truly your biological son? Without hesitation, Lu Yan nodded, yes. Yun Shu scoffed, are you certain he is not a child born of your infidelity with a guard in the palace? At this, Lu Yan's face turned ashen. Had it not been for her veil and the bruises obscuring her features, her complexion would have revealed her shock. At Yun Shu's words, Lu Yan's voice trembled, and her body quaked not from pain, but from fear. Your Majesty, I had already conceived Yi Zhang before I had an affair with another man. Yun Shu? Qing'er? Mama Yu? Chapter 30. Cast aside, this Empress Dowager finds you distasteful. Upon witnessing the thunderstruck expressions of Yun Shu and her companions, Lu Yan suddenly became aware of the gravity of her words spoken in a moment of desperation. Your Majesty, she stammered, eager to justify herself. She had merely sought refuge with Yun Shu, not to court death. Your Majesty, if I may say, what I just uttered was in jest. I meant it playfully. Do you believe me, Your Majesty? Lu Yan implored with a tone reminiscent of soothing a child, casting a hopeful glance towards Yun Shu, attempting to evade the predicament. Yun Shu? A cold chuckle escaped her lips. It appears that Lu Zhaoyi also perceives this Empress Dowager as a mere child, easily deceived, does she? Lu Yan's face turned ashen, fear overtaking her, rendering her oblivious to her own injuries. The excruciating pain that pierced her body was overshadowed by her dread. She abruptly rose from her soft seat, forcing herself to kneel despite the agony. Your Majesty, your discernment is unparalleled. I am utterly loyal to the Emperor, with no treachery in my heart. Moreover, the Emperor is the sovereign of this realm. Even if you were to grant me 100-fold courage, I would never dare betray him, nor would I dare to cuckold him. Though Lu Zhaoyi's words were shocking, Qing'er mused that Lu Zhaoyi could not possibly possess such audacity. After all, this was the hallowed inner palace, the Emperor's domain. No matter how bold Lu Zhaoyi might be, she could not harbor a man under the Emperor's very nose. As for her earlier shocking declaration, Qing'er believed it was merely a slip of the tongue born of panic. Yun Shu's expression had returned to normal. She popped a candy into her mouth to steady her nerves, externally youthful. Her mindset was far from naive. Unlike Qing'er, she understood that words spoken in haste often carry the weight of truth. It was entirely plausible that Lu Zhaoyi truly had a man hidden away in Kong Palace. This thought brought to mind the other day when she and Qing'er had visited Kong Palace, and Lu Yan had emerged looking disheveled, dressed simply, and storming out as if interrupted in the midst of some clandestine affair. It was likely that a man had been concealed within at that very moment. Astounding, in 4 years, this was the first time Yun Shu had witnessed a woman placing a crown on her own son's head. A rush of excitement coursed through her. Suddenly, she understood why Lu Yan had been willing to beat Yi Zhang to the brink of death. If she dared betray the Emperor, what else might she not attempt? The Grand Cining Palace was enveloped in silence. Yun Shu continued to crunch on her candies. Lu Jiaoyi knelt on the ground, not daring to lift her head, suppressing even the sound of her breath to a mere whisper. She was terrified to speak, having inadvertently confessed to her illicit activities. The weight of Yun Shu's gaze upon her felt like 1,000 needles pricking her back. Your Majesty, setting aside other matters, I am profoundly disappointed in you as the mother of the sixth prince. Lu Yan, whether genuinely realizing her errors or simply wishing to divert the conversation out of fear, hastily responded, Your Majesty, you are right. I acknowledge my mistakes concerning Yi Zhang. It is I who have failed in my duties as a mother. I will certainly make amends for Yi Zhang. Amends? Yun Shu narrowed her eyes, her small gaze exuding an air of intimidation. What do you propose for compensation? Once he awakens, are you planning to whip him some more until he dies? I would not dare had it not been for the fact that you are the mother of the sixth prince, you venomous harpy, capable of inflicting such cruelty upon your own flesh and blood, I would have long since commanded your execution. Lu Jiaoyi fell silent, trembling in fear as she knelt. Do you truly believe this Empress Dowager is a refuge for miscreants? That I would accept any wretched soul, allowing you entry was merely to observe whether you possessed even a modicum of maternal compassion upon witnessing your own son, lifeless and battered, lying upon the bed. Clearly, she did not, as Lu Yan was wholly preoccupied with her own plight. Yun Shu, growing impatient, waved her hand towards Qing. Cast her out, I find her irksome. Your Majesty. Lu Yan wailed from the ground, you cannot abandon me. If your Majesty does not intervene, concubine Xia will surely seek vengeance upon me. I am aware of the many wrongs I have committed against Yi Zhang, and I now wish to atone. Your Majesty, grant me the chance to make amends. This time, without needing the Empress Dowager's prompting, Qing marched directly before Lu Yan, seizing her as one would a frightened chick, unceremoniously hoisting her up. Lu Yan cried out in pain. Now you feel fear. When you inflicted such harm upon the sixth prince, did you ever contemplate the gravity of your own sins? Lu Yan, akin to a dog with a severed leg, was forcibly dragged and discarded. A pool of blood marked the ground, flowing from her wounds. Her cries echoed, Your Majesty, save me. Your Majesty. And you too. Upon returning, Qing disdainfully brushed her hands and cast a glance at the two bewildered eunuchs in the grand hall. What are you still doing here, standing idly? Depart at once. Yes, we shall leave now. The two young eunuchs scrambled to their feet and hurriedly exited. Your Majesty, Lu Jiaoyi is truly shameless. She has beaten the sixth prince to such a state, and now she dares to approach you for protection. Truly, she was oblivious to the peril of her situation. After waiting for a while without receiving a response from the Empress Dowager, Qing's gaze shifted toward Yun Shu. Suddenly, she noticed the sixth prince, who had lain unconscious for several days, his eyes tightly shut, had abruptly opened them. Yi Zhang's eyes were murky, unfocused, devoid of emotion, resembling those of a lifeless corpse. He neither spoke nor reacted. Instead, he simply stared blankly at Yun Shu, his gaze unwavering. Yun Shu had been too preoccupied with her conversation with Lu Jiaoyi, nor did she know whether Yi Zhang had heard Lu Yan's earlier words. Yun Shu observed how eerily quiet this child was. He was unlike the protagonists in novels who, upon awakening from severe illness or injury, would flail about in weakness, murmuring for water. Yet Yi Zhang, upon waking, remained fixated on her, leaving Yun Shu uncertain of the moment he had regained consciousness. Gazing at her grandson, she lamented the darkness that had already overshadowed his tender years. Chapter 31. The Empress Dowager is not old, just has many grandchildren. She extended her hand and gently touched Yi Zhang's forehead. The temperature was normal. With tender movements, she used a handkerchief to wipe away the small trace of blood on his face. Zhanger, are you thirsty? Shall the Empress Dowager have someone bring you a cup of water? Oh, right. Qing, realizing belatedly, remembered that when Yuan Zhouyi left, she specifically instructed that the sixth prince should not be given any food within a day. If he must eat, it should only be liquid. Then he should drink copiously, even if he wasn't thirsty. According to her wishes, he could drink to his heart's content. Qing quickly ran to the tea table and poured a cup of water for Yi Zhang, ensuring it was at a suitable temperature, just as she was about to feed him. Your Majesty, this servant is here to feed the sixth prince some water. Before Qing could finish her sentence, a small, plump white hand reached out from beneath her eyes. Then Qing saw Yun Shu take the cup of water from her hand. Let me feed him. You're too clumsy. Zhanger has just awakened and cannot endure such commotion. Qing very obediently, she stayed by Yun Shu's side. Yun Shu carefully brought the water to Yi Zhang's lips, intending to coax the boy to drink. The boy, who had remained motionless like a statue, finally turned his head away instinctively at the moment the water was offered, distancing himself from the cup. Observing Yi Zhang's resistance, Yun Shu did not force him. Instead, she tilted her head back and drank the water herself. After all, she had indulged in too many sweets earlier, leaving her mouth a bit parched. If you do not wish to drink, then do not. It was my oversight previously. Zhanger, you know I am not old, just have many grandchildren. Indeed, with so many grandchildren, throughout the year, I hardly get to see a few. Otherwise, I would not have allowed you to be bullied by Lu Jiaoyi for so many years without realizing it. Rest assured, she comforted, gently patting the back of Yi Zhang's hand. From this day forth, you shall stay with me. In this Cining Palace, with me to protect you, I will see who dares to bully you again. At the sound of her voice, Yi Zhang looked up and stared at her for a moment. After a brief pause, as if recalling something, he lowered his head again. He lay on the bed in a daze, silent. Qing exchanged concerned glances with the nearby Granny Yu, her worry evident. Leaning close to Yun Shu's ear, she lowered her voice, "Your Majesty, why hasn't he the sixth prince spoken a word? Could it be that he has lost his ability to speak?" After all, the sixth prince bore numerous injuries, with Lu Zhaoi's whip leaving marks across his body, on his face and neck. Could it be that his vocal cords were damaged by a lash? Otherwise, why would he remain utterly silent? As this thought crossed her mind, Qing'er's gaze toward Yi Zhang grew even more anxious and pained. Clearly, Qing'er's concerns also stirred unease in Yun Shu. She felt that Qing'er's worries were not unfounded. After all, she had been murmuring to Yi Zhang for quite a while, initially believing he was simply a child. Although Lu Zhaoi had treated him poorly, he had grown up under her influence. Moreover, these years of bullying and mistreatment had fostered a character in Yi Zhang that was distrustful and distant. Yun Shu reached out to touch his scarred neck. "Zheng'er, does this hurt?" Her voice was gentle, her expression filled with concern as she gazed at Yi Zhang. He remained silent, yet the corners of his scarred mouth barely twitched. His dark, murky eyes, devoid of hope, fixated on her intensely. "Yun Shu? What is the matter with you, child? Why are you still unable to speak?" Noticing his unwavering gaze upon her, Yun Shu finally sensed something was amiss. She stood up, grasping Qing'er's hand, the smaller one looking apprehensive as they moved to a corner, not daring to speak in front of Yi Zhang for fear he might overhear. "Your Majesty, Qing'er, something feels very wrong. Why does Zheng'er keep staring at me without saying a word? To be honest, it felt rather eerie. Your Majesty, should I summon Dr. Lu from the Imperial Medical Institute to examine him?" To see what is wrong with the sixth prince, Yun Shu shot her a glance. "Dr. Lu treats ailments and injuries. He cannot cure the sixth prince's emotional wounds. I suspect that Zheng'er has endured too much trauma over the years." Upon awakening and seeing Lu Zhaoi here, he must have been startled, unable to process it as she spoke. Yun Shu's expression gradually softened. "If Zheng'er does not wish to speak, then let him be. The important thing is that he has awakened. My sixth grandson has suffered greatly over the years. I only hope he can grow up healthy and safe, forgetting all those past shadows. That alone would bring me satisfaction." Qing'er listened, deeply moved, her expression earnest. "Your Majesty's compassionate heart treats every prince and princess equally. I believe the sixth prince understands your heartfelt concern and will recover swiftly." These past few days, they had not had a moment's rest attending to Yi Zhang. Not just Yun Shu, but Qing'er and Granny Yu had not slept well at night either. Now that Yi Zhang had awakened, Yun Shu sent them to rest. She would keep watch over him through the night. After all, with Yi Zhang no longer in any danger, and being taciturn, he would hardly have any demands at night, allowing him to lie quietly in bed until dawn. Later, Yun Shu realized that she had indeed overthought the situation, because, during the night, as she slept and turned over, her gaze instinctively drifted toward Yi Zhang. To her shock, she saw that the boy, who should have been lying motionless on the bed, was actually struggling to prop himself up, his frail, battered body trembling as he attempted to rise. Yun Shu was startled and leaped from her bed in alarm, seeing his frail, injury-ridden form swaying precariously. It seemed as though he might collapse at any moment. Yun Shu, filled with both concern and anger, rushed to his side. "Yi Zhang, what are you doing? Did I not tell you that you have injuries and cannot move around recklessly?" Bang bang. With her heart racing, Yun Shu stumbled over a delicate chair beneath her feet. In a swift motion, she fell to the ground, landing face first in a rather undignified manner. Chapter 32. Look again, and once more at Yi Zhang. But Yun Shu's petite face contorted with anger as she glared up at Yi Zhang. In response, Yi Zhang appeared as if he had been startled, his delicate features betraying no emotion, yet a flicker of panic was unmistakably evident in the depths of his dark, murky eyes. Instinctively, he began to retreat. "Why are you backing away?" Yun Shu shouted furiously at him. How absurd it was for him to have fallen in such a foolish manner at his age. "What did I tell you?" Yi Zhang was taken aback by Yun Shu's fierce demeanor. His expression shifted slightly as he bent his knees and knelt before her. Yun Shu exclaimed, "Oh, my dear grandson." This act of kneeling startled Yun Shu once again. Yuan Zhao had instructed him to remain in bed for 24 hours, immobile, for his body was exceedingly fragile, and even the slightest movement could lead to disastrous consequences. He was putting his body through such an ordeal, as if it were not his own and he could not feel pain. Merely watching him caused Yun Shu's heart to ache. She resigned herself to rising from the ground, brushing off the dust from her clothes, and approached Yi Zhang, helping him to his feet. "A man's knees are worth gold. You are, after all, the sixth prince of the Night Holy family, of noble birth. Why do you kneel so easily?" "No more kneeling. From now on, without my permission, you shall not kneel to anyone." Yi Zhang gave off the impression of a shattered porcelain doll. As Yun Shu assisted him in standing, she inadvertently tugged at the side of his injury. Blood gushed forth from the torn wound in an unending stream. While Yi Zhang's face remained expressionless, his gaze intense and fixed upon Yun Shu. "Your Majesty," he opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. This was the first time Yun Shu had heard him speak since he awoke. Fortunately, he was still able to articulate words. With relief, Yun Shu patted her chest. She helped Yi Zhang sit on the bed and was just about to lay him down when, unexpectedly, he grasped her wrist firmly. His hand was chillingly cold, so much so that it sent shivers through her, resembling a corpse frozen in an icy casket, devoid of warmth. She clasped his hand in hers, enveloping it with warmth. "You've been awake for quite some time. Why has your body temperature not returned, my dear grandson? Are you cold? Would you like me to have someone bring you another blanket?" Yi Zhang's expression was somewhat awkward. He was taller than Yun Shu while sitting, and she had to look up to speak with him. He could not bring himself to utter the words, "Your Majesty." Unlike Yun Shu, who effortlessly referred to him as her grandson, she had many royal grandsons, whereas he had only one grandmother, the very grandmother who had overlooked him for so many years. Naturally, he felt unworthy. He was a harbinger of calamity. No one in the palace cared for him, not even his own mother. How could Yun Shu possibly feel any differently? A bitter pang filled Yi Zhang's heart. Will the Empress Dowager, will my mother be alright? His dark, somber eyes flickered with concern when he inquired about Lu Yen. Even though Lu Yen had never treated him as her son, often resorting to violence, she still held an irreplaceable position in his heart. Upon mentioning Lu Yen, Yun Shu's expression soured. She nearly beat you to death. Why do you still think about her? A mother who could cruelly beat her own child to death, such a maternal bond was better off severed. Yi Zhang fell silent, lowering his head, lost in thought. Seeing his woeful expression, Yun Shu sighed in exasperation and relented. Alright, the Empress has been placed under house arrest for 3 months. She will be confined to Weiyang Palace and cannot trouble your mother during this time. At least for these 3 months, Lu Yen would be safe. What would happen after that would depend on how intolerant the Empress was. Upon hearing that the Empress was under house arrest, Yi Zhang finally relaxed his tense demeanor. Yun Shu gently stroked his fluffy little head. Do not dwell on it too much. Your priority is to recover your health swiftly afterwards. You shall reside with me. I have already instructed Mama Yu to prepare the side hall. Once your injuries have healed sufficiently for you to move about, we shall relocate there. Can I move in there right now? Yun Shu stiffened at Yi Zhang's question, her previously tender expression freezing, almost as if she could not muster a smile. Was she a ravenous beast? She had been so affectionate towards her dear grandson, expressing concern for his severe injuries, attending to him closely. Her servants were unreliable. She wanted to take care of him herself, embodying the image of a loving grandmother who cared deeply for him. Yet he had to wound her heart like this. Truly, at such an age, even if the words sounded sweet, when it came to actual actions, they all slipped away, just as when Yu Wuyo had kicked a shuttlecock with the palace maids. She had wanted to join but was dismissed with a, "Oh no, Your Majesty, you are still too young. Your body has yet to fully develop. If the shuttlecock were to hit you, father and mother would scold me." And with that, Yu Wuyo had taken the maids away, leaving her behind. Not a soul paid her any mind. The same was happening with Yi Zhang. She felt a pang of sadness, gazing at him with a forlorn expression. Both remained silent, locked in a mutual stare, their eyes wide. They did not know how long they stared until a familiar voice broke the silence from behind them. It seems I have arrived at quite the opportune moment. The Empress Dowager and the 6th Prince have not yet gone to sleep. Yun Jing strode confidently into the room. Yun Shu, who had been glaring at Yi Zhang, shifted her wide eyes onto Yun Jing upon her entrance. The intensity of her gaze made Yun Jing feel inexplicably uneasy. Has this little wretch been possessed by a ghost in the middle of the night? Why is she staring at me like that? How absurd. Look, just look. I truly wish to pluck out this little wretch's eyes. Let us see if she dares to act so arrogantly in front of me afterward. I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. Yun Jing forced a congenial smile onto her face. Empress Dowager, it is not that I have overstepped my bounds. I had intended to notify the people outside when I sought an audience with you, but there were no servants on duty at the gates of Cining Palace. Chapter 33. Feed this foolish dog of yours. As she spoke, Yun Jing's gaze wandered around the grand hall, and upon failing to spot Yun Shu's loyal maid, Qinger, she expressed her surprise. Your Majesty, how is it that at this late hour, you are without a single attendant? This Qinger is utterly derelict in her duties. As the personal maid of the Empress Dowager, where could she possibly have wandered off to for amusement? She doesn't even know to remain by the Empress Dowager's side to serve her. What a foolish child, easily swayed, especially someone like Yun Shu. With a triumphant expression, Yun Jing thought to herself. Who would have thought that even the heavens would favor her? Once I perfectly sow discord between Qinger and Yun Shu, without that unparalleled expert by her side, Yun Shu will be as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping board, ripe for my manipulation. Those who lie in bed are the most difficult to serve, particularly someone like the 6th Prince, who is not favored by the Emperor. Even the palace servants are reluctant to attend to him. In my opinion, Your Majesty, you have been far too kind to Qinger. Just look at her reckless demeanor. Your Majesty is still so young and of such esteemed status, yet she dares to hide away, leaving you to tend to the 6th Prince alone. Your Majesty, you are still but a child. Yun Jing's face was a mask of concern for her. Even Yi Zhang felt a twinge of shame at her words, knowing he had become a burden to her. Yun Shu watched Yun Jing's self-dialogue with a bemused expression, relishing her misfortune. After a lengthy monologue, Yun Jing realized that Yun Shu was not only unperturbed but wore an expression devoid of emotion. Are you finished? Yun Shu raised an eyebrow. I'm done. Yun Jing, feeling uncertain, stammered. Why are you here instead of in your own chambers at this late hour? Yun Jing snapped back to reality and took the food box from Yuura's hands. Approaching Yun Shu, she opened the box before Yun Shu and revealed several plates of small crabs, steamed, stir-fried, and a generous serving of crab roe noodles. The crabs were not large but were rich with yellow roe. With a cheerful smile, Yun Jing placed the dishes on the table. I sampled the June yellow crabs sent by the Imperial Kitchen and found that, though they are small, they are exceedingly succulent. As I am particularly adept at preparing crabs, I made a few dishes specifically for Your Majesty, to express my filial piety. I heard that the 6th Prince has been unconscious for 3 full days, unable to eat or drink, and has yet to consume a single morsel? Her words were laced with implication. A child like Yun Shu would quickly grasp the meaning behind her statement. Of course, she would never admit to the true intention behind her words. I am a graduate of the New Oriental Culinary Program, possessing a prestigious chef's certificate. No one has ever claimed my dishes to be unpalatable. Yun Jing was confident in her culinary skills. Initially, she had intended to unveil her culinary prowess as a means of winning over the emperor. After all, she had to maintain an aura of mystery. If she revealed all her talents too soon, how could she hope to captivate the emperor and make him infatuated with her? If it weren't for the troublesome Yun Shu, would she need to showcase her skills so openly? Yun Jing gritted her teeth at the thought of this vexatious child. The fragrant aroma of the June yellow crabs wafted through the air. Although Yun Shu had already dined, her naturally good appetite was piqued. With Qinger absent from your majesty's side, she cannot even assist in testing for poison. As she spoke, Yun Jing reached into the food box and sampled each crab. Rest assured, your majesty, I would never poison you. Yun Jing scoffed inwardly. I am not so foolish, the dog emperor is not yet wholly devoted to me. Why would I care so much for you? If I were to poison you, the emperor would surely flay me alive. So, since you hold the sixth prince in such high regard, after narrowly escaping death, should he consume these crabs and perish because of you, I wonder how you would flaunt your superiority before me then. After all, these crabs were made expressly for you, not for the sixth prince. Hiss. Upon hearing Yun Jing's inner thoughts, Yun Shu regarded this time-traveling woman with newfound disdain. How malicious, yet she still aspired to play the role of the leading lady. Nonsense, if you find me displeasing, that is one thing, but what business do you have with my poor sixth grandson? Why is it that you wish for him to suffer a more thorough demise? Not to mention, the crabs prepared by Yun Jing indeed appeared appetizing. When it came to food, Yun Shu was always willing to indulge. Sitting there regally, she declared, I have no one to assist me with the crabs. Does Yun Zhao intend for me to peel them myself? Yun Jing? What, this little wretch is ordering me to peel crabs for her. Dream on. Does she truly believe that she can look down upon me as if she were a true Empress Dowager? Yun Jing's face turned a shade of indignation, though she managed to force a smile. Fine, small grievances must be endured for the greater scheme. What is a bit of suffering? It's as if I am peeling for a dog, feeding it scraps. With a smile, Yun Jing picked up a crab, expertly peeled it, and dipped it in ginger vinegar before offering it to Yun Shu. Your Majesty, here you go. Yun Shu cast a disdainful glance at the crab leg, now tainted with ginger, and vehemently rejected it, glaring at Yun Jing. It's obvious you are no dutiful daughter-in-law. Any daughter-in-law who truly cared for me would know I detest ginger, yet you went and added so much. Yun Jing, for heaven's sake, ginger and vinegar work together to counteract the crab's cold nature, warming the stomach and dispelling the chill. Do you even understand that? She had distanced herself so thoroughly, she had accounted for everything, ensuring that should the emperor investigate, she would not be implicated. Seeing Yun Shu so difficult to please, Yun Jing forced a smile, skillfully removing all the ginger from the vinegar. Then, she dipped the crab into the ginger-free vinegar and offered it to Yun Shu. Your Majesty, this time, there are no ginger slices, you may eat it now, yes? Yun Shu gazed at the crab, which was nearly brought to her lips, suppressing her appetite. With her arms crossed and her small legs dangling in discontent, she huffed, maintaining her obstinate demeanor. You've already dipped this one in ginger, merely smelling it is enough to make me ill. You eat it yourself. Feed this foolish dog of yours. Chapter 34. The Queen's fury in a fit of rage, the Queen seethed internally, wishing ill upon the ancestors of Yun Shu for generations. Yun Jing, in her wrath, savagely bit into a crab coated with ginger strands, as if attempting to vent her frustration, chewing with a ferocity that suggested she was not merely consuming crab, but rather the very essence of Yun Shu before her, yearning to reduce the shell to mere fragments within her mouth. Once she finished the crab, a smile once again graced Yun Jing's face. She reached out to peel another crab for Yun Shu, saying, Your Majesty, this one is free of ginger. Please indulge. Now that is more like it. Yun Shu retorted with an eye roll. Regardless of the circumstances, I am still your elder. One must show respect to their seniors and consider their needs. If you do not wish to serve me, then why come to Cining Palace at this hour? Yun Jing scoffed. Of course, I'm hoping for your demise. What else would bring me here? If it weren't for the emperor's undue regard for you, would I have traveled all this way just to be humiliated by you, you insolent child? At that moment, Yun Jing truly grasped the weight of authority in the ancient world. Indeed, the higher the rank, the more oppressive the pressure. And considering Yun Shu's elevated status, she felt it acutely. Seeing Yun Shu relish every morsel of the crab she had peeled for her, Yun Jing hurriedly prepared 2 more crabs, exclaiming, Your Majesty, do take your time. There is plenty more. Look at you, acting as if you've never eaten before. Is it that astonishing to consume a crab? Yun Shu mused, perplexed. Surely, there was nothing extraordinary about a steamed crab. It was simply placed in the pot to cook. Though Yun Shu had a natural affinity for crabs, her son and daughter-in-law deemed her too young for such delicacies, fearing their cold nature might not suit her constitution. Thus, on the rare occasion she craved them, she was permitted only a single crab, hardly enough to satisfy her appetite. While she did not particularly care for Yun Jing, at least the crabs were to her liking. In mere moments, Yun Shu contentedly rubbed her round belly, feeling satiated and pleased. Yet, in a moment of distraction, Yun Jing glanced into the empty food box, now littered with crab legs, her eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, Did you really finish all those crabs? No way. She had only momentarily looked away, and Yun Shu had devoured them all. The crabs had not even been prepared specifically for her. Yun Jing shot a glance at Yun Shu, then at Yi Zhang behind her. Had she labored through the night only to provide crabs for Yun Shu? The smile on her face faltered, but just as she was about to speak, an angry voice echoed from outside the hall. Jin Xiaoyi, how dare you? This was the first time Yun Shu witnessed her typically gentle and amiable daughter-in-law erupting in such fury. Moromine strode in with an imperious expression, and upon seeing the remnants of crabs laid before Yun Shu, her dark eyes flashed with deep concern, her anger intensifying. She quickly approached Yun Jing and slapped her across the face. Smack! The sharp sound reverberated through the hall, leaving Yun Jing bewildered, clutching her stinging cheek and staring incredulously at Moromine. Meanwhile, Yun Shu, sensing the queen's wrath, lowered her gaze, staring at her own feet. Oh no, what was her beloved daughter-in-law doing here? Years ago, she had suffered a severe fever after indulging in too many crabs, bedridden for 3 days, unable to keep anything down. The emperor and queen had vigilantly cared for her throughout, with the emperor skipping morning court for 3 consecutive days out of worry, while the queen had wept tirelessly, fearing for her well-being. Ironically, it had been the queen who had encouraged her to eat the crabs, despite her own fondness for them. The result had nearly been disastrous, leading to a fierce argument between the emperor and queen. For 3 days, they had remained by her side, neither willing to speak to the other until she finally recovered. The queen had wept, apologizing profusely, and from that point on, Yun Shu had found it exceedingly difficult to indulge in crabs again. Understanding her usually gentle daughter-in-law's fury, Yun Shu recognized that this was indeed the first time Moromine had displayed such anger during her reign, the first instance of her striking a concubine. Yun Jing, bewildered, protested, "What have I done to deserve such treatment from the queen?" Seeing Yun Jing's unrepentant demeanor, Moromine recalled the haunting image of Yun Shu, pale and lifeless upon her bed after overindulging in crabs. Her expression darkened as she raised her hand again, delivering another slap to Yun Jing. Fury twisted Yun Jing's features as she thought, how could Moromine, who was said to be virtuous and benevolent, act with such cruelty? This was a woman who had never shown anger towards any concubine in the palace. Your Majesty is still young and delicate. It was because she overindulged in crabs that she fell gravely ill. Yun Zhaoyi, how dare you allow her to consume so many crabs? Moromine glared icily at her, then moved to embrace Yun Shu, cradling her protectively. Minner. Your Majesty. Fetch the imperial physician at once and inform him that the empress has consumed too many crabs. Yes, Your Majesty. Minner hurried away, not daring to delay. Observing the anxious and irate queen, Yun Shu attempted to soothe her. Oh, Your Majesty, there is no need for concern, I am perfectly well. But she knew that given her young age and the sudden consumption of so many crabs, her body may indeed have reacted poorly. However, that was no longer the case. She was now 4.5 years old, and the crabs Yun Jing had brought were not excessive. Chapter 35. I am truly sorry, dear daughter-in-law. I did not intend to cause any distress. Before long, Physician Lu hurriedly arrived with his medical kit. The matter at hand concerned the Empress Dowager's well-being, and there was no need for Minner to urge him about the Dowager's discomfort. He burst into the room like a whirlwind, leaving Minner unable to articulate the words that lingered on her lips. Inside the Imperial Medical Bureau, she exchanged glances with several attending physicians. Bewildered, is Physician Lu? Has he been swept away by a tornado? In a flurry of urgency, Lu Yu reached the Cining Palace and was relieved to find Yun Shu perched comfortably on the Empress's lap, her cheeks flushed and seemingly unharmed. He took a moment to wipe the beads of sweat from his brow after his rapid dash. Cautiously, he knelt before Yun Shu. I pay my respects to Your Majesty. Empress Morong gestured for him to rise. Physician Lu, the Empress Dowager has consumed an excessive amount of crabs. Her constitution is delicate. She cannot indulge in such cold-natured delicacies. Please examine her and prescribe some medicine. Lu Yu wasted no time, promptly kneeling to take Yun Shu's pulse. It was steady, and after gently prying open her eyelids, he found them normal as well. Your Majesty, please extend your little tongue for me to examine. To alleviate her daughter-in-law's worries, Yun Shu obediently complied. Very good. Lu Yu expressed his satisfaction, affectionately ruffling Yun Shu's round little head. He then stood and bowed toward Empress Morong. Your Majesty, there is no cause for alarm. However, the crabs are indeed quite cold in nature. Perhaps you could prepare some ginger tea for the Empress Dowager to help her recover. Upon hearing this, Morong let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Physician Lu. She then turned to Minner, instructing, Minner, brew a pot of ginger tea. Certainly, Your Majesty. After Minner exited, a profound silence enveloped the Cining Palace. Yun Jing knelt on the ground, clearly displeased after receiving 2 slaps from Morong but unable to voice her discontent. After all, she was the empress. In ancient times, it was all too easy for those in power to extinguish a life, akin to crushing an ant. Morong remained silent, her countenance darkened, still haunted by the memory of Yun Shu's pallid face from her childhood. That time had truly terrified her. She feared that the young Yun Shu might never awaken again. The events of that year were nothing short of a nightmare for her, a nightmare that she dared not revisit. With her eyes misty, Morong gently squeezed Yun Shu's round face. You must be more cautious, dear. No matter how much you adore crabs, you cannot indulge excessively. What if it harms your health? Understanding the Empress's maternal concern, Yun Shu buried her head in Morong's embrace, her voice muffled. I am truly sorry, dear daughter-in-law. I did not intend to. For the common folk, food is paramount, and she harbored such simple pleasures, enjoying a bit of sugar, relishing the taste of hairy crabs. If Yun Jing had not presented them to her, they would not have been within her reach. Moreover, the Empress was known for her fondness for crabs, and since that incident, she had not dared to touch them again. Only on rare occasions when she craved them would she permit herself a single crab, and even then, it was but half. In her previous life, Yun Shu would devour an entire basin of crabs without a second thought. One solitary crab was hardly sufficient to satisfy her. Besides, the crabs prepared by Yun Jing were undeniably delicious. Kneeling on the ground, Yun Jing found herself disregarded as the two conversed as if they were mother and daughter, indulging in saccharine exchanges. With a cold smirk, Yun Jing thought, one might mistake these two wretches for mother and daughter. What a splendid performance of maternal affection they are putting on, Your Majesty. Yun Jing began to speak when Minna rushed in with freshly brewed ginger tea. The pungent aroma of ginger wafted through the air, reaching Yun Jing's senses even before Minna entered. Observing Minna's flustered demeanor, she watched as Morong took the tea from her hands, cooled it slightly, and began to feed it to Yun Shu, saying, "Here, your majesty, having consumed so many crabs, you must drink this ginger tea, or else you may suffer discomfort later." Before Yun Shu could even part her lips, Yun Jing interjected with a mocking tone, "How commendable of you, Empress, to have served the Empress Dowager for so many years. It is truly a shame that the Dowager, who places such trust in you, is unaware that you've forgotten her aversion to ginger tea. Does the Empress truly regard the Dowager as her mother? Surely, this is merely a facade. After all, there is no blood relation between you and the Dowager, and you have your own children." Before Yun Jing could finish her tirade, Yun Shu, with the aid of Morong, gulped down the entire bowl of ginger tea without leaving a trace. Yun Jing's words caught in her throat as she stared wide-eyed at Yun Shu, struggling to regain her voice. You claim that the scent of ginger made you nauseous. Why is it that the ginger tea from the Empress is acceptable? This is a token of filial piety from your humble daughter-in-law, who is concerned for my health. How could I possibly let my daughter-in-law down? Yun Shu nestled her round face into Morong's soft embrace, relishing the comforting warmth. Hearing Yun Jing's remarks, Morong was taken aback, lowering her gaze to Yun Shu. Does the Dowager truly dislike ginger tea? Why had she never known? During the cold seasons, she had always ordered the royal kitchen to prepare ginger tea for Yun Shu, fearing she would catch a chill, yet she had never seen Yun Shu refuse or express disdain for it. At this revelation, Yun Jing finally grasped the situation. It appeared that Yun Shu had done this deliberately, seeking to undermine her. Such malice from one so young. This was precisely why she held such disdain for unruly children. Infuriated by the truth, Yun Jing felt as though she might choke on her own indignation. His Majesty has arrived outside. Yi Ling strode in with purpose. The moment he entered, he spotted Yun Jing kneeling on the ground. Her eyes, filled with a mix of grievance and innocence, sought his attention instinctively. His heart softened, and he reached out to assist her. Your Majesty, Yun Zhaoi is fully aware that the Empress Dowager cannot consume crabs, yet she presented her with an abundance. Her intentions are truly malicious. Upon hearing the Empress's words, Yi Ling's hand, which had instinctively reached to help Yun Jing, faltered. Yun Jing's body, which had already risen halfway, was abruptly sent crashing back down with a loud thud, her delicate knees striking the unforgiving floor, causing her to gasp in pain. She winced, muttering to herself, "Curse that wretched emperor, damn him." Chapter 36. Oh dear, my poor belly. What of the Empress Dowager? It was evident that Yi Ling was reminded of the perilous incident when Yun Shu nearly lost her life after consuming crabs. He swiftly approached Yun Shu, intending to lift her from the Empress's embrace. However, Morongin turned away, maintaining a composed demeanor while still holding Yun Shu. Seeing this, Granny Zhang promptly interjected with a smile, attempting to ease the tension. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has just finished a bowl of ginger tea, and Imperial Physician Lu has checked her pulse. There is no serious concern. However, she cautiously glanced at the Empress's expression and respectfully added, "It is simply that the Empress Dowager has indulged in too many crabs. Perhaps your Majesty should refrain from overwhelming her and allow her to rest peacefully." Upon hearing this, Yi Ling felt it prudent to refrain from further comment. When his gaze fell upon Yun Jing, his dark eyes glimmered with an icy chill, causing Yun Jing to feel as though she were pierced by 1,000 needles, wishing to be frozen in place. Your Majesty, Yun Jing attempted to explain. He had promised to keep her by his side forever. Furthermore, he had assured her that should she bear him a dragon heir, even if it were merely a princess, he would elevate her status. She acknowledged that her visit to Cining Palace tonight had indeed harbored ulterior motives, yet the crabs were not solely meant for Yun Shu, they were intended for the sixth prince. Had she not achieved her objective? The evidence is before us, how can I believe you? Yi Ling coldly regarded her. I have long warned you, the Empress Dowager is still young, that if she does not hold you in esteem, you would do well to though she is youthful, she is not unreasonable. As long as you do not provoke her, she will not seek trouble with you for no reason. I have not troubled her. Yun Jing retorted, her anger flaring. Enough. Who in the harem is unaware that the Empress Dowager cannot consume crabs? Years ago, she nearly lost her life due to overindulgence in them. Your Majesty and the Empress hold her in such high regard, treating her as a precious gem. Yet you, Yun Zhaoi, Granny Zheng scoffed, your intentions are truly malicious. I genuinely did not know she could not eat crabs. Yun Jing realized she was left utterly defenseless. She was indeed misunderstood, for she had no knowledge of Yun Shu's dietary restrictions. Moreover, the crabs were not prepared for Yun Shu. As this thought crossed her mind, Yun Jing promptly bit her tongue, nearly revealing her true intentions in a moment of panic. If they discovered her plot against the sixth prince, she would not care for their regard towards Yun Shu, but she could not afford to be despised by the emperor so swiftly. Otherwise, she would bring shame upon all women who traverse through time. Clenching her teeth, she adopted a demeanor of being wronged. Regardless of whether you believe me or not, I declare that I did not. Just as you all say, everyone in the palace knows the Empress Dowager cannot eat crabs, yet I prepared so many for her. Does that not imply I seek her demise? If something were to happen, if I truly wished to harm her, I would not be foolish enough to execute it myself. Perhaps her words resonated with reason, for Yi Ling fell silent. After all, he had always regarded Yun Jing as a remarkably astute woman, certainly not one to commit such a foolish act. Noticing the injury on her face, Yi Ling's heart softened, and he extended his hand to her. Rise. Feeling a surge of triumph, Yun Jing placed her hand on Yi Ling's, only to hear Morong Yin's icy voice from behind. Even if it were unintentional, if you truly feared the Empress Dowager might be hungry late at night, you could have brought something else. Why specifically crabs, and such an abundance of them? The motives behind this, I believe only you, Yun Shu, are aware. That wretched Moronin, why meddle so much? Just when the emperor had begun to be swayed by her words, his gaze turned scrutinizing due to Moronin's remark. Empress, is the Empress Dowager not well? Moreover, the crabs I prepared have all been consumed by the Empress Dowager. It is evident she was quite satisfied. Not only has she shown no signs of distress, but she appeared quite pleased after enjoying the crabs I made. Yun Jing huffed. Furthermore, my inadvertent misstep, was it not already addressed by the Empress? Even now, my face still aches from the punishment I received. Is that not sufficient? Your injury was inflicted by the Empress? Throughout their tumultuous relationship, even amidst private disputes regarding other women, Yiling had always perceived the Empress as dignified and virtuous in the eyes of outsiders. She would never personally strike a concubine, nor would she excessively punish even the most lowly servant for a minor offense. Initially, he believed the mark on Yun Jing's face had been ordered by the Empress, only to discover she had acted herself. Was she deliberately seeking to retaliate against Yun Jing? Given that he had shown Yun Jing considerable favor lately, often spending nights in her resplendent palace, he had neglected several promises made to the Empress, leaving her alone. If this were the case, Yiling's gaze fell upon Yun Jing's face once more, his dark eyes fixating on the distinct handprints that matched the size of the Empress's hand. A flicker of displeasure crossed his brow. The Empress had overstepped her bounds. At this rate, what distinguished her from those women in the harem who resorted to petty schemes and jealousy for favor? How could she embody the virtues of a gracious and magnanimous Empress? She was the Empress, the sovereign of the harem, the epitome of motherhood, and the model for all women across the realm. The atmosphere within the grand hall grew palpably tense. It was deathly silent, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping would be unmistakable. Oh dear, my poor belly. At that moment, the previously tranquil silence was abruptly shattered by a youthful wail. Yun Shu clutched her abdomen, her fair, round face paling dramatically, contorting in pain. Chapter 37. Enough, I no longer feel pain. With that, she grasped the Empress's hand and buried her head sorrowfully in her embrace. Empress, I cannot fathom why, but I am suddenly beset with excruciating stomach pains. Moronin was startled by her pale visage, forgetting all about the Emperor in that moment. Even the Emperor himself seemed preoccupied, his focus solely on her. How could this be? Yun Jing appeared bewildered, observing Yun Shu in her agonized state, seemingly fine just moments ago. How could things have changed so drastically? Yiling shot her a cold glare. His indifferent, dark eyes, devoid of warmth, made Yun Jing's heart race. How could she have forgotten Yiling's identity? He was the revered sovereign, the emperor of the realm. The mere flicker of his gaze carried an authority and gravity that was overwhelming. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and summon the imperial physician. Within moments, Lu Yu rushed in, carrying a medical kit. Upon hearing of the Empress Dowager's distress, Lu Yu disregarded the usual decorum, hastily bypassing the emperor, his sole focus on the ailing Empress Dowager, completely neglecting to acknowledge the monarch. How could this be? The Empress Dowager was well when I last checked her pulse, Lu Yu muttered, perplexed. Suddenly, he caught Yun Shu's gaze, her large, dark eyes glimmering with intelligence. Just by looking into those lively eyes, Lu Yu quickly discerned the situation. The Empress's face was etched with worry, and upon Lu Yu's arrival, she promptly urged, Lu physician, you must examine the Empress Dowager quickly, she has suddenly claimed to be in pain. Empress, do not fret. I shall attend to the Empress Dowager immediately, Lu Yu assured, diligently taking Yun Shu's pulse before peering into her eyes. His expression grew serious. The Emperor and Empress, both intently focused on Lu Yu, especially Yiling, stepped forward when they noticed the gravity on Lu Yu's face. Well. How is the Empress Dowager? Lu Yu shook his head. The crab, the Empress Dowager cannot indulge in it excessively. He then directed his gaze toward the tea table, fixating on the remnants of crab in the food box. Crabs are inherently cold in nature, and women should not consume them in abundance. Moreover, the Empress Dowager is still quite young, her body has not fully developed its functions, and to consume such a large quantity of crab at once. He casually picked up a half-eaten crab, its pungent, spicy aroma wafting towards him. Just by inhaling the scent, Lu Yu could envision the overwhelming spiciness of the entire dish. His expression shifted from serious to irate. Your Majesty, please take a whiff. He presented the crab to the Emperor. Responding to the request, Yiling took the crab and inhaled deeply. Of the sharp, spicy scent was unmistakable, causing him to furrow his brow. Lu Yu's voice grew more heated with indignation. Yun Shu, your preference for spice is your own affair, but the Empress Dowager is still quite young. Even the usual spiciness may be too much for her to bear. How could you prepare such a fiery dish for her? Such an intensely spicy crab could overwhelm even an adult. At that moment, Yun Jing felt truly wronged. Having crossed over from the modern world, she was accustomed to an abundance of spice. In her past life, they relished extreme heat, particularly at her age. The spicier, the better. Mild spice barely garnered a glance. Furthermore, the crab was not solely seasoned with chili. While it was indeed spicy, it also contained sugar, creating a sweet and spicy balance. Besides, had not Yun Shu devoured it with evident delight? She had finished the entire plate without uttering a word of discomfort. Your Majesty, I concede that I may have added a touch too much chili, but you vile woman. Before she could finish her sentence, Yiling's fury erupted as he delivered a harsh kick to her chest. The frail Yun Jing could hardly withstand such a blow, letting out a pained cry as she collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest, her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the cold, unfeeling emperor before her. Since her arrival in this realm, this man had shown her nothing but gentleness. Each time she graced the splendid palace, he had been utterly obedient to her, regarding her with admiration, particularly when she spoke of her inventions. Even that night, he had held her close, apologizing for neglecting her and acknowledging her suffering when she mentioned that wretched Yun Shu, Yiling had sided with her, merely suggesting that she remain in the splendid palace and avoid the Cining Palace if she so wished. No one would compel her to go. Just last night, he had embraced her with such tenderness, claiming she possessed an irresistible allure that captivated him, a sensation he had never experienced with any other woman throughout his reign. Yun Jing felt triumphant and elated. After all, how could those rigid women in his harem compare to someone as advanced as her, a being from the 21st century? Moreover, she was the leading lady, radiating an aura of prominence. Even if she were not conventionally beautiful, the male lead's affection would not hinge solely on her appearance but encompass her entirety, would it not? Yet now, Yiling had chosen to believe the venomous words of a malicious rival. As expected, every leading lady must endure trials and face the male lead's scrutiny and coldness. Yun Jing fought against the metallic taste of blood surging in her mouth as she struggled to rise from the ground. Her once vibrant, dark eyes resembled crushed grapes, losing their luster and charm. She gazed at Yiling, suddenly smiling, and pointed at Yun Shu. You would sooner believe the words of a mere 4-year-old than trust me? If my crab truly posed a threat, she would have cried out in pain long ago. Why not before, or later, but precisely at this moment? Is it not because, what a fate I have, after 4 years in the palace, I should have been surrounded by children and grandchildren, with dutiful daughters-in-law. Though a few may rebel and disharmonize with me, I would never expect them to cause me disquiet at such an hour. My stomach burns as if set ablaze, and she dares to accuse me of feigning. Yun Shu, heartbroken, waved her hand dismissively. Enough, enough. I no longer feel pain, no longer. Chapter 38. As long as it is the Empress Dowager's words, I shall believe them. Empress Dowager, the Empress wore a face of concern. Yiling, equally worried, approached her, cradling Yun Shu from the Empress's arms. Empress Dowager, be good. If you say it hurts, it is all the fault of Yun Zhaoi. As long as it is the Empress Dowager's words, I shall believe them. What do you believe in her? Yun Jing was thoroughly enraged. She is clearly pretending, lying. Can't you see through it? Enough. Yiling glared at her with impatience. How long do you intend to indulge in your stubbornness? Yun Jing's anger flared. She abhorred the feeling of being wronged, especially for something she had not done. At that moment, she disregarded all decorum, forcefully pushing away Yuer's obstruction, and stormed towards Yiling, pointing at Yun Shu in her arms. Regardless of whether you believe my words or not. She is merely pretending. Dr. Lu is a highly esteemed physician of the Imperial Hospital, who has treated the late emperor numerous times. By claiming the Empress Dowager is pretending, are you not indirectly accusing Dr. Lu of lying? Morong Yin's cold voice rang out from behind. Even Min-er, at that moment, retorted with haughty disdain. Yun Zhaoi, to deceive the emperor is a grave crime punishable by death. Dr. Lu has always adhered to his principles. He would never speak or act contrary to what is right. Moreover, Dr. Lu bears no grudge against you, Yun Zhaoi. If you wish to harm the Empress Dowager, that is one thing, but to involve Dr. Lu as well is utterly despicable. Yun Zhaoi, you truly possess a heart of malice. Your Majesty, I have served in the palace for many years, whether attending to the late emperor or in service to you and the esteemed ladies of the harem. I pride myself on my unwavering dedication and have never entertained any treachery. Even when the noble consort presented me with a wealth of riches to sway my loyalty, I remained unmoved, demonstrating my loyalty to you and the imperial family. It is truly an injustice. I am heartbroken, Wo, Your Majesty. Lu Yu's eyes reddened, and he managed to squeeze out a few tears of injustice with great theatricality. In contrast to Yun Jing's previous understanding, where revelations led to self-preservation through betrayal, this group of antagonists exhibited an alarming unity. So united, in fact, that as Yun Jing watched Lu Yu weep copiously, it appeared all too genuine, her features contorted with rage, her dark eyes fixed on Lu Yu like blades, wishing to cut him down. You all, seize Yun Zhaoi and administer 30 strikes with the heavy rod. Yun Jing was taken aback, thinking she misheard, and looked up at the emperor in disbelief. You intend to strike me? Though she had yet to fully capture the male lead's heart, during her time here since her transmigration, Yiling had treated her exceedingly well. While he had not been entirely submissive, she was undoubtedly the most favored in the harem. This was the first time he had expressed such fury towards her, even resorting to violence. Yun Jing felt utterly wronged and heartbroken. Her deep, dark eyes shone like a flashlight in the night, casting all their light upon Yiling. It was as if this handsome, towering man before her was her sole focus. Even now, Yun Jing could scarcely believe he truly intended to strike her. You truly wish to strike me? Yun Zhaoi, I have indulged you far too much, allowing your behavior to reach such a lawless extent. 2 guards entered, one on each side, dragging Yun Jing away. No matter how she screamed in protest, Yiling coldly turned his back, refusing to glance at her. After Yun Zhaoi was taken away, Liu placed 2 sour plums in Yun Shu's mouth. Empress Dowager, eat more sour plums, and your stomach won't hurt. The sweet and sour plums were to Yun Shu's liking. After consuming 2, she extended her chubby little hand towards Lu Yu, signaling for more. Lu Yu quickly smiled and offered her a few more. It was only when Yiling settled into a seat with Yun Shu that he noticed Yi Zhang had inexplicably awakened. He looked slightly surprised, his handsome, stern features betraying a hint of delight, though he had never placed much importance on this sixth son. He was, after all, his own flesh and blood. Over the years, he had indeed neglected him, resulting in much suffering for the boy. When did you awaken? Have you just come to? Yi Zheng, unsure of how to respond, he chose to remain silent and lowered his head. Yun Shu took a bite of the large sour plum. It was quite tart, lacking any sweetness. Her small, round face scrunched up. Zheng has been awake for some time, but your majesty, you have yet to notice him. Indeed, upon entering, Yiling's attention had been entirely consumed by Yun Shu and Yun Jing, scarcely glancing at the empress. Seeing Yi Zheng awake stirred Yiling's heart. Cradling the Empress Dowager, he addressed Yi Zheng. In recent days, I am grateful for the Empress Dowager's care for you. Without her, you would not be who you are today. The previously silent Yi Zheng, upon hearing the emperor's words, finally spoke in a hoarse voice. Thank you, Empress Dowager. Thank you, father. His understanding and obedience pleased Yiling greatly. Yun Shu felt equally gratified as Zheng. You are too polite. You are not only of royal blood but also my grandson. Although I may have been somewhat neglectful towards you before, both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. Even if the bones are broken, the tendons remain connected. Rest assured, today, in front of the emperor, let him witness, from now on, you shall live with me, and I will ensure you grow up safely, free from bullying. Before Yi Zheng could respond, Yiling nodded. The Empress Dowager is correct. You are only a few years older than her, and you can play together from now on, reside in Cining Palace and grow up alongside the Empress Dowager. Yes, father, yes, Empress Dowager. The two imperial figures lingered a while longer to observe Yun Shu, confirming that she posed no significant issues before Moromine rose to leave. Perhaps the presence of a certain individual in the Grand Hall made her feel inexplicably resistant. Had it only been Yun Shu, she might have stayed longer to accompany the Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager, it is getting late, I shall take my leave. Yun Shu nodded. The Empress's health has not yet recovered, and you have traveled a long distance to visit me. Your filial piety is truly commendable. Please return quickly. I am quite well. Rest assured, Empress Dowager, I will call for Qing and the others shortly to keep watch over you. Hearing Yun Shu say this, Moromine felt somewhat reassured and nodded before preparing to withdraw. Chapter 39. I command you to sing, sing. During this time, she did not even cast a glance at the emperor. In the past, no matter how egregious his actions, he would never have been so thoroughly disregarded by Moromine. It was as if there were a pair of eyes, captivated by his presence wherever he appeared, relentlessly following him. This was the sensation that Yiling had experienced over the years in the presence of the Empress. Yet now, all Yiling could perceive from Moromine was her indifference towards him. How dare she ignore him? Yiling felt a twinge of irritation and rose to accompany the Empress. As it happens, I have no affairs tonight, so I shall join you in visiting Cining Palace. Yiling keenly observed Moromine's reaction, and even when he mentioned going to Cining Palace, her expression remained inscrutable, devoid of agreement or refusal. Thus, they departed from Cining Palace. Yiling's anger simmered. In the eyes of all, he was the center of adoration, and having voluntarily proposed to visit her Cining Palace, why did she continue to wear that apathetic facade for whom? Frustrated, he followed closely behind her. The emperor and empress walked, one before the other, out of Cining Palace. Yun Jing had just endured 30 lashes, her back stained with blood, a pool of crimson beneath her, resembling a river of blood. A rag had been stuffed in her mouth, which was only removed after the punishment was completed. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, and pain tore at her back, causing her to gasp for breath, each inhalation a reminder of her agony. For a prolonged period, her vision was shrouded in darkness. At last, her sight began to regain a semblance of light, slowly allowing her to discern her surroundings. Then she beheld two familiar figures emerging from the Grand Hall, one slender woman in the lead, followed closely by a tall man, relentless in pursuit. This scene struck Yun Jing as painfully familiar. It should have been her in the forefront, with Yiling chasing after her. As the heroine, it was her role to be pursued by the male lead, not this inconsequential empress, bound to Yiling by mere matchmaking, devoid of any emotional foundation. As the two figures began to recede from view, Yiling, upon exiting, did not even spare her a glance. Only the empress, this insignificant pawn, deigned to acknowledge her presence. That heartless man, he never considered the reasons for her current plight. Yun Jing clenched her teeth, nearly shattering her silver dental work. Despite the searing pain in her back, she resolutely bit down, directing her voice Though her voice was hoarse, the lyrics flowed forth with elegance, imbued with poetic grace and vivid imagery. Coupled with her pitiful appearance, her soaring voice oscillated between sorrow and pain. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall, Yun Shu, indulging in sour plums, heard the familiar lyrics and felt a surge of alarm. This time, it was not good. Even after such a brutal beating, she still sought to entice her capricious son. Given her current state and the heart-wrenching song she sang, how could it not enthrall her aimless son? Yun Shu's apprehensions were justified. Outside the palace, Yiling had followed Moromine for some distance. From the outset, her indifference had irked him. However, as he trailed behind her, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. He could not recall how many years had passed since he had escorted Moromine home, consciously maintaining a distance of 4 paces to shield her reputation from prying eyes. The woman walked at varying speeds, perhaps fearing that if she moved too quickly, she might lose sight of him upon reaching home. Conversely, if she walked too slowly, the man she adored would follow closely yet remain unable to embrace her, forced to part ways. Both were in anguish. Yiling, reflecting on this feeling, felt a pang of nostalgia. After all, back then, he had genuinely cherished Moromine, willing to sacrifice everything for her. She was the object of his youthful affection, the woman he had pursued relentlessly. Yet, a celestial melody, one he had never before encountered, imbued with disappointment, heartbreak, and resolute finality, suddenly gripped him, compelling him to halt. In that moment, as if drawn by an enchantment, he found himself gazing toward Yun Jing. There she lay, illuminated by the cold moonlight, her face ashen and devoid of color, surrounded by a scene of devastation, drenched in blood. The acrid scent of blood assaulted his senses, and her wide, desperate eyes bore into him. It was as though he had been ensnared by an abyss, pulling him in. He felt a lump in his throat, opening his mouth, longing to articulate something. Walking ahead, Morongin had initially seen the Emperor's elongated shadow trailing behind her. The Emperor's repeated, indiscriminate reproaches had left her heartbroken and disillusioned, yet she still held a place for him in her heart. Had he but the humility to appease her, as he did tonight, she would not have remained so obstinately upset. After all, she understood that the current Yi Ling was an emperor, no longer the naive youth who had once been utterly devoted to her. Yet now, witnessing Yi Ling's gaze and footsteps captivated by Yun Jing, Morongyan's lips curled into a sardonic smile. With a silent scoff, she quickened her pace to depart. Yi Ling remained fixated on Yun Jing, oblivious to the fact that the Empress had long since vanished into the shadows. In this moment, he was utterly preoccupied, his attention riveted upon Yun Jing, his dark eyes glimmering with concern. He was about to stride towards her when, from within the grand hall, a diminutive figure darted forth like the wind, racing to Yun Jing, brandishing a large lollipop and striking her head with it. "What are you doing, wailing like a ghost in the dead of night? Howling, you nearly scared me to death. I command you to sing, I'll make you pay for this." Chapter 40 of the Queen's daughter-in-law, deeply favored by the Empress Dowager, Yun Jing had just endured 30 strikes, her breath faint. In a bid to capture the Emperor's attention, she nearly exhausted her strength, wagering her very life in the process. After pouring all her energy into a song, Yun Jing's vision of Yi Ling became blurred. In her hazy consciousness, she perceived a tall, familiar figure approaching her, seemingly ready to sweep her into his arms with tender care. She barely had time to revel in her triumph. Little did she know, out of nowhere, a figure akin to Cheng Yaojin leapt forth, striking her head repeatedly with a flurry of blows. The assault left Yun Jing dizzy, her vision clouded with stars, and the scathing words from Yun Shu became In an instant, her world faded to black, and she collapsed into unconsciousness. Yun Shu, hands on her hips, glared at Yun Jing, her round little face flushed with indignation. Witnessing Yun Shu's fury, Yi Ling froze mid-step, glancing from the unconscious Yun Jing to the irate visage of Yun Shu. He felt a pang of sympathy for Yun Jing's pitiful state, for this woman had captivated him of late. Yet, he was undeniably wary of Yun Shu's anger. Though the Empress Dowager was young, she possessed a penchant for lecturing. Even he, the emperor of a nation, found that when Yun Shu was in good spirits, she would converse with him warmly, but when her mood soured, as it did now, her dark, piercing gaze rendered him somewhat apprehensive. "Your Majesty, Emperor! I do not wish to speak of you any longer." Yun Shu shot him a fierce look, her small face clouded with displeasure. Aware of the need to maintain decorum before outsiders, she felt compelled to uphold her son's dignity as the emperor. "Come with me." Yi Ling remained silent, awkwardly rubbing his nose. He obediently followed Yun Shu inside. The throne reserved for her as Empress Dowager was elevated, and in the past, when Qinger and Mama Yu were at her side, they would lift her onto it. With them absent, Yun Shu regarded Yi Ling silently, yet he quickly understood her intent and rushed to lift her onto her throne. Just as he was about to take a seat beside her, he noticed her displeased expression and could only stand still, awaiting the reprimand from this petite matriarch who barely reached his waist. Yun Shu's chubby little hand rapped firmly on the table, producing a series of sharp sounds. Merely hearing the crisp echoes of her strikes revealed her profound dissatisfaction. "Emperor, how many times must I tell you? The Queen is your first wife, she has walked this path with you. Though I was not yet born during your youth, I have often heard the Queen speak of the time when you and she shared a bond. You were utterly devoted to her, your heart and soul belonging solely to her." Indeed, this was a point Yi Ling could hardly dispute. Before he ascended the throne, his heart had been wholly occupied by Morongin. Even though there were women of unparalleled beauty surrounding him, none could compare to the significance Morongin held in his heart. Yun Shu gazed up at Yi Ling's handsome, fair visage. How infuriating! Not only was he wielding immense power and privilege, but he was also exceptionally good-looking. Even if her son were not prone to infidelity, countless women would undoubtedly vie for his attention simply because of his striking appearance. Typically, this was the moment a man's sense of responsibility and loyalty was put to the test. However, such virtues were rare among men in this world. Not only men, but women were equally susceptible. Moreover, given Yi Ling's elevated status and the environment he inhabited, it was utterly unrealistic to expect him to remain loyal. Thus, Yun Shu could empathize, as could Morongin. The ideologies instilled in an individual from childhood become deeply entrenched, especially when surrounded by similar influences. It was an impossible task to expect him to remain faithful in such a realm, lest he become the laughingstock of the entire empire. Yun Shu had watched her son grow up. She knew his temperament better than anyone, and from the time he was an infant, she had discerned his nature. With a sigh of resignation, she spoke to him earnestly. "When you indulge other women, have I not shared my thoughts with you and the Queen? Even when you lavish attention on any concubine in the harem, she has never uttered a word of complaint. As the Queen, she dutifully manages the harem, laboring without grievances or regrets. Emperor, the Queen is a dutiful daughter-in-law in my eyes. Within the harem, she is regarded as the magnanimous and compassionate matriarch, a paragon for all women. She is, after all, your first wife. While it may be permissible for you to visit other chambers, there comes a time when she too deserves her due." Furthermore, at this juncture, Yun Shu shot him a sharp glance. "Regarding Qinger, the fault lies squarely with you, Emperor. You believe the words of others without discernment, doubting your own wife and children in favor of an outsider. Pray tell, are you soft-headed?" In this world, only Yun Shu dared to speak to him in such a manner. Yi Ling listened attentively, noticing the girl's genuine irritation. Even her youthful voice bore a newfound firmness, tinged with indignation. Yi Ling nodded. "Your words resonate, this matter is indeed my fault. Call me mother. Yun Shu struck the table once more with emphasis. Yi Ling, unfazed, acquiesced. He understood that in her extreme anger, she delineated their mother-son relationship with stark clarity. He obediently nodded, addressing her once again. Yes, mother. You are still young, Emperor, and unaware of how rare it is to find someone who treats you sincerely in this world. The Queen has known you since childhood, you grew up together, and that bond surpasses any other connection. Now, captivated by the colorful distractions of the harem, you fail to recognize the Queen's worth. One day, should you lose her, you will find yourself filled with regret. Listening to her admonition delivered with a tone reminiscent of a wise adult, Yi Ling's lips curled into a slight smile, yet he thought dismissively, how could Moromine ever bear to part from him? Everything she possessed, the throne of the Queen, the exalted power, was bestowed upon her by him, who could offer her the honor that all women envied. Should she leave him? Since you have spoken so, I shall visit Cining Palace tonight to spend time with the Queen. I acknowledge my wrongs regarding Shang'er. Indeed, it was your error. What is so difficult about lowering your head before your wife and children? Acknowledging your mistake will not be met with unreasonable demands from the Queen. Thus, you shall reconcile as before. Yun Shu gazed at him with evident dissatisfaction, crossing her arms. Among the many daughters-in-law in the harem, let me be clear, I acknowledge only the Queen. The Queen, as your daughter-in-law, has truly captured my heart. Chapter 41. Your imperial grandmother, allow me to assist you with the hammer. In the palace of cunning, Moromine had presumed that the emperor would, as before, be captivated by the charms of another woman. After all, Yun Zhaohui was indeed remarkable. The very verses and melodies she sang were enough to astonish even Moromine herself. Truly, she was a woman of great wit and talent. Your Highness. Accompanying the Empress were Zhang Mama and Minner. The two exchanged glances, reading the concern reflected in each other's eyes. Unable to restrain herself, Minner spoke up, Your Highness, please do not be too sorrowful. It is merely that Yun Zhaohui possesses an abundance of cunning strategies, ever so resourceful. The Emperor, Moromine merely smiled faintly in response. It matters not, I have grown accustomed to it. It is late, let us all retire for the night. Yes, Your Highness. Although Minner and Zhang Mama still harbored some worry, they could only obediently extinguish the lights and withdraw upon hearing the Empress's words. By the time Yi Ling arrived, the lights in Cining Palace had already been extinguished. Observing the pitch-black palace, he felt a surge of anger once more. Having heeded the Empress Dowager's words, he had hurried from Cining Palace, only to find that Moromine had not awaited him. To think she would not wait for him even after his arrival at this dark palace, illuminated only by the cold moonlight that faintly outlined its exterior. As for the interior, the thought that Moromine had indeed not waited for him was infuriating. In the past, even if he did not come to Cining Palace, she would keep the oil lamps lit, seated there waiting for him until late into the night, only retiring once she was certain he would not arrive. The present Moromine seemed to have entirely disregarded his presence. Zhang Mama and Minner stood guard outside, likely having spotted the Emperor approaching with a gloomy expression. Their faces brightened in unison as they exchanged glances. The Emperor has arrived. Zhang Mama, I shall go inform the Empress. Your Majesty. Zhang Mama bowed respectfully towards Yi Ling. He did not deign to look at her. Is the Empress asleep? Zhang Mama shook her head. The Empress has been feeling somewhat fatigued and unwell of late. She just extinguished the lights and is likely yet to retire. Minner has just gone in to inform her. Perceiving the cloud of gloom upon the Emperor's visage, Zhang Mama, upon your return, she hardly spoke. I believe if she knew you had arrived, she would be exceedingly delighted. To corroborate Zhang Mama's assertion, it was indeed as she said. Scarcely had her words left her lips when the once dark Cining Palace was suddenly aglow, the lights illuminating the space. Upon witnessing the brightened palace, Yi Ling's mood lifted slightly, acknowledging Moromine's perceptiveness. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to the urge to turn and leave. Undoubtedly, Yi Ling spent the night in Cining Palace. Women are easily soothed, especially those like the Empress. She seldom harbors resentment against him. Each time there was a disagreement, a few gentle words from him would suffice to restore their harmony. Yet, when it came to Moromine, his mind was plagued by thoughts of Yun Jing's pale, stubborn face, and the verses she sang. Did she intend to sever ties with him henceforth, to live as strangers? Were Moromine to utter such words, he would not believe them. However, Yun Jing was not like Moromine, or indeed any of the women in this harem. She was obstinate and fiercely independent. Moreover, this time, he had indeed wounded her heart. In Cining Palace, it was typically the hour when Yun Shu would retire for the night. After the Emperor and Empress departed, she turned to glance at the ailing Yi Zhang, who lay on the sickbed, his dark eyes fixed upon her, unmoving for what felt like an eternity. Yun Shu found him endearing. She approached him, gently ruffling his hair, exclaiming, Dear grandson, do you see, this harem has truly caused me great distress. Yi Zhang, seated upon a small stool, she resembled a little old lady, muttering to herself, the Emperor is quite admirable. He is filial to me and obedient, never defying my wishes since childhood. He is a dutiful and devoted son. Yet, he is too easily swayed, fickle, even a mere woman can capture his heart so effortlessly. The Empress is a virtuous and considerate daughter-in-law, always thinking of others. Her degree of filial piety far surpasses that of the Emperor. In the past, whenever there were delicacies, the Empress would always remember to send them to me. From childhood to now, my favorite daughter-in-law has always been the Empress. Yun Shu continued her self-talk, her mature and composed tone resembling that of a mother recounting tales of her children. An elderly woman, her hair as white as snow, sat upon the threshold surrounded by a group of young ones, sharing anecdotes of her offspring. When speaking of her dutiful son and daughter-in-law, her bright eyes sparkled with joy. However, Yun Shu was different. Despite her tender years, even clad in the most extravagant garments adorned with her cherished jewels, she exuded an air of innocence. Of course, this was provided she did not tear open the colorful wrapping of the enormous lollipop she had been reluctant to eat for days. Revealing a delectable round lollipop, larger than her head, the sweetness of its aroma began to waft through the hall as she peeled back the wrapper. This massive lollipop was a first for Yun Shu, leaving her uncertain of how to approach it. Tentatively, she extended her little tongue to lick the giant treat. Delicious, Yun Shu slurped eagerly, taking bite after bite. Ye Zhang. Indeed, a lollipop larger than her head was quite the challenge to consume. She could hardly manage to swallow it, yet the flavor was remarkably unique, unlike anything she had ever tasted. A blend of taro and orange, another lick transformed it into a mixture of banana and tangerine? With yet another taste, it morphed into a combination of grape and apple. Having procured a hefty hammer, which she initially intended to place on the table, she found herself unable to reach the surface due to her small stature. Thus, she laid the colorful wrapper on the ground, positioned the lollipop atop it, and began to pound with the hammer. The lollipop proved resilient, and despite her efforts, it showed no signs of yielding. Just as she prepared for a second round of strikes, the hammer she held was suddenly seized by a slender, pale hand devoid of any flesh. Yun Shu looked up, meeting Yi Zhang's complex, scarred visage. His dark eyes shone like luminous pearls in the night. His voice was somewhat hoarse. Your Imperial Grandmother, permit me to assist you with the hammer. Chapter 42, Do not sleep, Your Majesty. I have been bribed again. Initially, it was Yun Shu who squatted there, vigorously wielding a hefty iron hammer. However, upon witnessing the filial piety exhibited by her grandson Yi Zhang, she decided to pass the hammer to him. Yi Zhang, taller than her, though perhaps not as stout, was several years her senior. Furthermore, being a male, he possessed greater strength, whether in childhood or adulthood. To Yun Shu's dismay, however, the moment Yi Zhang received the hammer from her, he faltered, causing it to tumble. Perhaps due to his existing injuries, coupled with the hammer's considerable weight, his frail physique succumbed, resulting in a painful collision with her beloved lollipop. As she observed her once pristine lollipop now marred with his blood, Yun Shu fell into an unsettling silence. The vast Cining Palace was once again enveloped in an eerie stillness. Yun Shu remained speechless, her gaze fixed intently on Yi Zhang, who lay sprawled atop her lollipop. Aware of his blunder, Yi Zhang's expression turned grim, and in a state of panic, he hastily scrambled off the lollipop, kneeling before her, his voice trembling with fear. Grandmother. I did not mean to with a hammer, it was too heavy, I did not anticipate its weight. He dared not meet Yun Shu's gaze, which was clouded with disappointment. Instead, his eyes instinctively fell upon the lollipop stained with his blood, such a magnificent, gleaming confection, but it was evident that the Empress Dowager cherished it. Taking it, after days of reluctance to indulge, she finally unwrapped it today, only for it to be tainted by him. Surely, her heart was filled with anger. Yi Zhang understood that he was inherently unlikable, and anyone in his presence invariably faced misfortune. Were it not for him, the Empress Dowager could have savored that lollipop for over a month. Observing Yi Zhang kneeling pitifully on the ground, the fresh stitches on his wounds splitting open due to his sudden movement, blood oozed from the gap. His countenance was a portrait of fear and sincere remorse, as if he had committed an unforgivable act. Despite the lollipop's unfortunate fate, the sight of her beloved grandson kneeling before her, a familiar face rather than a stranger, compelled Yun Shu to endure the pain and assist him to his feet. My dear grandson, my dutiful and kind-hearted grandson, it is merely a lollipop. If it is lost, I shall exchange it with the emperor later. There is only one obedient and understanding grandson like you, and now, rise, it is truly of no consequence. Look at your injuries. Why are you not resting in bed to recuperate? Come, return to your bed. Struggling to rise, Yi Zhang glanced back at Yun Shu with hesitation and trepidation as he approached the bed, asking, Your Majesty, do you still want this lollipop? Yun Shu? Yi Zhang's expression was earnest. May I have it, grandmother? Yun Shu? Half a stick of incense later, Liu rushed in from outside, his voice echoing even before he entered the grand hall. Your Majesty, do not sleep, Your Majesty, rise quickly, I have been bribed again. Your Majesty, I have come to present you with gold, silver, and jewels. Chapter 43:9.99. With free shipping. Liu was quite taken aback to see Yun Shu still awake at such a late hour. With no guard in sight, he had assumed that the young Empress Dowager had already retired for the night. With a beaming smile, he presented a curious assortment of oddities before her and exclaimed, Your Majesty, do take a look at these extraordinary treasures. Little did he know that one day he would encounter such a rare collection of delightful curiosities, all thanks to the grace of the Empress Dowager. Otherwise, how could he, a mere servant, ever hope to capture the attention of the powerful and favored consorts of the emperor? Liu felt like the favored pet of the court, as every woman who had won the emperor's favor seemed eager to enlist him in their faction. Initially, Yun Shu believed Liu had brought yet another remarkable artifact, momentarily forgetting her sorrow over the loss of her beloved lollipop. However, her expression shifted to one of incredulity as her gaze fell upon the heap of tarnished trinkets he had placed on the table. What on earth are these? She inquired. My Empress Dowager, you simply do not comprehend. In a moment, if I were to display these items before you and demonstrate their proper usage, your eyes would surely widen in astonishment, he declared enthusiastically. These are indeed rare treasures, worth their weight in gold. In all my years, I have never even seen such wonders, let alone heard of them. Please, do not blink, Your Majesty, the moment of revelation is at hand. With that, Liu retrieved a small flashlight from the disarray of junk. The flashlight appeared somewhat battered and clearly dated, resembling a design imported from the modern world rather than originating from Yun Jing's own innovations. Liu treated the flashlight with utmost reverence, convinced that the Empress Dowager, a woman of the world, would be utterly awestruck by its brilliance once he turned it on. He believed that she would find its luminosity to surpass that of any oil lamp. However, in his eagerness, he struggled to locate the switch, growing increasingly anxious under the Empress Dowager's penetrating gaze. What is happening? Just a moment ago, Lady Yun taught me how to operate it in the Fuwa Palace, he muttered, bewildered. The flashlight, a delicate and compact model designed for a woman's hand, had become difficult for Liu to navigate. Its switch was seamlessly integrated into its surface, requiring a keen eye to locate, a challenge for someone like Liu, who had only just learned its operation. Feeling a headache approaching, Yun Shu extended her hand. Give it here. Liu obediently offered the flashlight with both hands, anxious to prove its worth. Your Majesty, you must trust me. This flashlight truly functions. I learned to use it under Lady Yun's guidance in Fuwa Palace, and I finally mastered it. Despite its small size, once activated, the light it emits, with a sudden click, the flashlight burst forth with a blinding beam. Liu felt as if his eyes were being seared by its luminosity. He quickly raised his hands to shield his eyes, exclaiming, yes, precisely like that. As realization dawned, Liu's expression transformed from delight to sheer disbelief. He gazed at Yun Shu, who remained unfazed, casually toying with the flashlight, her expression devoid of the astonishment he had anticipated. In fact, she appeared somewhat disdainful, no, not just somewhat, but profoundly so. After activating the flashlight, she carelessly tossed it onto the table and wiped her hands with a handkerchief, as if to rid herself of the very touch of it. Liu was left speechless. Your Majesty, he stammered, trying to voice his thoughts. What is it? She replied, her gaze shifting toward him. Lady Yun said this is a flashlight. It emits light, it's brighter than an oil lamp. Does it not excite you, Your Majesty? He thought, surely any individual would find it difficult not to be enamored by such a priceless rarity. Yet, witnessing the Empress Dowager's utter lack of interest in the flashlight, he wondered if perhaps her youth rendered her unaware of its true worth and significance. In a hasty attempt to salvage the situation, he picked up another item from the table. Your Majesty, look at this, but before he could finish, Yun Shu snatched a singing lollipop from his hands. Without waiting for Liu to make a sound, she tore open the packaging, activated the switch, and promptly popped it into her mouth. A cascade of melodious music soon filled the air. Liu was left in stunned silence. He had spent countless hours under Lady Yun's tutelage, only to be met with her exasperation at his lack of aptitude in their realm. A mind as slow as his would surely be deemed quite capable of causing fatal misdiagnosis. After finally grasping these skills, he had rushed to the Empress Dowager's presence, eager to showcase his newfound knowledge and earn her admiration. Yet he suddenly realized that despite her tender age, the Empress Dowager possessed an air of wisdom and experience that belied her years. She sat there with the gravitas of someone who had weathered innumerable storms, exuding an aura of profound understanding. Your Majesty, do you not fancy these treasures? With a resigned sigh, Yun Shu replied, alas. Indeed, she did not fancy them. These were merely trinkets she encountered frequently. The flashlight, while deemed invaluable here, was a commonplace object in her modern life. At a mere price of $9.99, with free shipping, no less. She recognized the flashlight as one purchased by Yun Jing from a discount site, recalling her own experience of acquiring it for a mere 10 cents after applying a discount. Chapter 44. Everything I do is for your benefit. My young descendants. Upon hearing Yun Shu's sigh, Lu Taiyi's initial excitement and eagerness to please plummeted into despair. What should he do? The Empress Dowager, it seemed, was not pleased. At first, he believed she would be immensely fond of his offerings. He thought to himself how much the Empress Dowager valued him, even providing for the future generations of his lineage. Yet, here he was, merely a sycophant at her side, idly waiting for her summons, feeling that it was a disservice to her for receiving so many precious gifts. Thus, he resolved. As long as any of the ladies in the harem wished to curry favor with him, including the emperor, he would offer up all the treasures he received, regardless of their immense worth, to the Empress Dowager. After all, she held him in such high regard. But now, observing Liu's face, once brimming with excitement but now shrouded in disappointment, he looked as if he was lost in darkness, devoid of hope. Liu's heartfelt devotion to him was a rare occurrence, prompting Yun Shu to comfort him. It's all right, Lu Tai, there is no need to fret, anything gifted by you will be cherished by me. However, regarding these items, she selected a few, deciding to keep the singing lollipops, as they appeared to hold the most value among the assortment of the rest. She did not spare another glance, since they are given by Yun Zhou. You may take them back, Lu Tai. Liu was astonished, his eyes sparkling as he gazed upon the extraordinary treasures on the table. Your Majesty, you truly do not wish to keep any of them? Yun Shu raised the lollipop in her hand. Have I not kept a few candies? Then, as if struck by a thought, she handed him 2 more singing lollipops. Lu Tai, I believe you have a grandson and a granddaughter, correct? Take these back for each of them. Your Majesty, Liu was overwhelmed with emotion, never expecting such generosity from the Empress Dowager at her age, typically protective of her own possessions. The rarity of such magical singing candies made her thoughtfulness towards his grandchildren all the more poignant. Tears brimmed in Liu's eyes. Your Majesty, what merit do I possess that warrants such kindness from you? Wiping away his tears, he declared, Your Majesty, allow me to be frank. The reason Yun Zhaohui has presented me with such rare treasures and summoned me to the splendid palace at this late hour is to enlist my aid in deceiving the emperor, claiming she bears his child. Yun Shu remained silent, truly a remarkable time traveler, quick-witted and astute. What did you say? Lu Yu chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Your majesty, you know how it is, everyone in the palace is aware that I am your loyal subject. Otherwise, Yun Zhaohui would not have gone to such lengths to win me over, hoping I would betray you in her favor. In any case, the benefits bestowed upon him by Yun Zhaohui were not insignificant. Yet Lu Yu was steadfast in his allegiance. Since he had initially chosen to follow the Empress Dowager, he would remain loyal unless she dismissed him. From now on, he would live for her and, if fate allowed, die as her ghost. I feared Yun Zhaohui might grow suspicious, so I neither accepted nor rejected her proposal, merely stating that I would consider it and provide her with a definitive answer by tomorrow. After all, the conditions she laid out, the rare treasures she offered, were indeed tempting enough to make Lu Yu covetous. Had he not been inclined towards the Empress Dowager, he might have wavered even in the Emperor's service. At this moment, Lu Yu cautiously looked at Yun Shu. Your Majesty, since Yun Zhaohui has made her intentions so clear, I have accepted all the treasures she offered. Your Majesty, should I be the one to act dishonorably, accepting gifts without fulfilling my obligations, merely to vex her? Or Yun Shu adopted a serious expression, gazing at him. Lu Tai, you are of an age where you ought to know better. Accepting someone's gifts while neglecting to assist them will only tarnish your reputation in the palace. After pondering for a moment, she continued, her request for you to inform the emperor of her supposed pregnancy is merely a tactic to draw his attention and elicit his sympathy due to her previous miscarriage. This Yun Jing, despite being a time traveler, had a different experience than the other women in the harem vying for the emperor's affection. Thus, Yun Shu could discern the emperor's genuine concern for her. However, whether to commend Yun Zhaohui for her cleverness or criticize her for her audacity remained uncertain. Lu Yu seemed to grasp the Empress Dowager's implication. Although unsure, he cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, do you mean to suggest that I should assist Yun Zhaohui in deceiving the emperor by claiming she is with child, only for him to discover her miscarriage? Yun Shu nodded. Do you not covet these treasures? If you accept them, you must fulfill your end of the bargain. Otherwise, people will accuse you of being untrustworthy. Lu Tai, although you are of mature age, you will understand the importance of integrity when you reach my age. It is essential to be trustworthy. Only with sufficient integrity will others trust you and wish to befriend you. Lu Yu adopted a teachable demeanor, beginning to comprehend the Empress Dowager's message. With a rather lewd expression, he smiled at Yun Shu. So, your intention is for me to discreetly send these treasures back home and then report to the emperor that Yun Zhaohui has attempted to bribe me? Yun Shu beamed with approval. Precisely. While integrity is paramount, we must also navigate our consciences. After all, aiding Yun Zhaohui in deceiving the emperor about her false pregnancy is a grave offense. Should the emperor uncover this, it could lead to severe consequences for our families. I believe it is best for the emperor to be informed beforehand. Understood, Your Majesty. Lu Yu scrambled to his feet. I shall speak with the emperor at once. However, as Lu Yu prepared to leave, Yun Shu called out, Wait. What business do you have with the emperor now? He has finally managed to spend some time alone with my dutiful daughter-in-law. Do not disturb their moment. We shall discuss this tomorrow. Tomorrow's events would surely be far more entertaining. With Yun Jing's nature, believing herself to be a time traveler with a protagonist's halo, she would likely grow impatient and begin spreading rumors before Lu Yu could fully commit to her cause. Once Lu Yu departed, Yun Shu turned to find Yi Zheng gazing intently at her. She approached him, assisting him in removing his shoes and gently helping him lie down, deftly covering him with a blanket. Noticing his unwavering gaze upon her, she affectionately caressed his delicate, fair face. Zhenger, regarding the matters of the elders, you are still young, listen and take it to heart, but do not overthink. Your Majesty, I do not wish to die. At the break of dawn, Yi Ling returned from the morning court and hurried straight to the resplendent palace. Deep down, he was unable to let go of that woman, Yun Jing. The memory of her stubborn yet restrained gaze from last night, coupled with the painful disappointment reflected in her eyes as she looked at him, lingered vividly in his mind. To speak candidly, he felt both remorse and tenderness towards her. After all, he had cherished this woman for so long and had genuinely invested his affections in her, yet, it was lamentable that she was so utterly ungrateful. Had she been more modest and compliant, he could have ensured her a lifetime of splendor and protection within the palace walls, safeguarding her from any harm. However, it was apparent that he could sense Yun Jing's ambitions. Her desires extended far beyond mere comfort. Your Majesty, Sob, I have finally awaited your presence. From afar, Lu Yu, upon spotting the emperor's towering figure approaching, wore an expression of mingled joy and sorrow, collapsing to the ground in a fit of tears, gasping. Blocked by Lu Yu's wailing, Yi Ling felt an uncomfortable tingling at the nape of his neck. His handsome countenance darkened. Speak, what on earth has transpired? Seeing the emperor's displeasure, Guan hastily interjected, Indeed, Lu Tai, what is the matter? Pray, tell the emperor at once. In this bustling palace, to obstruct the emperor and weep so is most unbecoming. It was well known that only the concubines would dare to wail and lament before the emperor, bemoaning his perceived cruelty for neglecting them for so long. Lu Tai, one might mistake it for the emperor having wronged him. Alas, Your Majesty, this is what you requested of me. Lu Yu wiped his tear-streaked face, stifling his sobs, and proceeded to recount, in vivid detail and with embellishments, the grievances regarding Yun Jing directly to the emperor. Your Majesty, Lu Yu continued, dabbing at his tears, since entering the palace, Yun Zhaohui has been favored by you immensely. During this time, she has repeatedly overstepped her bounds, yet you have refrained from imposing severe punishment upon her, indicating her significant standing in your heart. However, your majesty. Lu Yu, feeling wronged, gazed up at the tall and handsome emperor, resembling a wronged wife seeking solace. I am but a humble physician in the Imperial Medical Bureau, entrusted with caring for the health of the ladies of the court. Throughout these years, I have, for your sake and that of the court's ladies, not claimed any credit, yet I have endured my share of hardships. I have diligently fulfilled my duties, sincerely devoted to serving you and the ladies, living modestly on a meager salary to support my family. Moreover, your majesty, if you were to grant me even 100, cough, the emperor's expression darkened, and Guan's cough interrupted Lu Yu's words. Realizing his error in address, Lu Yu quickly knelt and corrected himself, resuming his lamentations. Alas, your majesty, you must take a stand for me. If this continues, I truly cannot endure any longer. I merely wish to be a good physician, to attend to you and the ladies when illness strikes. As for everything else, get to the point. Seeing Lu Yu ramble on without addressing the crux of the matter, the emperor's face grew increasingly stern, his impatience palpable. Lu Yu, no longer daring to delay, knelt and began to articulate the heart of the matter. Your majesty, the crux is that Yun Shu has sought to bribe me, attempting to convince me to claim before you that she is with child for over 2 months, only to be met with your wrath leading to a miscarriage. At those words, the emperor's already grim countenance turned frostier still. He had no doubt regarding the veracity of Lu Yu's claim. It was indeed something Yun Jing would dare to utter. Silence. The atmosphere grew thick with an eerie quietude all around them. There was naught but the whispering of the wind, sharp as a blade against Lu Yu's face. Your majesty, Lu Yu, feeling utterly wronged, continued, your majesty, Yun Shu has lavished me with many favors in her attempts to win me over, even promising me, his voice dwindled to a mere whisper, clearly hesitant to proceed. The emperor's expression darkened further, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Lu Yu. What did she promise you? She promised that once she ascends as empress, she would— What audacity, that wretched woman. The emperor's voice was frigid, his handsome visage clouded with discontent. His cold eyes swept over Lu Yu. Did she truly say all of this to you? Lu Yu, trembling, dared not lift his gaze, kneeling in trepidation. Your majesty, even if you were to grant me 100 lives, I would not dare to deceive you. I harbor no enmity towards Yun Shu. Why would I fabricate such words to entrap her? Alas, if your majesty does not believe me, then consider that I have never uttered such words. You may continue to dote on your Yun Shu. After all, my worthless life holds no value in your eyes. Yiling Guan, how dare you, Yun Jing? Initially, I believed you to possess a spirited disposition, a forthright woman, yet I had not anticipated such cunning. What grand ambitions you have! To even covet the position of empress, though I have long held dissatisfaction towards Morongin, the title of empress is not one that just any woman can claim, especially not one as willful and unrefined as Yun Jing. Guan. Yes, your majesty. Make haste to the resplendent palace. Woe is me, your majesty. Before the emperor could depart, Lu Yu collapsed once more, wailing, Your majesty, please do not reveal to Yun Shu that it was I who spoke these words to you. If she is not sent to the cold palace this time, she will surely not spare my life, your majesty. I do not wish to die, your majesty. Guan Yiling's Chapter 46. Your highness. Your highness, you have crawled the wrong way. That in the splendid palace. Your highness, the emperor has arrived. The emperor truly comes. Inside the grand hall, every so often, Yu would rush to the entrance to glance outside. Upon seeing the emperor's tall and familiar figure approaching the splendid palace, she was overjoyed and hurried back to Yun Jing's side to share this momentous news. Yun Jing lay on the bed, her back aching painfully, yet upon hearing of the emperor's impending visit, a triumphant smile graced her lips. She was well aware of her esteemed position in the emperor's heart. Moreover, she had anticipated that he would inevitably come to see her today. Casting a sidelong glance at Yu beside her, she declared, This time, I grant you an opportunity to redeem yourself. When the emperor arrives, you must perform splendidly. If you mess this up again, I will not spare you. Rest assured, your highness, I know precisely what to do. This time, I shall not disappoint you. Yu vowed, thumping her chest in assurance. Yun Jing huffed softly, preparing to compose her emotions. Outside the hall, Yiling entered, and before he even stepped inside, he heard Yun Jing's heart-wrenching cries echoing from within. Let me go. Release me. My poor child. This was my only flesh and blood. Alas, he has not even been born, has not yet had the chance to behold this world, and now he is gone. Let me go. That place is so dark, so terrifying. He is so small, he must be frightened. I must go to him. Let me go, I want to be with my child. Your highness. Your highness, please, remain calm. Yu knelt on the ground, gripping Yun Jing's arm tightly, terrified that in a moment of impulse, she might do something irreparable. Seeing her mistress weep in such despair, Yu's pale face was drenched with tears, her sobs rendering her voice nearly inaudible. Oh, your highness, there will be more princes, the emperor cherishes you dearly. One day, you shall conceive again. At present, your highness, you must focus on restoring your health, rather than tormenting yourself. If the spirit of the prince were to witness this, he would surely not wish to see you suffer. You are my child, and my child, he was so small, not even fully formed within me, he had not yet come into this world. It was my failure to protect him. It is all my fault as a mother, it is all my fault. No. Yu grasped her firmly, fearing she might act recklessly in her agitation. It is not your fault, your highness. You did not wish for this. If there is blame, let it fall upon the Empress Dowager, for her narrow-mindedness and cruelty. She could not abide the existence of your child and constantly regards you with disdain. She fears that when your child is born, he will divide the Emperor's affection for her. It is the Empress Dowager and the Empress who are at fault. You, Your Highness, are wronged. You are the true victim. You selflessly brought delicacies to the Empress Dowager in the Cining Palace, even sacrificing the crabs you had prepared for yourself. Yet, instead of expressing gratitude for your filial piety, she had the audacity to speak ill of you before the Emperor. The Empress Dowager is nothing but an ungrateful wolf. It is utterly outrageous, Your Highness. Your Highness, with such a sincere heart, how can the Empress Dowager treat you so poorly, leading you to lose your own flesh and blood? Why do you not allow me to speak the truth to the Emperor? What you carry within you is the royal heir, the Emperor's son. Your Majesty, it would have been better if he had not listened, but upon arriving at the splendid palace, he overheard Yu's lamentations. Yun could not help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead discreetly. Indeed, had he not heard from Physician Liu about the truth of the matter beforehand, merely witnessing the performance of Yun Shu and Yu, he would have been moved, just as the Emperor would be. Yun Shu possesses a profound cunning, an intricate facade. Though she is merely acting, she does so with such authenticity that it is utterly convincing. Yun cautiously raised his gaze to observe the Emperor. As expected, on the way here, the Emperor had worn a countenance shrouded in gloom, his entire being seemingly enveloped in a chilling frost, emanating a bone-chilling coldness that was deeply unsettling. Despite the sweltering summer heat, it felt as though he were immersed in an icy cavern, where not a single part of him felt warm. As for the present, there was no need to elaborate further. Yu had nearly finished her speech when she suddenly realized the Emperor's presence, prompting her to kneel hastily, stammering with a face as pale as death, clearly terrified. Your Majesty. Yun Jing, who had been in a frenzy, momentarily froze upon noticing the Emperor's arrival. After a brief pause, she exerted all her strength to struggle off the bed. With a thud, her frail body crashed heavily onto the floor. The pain from her back was searing. At that moment, the impact of the fall caused her to gasp sharply, the overwhelming agony rendering her momentarily blind, plunging her surroundings into darkness. She could see nothing. Her hands flailed helplessly, tears streaming down her face. In her state of despair, she appeared so pitiful that even Yu could not help but feel a pang of compassion. The performance was so convincing, it felt all too real, that she could not hold back her tears. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Yun Jing crawled forward with great effort, her hands searching blindly. Your Majesty, where are you? Where are you, Your Majesty? Our child. Our child, Your Majesty. He was our only child, for whom I had longed so deeply. I finally bore the fruit of our love. Oh, Your Majesty. Please, save our child, oh, Your Majesty. As she crawled aimlessly on the ground, during that fleeting moment of blindness, Yun Jing felt like a headless fly, lost and directionless, for she could not see. Yu cast a furtive glance at the Emperor's expression, seeing his towering figure and the coldness etched upon his face filled her with dread. Daring not to look longer, she noticed her mistress gradually veering off course, crawling in a direction that was entirely away from the Emperor, soon finding herself under the table. She quickly rushed over, correcting her mistress's path, and whispered urgently in her ear, Your Highness, you are crawling the wrong way. The Emperor is not here. Chapter 47. You scoundrel. You will regret this. Yun Jing opened her eyes in anguish and despair, only to find Yi Ling staring at her with a completely expressionless face. His dark eyes were as cold as frost, and she saw neither pity nor remorse reflected in them. Instead, she was met with a chilling indifference and impatience. Facing her tear-streaked visage, one would have expected him to feel some semblance of compassion or guilt, especially in the past when he was oblivious to her suffering. Yet now, Yi Ling perceived her as a woman of exceptional cunning. Initially, he believed Yun Jing to be unlike other women, innocent, straightforward, and unpretentious. With a sharp intellect, her creative mind was not given to vying for his attention like the women of his harem. She genuinely loved and admired him. However, it now appeared that she was no different from those who employed every trick in the book to capture his attention, even resorting to bribing Liu to deceive him. Such audacity was astonishing. Have you cried enough? His emotionless inquiry halted the torrent of words Yun Jing had painstakingly prepared. In that moment, she even forgot her tears, lying on the ground with her head raised, gazing longingly at the indifferent man before her. Contrary to her expectations, he did not express any concern or tenderness for her plight. Before she could fully process her fall from the bed, he had swiftly approached her, lifting her in a protective embrace. He comforted her with heartfelt promises. Child, there will be more. Trust in me. I was wrong. I am sorry. I will make amends in the future. Yun Jing realized that none of what she desired was forthcoming. The man before her remained resolutely devoid of warmth. His gaze and demeanor conveyed nothing but impatience. Did he grow weary of her? Impossible. This thought struck her mind, and she shook her head in disbelief. After all, she was the leading lady. He had promised to dismiss his harem for her, to love her for eternity, to be utterly devoted to her. How could he possibly be tired of her? He must be feigning it. Surely, it was those venomous female rivals who had slandered her in his presence, leading to this misunderstanding. It had to be. Your Majesty, I carry your own flesh and blood within me. Yun Jing raised her head defiantly, disappointment etched on her face. This is the fruit of our love, as you once said. You wanted me to bear your child, whether a prince or a princess, you would cherish them as your most prized possession. Yi Ling's expression remained icy, his gaze devoid of any compassion, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you truly with child? If your Majesty doubts me, feel free to summon Physician Liu to take my pulse. Or does your majesty believe I am lying? I have lost the child, what more could I possibly lie about? Seeing her obstinately unrepentant demeanor, Yiling scoffed coldly. Guan approached cautiously. Your majesty, summon physician Zhang. Initially, a sense of triumph adorned Yun Jing's face, for she had successfully bribed physician Lu. Just witnessing Lu Yu's excitement upon receiving her meager offerings, she was certain that although he had not overtly agreed to her, his mental defenses had crumbled entirely. Since he accepted her gifts, he would be compelled to assist her. As time passed, Yun Jing began to grasp the implications of the emperor's words. Summon Zhang physician. Wasn't it supposed to be physician Lu, who was physician Zhang? The crucial point was that she had not bribed him. Your majesty. Yun Jing's expression faltered. Why not summon physician Lu? Yiling regarded her expressionlessly. All are esteemed physicians of the Imperial Medical Bureau. Why do you question this? Yun Jing felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. If Zhang physician were to arrive, her deception would be laid bare. Yet, at this critical juncture, she dared not voice too many objections. If she insisted on summoning Lu physician, the emperor would undoubtedly grow suspicious. The mere thought of impending exposure sent her into a frenzy, glaring fiercely at the emperor before her. You do not believe me, do you? Her voice rose, betraying none of the weakness she had previously displayed. Her sharp tone nearly dared to point an accusatory finger at the emperor. Previously, Yiling had regarded her as genuine. Now, the woman before him incited his deepest revulsion. He was the sovereign of a nation. Her unbridled arrogance had once been tolerable, but now, she openly disregarded the authority of an emperor. Yun Jing, you have disappointed me gravely. Disappointment filled Yiling's gaze strangely. Upon hearing his tone of dismay, Yun Jing burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face as she mocked him. Disappointed? What do you have to be disappointed about? Where have I wronged you? I bestowed my first time upon you, and what are you, merely a loathsome stallion? Do you truly believe that I, in your presence, would regard you as a treasure like those women of the harem? Men like you, mere stallions, would be sent for castration in my homeland. You are just a scoundrel who cannot control his own desires. As an emperor, it was the first time in years that a woman dared to utter such blasphemous words before him. Yiling's glare at Yun Jing was so frigid it could freeze. Jiyuan, observing from the side, felt a shiver of terror. Such words, did Yun Jing wish for her own demise? This was an affront that could implicate her entire family. How dare she? Very well, excellent. Yiling found her reckless words laughable. Guan. Your Majesty, Yun Jiaohui has committed an offense against the throne, showing utter disrespect. From this day forth, her rank as a third-grade Jiaohui is revoked, and she shall be cast into the Cold Palace, left to her own devices. The Cold Palace was a realm from which one could never return to favor. At least, those consorts who entered with status could leverage their rank to survive a little longer, but Yun Jiaohui was to be stripped of her title and cast in. This was tantamount to wishing for her swift demise. Guan respectfully acknowledged. As you command, Your Majesty. After delivering his decree, Yiling departed without casting a glance at the woman kneeling on the ground. He felt utterly blind for having cherished such a wretch for so long. Yun Jing sat there in a daze, as if her very soul had been drained. The male lead had cast her into the Cold Palace? He no longer wanted her, but she was the leading lady. She bore the halo of a protagonist. She had not yet made him fall completely in love with her. How could she be sent to that dreadful place? Once she regained her composure, Yun Jing furiously shouted in the direction of Yiling's departure. You, scoundrel, you will regret this, you will surely regret this. You have wounded my heart. From this day forth, I shall never love you again. Do not ever regret it. Chapter 48. In her past life, she witnessed the emperor's indifference. Yun Jiaohui, who had been favored by the emperor for several months, was abruptly cast into the Cold Palace, and the news spread like wildfire throughout the harem. In the Qinghua Palace, the maid Donger poured a cup of tea for Yuan Zhao and recounted all the gossip she had overheard on her way. It is said that Yun Jiaohui has brought this upon herself. In her attempt to undermine the Empress Dowager and win the emperor's affection, she even plotted to bribe imperial physician Lu to conspire against the Empress Dowager. At this, Donger scoffed. This Yun Jiaohui truly believes that her favor with the emperor grants her the power to dominate the harem. She is under the delusion that the emperor's heart is entirely hers. Since entering the palace, she had heard tales of numerous concubines who had been favored before Yun Jiaohui. Among them, those who fared better still live, while others who fared worse have long since become thorns in the side of the harem, with many having met untimely ends. The emperor's affection for any woman is merely a fleeting whim. The Empress Dowager is as steadfast as iron, while the favored concubines are like flowing water. Donger huffed. The Empress Dowager has been raised by the emperor since childhood. Her filial piety and the esteem in which she is held far surpass those presumptuous ladies of the harem. Even the emperor's own children cannot compare. This Yun Jiaohui, with her misplaced confidence, dares to think she is on par with the Empress Dowager. Listening to Donger ramble on, Yuan Zhao remained silent. She took a sip of the tea poured by Donger, reflecting on her past life, where she had suffered greatly at Yun Jiaohui's hands. Before Yun Jiaohui entered the palace, she had been the one favored among the 6 palaces, but as Yun Jiaohui arrived, she gradually fell out of favor with the emperor. At that time, she had indeed harbored resentment towards Yun Jiaohui, especially upon seeing her plain appearance and her loud manner of speaking to the emperor, as if she did not regard him as the sovereign of the nation. She could not fathom what the emperor saw in her. After all, she herself was born into a prominent family, raised to be gentle and refined, with a good education. While her beauty may not have been the most striking in the harem, she was certainly among the top. Yet in the end, she was outshone by the ignorant and uncouth Yun Jiaohui. In her past life, her tragic demise could be attributed entirely to Yun Jiaohui's machinations. In her previous existence, she bore witness to the emperor's fickleness. In this life, all she desires is to find a solid backing to ensure a stable life. With the lessons of her past, she has no intention of yearning for the emperor's favor again. The emperor, by nature, is a sentimental man. When he loves you, he indeed cradles you in his palm, but when he does not, you are worth less than the most menial servant. Moreover, the emperor is a man of many affections, known for his roguish tendencies. Originally, Yuan Zhao intended to seek a formidable ally in this life, for regardless of her past or present, the Empress Dowager remains a perennial figure in the harem. No matter how much the emperor favors another woman, he is always deferential before the Empress Dowager. Yet, regrettably, in her past life, she had dismissed the Empress Dowager for her youth and lack of real power, and had little interaction with her. Now, however, Yuan Zhao's plan was to ally with the Empress Dowager. By leveraging her support, she could not only secure her position in the harem but also gradually deal with Yun Shu, the interloper from another world. Little did she know that before she could initiate her next move, Yun Shu was summarily ordered by the emperor to be cast into the cold palace. Has no one from Cining Palace arrived yet? Seeing Dowager busying herself, Yuan Zhao set her tea down and inquired. Ah? Dowager paused, then recalled something and shook her head. No. She soon furrowed her brow. Logically, after you saved the sixth prince yesterday, the Empress Dowager should have summoned you to Cining Palace today to commend your efforts. And the emperor is aware of this too. Regardless of how little favored the sixth prince is, he is still a royal offspring. You performed such a significant deed last night, there should be some movement from Cining Palace. In her past life, Yuan Zhao had held the emperor in high esteem. But in this life, she felt no regard for anything concerning him. Merely hearing the emperor's name made her wrinkle her brow in disdain. What she sought was not the emperor's rewards, but rather the Empress Dowager's recognition. Rather than placing all her hopes on a capricious man known for his infidelities and quick changes of heart, it would be far wiser to invest her sincerity in the Empress Dowager. After all, the Empress Dowager was still young and easily swayed. If Yuan Zhao genuinely treated her well, as the Empress did, winning her heart would solidify Yuan Zhao's position in the harem. However, she found herself uncertain of the Empress Dowager's intentions. Logically, today she should have sent someone to summon her to Cining Palace, yet at this hour, there was not a whisper of activity from Cining Palace, and Qinghua Palace remained eerily quiet. Could it be that the Empress Dowager had become so preoccupied with her amusements that she had forgotten? Surely not. Yuan Zhao raised her gaze, studying Dowager for a moment. Although she had saved the sixth prince last night, his injuries were severe. While he had escaped immediate peril, he still required her assistance. Yuan Zhao thought, the Empress Dowager could not have forgotten her so quickly unless. Yuan Zhao turned to Dowager. What time is it now? Upon hearing her, Dowager hurried outside to check the sky. Replying to the lady, it should be around the hour of. At this time, she is likely still asleep. We shall wait a while longer. When noon arrives, I expect someone from Cining Palace will surely come. Yes, my lady. Yuan Zhao's predictions were not in vain. As soon as noon struck, someone from Cining Palace arrived. Mama Yu entered with a beaming smile, bowing slightly to Yuan Zhao. Yuan Zhao, the Empress Dowager has sent this old servant to summon you for lunch in Cining Palace. Yuan Zhao's heart leaped with joy, though she composed herself to suppress her excitement, promptly replying, excellent. I shall prepare at once and make my way there. I appreciate Mama Yu for personally coming. She signaled to Dowager. Dowager immediately took a handful of golden melon seeds from the small dish on the table, offering them to Mama Yu. Mama Yu, this is a token of appreciation from my lady. Upon seeing the handful of golden seeds, Mama Yu's face broke into a radiant smile. Chapter 49. In this new life, do you think I would choose you again? After so many years by the Empress Dowager's side, she has always treated her servants with considerable kindness, providing. Even when the Empress Dowager was just learning to speak, she clumsily communicated to them that if any of the palace's ladies were to bribe them with gold or silver, they were to accept it without hesitation and later report back. The joy of Aunt Yu was not for her own sake, but for the Empress Dowager's, for she had recently developed a fascination with these small treasures, particularly enjoying the collection of golden melon seeds, golden peanuts, and golden beans. Aunt Yu tucked a handful of golden melon seeds into her bosom, saying, Your Grace, you are too kind. I shall return to report back now. Safe travels, Aunt Yu. In the Cining Palace, it was quite unfortunate that when Yuan Zhao arrived, she had not anticipated the presence of the emperor. Not only Yuan Zhao, but also Yun Shu had not foreseen this. The emperor had come to the Cining Palace to dine with her after finishing his state affairs. As Yi Ling served Yun Shu, he noticed her hesitance in picking up her chopsticks and could not help but worry, asking, Is the food today not to the Empress Dowager's liking? He was about to command the servants to remove the dishes and prepare a fresh meal when Yuan Zhao arrived late, saying, I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. Silence, an eerie silence, akin to a duck having its vocal cord severed, rendering it voiceless. Perhaps having not heard the Empress Dowager's voice, Yuan Zhao cautiously lifted her gaze and immediately met the emperor's eyes, which were fixed upon her with a lowered brow. It had been an eternity since their last encounter. Even though she had witnessed the emperor's callousness, each time she beheld his extraordinary and captivating visage, her heart would uncontrollably race. Yuan Zhao pondered that in her past life, her profound affection for the man before it was also attributable to his strikingly handsome face. His countenance was ineffably beautiful, a beauty that rendered one utterly entranced. Just a single glance was enough to leave an indelible impression on the mind. Apart from being infatuated, this man appeared to possess an almost flawless perfection. Upon realizing the emperor's presence, Yuan Zhao dared not disregard him and respectfully inclined her body, adding, I pay my respects to your majesty. Yuan Zhao's grace and poise were striking, exuding an aura of freshness and refinement. Strangely, Yiling felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the enchanting beauty before him. Without waiting for Yun Shu to speak, he fixed his gaze upon Yuan Zhao and inquired, "What is your name? Which palace do you hail from?" Yuan Zhao inwardly cursed, frowny face. Damn it, I have tried my utmost to avoid this scoundrel of an emperor. Why must I encounter him at such an inopportune moment? It's over, it's truly over. Despite not raising her head, she could sense in this lifetime, Yuan Zhao truly wished to evade such attention. Tears nearly flowed from her eyes, yet she could only respond with utmost reverence. "In response to your majesty, I am Yuan Zhao from the Qinghua Palace." "Oh?" Upon hearing her name, Yiling immediately deduced her identity and nodded. "So you are Yuan Lin's daughter? Please rise and take a seat." "Yes, your majesty." After standing, Yuan Zhao instinctively seated herself beside the Empress Dowager. Unlike other women, and unlike her former self, she did not regard this opportunity to be close to the emperor as particularly precious. Clearly, Yuan Zhao conveyed a sense of indifference towards this chance. In the past, women of the harem would have clung to his gaze, employing every tactic to attract his attention. "This Yuan Zhao, I have heard that the injuries sustained by the sixth prince were sutured by you?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhao quickly lowered her head in respect. "Before entering the palace, I had studied medicine for a few days. When I learned that the sixth prince's life was in danger, I took the liberty of coming to attempt a remedy." Yiling nodded. "Were it not for you, the sixth prince's life would likely have been lost. Regardless, you have safeguarded the royal lineage for me. State your desired reward." Typically, at such junctures, he would initiate the conversation to this extent. The women, understanding the implication, would usually blush and shy. After a long silence, she slowly spoke. "I wish to remain by the Empress Dowager's side, serving her." "You scoundrel of an emperor, in this new life, do you think I would choose you again? Go dream your grand dreams." Yiling, Yun Shu. Upon hearing Yuan Zhao's desire to serve the Empress Dowager, Yiling instinctively rejected the notion. Among the women in the harem, he could only entrust the Empress with the care of the Empress Dowager. As for the others, especially Yuan Zhao, who had just entered the palace and had yet to serve him, directly bypassing him to attend to the Empress Dowager, who could say what intentions lay hidden beneath. Nonetheless, Yiling did not outright dismiss her. "Since you wish to serve the Empress Dowager, you must also consider her opinion. I cannot interfere in her affairs." The emperor's reluctance to intervene was precisely what Yuan Zhao hoped for. Glancing at Yun Shu, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. With hands clasped, she looked at the Empress Dowager with a pitiable yet hopeful expression. "Please, dear Empress Dowager, I sincerely wish to remain by your side and serve you. I promise to devote myself to you, treating you as my own mother. If you would graciously accept me, from this day forth, you shall be my dearest mother." Yun Shu, who had heard Yuan Zhao's heartfelt thoughts, found herself in a quandary. After all, it was rare for a reborn individual like Yuan Zhao to exhibit such filial piety. What elder would not appreciate having a dutiful descendant by their side? Unable to resist such temptation, Yun Shu declared, "It is commendable of you, Yuan Zhao, to display such filial devotion. Coupled with your merit in saving Zheng'er, I had previously promised you a request." Yuan Zhao was elated. "My request is to serve by your side in the future." Yun Shu waved her chubby hand. "If that is the case, then I shall grant you this." Yiling, though somewhat disappointed, seeing the Empress Dowager's delight, Yiling watched her with a tender smile. "This is the first time I have witnessed the Empress Dowager showing such care for a woman outside of the Empress. Your significance to her is indeed a privilege, Yuan Zhao. Do not let the Empress Dowager down." "Yes, your majesty. I shall ensure that neither you nor the Empress Dowager are disappointed." After dining in the Cining Palace, Yiling departed. Soon, the vast Cining Palace was left with only Yuan Zhao and Yun Shu. As Yuan Zhao busied herself serving Yun Shu, she tentatively inquired, "Empress Dowager, I have heard that Yun Zhao has been sent to the Dialing Palace by the Emperor?" Chapter 50. Not the Emperor, but primarily at the behest of the Empress Dowager. The Withering Palace, being the foremost cold palace in the harem, is a place where any consort cast inside faces a fate akin to death. Not to mention the utter lack of hope for restoration to favor in this lifetime, the majority of its inhabitants are women driven mad or rendered senseless. The size of the rats there is comparable to that of cats. A mere 3 days within its confines could see a consort overwhelmed by the monstrous rodents, a truly terrifying prospect. Upon hearing Yuan Zhao mention Yun Jing, how could Yun Shu fail to grasp the implications of her words? In her past life, she had not contended with Yun Jing and had suffered considerable losses at her hands. If one were to ask whom Yuan Zhao despised the most upon her rebirth, it would undoubtedly be Yun Jing. She had yet to take vengeance on her former enemy before fate had thrust her into the cold palace herself. How could Yuan Zhao possibly accept such a fate? The mere existence of the Withering Palace could not quell the overwhelming hatred she harbored from her past life, where Yun Jing had subjected her to countless humiliations. Yun Jing hailed from another realm and was unlike the women of this world. For those who entered the Withering Palace, the likelihood of ever emerging again was virtually non-existent, yet Yun Jing was different. She was astute, resourceful, and quite capable of making a formidable comeback when the time came. Should Yun Jing return, she would not be as easily dealt with as she was now. Having lived again, Yuan Zhao had come to fully understand that showing mercy to one's enemies is a cruelty to oneself. Thus, when confronting this past adversary about Empress Dowager, Yuan Zhao expressed her intent to Yun Shu. "I wish to visit the Withering Palace to see Yun Zhao." However, she did not dare to act impulsively. She required a strong ally. Undoubtedly, the young Empress Dowager was her current support. Yun Shu was also aware that Yun Jing, the time-traveling woman, could not be allowed to remain. Keeping her around would inevitably lead to catastrophe. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, it seemed Yun Jing would not gain any advantage in the Withering Palace. Even though she was from another world, what kind of place was the Withering Palace? It was no place for human habitation, and all who lived there were mad. As for the Emperor, she understood that having cast Yun Jing into the palace, he had completely forsaken her. Even if he wished to execute her, he would not voice any objections. Moreover, the Emperor was clearly becoming more enamored with Yuan Zhao. Yun Shu, with a composed demeanor, remarked, "Yuan Zhaoyi, it seems the Emperor has taken a liking to you." In response, Yuan Zhao lowered her head. "Empress Dowager, I am aware. It seems fate cannot be evaded. Despite my efforts to guard against the fickle Emperor in this lifetime, I never anticipated encountering him again. Empress Dowager, I have no desire to serve the Emperor nor attend to him. I wish only to remain by your side for a lifetime, accompanying you as you grow. I understand your reluctance to serve the Emperor," Yun Shu replied, "but the Emperor desires to have you by his side." She sighed, exasperated by her son's capricious nature. Yuan Zhao remained silent, her pale pink lips nearly biting into her flesh. Would the tragic scenes of her past life repeat themselves? The thought of the Emperor's callousness in her previous life ignited a resentment that could not be dismissed. The shadows and wounds he had inflicted could never be remedied, regardless of how well he treated her in this lifetime. Furthermore, given the Emperor's notorious infidelity and romantic inclinations, which woman did he not treat well if he fancied her? Rest assured, the Emperor has no time to visit you these days. Ah, Yuan Zhao's expression was one of confusion. Lian Zhaoyi currently holds the Emperor's favor, and he has yet to tire of her. As of now, you are merely a backup. Once he has had his fill of Lian Zhaoyi, he will inevitably remember you. Yuan Zhao, though somewhat perplexed, felt a sense of relief knowing that the Emperor would not think of her during this period. Empress Dowager, I have spent many years in the palace, and this is the first time I have seen someone like Yuan Zhaoyi so resistant to serving the Emperor. After Yuan Zhao departed, Qing busily served the Empress Dowager while reflecting on Yuan Zhaoyi's earlier words. Yun Shu, clutching a pig's heart larger than her small paw, found herself inexplicably drawn to the delicacy once again. The meat was remarkably chewy, albeit somewhat tough. After taking a substantial bite and chewing for a while, she prepared to respond to Qing comments in a muffled manner. However, Qing, now wearing a worried expression, interjected, "Empress Dowager, do you think Yuan Zhaoyi is playing hard to get? Aware that the Emperor is dutiful towards you, she seeks your support, knowing that with you as her backing, even if she falls from grace, the Emperor will regard her out of respect for you and will not overly neglect her." At this point, Qing could not help but express her indignation. This Yuan Zhaoyi is truly cunning. What do you think, Empress Dowager? Why are you silent, Empress Dowager? Noticing that the Empress Dowager was still engrossed in devouring the greasy pig's heart, having already consumed a significant portion, Qing grew impatient. After all her comments, the Empress Dowager had not responded. Hearing Qing question, Yun Shu shot her a glare. "What more is there for me to say? You have already articulated everything." Just as she opened her mouth to speak, she was interrupted. It was better to continue indulging in the pig's heart. "Empress Dowager, something is amiss. The Empress has fainted." Outside the hall, Mama Yu rushed in, her expression frantic. Upon seeing Yun Shu still clutching the greasy pig's heart, she quickly produced a handkerchief to wipe her face, mouth, and hands. "Empress Dowager, the servants from Cining Palace just informed us that the Empress has fainted." Yun Shu could no longer sit steadily, her eyes wide with shock as she gazed at Mama Yu. "What transpired? Why has she fainted again? Has the Emperor been notified? Have the doctors from the Imperial Medical Bureau been summoned?" Yes, the Emperor has sent someone to notify them. I expect he has received the news by now." In the Guanju Hall, Yiling had just entered, having exchanged only a few words with Zhao Di when he was about to carry her to the bed. Suddenly, Guan rushed in breathlessly, covering his face, unwilling to witness the inappropriate scene before him. Your Majesty, the servants from Cining Palace have sent word that the Empress has fainted." Upon hearing that the Empress had fainted, Zhao Di's face filled with worry as she struggled to extricate herself from the Emperor's embrace. What happened? She turned to Guan. What could cause the Empress to suddenly faint? Is she unwell? Yi Ling's expression darkened considerably. The momentary spark of anger he had felt was abruptly extinguished by Mu Ron's actions. Her timing was impeccable, fainting neither too early nor too late, but precisely at this moment. A wave of loathing arose within Yi Ling towards her. This woman had become increasingly cunning. His voice turned cold as ice, his handsome features betraying no emotion. "If she has fainted, summon the doctors from the Imperial Medical Bureau. I am not a physician, not the Emperor, primarily at the behest of the Empress Dowager." Guan cautiously continued. Yi Ling, momentarily taken aback, gritted his teeth and, with a flourish of his sleeve, declared, "Let us proceed to Cining Palace." Chapter 51 The Withering Palace. From the moment she was cast into the cold palace by the Dog Emperor, Yun Jing transitioned from a state of disbelief and shock to a gradual acceptance of her grim reality. Unlike those born and raised in this ancient world, who would find it impossible to survive in such a desolate place, she was different. She hailed from the modern era. To be candid, in a place like this, as long as she wished to live, she could endure for as long as she desired. However, after indulging in a life of luxury for the past few months, even that useless maid, Ur, had met her end at the hands of the Dog Emperor, and now, whatever needed to be done, Yun Jing had to do it herself. This was, without doubt, the most irksome aspect of her situation. As she gazed upon the Withering Palace, where rats scurried about with the speed of rabbits and were even larger than them, she was met with an overwhelming sight. Countless decaying corpses sprawled across the ground. The bodies, some barely deceased, were already in a state of putrefaction, the heat amplifying the foul stench that permeated the air. The grotesque spectacle of their giant forms was alarming. Others had long since succumbed, their flesh and blood feasted upon by the ravenous rats and maggots, leaving behind only bleached skeletons. Of course, these bones were not intact, they were riddled with gnaw marks, testimony to the rodent's relentless appetite. A few still clung to life, bearing injuries or ailments. In this forsaken palace, where even the most basic medical supplies were absent, the wounds could only worsen, festering and attracting swarms of maggots. The only surviving woman amidst this horror appeared dazed and deranged, clearly unhinged. There were a few who seemed to retain their sanity, but they remained locked within their rooms, refusing to step outside. The doors were bolted securely from within, making it impossible for Yun Jing to seek refuge from the stench. Frustrated, she kicked at the white bones scattered on the ground. Even when a few ferocious rats dared to approach her, she seized some bones from the floor and struck at the advancing vermin with ferocity. As she witnessed the once menacing rats gradually become subdued, she realized her only advantage was her audacity. In this dire moment, surrounded by corpses that threatened her very existence, fear was a luxury she could not afford. Thus, she held her ground, having remained in this predicament for a full day and night. In contrast to the cold palaces depicted in dramas, where concubines received meals at regular intervals, here, she had waited in vain. Not a single soul had come to offer sustenance. Suddenly, she observed a door that had been tightly shut swing open, revealing a disheveled woman with an impassive expression, who emerged as if on. In her hand, she brandished a white bone. The moment the door opened, a horde of rats, larger than cats, surged forth. Yet, these creatures appeared fearful of the woman, their faces displaying unmistakable terror. With a swift motion, the woman struck a rat, causing the swarm to disperse. The rat, struck down, lay motionless, blood pooling around it. The expressionless woman casually picked up the lifeless rat and retreated into her room. With a resounding bang, she slammed the door shut, exhibiting a familiarity with her surroundings that suggested she had long dwelled in the withering palace. As for the dead rat, the servants outside offered no food, and this cold palace was entirely cut off from the rest of the imperial residence. If the discarded concubines wished to survive, they would have to resort to consuming these repugnant rodents. The thought of subsisting on such loathsome fare filled Yun Jing with dread. She shivered at the realization that everything she was now enduring was a consequence of that wretched little schemer, Yun Shu. It was her own folly. Initially, she had regarded her most formidable rival as the Empress, for in every drama and novel, a seemingly gentle and understanding figure like Moronin often turned out to be the ultimate antagonist. Who could have anticipated that the true hidden threat in this narrative was Yun Shu, that impertinent child? The bitter truth dawned upon Yun Jing, and she felt a pang of regret so profound it threatened to consume her. Had she known the weight of Yun Shu's standing in the Dog Emperor's heart, she would never have dared to provoke her. Even if Yun Shu was an eyesore, she should have bided her time until she had thoroughly ensnared the Emperor's affections. At that point, eliminating Yun Shu or the Empress would have been a trivial matter. Had she grasped this sooner, she would not now be enduring such a foul existence. The mere thought of cohabiting with a multitude of corpses and subsisting on those abhorrent rats made her skin crawl, and even her bravery faltered. Yun Jing, the imperial concubine is seeking you. Suddenly, the heavy door of the withering palace creaked open. With a dull creaking sound, Yun Jing looked up to see an unfamiliar yet strikingly beautiful face. She was exquisite, but hearing the eunuch's address stirred a twinge of jealousy within Yun Jing's heart. The Dog Emperor's life was indeed enviable. Every imperial concubine in the palace was a paragon of beauty. She had come to understand that there was not a single unattractive woman among them. Yet here she stood, the most unsightly of all, overshadowed even by the lowly maids. With this realization, Yun Jing's disdain for the woman before her deepened. She raised her chin defiantly. I refuse to meet. Before Yuan Zhao could respond, the eunuch who had opened the door barked at her. You wretched creature, do you truly believe you are still the esteemed Yun Zhao of yore? Now that you are in the withering palace, you are even beneath the most menial of servants. Remember, you are inferior to me, a mere servant. Chapter 52, and I shall attain it all. How infuriating is Yun Jing's temper. She has never endured such indignity. Since her arrival in this realm, even the canine emperor has greeted her with smiles. Who dares to provoke her? She has come to understand just how treacherous the sycophants in this place can be. Back when she held the esteemed title of Zhaoyi and was favored, each of them bowed and scraped before her, employing every possible means to curry her favor. And now? She has fallen from grace. One by one, they are now delighting in her misfortune, eager to please another Zhaoyi. With gritted teeth, Yun Jing glared fiercely at the eunuch before her. Do not rejoice too soon. One day, I shall make you acquainted with the true meaning of regret. When she regains her favor, those who once humiliated and tormented her shall pay 100-fold. What significance does the withering palace hold for her? She is a grand heroine. No other woman could ever hope to exit such a place. They ought to consider her standing. If she so desires, the canine emperor will be on his knees, imploring her to leave. Yun Zhaoyi need not harbor such animosity towards me. I have come to deliver food, the woman before her declared, undeterred by Yun Jing's haughty demeanor, which remained unyielding despite her current plight. Yuan Zhao privately scoffed. After all, she is a woman from another world. At the very least, her calmness in the face of adversity is admirable. Having gone an entire day and night without sustenance, even in the depths of hunger, Yun Jing could not bring herself to consume the vermin brought before her, great, live rats, reeking and covered in fur. Upon realizing that this woman had come to offer her food, Yun Jing's memory of her was faint. The scrutiny in Yun Jing's gaze revealed her disbelief in the woman's benevolent intentions. Naturally, how could Yuan Zhao extend true kindness to a former adversary? With a gesture, she instructed Donger to present a bag of silver to the eunuch beside her. The young eunuch immediately grasped Yuan Zhao's intent, bowing respectfully as he said, "This servant has seen nothing, knows nothing." Yuan Zhaoyi has never set foot here. Yuan Zhaoyi, this servant takes his leave and shall return in an hour. What a sycophantic wretch. Observing the eunuch's obsequiousness towards Yuan Zhao, juxtaposed with how he had treated her moments ago, Yun Jing seethed with fury. This withering palace is hardly a place for people. Any consort sent here is denied food by the servants. Yun Zhaoyi has not eaten, has she, a donger? Indeed, your highness. Donger emerged, carrying a food box, and opened it before Yun Jing. Although the fare was not the sumptuous delicacy she was accustomed to, in the withering palace, and after having gone without food and drink for an entire day and night, any morsel, even plain steamed buns, was a long for delight. Without a second thought, she snatched the food box from Donger's grasp and began devouring its contents ravenously. Yuan Zhao watched her gluttonous display with a faint smile tugging at her lips. Jin Zhaoyi, do take your time, do take your time. Do not choke, for no one is here to snatch it from you. Yun Jing had never felt such hunger as she did that day, and after a frenzied bout of eating, her empty stomach was finally sated. Yuan Zhao had shown some consideration, even bringing her a pot of tea to quell her thirst. Without the slightest regard for decorum, Yun Jing tilted her head back and drank deeply from the pot, in stark contrast to the other women who sipped delicately, feigning grace. Once her hunger was satisfied, Yun Jing regarded Yuan Zhao, still exuding an air of superiority. So, Yuan Zhaoyi, I have chosen you as my sister. Today you have aided me. Rest assured, from this day forth, I shall not let you suffer. As long as I have a morsel of meat, I shall ensure you receive a taste of broth. Seeing Yun Jing's arrogant demeanor, reminiscent of her former self, Yuan Zhao could not help but feel disgusted. Even in her current downfall, Yun Jing's pretentious pride remained irksome. A subtle smile lingered at the corners of Yuan Zhao's mouth. Initially, Yun Jing believed this to be an attempt at camaraderie, a gesture of goodwill. To Yuan Zhao, however, she was merely a supporting character, a sidekick to the grand heroine. Having recognized the potential of the main character early on, she extended her hand in assistance during Yun Jing's fall from grace, confident that one day the grand heroine would rise again, and they could bask in the benefits of her glory. Yet, slowly, Yun Jing began to sense something amiss, particularly in Yuan Zhao's gaze and the words she uttered next. After all, this shall be your final meal, Yun Zhaoyi. Startled, Yun Jing lifted her head, disbelief etched across her. In an instant, the desolate, overgrown withering palace was left with only the two of them, facing Yun Jing's contorted visage. Yuan Zhao could not help but reflect on how unappealing it was. Even she could not fathom how, in her previous life, she had succumbed to Yun Jing. By any measure, the disparity between their appearances was glaring. It was only when she had been utterly cast down, reviled by the emperor, that Yun Jing had trampled her underfoot, humiliating her with scorn. Yuan Zhao, you are yet unaware? I am not of this world, I hail from the 21st century. In my era, our inventions far surpass yours. With but a mere flick of my finger, I could conjure innovations that would earn me the emperor's admiration. And the songs and poetry I sing? Those are all appropriated. From a tender age, I could recite the 300 Tang poems. Alas, what we possess, you lack entirely. Tell me, with such prowess, who else could the emperor favor if not me? You, the malicious supporting character, have already fallen. Who shall be next? It is a pity you shan't live to see the day I ascend to the throne, revered by all, while the emperor dispenses with the harem for me, a lifelong pair. Such dreams are beyond the wildest imaginations of the women in your world. And I shall attain it all. Chapter 53 Incorrigible Scoundrel. At this moment, Yun Jing finally realized that something was amiss. She had stated that she was unfamiliar with Yuan Zhao, and despite having resided in the splendid palace for several months, she had never once heard her name. Now, having been cast aside into the cold palace by the treacherous emperor, Yuan Zhao appeared out of nowhere. What's more, she had come specifically to deliver food to her. How peculiar, indeed, it was strange. Perhaps recalling something, Yun Jing, though reluctant to believe, crouched on the ground, forcefully clawing at her throat, attempting to expel all that she had ingested. Observing Yun Jing's desperate struggle for survival, Yuan Zhao let out a cold sneer. Yun Zhaoyi, do not waste your efforts. With poison coursing through your veins, even the greatest immortal could scarcely save your life. Yun Jing's eyes reddened from retching, bloodshot veins betraying her agony, as she glared fiercely at Yuan Zhao. Why, I bear you no grudge, no enmity. Why must you harm me? Is it that wretched Empress Dowager, or the Empress herself? Have they commanded you to kill me? Yun Zhaoyi, have you considered anyone else? What if it is I who desire your demise? As Yuan Zhao advanced step by step, instinctively, Yun Jing recoiled. What do you mean? I hold no grievance against you. Why would you seek to slay me? Yuan Zhao, I warn you, even though I have been relegated to the cold palace by the emperor, my standing in his heart is not something you or any of your trivial ilk could surpass. The emperor cherishes me. Should he learn of your treachery, that you poisoned me, he would never forgive you. Yuan Zhao responded with an unceremonious laugh, showing no regard for her threats. Yun Jing, you pride yourself on your superiority, believing that your wisdom and cunning from another world render us insignificant, yet you fail to comprehend that the heavens do not favor you entirely. Though you hail from another realm, the heavens have granted me a second chance at life, allowing me foresight into all your actions. I in this life, I, Yuan Zhao, shall never again be humiliated, deceived, or slain by your hand. In my past life, everything you inflicted upon me, your scorn and your deceit, this time, it is you who owes me. I shall make you repay it in full. At that moment, upon hearing Yuan Zhao's proclamation of a second life, Yun Jing was left utterly stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief, staring at Yuan Zhao as if she could hardly comprehend. You after a long pause, she finally regained her voice. You are reborn. No wonder she had suddenly shown kindness by bringing her food. No wonder, during her long period of favoritism from that treacherous emperor, she had never encountered her nor even heard her name. It turned out she had been biding her time for this very day. What a malicious woman. If she claimed that in her past life she had been her defeated foe, then in this life, Yun Jing suddenly laughed, her gaze fixed on Yuan Zhao, a triumphant smile illuminating her face. So what if you are reborn? I am the true heroine, the protagonist's halo shines upon me. Even if you are reborn, some things you will never comprehend, Yuan Zhao. In your previous life, you were my vanquished foe. In this life, you remain my vanquished foe, forever. Do not think that merely by being reborn once will change anything. Even if you were to be reborn 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. The latter part of her words faltered as a searing pain ripped through her abdomen, as if someone were wielding a knife, methodically carving away her insides. The agony contorted her face, rendering it a ghastly shade of pale, a sight most terrifying. At that moment, she could no longer articulate her thoughts. Writhing on the ground in excruciating pain, she trembled violently. Yuan Zhao looked down upon her in her pitiful, helpless state, dark satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. Having avenged the humiliation she suffered in her past life, the humiliations of her previous existence remained vividly etched in her memory. Were it not for the fear of leaving her alive, as she had claimed, that she was capable of everything, even if those skills were pilfered from others, here, in this realm, the inhabitants knew nothing, only that, especially the emperor, believed that all the wondrous inventions and the brilliant poetry flowed from her lips. Just as Yun Jing had assumed, being cast into the cold palace meant an end to any hope of escape, but Yun Jing was different. She had the potential for escape. Thus, to safeguard against any eventualities, Yuan Zhao watched as Yun Jing struggled briefly before gradually losing her vitality. Death, only death would grant her complete assurance. At that moment in the Cining Palace, it was quite serendipitous that when Yun Shu hurried to the palace, she encountered the emperor directly. Accompanying the emperor was Zhao Di, recently bestowed the title of Lian Zhoui. Zhao Di appeared flustered, clearly anxious about the empress. Upon encountering the Empress Dowager at the palace entrance, Zhao Di was so frightened that she hurriedly knelt. This servant pays her respects to the Empress Dowager. Yun Shu did not look at her, her gaze fixed on the emperor. Her expression dark, her small, round face was somber, devoid of the warmth and satisfaction typically seen when a mother reunites with her son. Knight Ling, steeling himself, dutifully greeted, I have seen mother. Before I received news, the Cining Palace had already sent word to the emperor. Logically, the emperor should have arrived before me. How is it that I have only just arrived, and you two have come in haste? Zhao Di knelt on the ground, unable to speak, yet upon hearing Yun Shu's words, her complexion paled, alternating between white and red, as she instinctively tightened her clothing's collar, as if to conceal something from Yun Shu's discerning gaze. Originally, upon hearing of the empress's fainting, she had been worried and anxious, wishing to accompany the emperor to the Cining Palace. However, the emperor originally intending to come to the palace, he suddenly changed his mind, dismissing the servant who bore the message and instead carried her back to bed. At that moment, Zhao Di had resisted, fearing for the empress's safety. Yet the emperor, while stripping her of her garments, had buried his head into her snowy neck, beginning to nibble, whispering in her ear, it is merely a feint, a common trick employed by women of the harem. Indulging them time and again will only embolden them. Though he was the emperor, revered by all, Zhao Di, despite her reluctance, dared not refuse, surrendering to his advances. Yun Shu, a seasoned observer, quickly discerned the awkward expression that flickered across the emperor's face, as well as Zhao Di's alternating hues of pallor and flush, along with her hands nervously gripping her collar, and knew precisely what had transpired. Enraged, she delivered a sharp kick to the emperor's long legs, fuming, you incorrigible scoundrel, you cannot live without women, you would perish if you missed a single one. Chapter 54 Your Majesty, you truly seem to regard me with ever-increasing disdain. To be reprimanded by a mere child, so much younger than myself, in front of so many witnesses, Knight Ling felt a twinge of embarrassment, despite the fact that the girl before him was his own mother. He covered his lips and feigned a cough, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment. Mother, let us go inside and check on the empress. Clearly, Yun Shu was still in a fit of anger and shot him a frosty glare. Just wait until I have my turn to deal with you. Having said that, she turned away from the emperor and strode inside. Outside the hall, Zhao Di watched the Empress Dowager's furious demeanor with considerable trepidation. Although the Dowager was not of great age, her power and authority were undeniable. Moreover, had it not been for the Dowager and the Empress's timely rescue, she would not be enjoying her current status. Zhao Di realized that her actions had indeed crossed a line, even if she had no authority to refuse the Emperor's commands. Your Majesty, did we perhaps go too far this time? The Empress Dowager, she is truly angry, Zhao Di expressed with concern. Knight Ling placated her with a gentle pat on her hand. Fear not, the Empress Dowager is still young. Her anger will not linger long, she will soon calm down. As he spoke, he followed closely behind Yun Shu into the chamber. Morongin lay pallid and lifeless upon the bed, while Physician Lu had already arrived, draping a handkerchief over the Empress's flawless wrist to take her pulse, his expression grave. Upon seeing Yun Shu enter, he hastily rose to offer his respects. Your servant pays respects. Yun Shu waved her hand to halt him. The Empress's condition is urgent. First, ascertain her pulse. Yes, Your Highness. Lu Yu was exceedingly obedient to the Dowager's commands. Even when he noticed the Emperor's presence, he remained as steadfast as a mountain, not daring to glance at him, let alone bow. Knight Ling thought to himself, how frustrating, it is hardly appropriate to express my ire in front of the Empress Dowager. As he continued to check the Empress's pulse, Lu Yu's brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment. The longer he took, the more his concern intensified. Eventually, he even went so far as to pry open Morong Yin's eyelids for a closer examination. Losing patience at Lu Yu's ostentatious demeanor, Knight Ling interjected, "Physician Lu, as a highly esteemed doctor in the Imperial Medical Academy, pray do not tell me that you cannot discern even this minor issue." Lu Yu, mindful not to appear negligent, quickly knelt before the Emperor. "Your Majesty, it is not that I cannot perceive this minor issue. Rather, the Empress's symptoms strike me as peculiar, and I hesitate to draw any hasty conclusions." "Oh, peculiar?" With Lu Yu's words, Knight Ling's gaze shifted to the bed where Morong Yin lay, her complexion shockingly pale, devoid of any color. At that moment, he began to sense that Morong Yin's ailment might not be an act, but rather a genuine physical malaise. After all, when a person falls ill, their complexion betrays them. He felt a flicker of concern for Morong Yin, initially believing that she was merely envious of his affections for other women, concocting such underhanded schemes to draw his attention. Otherwise, he would not have been so incensed by her behavior. While other women might employ such tactics to captivate him, the Empress must not. She ought to embody grace and magnanimity. She could not afford to behave like those petty women. How could she then justify her exalted status as Empress? How could she serve as a paragon for all women in the realm? If she were merely unwell, I could ascertain her condition from her pulse alone. However, the Empress's pulse fluctuates between stability and chaos, an irregular rhythm that is not characteristic of a healthy individual. Zhao Di, wringing her handkerchief in anxiety, gazed at the Empress in distress, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Physician Lu, the Empress will not come to any harm, will she?" Even the Emperor, at that moment, regarded Morong Yin with a complex expression, particularly upon hearing Lu Yu's assertion that her pulse was erratic and unlike that of a normal person. Had Morong Yin truly fallen ill? Lu Yu shook his head. "Having practiced medicine for many years, I can assure you, at least for now, the Empress is not in any immediate danger." As for what lies ahead, he opened his mouth as if to say more, but hesitated, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. After all, he had encountered countless odd maladies over his years in the Imperial Medical Academy, yet in the presence of the Empress, he felt an inexplicable apprehension, reluctant to make any definitive judgments. Observing Lu Yu's reticence, Knight Ling was reassured by the knowledge that the Empress was not in any mortal peril. With that assurance, he felt a wave of relief. To soothe Yun Shu, Knight Ling endeavored to soften his tone. "It is very likely that the Empress has simply overexerted herself in managing the inner palace. Let her rest for a few days, and when she has regained her strength, she may resume her duties." Lian Zhaoyi. "Your Majesty. The Empress has fallen ill, and the inner palace cannot be left unattended. During this time, you shall oversee. Your Majesty, this is not appropriate." Before the Emperor could finish, Zhao Di fell to her knees, her face paling to a ghostly white. She dared not meet the gazes of either the Dowager or the Emperor, nor could she bear to look at the... In that fleeting moment, all eyes in the chamber were fixed upon her. She felt both terrified and uneasy. Kneeling on the ground, she could hardly raise her head. "Your Majesty, this is not in accordance with the rules. I am but a mere Zhaoyi. What merit do I possess to manage the inner palace in place of the Empress? Moreover, I know nothing of such matters. Knowing nothing does not preclude learning. The Empress was not always the Empress. She has held this position for many years and has certainly made her share of mistakes. She has learned through experience to secure her place upon the throne. You are more astute than the Empress. I trust you will manage the inner palace well during her illness." Your Majesty. Zhao Di felt as though she might perish from sheer dread. She had never harbored such lofty ambitions. From the outset, she had only hoped to serve a reliable master, ensuring her own peace of mind within the palace, yet, by a twist of fate, she had gained the Emperor's favor, becoming... But she sought only a tranquil existence, not to ascend to dizzying heights. She understood that in the palace, the higher one climbs, the harder one falls, that she merely wished to live a good life, nothing more. "Enough. You need not defer any further. I commanded." Bang, the sound of a fist striking the table interrupted Knight Ling's proclamation. Turning around, he beheld Yun Shu's darkly stormy countenance. Even her gaze was so frigid that it seemed capable of freezing the air in an instant. "Emperor, you truly seem to regard me with ever-increasing disdain." Chapter 55. This face, the root of all troubles. Upon witnessing Yun Shu's genuine anger, Yi Ling could only attempt to soothe her. Approaching her, he intended to embrace her for comfort. However, realizing his action, Yun Shu forcefully struck the table. "Your Majesty. Remember, I am your Empress Dowager. Do not casually embrace or pat my head. I am not your daughter, I am your elder. Empress Dowager, you are still quite young and may not understand. The Empress has exhausted herself managing the harem over the years, and I merely wish for her to rest for a few days. Once she has regained her health, her authority as Empress will naturally return to her. I know you wish to favor the Empress and consider her in all matters, yet, the vast harem cannot be without someone to oversee it. If the Empress cannot manage, then what of me? Have I not intervened in the affairs of the harem over the years?" At that moment, Zhao Di seemed to find a lifeline and quickly interjected. "Indeed, Your Majesty, I believe the Empress Dowager is entirely correct. Though she is young, her intellect is mature. Over the years, aside from the Empress Dowager has also been managing the myriad affairs of the harem. Moreover, as the daughter of the realm, her power and authority are evident. If Your Majesty were to allow me to assist the Empress in managing the harem, it would likely incite discontent among the concubines. What merit do I possess?" In this regard, Zhao Di was not speaking falsehoods. She was acutely aware of her own status and capabilities. In this harem, which of the noble consorts did not possess a formidable family backing, as for her family was hardly influential, and she herself was merely a decorative vase, beautiful yet of little utility. While the emperor held her in esteem, she felt elated but also wary of being overly valued, as it would only bring her harm. Both the empress and the Empress Dowager had shown her kindness. She could hardly repay their grace, and the emperor's actions seemed to turn gratitude into betrayal. Yun Shu scoffed. The empress has merely fallen ill. It is not as if she cannot recover. Your Majesty, as the husband of the empress, she has stood by your side through numerous trials for so many years. To see her fall ill, and yet you do not grieve, is one matter, but to immediately strip her of her powers is another. Mentioning this made Yun Shu unavoidably furious, feeling indignant on behalf of her beloved daughter-in-law. What a virtuous and beautiful woman she was. Over the years, she had devoted herself wholeheartedly to the harem for the sake of her unworthy son. Without any complaints, her contributions were indeed significant. Initially, Yun Shu believed that Yi Ling was merely flirtatious but still treated Moromine with a degree of respect. Their relationship appeared harmonious on the surface. However, as time passed, she gradually realized that Yi Ling's disdain for Moromine was growing. This was an alarming sign. When a woman provokes such feelings in a man, it indicates that he has been completely captivated by other women. Even if a man's wife is deemed imperfect by others, in his heart, any random woman would seem far more appealing than the wife he has long become indifferent to. For other women, tears are precious gems that evoke his sympathy, yet, when Moromine weeps, he only feels annoyance and impatience. Men, such flawed beings, before they possess, they dote on their beloved. What is my darling doing? How adorable, why is my darling upset? Come here for a kiss. They long to cling to their beloved at all times, but once possession is attained, their demeanor changes entirely. Every day, you're just clinging to me. Do you think I have nothing else to do? And you, can't you find something to occupy yourself and improve? At such times, women often retort, but you said you would take care of me and allow me to do nothing. A man with a conscience might at least resort to silent treatment, but a man devoid of integrity would turn hostile. Those were mere sweet nothings to fool foolish women like you. Currently, this was the situation between her daughter-in-law and Yi Ling. However, because Moromine's status was that of empress, she yearned for Yi Ling's affection and concern, yet she understood that he was the emperor. Beyond the women of the harem, he faced numerous matters daily in the court, leaving him little time for personal leisure. He was either preoccupied with state affairs or reviewing memorials. Hence, each time he mentioned his busy political duties, it rendered Moromie's attempts to draw near him futile. Seeing Yun Shu's small round face, set in silence, Yi Ling sighed in resignation and approached her, gently lifting her onto his lap for comfort. All right, Empress Dowager, it is my fault. I should not have allowed Lian Zhaoyi to interfere in the harem's affairs. I was wrong this time, and I assure you, such mistakes will not be repeated in the future. Yun Shu gazed helplessly at the emperor before her. Matters of the heart are delicate and difficult to articulate, outsiders cannot intervene. It ultimately hinges on the sentiments of those involved. Clearly, Moromie's feelings for Yi Ling remained steadfast and unchanged. Her heart was entirely devoted to him alone, yet, as emperor, Yi Ling was ensnared by a world that favored men over women. Any man with a modicum of wealth typically indulged in multiple wives and concubines. In the early days of their marriage, when Yi Ling was still enamored with Moromine, his heart was able to accommodate only her, but after many years, having grown accustomed to one another's habits, they had become like shadows of each other. With countless stunning beauties surrounding him daily, the allure of freshness they offered was something he could no longer find with Moromine, leading to his growing indifference. Yun Shu, akin to a weary mother, wished to intervene in the younger generation's affairs but found herself powerless, for she was not the one directly involved. Your Majesty, she could only implore earnestly, her small chubby hand caressing Yi Ling's exquisitely fair face. Beyond his formidable power and status, he possessed a countenance more beautiful than that of any woman. No wonder the Empress was utterly captivated by him. Despite enduring countless heartaches, she remained unable to let him go. Ah, this face, the root of all troubles. The Empress is a virtuous woman. Fleeting pleasures cannot compare to a lifetime of mutual support. In your heart, you must recognize that the Empress's position is not one that any random woman can easily usurp. At the very least, your heart. Yun Shu's chubby finger poked at the Emperor's heart. It must always belong to the Empress, mustn't it? Chapter 56. No longer willing to serve the Emperor, these are the promises you made to the Empress all those years ago. A gentleman's word is as binding as a team of 4 horses. What more can be said when you are still the Emperor? If the Emperor speaks without sincerity, then I shall no longer expect any filial piety from this insincere ruler. Yi Ling could only try to soothe her as best as he could, holding her chubby little hand. Empress Dowager, my heart has always belonged to the Empress. If my heart did not hold her, she would not have occupied the position of Empress for so many years. Yun Shu scoffed, recalling how many times her worthless son had contemplated deposing the Empress in those earlier years. Had she not intervened and persuaded him vigorously, her precious daughter-in-law would have long been neglected in the harem by this despicable emperor. Yun Shu glared at him. How old are you too? And you, the emperor, do remember that you are a man. Give the Empress a little regard. I see you treating other women well, but when it comes to the Empress, have you forgotten who your first wife is? Who has accompanied you through all these years? Yi Ling felt guilty and, given that the other party was Yun Shu, he could only obediently listen to her reprimand, not daring to retort. After all, he was still the emperor, and in front of so many people, Yun Shu could not afford to lose face for him. Once the scolding had subsided and Yi Ling had absorbed some of her words, she waved her hand. Very well. Your Majesty, you may go about your business. I shall remain here with the Empress, and when she awakens, I will take my leave. Yi Ling, understanding her intent, responded, Empress Dowager, allow me to watch over the Empress. There is little to attend to in court today, I shall wait until she awakens before resuming my duties. That is acceptable, Yun Shu nodded. Compared to who her daughter-in-law would wish to see upon awakening, it was undoubtedly Yi Ling who would bring her greater joy. After all, the one who could untie the knot in her daughter-in-law's heart was none other than this unworthy son. As Yun Shu prepared to depart, Jiaodi, upon seeing her rise, hurriedly followed behind. Empress Dowager, I shall accompany you. Yun Shu did not refuse her but merely cast a fleeting glance before leading Qinger away. In the Cining Palace, Jiaodi did not return to her own quarters. Instead, she followed Yun Shu to the Cining Palace. Almost as soon as they entered the Grand Hall, she knelt before Yun Shu, tears streaming down her face. Empress Dowager, I did not intend for this. I have tried to persuade His Majesty to. It was not her fault for being beautiful. Moreover, Jiaodi held a lowly status and had fought hard to preserve her life, cherishing it more than anyone else. Given the Emperor's status, she would need 100-fold courage to refuse him. Enough, Yun Shu waved her hand. Even without you, there are countless beauties in the harem. The Emperor would still favor other women. I am not one to be unreasonable. Rise. Jiaodi, filled with gratitude, wiped her tears and rose from the ground, sobbing. Why do you not return to your Guanju palace and follow me here? Jiaodi hesitated, her lovely face betraying her hidden turmoil. Considering the Empress Dowager's age, she felt that discussing such matters with someone so young was inappropriate. Feeling the Empress Dowager's scrutinizing gaze upon her, Jiaodi finally gritted her teeth and declared, Empress Dowager, I no longer wish to serve the Emperor. Silence. With Jiaodi's declaration, the atmosphere shifted, and all present, be it Yun Shu, Mama Yu, or Qinger, were left in stunned silence, particularly Qinger, who stared wide-eyed at Jiaodi. Good heavens, it was the first time she had encountered a woman in the harem who wished to evade the Emperor's affections. Most women would go to great lengths to capture his favor, yearning for his daily attention. Yet here was Jiaodi, a woman of remarkable beauty, who, despite her lack of noble background, had been granted the esteemed title of third-rank Joey in just a few days, enjoying the Emperor's exclusive affection, a rarity in the harem. To have received such excessive favoritism, and now to kneel before the Empress Dowager saying she did not wish to be favored by the Emperor, it was astounding. Yun Shu felt a chill run down her spine. Setting aside her son's elevated status, few women could resist the allure of his striking looks. Kneeling on the ground, Jiaodi's tear-streaked face bore an expression of despair and helplessness. I have no desire to vie for favor. To attain my current position is already a stroke of fortune. I simply wish to live a tranquil life in the harem, free from harm. Empress Dowager, I do not want to be a thorn in the Emperor's side. Whenever the Emperor visits my Guanju palace, it does not bring me joy, only sorrow and fear. I do not wish for the Emperor to come. Moreover, her following words seemed to carry an unspeakable burden, and in front of the young Empress Dowager, she hesitated to voice them. The Emperor's vigor in such matters was overwhelming, and she found it hard to cope. Besides, she was not particularly inclined towards such affairs. Once in a while sufficed, but after countless nights, she had yet to recover her strength. Only for the Emperor to begin again. For Jiaodi, this was not a pleasure but a torment, a painful ordeal. As time passed, her endurance waned, leading her to reminisce about her days as a palace maid. Though they were exhausting and often involved being bullied, at least back then, she could express her grievances. Now, not only could she not show her distress, but she also had to. In short, she could not endure such days any longer. Empress Dowager. Jiaodi's forehead struck the hard floor with a heavy thud. I beseech you, Empress Dowager, grant me release. I truly do not wish to serve the Emperor any longer. Even if you were to demote me or allow me to return to my old role as a palace maid, I would accept anything as long as I no longer have to serve the Emperor. Yun Shu. Mama Yu, Qinger, the three exchanged glances. Wide-eyed in disbelief, Yun Shu realized she was faced with a rather thorny dilemma today. The women in the harem typically pleaded for her to encourage the Emperor to visit them more often, seeking his affection and favor. Yet here was Jiaodi, overwhelmed by the Emperor's excessive adoration, to the point of wishing to relinquish all semblance of his favor. To even forego the esteemed title of third-rank Jiaodi to escape his affections? It truly embodied the saying, that which is easily obtained is not cherished, that which is rare is treated as a treasure. Empress Dowager, if you find this troublesome, then you could pretend to be poisoned again today and tell the Emperor that I have poisoned you, prompting him to cast me into the cold palace. I would rather reside in the cold palace than continue to serve the Emperor, Empress Dowager. Yun Shu. This is not necessary, Jiaodi, do not be so agitated. Chapter 57 Yuan Jiaodi is reluctant to serve the Emperor. This revelation left Jiaodi utterly agitated. At this moment, she was genuinely disinclined to serve the Emperor. In her previous days alongside Wu Jiaodi, she had to admit that she harbored a few ambitions. After all, who among the women in the harem did not yearn for the Emperor's attention and affection? The Emperor wielded immense power and was remarkably young and handsome. Merely catching a glimpse of such a perfect man was both a desecration and an honor for those of them who served as mere maids. But now, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. Empress Dowager, please assist this humble servant. From henceforth, I shall dutifully follow your lead. Have I arrived at an inopportune time? At that moment, the familiar voice of Yuan Jiaodi resonated from outside the hall. Ever since aligning herself with the Empress Dowager, the servants of Cining Palace had begun to regard her with considerably more esteem. Upon seeing her, there was no need for formal announcement. They simply ushered her in. Jiaodi did not recognize Yuan Jiaodi and assumed her to be just another member of the harem, seeking to curry favor with the Empress Dowager. Nevertheless, Yuan Zhaoi's arrival instantly stifled Zhao Di's tears. After all, humiliation was best kept private, particularly in front of the Empress Dowager. She maintained a keen awareness of her own dignity in the presence of outsiders. This must be Lian Zhaoi, I presume? Lian Zhaoi had recently garnered considerable attention within the harem, albeit as a lowly servant fortunate enough to catch the emperor's eye, rapidly elevated to the rank of third-class Zhaoi within mere days. It was essential to recognize that not every woman in the harem was afforded such a privilege. Some had served for years, attending to the emperor multiple times, yet had never experienced such a swift ascent in status. Lian Zhaoi could indeed be regarded as a legendary figure in the harem, having decisively outshone her former mistress and risen from the position of a mere palace maid to one who stood triumphantly over her former superior. Previously, upon hearing of Zhao Di's exploits, Yuan Zhaoi herself had been taken aback. However, having endured the emperor's cruel indifference in her past life, she did not perceive Zhao Di's elevation in the emperor's favor as a stroke of good fortune. Perhaps the emperor currently favored her, willing to bestow upon her the utmost affection and glory, yet, should another breathtaking beauty enter the harem and the emperor's interest wane, Lian Zhaoi would find herself besieged by enemies from all directions. Nonetheless, Yuan Zhaoi deemed Lian Zhaoi to be rather astute, as she at least recognized the importance of seeking the Empress Dowager as a future support and ally. Noticing the remnants of tears on Zhao Di's face, despite her efforts to wipe them away, the redness around her eyes betrayed the length of time she had spent weeping. Yuan Zhaoi felt a twinge of curiosity. Has Lian Zhaoi encountered some misfortune? Why do you weep so? Zhao Di was unfamiliar with the woman before her, uncertain of whether she was friend or foe. However, she could sense that the inquiry was not laced with mockery, which eased her wariness significantly. Yuan Zhaoi is in the Empress Dowager's favor because she saved the sixth prince. Thus, the Empress Dowager holds her in high regard, considering her one of her own. Upon hearing Qing'er's words, Zhao Di finally relaxed her guard against Yuan Zhaoi. Sniffling, she soon found herself shedding tears anew. Empress Dowager, I am but a foolish servant. The tears in her bright eyes shimmered. Initially, she had felt like a headless fly in her desperation, yet in that moment, she scrutinized Yuan Zhaoi. In terms of beauty, she had once believed herself to be striking. However, upon seeing Yuan Zhaoi, she realized that the woman before her was in no way inferior to her own proud visage. Moreover, Yuan Zhaoi exuded an air of calm detachment, as if she were unperturbed by the tribulations of the world, utterly unruffled. Zhao Di had heard of Yuan Zhaoi's remarkable medical skills and her rescue of the sixth prince. Not only the Empress Dowager but even the emperor held Yuan Zhaoi in high esteem. Zhao Di thought that if Yuan Zhaoi desired, the lecherous emperor would undoubtedly soon regard her as a favored concubine. In a matter of moments, Zhao Di had set her. She pressed on, I can assist you in winning the emperor's favor. Before Zhao Di could finish her sentence, Yuan Zhaoi's gaze turned icy, and she abruptly averted her face. Lian Zhaoi, I acknowledge that I harbor no grievances against you, yet today marks our first encounter. There is no need for you to direct such hostility toward me. Her tone was harsh, and her displeasure palpable. The one thing I yearn for in this life is to escape the clutches of that lecherous emperor. I wish to sever all ties with him. Does this Lian Zhaoi not possess a shred of sense, clinging to this burdensome hot potato? How dare she attempt to pass it on to me? How foolish of me to feel sympathy upon seeing her in such distress. Truly, there is not a single woman in this harem worthy of compassion. Zhao Di, hearing Yuan Zhaoi's disdainful tone and expression toward the emperor, Zhao Di was bewildered. They had been conversing amicably, but the moment she suggested the emperor could be hers, Yuan Zhaoi turned hostile. Zhao Di was left in a state of confusion. Women in the harem, particularly those newly arrived, often dreamt of the day they would be summoned to the emperor's chambers. Even if Yuan Zhaoi had attained the rank of third-class Zhaoi, it was inevitable that she would eventually be called upon to serve the emperor. Yet, Zhao Di could distinctly see that her encouragement could expedite Yuan Zhaoi's path to the emperor's bedchamber. She should be elated, so why the outburst of anger? Why had she turned against her? Zhao Di was perplexed. Yuan Zhaoi, now unwilling even to stand beside her, moved directly to the Empress Dowager's side, offering her shoulder massage. Empress Dowager, I came to check on the sixth prince, to see how his wounds have been healing these past few days. Empress Dowager, please continue your conversation. I shall go in to visit the sixth prince now. Yun Shu nodded and waved her hand. Go on, go on. Chapter 58 Kindness exists, and so does selfishness. Your Majesty, Your Highness. Upon uttering those words, Yuan Zhaoi turned away, choosing to ignore her entirely. After receiving the Empress Dowager's permission, she took her leave. Zhao Di knelt on the ground, somewhat dazed, even beginning to reflect on her own actions. Had she offended Yuan Zhaoi in any way? Your Majesty, have I angered Yuan Zhaoi? Hearing this, Yun Shu rolled her eyes at her. By having her serve the emperor, are you not offending her? Look at yourself. The two of you could have been sisters. Two women, united by their mutual disdain for the same man, could have easily forged a bond of camaraderie, yet, here Zhao Di was, single-handedly ruining her own chances. Zhao Di could only remain silent, her mouth agape, unsure of how to respond. Serving the emperor was a dream for every woman in the imperial harem, and she had thought herself to be an exception. Little did she know that Yuan Zhaoi had entered the palace with an aversion to the emperor, and a strong one at that. Had she never seen the emperor, even if she detested him, his visage alone was enough to stir one's heart. Yet, as soon as this thought crossed Zhao Di's mind, she shook her head in denial. Yuan Zhaoi often visited Cining Palace, and the emperor came daily to check on the Empress Dowager. They had surely met countless times. How could Yuan Zhaoi have never seen the emperor? How could she not have gazed upon his world-shattering beauty? It was evident that she had seen him and knew his appearance, yet she remained so resistant. This led Zhao Di to ponder, Your Majesty, does Yuan Zhaoi have a beloved outside the palace? She recalled that in prominent families, especially those with fathers serving in the court, marriages often occurred between officials and the royal family. Surely Yun Shu's expression was one of disbelief. Had this girl truly forgotten why she was here? Had her thoughts been so easily diverted by gossip? Noticing the Empress Dowager's impassive gaze upon her, Zhao Di realized she had overstepped her bounds and quickly knelt again. Your Majesty, I was wrong. She adjusted her demeanor, pulling out a handkerchief to dab at her tears, continuing, Your Majesty, I truly do not wish to serve the Emperor any longer. Please, grant me your counsel. I am the Empress Dowager, not some wish-granting turtle from a wishing pond. You seek my assistance when you desire the Emperor's favor, and yet you come to me when you wish to shun it. Consider my age, I am but 4 years old, and I am already exhausted from your collective troubles. Must you all be so restless? Yun Shu's temper was not at its best, primarily because her beloved daughter-in-law lay ill in bed. Her heart was heavy. Zhao Di, chastised by Yun Shu, dared not speak, only nodding in agreement. What you say is true, I have been too impulsive. As she spoke, she reached into her sleeve, rummaging for something. After a lengthy search, she finally produced a small box. Your Majesty, I recently acquired a treasure I had hoped to present to you. I simply lacked the opportunity. With great reverence, she offered the small box with both hands. Xing'er cast a glance at it, then at the Empress Dowager. It was the first time she had witnessed the Empress Dowager showing indifference to such bribes. Indeed, the Empress was currently unwell, and the Dowager had little patience for trivialities. Zhao Di felt lost, kneeling on the ground, unsure of how to proceed. Hadn't she heard that the Empress Dowager was easily swayed by gifts? Wasn't it customary to offer something of value? Yet, for some reason, all she perceived from the Dowager's expression was coldness. Why was the reality so different from the rumors she had heard? Was the gift she presented too trivial? Although it was the best she could offer, it paled in comparison to the treasures the Dowager must have received countless times. A bitter taste lingered in Zhao Di's heart. Once yearning for the Emperor's affection, she now found it akin to a burning hot potato, impossible to discard. Zhao Di was a woman whose nature was not inherently malevolent. However, as a human being, she embodied the concept of selfishness quite effectively. When she was needed, she wept and lamented, full of grievances. Yet when not in demand, she enjoyed the Emperor's affection and honors without a second thought. And now, when she no longer desired the Emperor's favor, feeling overwhelmed by it, she sought the Dowager's assistance. How to articulate this? Kindness can coexist with selfishness. Just as she had once wept so profusely without offering her precious gift, it was only after witnessing the Dowager's indifference that she reluctantly relinquished her treasures. Zhao Di seemed acutely aware of her own leverage. She possessed a countenance that could evoke sympathy even from women, let alone it was this pitifully enchanting visage that had captured the Emperor's heart for so long, granting her a unique position in the harem. A face that inspired an intense desire for protection. Despite her fleeting trace of conscience remaining, she genuinely cared for the Empress, who had fallen ill. Yun Shu sipped her tea, soothing her throat before speaking lightly. Lian Zhaoi has been favored by the Emperor for quite some time. I recall you were also favored multiple times while attending Wu Zhaoi, am I correct? Zhao Di nodded, apprehensive. During that period, she had harbored some small hopes while serving Wu Zhaoi, yet she was acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated her status from the Emperor's. She never anticipated that the Emperor would genuinely take notice of her. That time, she felt both anticipation and excitement. The mere thought of potentially soaring to prominence kept her awake at night. Until the moment the Emperor truly favored her. However, at that time, Zhao Di did not dare to dwell on such thoughts, let alone imagine that she would be bestowed the title of Sanpin Zhaoi. Initially, she had considered herself fortunate to be a mere talent, yet those days were behind her. She no longer desired such things, though she did not fully comprehend the Empress Dowager's words. She humbly bowed low. Yes, Your Majesty. Is there no sign of life in your belly after all this time? Yun Shu feigned surprise, casting a sidelong glance at her flat abdomen. Zhao Di wore a puzzled expression, as if just recalling something. Her delicate hand reached toward her unblemished belly. Chapter 59. Your Majesty, I wish to enjoy a moment of tranquility. Might you take your leave? Her face bore an expression of confusion. I too am at a loss. Logically speaking, after having served you for such an extended period, there should be some indication of life within me, yet there is none. The intelligence of Zhao Di, who has captured the Emperor's favor for so long, is not without its reasons. On one hand, she is indeed a naive and simple-hearted individual. Yun Shu mused that any person of even modest cleverness would understand the implications of her words, yet, Zhao Di remained utterly oblivious, making conversation with her an arduous task. Yun Shu stifled a cough, covering her mouth, then devise a way to conceive a child. Zhao Di exclaimed. A sudden realization dawned upon her, her face transforming into one of sheer terror. Empress Dowager, while I may not wish to serve His Majesty, I certainly do not wish to seek the company of another man. Yun Shu responded. Lian Zhaoi, what nonsense are you spouting? The Dowager's intention is clear. If you do not wish to share His Majesty's bed, you must inform him of your supposed pregnancy. A consort who is with child is not permitted to serve the Emperor. It was only upon Xing'er's explanation that Zhao Di finally grasped the situation, her demeanor shifting to one of bashful embarrassment as she clutched her head. Then, Empress Dowager, should I not visit the Imperial Medical Bureau and bribe a physician to declare that I am with child? Yun Shu popped a grape into her mouth, choosing not to respond to Zhao Di's words further. The matter was now in her hands. Soon, Zhao Di departed, her face alight with joy. That Lian Zhaoi only seeks the Dowager in times of need, otherwise, not even a whisper escapes her lips. Once Zhao Di had left, Xing'er remarked with a hint of annoyance at her receding figure. Empress Dowager, why do you bother to assist her? Why not allow the Emperor to indulge her? It won't be long before he grows weary of her. It is only natural for one to possess selfish desires, it is the absence of such that is truly abnormal. In terms of character, while Lian Zhou may be a bit self-serving, she genuinely cares for the Empress in light of her recent troubles. For that reason alone, Yun Shu was still inclined to lend her assistance. Besides, she owed herself and the Empress a favor, which would surely prove beneficial in the future. Empress Dowager, you mentioned that the Empress appeared to be in good health, how could she have suddenly collapsed? The circumstances surrounding the Empress's ailment are indeed quite peculiar. She did not suspect the Empress was feigning illness, for the sight of her frail form upon the sickbed left no room for doubt. This reminded Cining of the earlier encounter in Cining Palace, where physician Liu had appeared hesitant, his words lingering on the edge of his lips, unable to be voiced. It was as though he wished to speak yet was uncertain. Despite her youth, Yun Shu's demeanor reflected the wisdom of one who had weathered many storms, seasoned and mature. Even the grapes she consumed seemed devoid of flavor. She sighed, the Empress suffers from a malady of the heart. If she cannot reconcile her feelings, it shall one day cost her dearly. Indeed, she had attempted to counsel the Empress before. With her current standing, she protected her, and with her son as the crown prince, the future heir to the throne, the women of the harem could not hope to rival her, even if they fought tooth and nail. Yet, the Empress remained perplexed, unable to see the situation as clearly as those directly involved. Those entangled in the web of emotions often find themselves unable to overcome the barriers within their hearts. The more the Empress fixated on the Emperor, the more she struggled to navigate her own feelings. It would not be until she had been thoroughly wounded by the Emperor that she would begin to awaken to her reality. Thus, Yun Shu could only wait for her inept son to inflict pain upon his unfortunate wife, leaving both of them battered and bruised. Go find a snake to deliver to the Empress. Cining was utterly bewildered. A snake, a snake, a snake? She stammered, initially believing she had misheard. While she understood the Dowager's intent, she could not fathom why. Empress Dowager, if you wish for the Empress to have a distraction, why not send her a cat or a dog, or even a little rabbit? Why a snake? Moreover, it seems the Empress has a great fear of snakes. What woman in this world is not afraid of snakes? Even Cining, a martial artist, felt an inexplicable apprehension upon encountering one. Common pets abound in the harem. Cats are adorable and gentle, dogs are loyal and affectionate, and rabbits merely burrow in grass to nibble. While they may offer emotional support, they lack the necessary stimulation. Yun Shu cast a meaningful glance at Cining. The emotional support provided by ordinary companions was insufficient. Without proper stimulation, the Empress would inevitably drift into reverie, reminiscing about her past affections with the Emperor, becoming ensnared in those memories. However, introducing a snake would create a different experience. The mere presence of a snake would evoke fear, sending shivers down her spine, capturing her attention entirely. At the very least, her thoughts. Upon hearing the Dowager's words, Cining nodded in agreement. You are truly remarkable, Empress Dowager. I shall go and catch a snake at once. What sort should I seek, Empress Dowager? I think a green one would be quite appealing, but would a black one be too dark? A white one is also lovely, and a yellow one wouldn't be bad either. Yun Shu replied, as long as it is not venomous. Cining, realizing the gravity of the situation, almost forgot about the potential danger. If she were to deliver a venomous snake to the Empress, resulting in her demise, the repercussions for the Dowager would be dire. In Cining Palace, the Empress awakened in the latter half of the night. During this time, Yiling had remained by her side, keeping vigil. Upon seeing Mu Ronin finally open her eyes, he quickly rose and poured her a cup of tea. You are awake. Here, drink some water. Perhaps she had not anticipated seeing Yiling upon her awakening. Had it been in the past, witnessing him guard her with such devotion, his refined features marred by fatigue, she would have felt touched, reflecting on how, despite his heart having strayed from her over the years, he still cared and accompanied her in times of need. However, today, although she had been in a deep slumber, she was aware of her surroundings and could hear the conversations taking place around her. Even in her unconscious state, she had registered his impatient tone, his accusations of her feigning illness. She had heard him express that upon learning of her fainting, his immediate reaction was not one of concern, but rather, he had been preoccupied with Lian Zhou in the Guanju Palace, showing disdain for her predicament and arriving only after attending to other matters. Mu Ronin found it all rather laughable. The youth she had steadfastly waited for all those years still held a place in her heart, while in his, her image had long since faded. Do you not wish to drink? He had brought the tea, yet she turned her face away in distaste. Then you must be hungry. After all, you have been in a stupor for an entire day. Yiling was about to summon someone to bring a meal. Your Majesty, I wish to enjoy a moment of tranquility. Might you take your leave? Chapter 60, Queen, you are increasingly disappointing me. What do you mean? Since her fainting, he had not left her side, vigilantly watching over her from day to night. Nightling had initially believed that upon awakening, Mu Ronin would greet him with profound delight, yet, who could have anticipated that, instead of the expected joy upon seeing him, her expression bore only indifference? After the initial glance she cast his way upon regaining consciousness, she did not even spare him a second look. It was as if he had ceased to exist in her eyes. Once, she had cherished him dearly. Wherever he went, her gaze clung to him like a shadow. Nightling had never needed to turn around to know that wherever he was, her eyes would follow. He had reveled in this attention, and even though his youthful affection for her had long faded, any man would find his vanity gratified when a woman adored him so deeply. As the Emperor, his exalted status and handsome visage had drawn countless admirers. Nightling had grown accustomed to being the center of attention among women, particularly Mu Ronin, who had been by his side for many years. This sudden shift in her demeanor was a bitter pill for him to swallow, leading him to suspect that she had turned her affections elsewhere. He could allow himself to grow indifferent towards Moronique, for his heart had already strayed. However, he would not tolerate her indifference towards him. Observing her inexplicable behavior, Nightling felt a genuine surge of anger, yet, he was left with nothing but his ire, unable to act upon it. Rising from his seat in frustration, he exclaimed, "You are merely upset that I have neglected you during this time. Upon hearing of your fainting, did I not rush to your side immediately? My duties are overwhelming, yet I have stayed by you all day, while my official documents pile up like mountains. I have much work to catch up on tonight. Queen, what more do you desire from me? After I have devoted an entire day to your side, you awaken only to scowl and express your displeasure? It seems I have indeed indulged you too much." In the past, when faced with Nightling's harsh words, Moronique would feel a pang of sorrow, her eyes likely brimming with unshed tears at that moment. But for reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment now. Unlike before, when she had been unconscious, her maidens had wept inconsolably, while her husband, who had stood by her for decades, reacted with disdain and suspicion, as if her condition had interrupted his affairs. Rather than worry for her, he seemed to find time for frivolities with other women. In that instant, Moronique felt as though her heart had withered away. Exhausted, she closed her eyes, indifferent to Nightling's fury, as if she had not heard him at all. Had she shown even a hint of response, Nightling might not have been so enraged. It was her utter lack of reaction that ignited his fury. Glaring at her indifferent demeanor, he chided, "As the queen, you dare to throw such childish tantrums at me. Do you truly believe that because the Empress Dowager protects you, I would not dare to act against you? The Empress Dowager may afford me temporary protection," but Moronique had intended to finish her thought, yet her words faltered. The Empress Dowager was still young, and she was over 20 years her senior. Even in death, the Dowager would remain alive, capable of safeguarding her throughout her life, should she choose to. Contemplating this, she parted her lips, but remained silent. If the Emperor thinks thus, then let it be so. I have nothing further to say. Moreover, Nightling's words rang true. Moronique had long been aware of this, though reluctant to admit it. Over the years, had it not been for Yun Shu's unwavering support during her disputes with Nightling, she would have felt utterly isolated. Moronique mused that she owed much to the Emperor's filial piety, as he valued Yun Shu's words as though they were edicts. Without that, she doubted she could have held the title of queen for so long. "You used to be obedient and understanding, agreeing to whatever I said. You never threw tantrums or displayed your displeasure without reason," he continued, his voice laden with disappointment. "Queen, you truly are becoming an increasing source of disillusionment for me. How have you transformed into someone like this? Do not forget, you are the queen of Night Shang. If you continue down this path, how can you serve as a paragon for all women in this realm?" He stared at the unyielding Moronique, her pale face betraying no hint of emotion. Even as she spoke, she did not meet his gaze. In that moment, he felt as though his throat had been constricted, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Very well. Excellent." Nightling scoffed, fixating on the woman before him, who appeared utterly unconcerned. "Moronique, you are indeed bold. You now dare to oppose me. All your previous grace and virtue were mere facades, were they not? You have deceived me. At long last, your true colors are revealed. I bestowed upon you the title of queen out of our many years of marital bond. If you do not cherish it, there are plenty of other women who would. Using your position as queen to threaten me? Do you think that the queen of Night Shang can only be you?" Nightling's handsome visage turned ashen with anger. As he spoke, he still held on to a glimmer of hope, watching Moronique's face intently, wishing she would recognize her mistakes and apologize, perhaps leading him to forgive her. Yet, there was none of that. She remained steadfast in her cold indifference, a contrast that left him reeling. As the Emperor, who in this world dared to bring him such disquiet? "Very well. I have truly underestimated you, Queen. You have not disappointed me at all." After uttering those words, observing Moronique's continued lack of emotion, Nightling felt as if, with a furious glare directed at her, he turned sharply and left. Chapter 61. Do not reveal tonight's events to the Empress Dowager. As the last traces of the man's handsome figure vanished from the grand hall, Moronique, whose eyes had been tightly shut, slowly opened them at that very moment. She turned her head to observe the Emperor's retreating form, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, a sharp pang of anguish struck her heart. 2 streams of clear tears cascaded down her cheeks. This must be the first time in all these years that Moronique had quarreled so fiercely with Yiling, and Petite, she was aware that tonight, Yiling had been thoroughly vexed by her. In the past, despite his numerous romantic entanglements and his repeated neglect of her feelings for the sake of those women, she had tolerated it, yet now, in her time of severe illness, he not only showed no concern but also reproached her. Furthermore, he was indulging in frivolous delights with other women, utterly disregarding her existence. Perhaps, if she were to perish before him, he would not even spare her a glance. The once tender-hearted youth had now become so indifferent. Moronique pondered, perhaps it was indeed time for her to let go. Should she fail to do so, it would be akin to what Yun Shu had once told her, "I shall not counsel you, for my words would be in vain." Some experiences must be endured personally. As one faces more hardships, witnesses more, and suffers more wounds, gradually, the heart will grow callous. Though Yun Shu was young, her concern and affection for her were profound. Despite her claims of indifference, every time Moronique quarreled with the Emperor or faced conflicts, Yun Shu would hasten to her side, fearing she might be wronged or hurt. Aware of Moronique's feelings for the Emperor, she would speak highly of her in his presence, encouraging him to visit her in Cining Palace. Moronique felt a deep sense of gratitude. For her part, she desired nothing more from Yiling. Even if he had long forsaken the promises he made in his youth, he was still the Emperor, and his station dictated that he could not have only one woman. Moromian mused, as long as there remained a place for her in his heart, she would find contentment, yet now she no longer wished to deceive herself, for she had come to realize that the once passionate youth had already erased her from his heart. His affections now belonged to another. In light of this, why should she subject herself to humiliation? When the emperor departed, his face was shrouded in a heavy gloom, exuding an unsettling aura. Leaving Cining Palace, he seemed to envelop the surroundings in an icy chill. On this scorching summer day, a wave of frigidness emanated from him, sending a shiver throughout all present. Minna and Nanny Zhang exchanged worried glances before hastening inside. Upon witnessing that the mistress had awakened, her complexion pale and devoid of color, sitting on the bed with traces of tears still visible on her face, they rushed to her side. Sensing their presence, Moromian hastily wiped away her tears. Do not inform the Empress Dowager of tonight's events. Minna, filled with concern for her mistress, remarked, My lady, the emperor has kept vigil by your side all day. From this alone, Minna believed the emperor still harbored feelings for her. However, to her surprise, upon hearing Minna's words, Moromian suddenly laughed, a wry smile gracing her lips as she looked at Minna. The Empress Dowager must have spoken ill of him again. Otherwise, why would Ji Ling, at this very moment, be somewhere in the embrace of another woman, rather than staying here with her for so long? Even if the Empress Dowager spoke against him, if the emperor truly had no love for you, he would not have lingered by your bedside for such an extended period. Nanny Zhang interjected, unable to suppress a sigh. Having served the mistress for many years and having watched her grow, she had witnessed the profound affection the emperor once held for Moromian, a devotion so deep he would risk his life for her. In this world, what man would willingly sacrifice himself for the woman he loved? Now, the former young lord had ascended to the lofty heights of an emperor, ruling over all. Life must move forward, even the bonds of love cannot remain stagnant, unchanged. Moromian was a woman who cherished the past, but men were not so inclined. Feeling overwhelmingly weary, Moromian closed her eyes. Nanny Zhang, Minna, I am fatigued. You make your majesty, I am here on the Empress Dowager's orders to present you with a treasure. At that moment, Qing'er's excited voice rang out from outside. Before she even entered, her voice heralded her arrival. She dashed in, cradling a bamboo basket as if presenting a precious gift, racing towards Moromian's bedside. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has sent me with a delightful little pet to amuse you. Yun Shu, ever the whimsical spirit. The moment she heard of the little pet, her spirits lifted considerably. Without needing Minna and Nanny Zhang to retrieve the basket from Qing'er, she reached for it herself. What peculiar trinket has the Empress Dowager sent this time? Let me see it. You will surely adore it, Your Majesty. Qing'er declared, opening the bamboo basket before Moromian. However, upon seeing the contents, Moromian's smile froze on her face, her complexion paling once again, the slight color that had returned to her cheeks vanished, replaced by a ghostly hue. Throughout her years as empress, she had weathered many storms, yet nothing could prepare her for the sight of the vivid snakes writhing within the basket, two particularly lively ones attempting to leap out. Not only Moromian but also Nanny Zhang and Minna turned pale at the sight. It was a rarity for anyone to keep snakes as pets, such a notion was simply unfathomable. Do not be afraid, Your Majesty. These snakes are non-venomous and quite young, so they will not bite. The Empress Dowager insisted that whatever one chooses to raise should be nurtured from infancy to develop a bond, Qing'er explained calmly. Meanwhile, Minna and Nanny Zhang appeared nearly green with fright. To raise snakes, how could the Empress Dowager even conceive such an idea? What could possibly be going through her young mind? Chapter 62. The sole survivor in the serpent heap. In her mind, a kaleidoscope of juvenile serpents intertwined in a tangle. The mere thought of this scene instilled a profound fear in Moromian, lingering in her psyche as if it were frozen in time. She was acutely aware of Yun Shu's penchant for the bizarre and the extraordinary, always conjuring up rare and unimaginable curiosities. Although Moromian harbored a deep-seated aversion to snakes, the very notion that these creatures were a manifestation of Yun Shu's heartfelt intentions somewhat assuaged her dread. Reflecting upon the fact that these snakes were still in their youth, adorned in vibrant hues unlike the grotesque serpents she had previously encountered, she endeavored to suppress her terror, her attention entirely captivated by the snakes nestled within the bamboo basket, rendering Nightling's figure a distant memory in her mind. Casting a glance at Qing'er, she instinctively swallowed hard. Qing'er, please open the bamboo basket and allow this palace to have a closer look. Obediently, Qing'er unveiled the basket, revealing a dazzling array of colorful snakes within. Upon witnessing the vibrant congregation of juvenile serpents, Moromian, despite their harmlessness, could not help but shut her eyes in fear. It was hard to fathom the prospect of nurturing a multitude of snakes in the future. While the young ones seemed manageable, the thought of them coiling around her palace in their adulthood sent a shiver down her spine. Yet, despite her trepidation, the image of such a spectacle inexplicably filled her with a sense of anticipation. Observing the queen's fearful demeanor, Qing'er granted her ample time to compose herself. As the look of fear gradually faded from Moromian's face, she found the courage to gaze directly at the snakes in the bamboo basket. Qing'er promptly produced a petite, snow-white serpent, which, as soon as it was in her grasp, began to entwine itself around her alabaster arm. The little serpent flicked its tongue toward her, clearly wary and unfamiliar with her presence. However, being young and defenseless, it soon resigned itself to its fate. Your Highness, this group of snakes was quite difficult to procure. I had to sift through several nests to find this particularly exquisite one. The mother snake had been absent, presumably in search of prey, allowing Qing'er to crouch by the nests and select the most appealing specimen from the squirming brood. Initially, Qinger had intended to bring back a snake egg, and judging by the circumstances, the egg would soon hatch into a young serpent. However, fearing the possibility of an unsuccessful hatching resulting in a clownish snake, she had sprinted through the forest, utilizing her agility to find several of the most aesthetically pleasing juvenile snakes. Ultimately, she succeeded in retrieving 6. Each of these 6 little snakes possessed remarkable beauty, captivating Qinger at first glance. Although Morongin was apprehensive about snakes, she found herself gazing intently at the 6 that Qinger had brought back, noticing their delicate features and striking appearances. This was the first time she had encountered such a diverse array of colors among serpents. Despite her lingering fear, she recognized this as a heartfelt gesture from Yun Shu. When she observed the little white snake coiling around Qinger's arm and flicking its tongue in her direction, she tentatively reached out her hand. The snow-white serpent, in response, wound itself around her slender fingers. The icy sensation sent a jolt of apprehension through her, intensifying her fear. Yet, the little white snake was undeniably charming, with large, curious eyes that fixated on her as it tilted its head inquisitively. Thus, with a mixture of trepidation and fondness, Morongin decided to keep the little white snake. She chose 3 serpents for herself, 1 white, and the other 2 a vibrant yellow and red. Their colors were strikingly uniform, one a brilliant yellow, the other a vivid red. Morongin could scarcely envision what these young creatures would transform into as they matured. Once the queen had made her selections, Qinger covered the remaining 3 snakes with the bamboo lid. "Your Majesty, snakes are relatively easy to care for. Simply feed them some raw meat daily," she advised. Very well. After Qinger departed, Zhang Mama and Minna approached. One of the 3 little snakes coiled around the queen's arm, while the other 2 were positioned, one winding around her leg, and the other resting beside her pillow. The sight was undeniably alarming. Even such a diminutive serpent evoked fear in them, and both Qinger and Zhang Mama could hardly fathom how terrifying these 3 juvenile snakes would appear once they matured. How could their cultured, gentle queen possibly nurture such fearsome creatures? "Your Highness, the Empress possesses such a unique taste at such a tender age." These snakes, perhaps fearing for the queen's safety, Zhang Mama contemplated removing the snakes but hesitated to touch them. The fear of snakes, whether large or small, was universal. Initially, Morongin had felt considerable trepidation towards the 3 juvenile snakes, yet, in the moment she held them, confronting her fears, she suddenly realized they were rather endearing. As they each opened their mouths and flicked their tongues as if yearning for sustenance, Morongin, considering they might not have eaten yet, instructed Minna, "Please fetch some raw meat from the imperial kitchen. I shall feed them." She concluded with a reminder, "Remember to cut the meat into smaller pieces, they are still quite young." Minna and Zhang Mama, despite their concerns that the little snakes might harm their queen, both Zhang Mama and Minna could not deny the cleverness of the Empress's strategy. Had this been in the past, the queen would have sat alone, weeping in sorrow, uncertain of when her tears for the emperor would cease. However, ever since the Empress ordered Qinger to deliver the 3 little snakes, they noticed their mistress's attention had been wholly diverted to these serpents. Though her gaze conveyed fear, it also revealed genuine affection, as she occasionally petted their heads and playfully engaged with them. In the Cining Palace, the little yellow, little red, and little white snakes remained with the queen. Meanwhile, Yun Shu was left with the little black, little green, and a striking black and white patterned snake. Upon observing the little black and white snake, with one side black and the other white, Yun Shu was intrigued and held it up for closer inspection. "What an unusual appearance for this serpent. Oh, it must be a hybrid," Qinger explained, pointing to the little black and white snake in Yun Shu's hand. "While sifting through the nests, I discovered it was a lone survivor among the serpents, a rare find indeed. Its coloration is exceptionally unique, so I decided to bring it along." Chapter 63. If only the queen possessed half of your cleverness. Though the black and white flower snake may be a mere hybrid, it is undeniably a strikingly beautiful and unique specimen. Its visage, a harmonious blend of black and white, is remarkably round and plump, suggesting it has been showered with affection as a cherished sole offspring. Yun Shu cast a sidelong glance at Qinger, remarking, "You've already pilfered the only cherished one. If its mother were to find out, wouldn't she be devastated?" Qinger, with a serious demeanor, touched her nose and replied. A reader even created an emoji, claiming the snake mother felt as if the sky had fallen. Yun Shu could only respond with silence. "Go fetch some raw meat. They likely haven't eaten yet. I shall feed them," she instructed. "Yes, Your Majesty." Taking advantage of Qinger's absence, Yun Shu continued to play with the little white flower snake in her hand. The other 2 snakes were also rather delightful in appearance, small-bodied with round heads and large, bulging eyes, tilting their heads to observe her. It was evident that Qinger had meticulously selected these snakes, choosing the most attractive ones from the nest. Although the little black and green snakes were indeed appealing, when compared to the black and white flower snake, the latter possessed a distinct personality. Moreover, as the sole offspring of its parents, it had been doted upon since birth, its gaze exuding an air of superiority and arrogance, as if it regarded others with disdain. Even when Yun Shu reached out to stroke its head, the little black and white flower snake audaciously flicked its tongue at her. Observing this, Granny Yu grew concerned for the Empress's safety. Despite her own fear of snakes, she swiftly snatched the black and white flower snake from Yun Shu's hands and tossed it to the ground. "Your Majesty, snakes are cold-blooded creatures. Though this one is young, caution is advised. It could potentially harm you." Understanding Granny Yu's concern, Yun Shu, displaying a maturity beyond her years, waved her hand dismissively. "Rest assured, I am perfectly fine. I know what I am doing." This was precisely, were they to be adults or even semi-adults, as Granny Yu had pointed out, the risks would certainly be higher. However, these young snakes have poor memories, and with time, they could become akin to her own children. Caring for them from infancy would forge a deeper bond. Soon enough, Chinger returned, cradling a generous bundle of raw meat. Witnessing the substantial offering in Chinger's hands rendered not only Yun Shu speechless but also left the three little snakes on the ground in silence. They were indeed hungry, and upon seeing the large mass of raw meat, they quickly encircled Chinger. The leading black and white flower snake attempted to leap into Chinger's arms to devour the meat. The other two snakes, however, gazed up at the substantial portion in her embrace, yearning for a taste but lacking the audacity of their black and white counterpart. They coiled up, gazing longingly at the meat, their expressions pitiful. Chinger, possibly realizing the futility of their small sizes and lack of teeth to consume such a large piece, placed the meat on the ground and swiftly struck it with her palm. Instantly, the sizable mass shattered into countless pieces, perfectly sized for them to nibble on. The black and white flower snake sprang into the fray, claiming its share with dominance, while the other two snakes, unperturbed, systematically picked up the smaller morsels. Observing the audacious demeanor of the black and white flower snake, Chinger remarked, "Your Majesty, this black and white flower snake truly embodies the spirit of a cherished soul offspring. Just look at its arrogance." Lacking the privileges of being the only child, they likely felt the absence of a parent less acutely. The black and white flower snake, however, was the solitary darling, cherished by its parents. Not only would they notice if it were taken away, but even the slightest relocation of its nest would raise their alarm. That very night, after the little black flower snake had feasted, its mother, having caught wind of its scent, came searching. At that moment, in the Guanju Hall, after enduring a day of vexation at Cining Palace, Yiling sought refuge in Guanju Hall. Noticing the emperor's grim demeanor, Zhao cautiously attended to him. Your Majesty, what troubles you? Is something weighing on your mind?" Hearing her voice, Yiling lifted his gaze. Seeing the lovely Zhao worried expression softened his mood somewhat. He realized that, at present, any woman, no matter how ordinary, seemed far superior to the queen. Unlike Moronin, who only seemed to provoke his ire, the women in his harem were cultured, gentle, and intuitive, always treating him with the utmost care, never daring to show their displeasure. He extended his hand towards Zhao. She, understanding the gesture, placed her hand in his. The sensation of her soft, fragrant body was refreshing to his spirit. Why Yiling's mood lifted considerably. "If only the queen possessed half of your cleverness and understanding, I would not be so irked." As he spoke, his hand ventured beneath Zhao's garments. "Why must you dress so conservatively each time?" Furthermore, he had been visiting Guanju Palace nightly, and it was evident that Zhao knew how to attend to him. Yet, each time she donned such cumbersome and conservative attire, it rendered his attempts to undress her rather unfruitful. Initially, he had appreciated her modesty, finding her innocence alluring. Gradually, however, Yiling began to find her attire overly restrained, concealing her few advantages from his view, which he found rather uninteresting. Detecting the emperor's dissatisfaction, Zhao timidly grasped his hand and spoke softly, Your Majesty, I am feeling somewhat unwell. What ails you?" Yiling raised an eyebrow. I am experiencing some discomfort in my abdomen." Zhao hesitated to mention her pregnancy, as she had yet to secure Lu Tai's loyalty. After leaving Cining Palace, she had gone directly to the Imperial Medical Institute, believing she had offered a considerable sum to Lu Tai. However, he had stated, with utmost seriousness, that the emperor had favored him, and he could not conspire with Zhao against the emperor. Should the emperor discover such treachery, the consequences would be dire. Zhao planned to return to Cining Palace the following day to seek the Empress Dowager's assistance. After all, Lu Tai was loyal to her, and once she spoke, he would undoubtedly assist her. "But has your period come?" Yiling gently massaged her flat abdomen. Zhao dared not respond, fearing the emperor might probe further. She lowered her head and shook it, murmuring, No. No, I merely have a slight discomfort in my stomach." Upon hearing this, Yiling's handsome lips curled into a teasing smile. "Then allow me to ease your discomfort." With that, he effortlessly lifted Zhao into his arms. Chapter 64 of the miscarriage of Lady Lian. In the late hours of the night, the Guanju Palace became bustling with activity. Palace maids and eunuchs incessantly moved in and out, while waves of physicians from the Imperial Medical Institution arrived, including even physician Lu. Upon witnessing Lady Lian's pallid visage and the bloodstains upon the bed, one could not help but wonder, had she not been pregnant, why then did she seek his assistance in deceiving the emperor, claiming her pregnancy was but a ruse? Yiling Jun stood ominously to one side, his countenance dark as storm clouds, his handsome features marred by a visible shadow of despair that seemed almost tangible, as if one could extract ink from his gloom. It was not until the physicians busied themselves, at least staunching the bleeding for Zhao, that a small life was preserved. Your Majesty, a few physicians, led by Lu Yu, trembled as they knelt before the emperor. Your Majesty, it is most ill-advised for those in the early stages of pregnancy to engage in conjugal relations, especially considering the emperor's ardor in such matters was indeed formidable. Lu Yu quaked on the ground, not daring to raise his head, feeling the emperor's cold, piercing gaze upon him was akin to being pricked by a thorn. With a steely resolve, physician Lu continued, Lady Lian has always been frail. Following this miscarriage, she may never bear children again. Yiling remained silent, yet Zhao, lying weakly upon the bed, erupted into anguished sobs at the sound of his words. The thought of never again possessing a child of her own was a brutal reality that made her feel as though life itself had become unbearable. She yearned not for the emperor's affection, for her body could no longer endure such strains, yet this did not diminish her desire for a child that was rightfully hers. The mere notion of her unborn child meeting such a tragic fate within her womb sent waves of heartache through her soul. Soon, the attendants of Guanju Palace, alongside physician Lu and others, discreetly exited. Yiling stood rigidly, his silence lingering in the air. Zhao continued to weep in her despair, listening to her cries. Yiling's gaze gradually settled upon her. At the moment their eyes met, filled with glistening tears, Zhao shook her head in hopelessness. Your Majesty, why did you not inform me of your pregnancy? Yiling's voice was frigid, a stark contrast to the gentleness he had previously shown. In this moment, the emperor appeared devoid of emotion, even tinged with anger, making Zhaodi feel a profound sense of alienation and fear. Your Majesty, Zhaodi felt utterly helpless. Clearly, it was the emperor who. Why then, had their child perished, did he blame her for not protecting the child? Yet, Your Majesty, I was entirely unaware of my condition. I did not, unaware? Yiling's cold laugh echoed, devoid of any tenderness, the chill in his gaze deepening. Is your ignorance genuine or feigned? Though not a woman, he understood that the signs of pregnancy were often unmistakable. Zhaodi had clearly been with child for over 2 months, experiencing symptoms of morning sickness, and yet she claimed ignorance? Previously, I perceived you as innocent, kind, and gentle, and now it seems, Yiling did not wish to engage further, leaving her with a mere, Lady Lian, you have deeply disappointed me. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Zhaodi was engulfed in fear and helplessness. She, the victim, found no solace from the emperor, who instead uttered such callous words. The child in her womb was but one of many, yet for her, it was her sole offspring. With the loss of this child, her hopes of ever being a mother were extinguished. Could the emperor truly fathom her heartache in this moment? She buried her head between her legs, weeping uncontrollably. At that moment, she finally comprehended the depths of despair the empress must have felt. She, who bore no love for the emperor, felt such anguish. How much more profound must the empress's devotion be? Departing from Guanju Palace, Yiling did not return to his Yangxin Palace. Even in his discontent, he headed directly to the Yanqi Palace. The second-rank consort, Zhang Aroyud had been some time since the emperor had visited her, and upon learning of his overnight stay at Guanju Palace, she had not anticipated his arrival in the late hours. Zhang Ro had already retired for the night, but upon hearing of the emperor's arrival, she was filled with delight and hurried to attend to him. While serving him as he settled in for the night, Zhang Ro sensed something amiss with the emperor's demeanor. Even during their intimate moments, he seemed markedly less engaged than usual. Your Majesty, Zhang Ro gazed at the handsome emperor with concern. Has something occurred? Initially, the entire harem was aware that the emperor had remained with the empress until late. Noticing the emperor's silence, Zhang Ro tentatively inquired, Are you worried about the empress? At last, Yiling responded, casting a glance at Zhang Ro. It is Lady Lian. Lady Lian? The emperor had shown considerable favor towards her in recent days, evident from his swift return to Guanju Palace that very night. Given his fondness for Lady Lian, Zhang Ro ventured further. Has Lady Lian failed to meet your expectations, causing you displeasure? The image of Lady Lian, bloodied and despairing, lingered vividly in Yiling's mind, leaving him devoid of interest in the beauty before him. He shifted from Zhang Ro's embrace, sitting on the edge of the bed, lost in contemplation. The emperor's mood was decidedly unsettling, a stark departure from his usual self, causing Zhang Ro genuine concern. Kneeling before him, she began to massage his shoulders. Your Majesty, if Lady Lian cannot fulfill your desires, you may always seek solace with me. Lady Lian has suffered a miscarriage. The emperor's calm, emotionless statement rendered Zhang Ro speechless, her words caught in her throat. After a prolonged silence, she found herself unable to utter a single word, yet, Zhang Ro did not take this lightly. Your Majesty, you have numerous offspring and many women in the harem. Should you desire another prince or princess, it would be a simple matter. Chapter 65 of The Great Mother Snake comes to call. Zhang Ro was indeed correct. As the emperor, Yiling could, if he so desired, father another prince or princess. Any woman could bear him a child. Her words dispelled much of the gloom that lay within the sovereign's heart. He gently pinched Zhang Ro's charming little face and remarked, During this period, I have neglected my beloved consort. I nearly forgot your grace, your gentle demeanor, and your empathetic nature. It is of no concern, Your Majesty. Have you not thought of your humble servant tonight? Zhang Ro replied with a shy smile, her cheeks flushed as she leaned in to bestow a kiss upon the emperor. Yiling was quite pleased, wrapping his arms around her slender waist as they reclined together. The news of the miscarriage suffered by Lotus Jowie soon spread throughout the inner palace. Even though it was already late into the night and the palace was enveloped in silence, with even the insects chirping diminished, the situation was different for Lotus Jowie. She was, after all, the emperor's favored consort, lavished with affection during this time. The crucial aspect was her humble beginnings. She had previously been a mere maidservant beside Wu Jowie, yet she had ascended to the esteemed rank of a third-grade Jowie within mere days, capturing the emperor's heart and overshadowing all others in the harem. Under ordinary circumstances, the news of a consort's miscarriage would have stirred considerable commotion within Cining Palace. However, the current situation was exceptional, rendering Cining Palace unusually subdued. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Following the scent of her offspring, the mother snake finally found her way to Cining Palace. It is said that snakes possess a peculiar sensitivity, and indeed, the mother snake traversed from the forest to the imperial palace, her massive form skillfully avoiding detection. It took her an entire day, from dawn till dusk, to reach Cining Palace. The hidden guards, who had grown complacent over the years, were taken aback as they beheld the enormous python coiled at the entrance of the palace, repeatedly flicking its tongue in search of its child. Meanwhile, the little black and white snake, which had been resting on Yun Shu's face, awakened at the sound of its mother's call, lifting its round head to gaze outside the grand hall. The commotion outside was quite extraordinary, with the previously unseen guards encircling the massive black snake. Chinger, hearing the noise, rushed outside only to be startled by the sight of the towering black snake, which was taller than the palace itself. Your Majesty! Something is amiss, the mother of the little snake has come. Yun Shu, having just fallen asleep, was jolted awake by Chinger's frantic cries, instantly dispelling her drowsiness. Chinger, flustered, pointed toward the entrance, stammering, Your Majesty, though the mother of the little snake is waiting outside our hall. The other two little snakes also stirred, though not as visibly as the little black and white snake. They simply resumed their slumber after awakening. It was clear to Yun Shu and Chinger that the visitor was none other than the mother of the black and white snake, for it was the only offspring she cherished dearly. The mother snake, intent on reclaiming her child, posed no threat to anyone even when surrounded by a throng of guards wielding blades. She continued to face Cining Palace, her mouth open as she called for her little one. What should we do, Your Majesty? Perhaps Chinger gazed longingly at the little black and white snake coiled around Yun Shu's neck. Despite being a mere mix, the little creature was quite charming, possessing a unique beauty. Surely, once grown, it would be a strikingly handsome snake. Yun Shu shot her a reproachful look. You were the one who took the child. The mother snake would never have known if you hadn't stolen her sole offspring. How could you have expected her not to come seeking it? Feeling chastised, Chinger sheepishly scratched her head. At that moment, the little snake looked so peculiar and beautiful that I could not resist taking it. Had she known the mother would come looking for her child, she would never have entertained such a thought. Now, with the mother snake at their doorstep, there was no choice but to confront the situation. Yun Shu sighed, hastily donning a robe before stepping outside. The scene beyond the palace was indeed spectacular. The mother snake was colossal, her massive head dwarfing Yun Shu entirely. Upon seeing her offspring, the little black and white snake's eyes sparkled with recognition. Hiss, 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 Mom. The moment the mother snake laid eyes upon her precious son, her fierce demeanor melted away, replaced by an overwhelming maternal instinct. Lowering her enormous head, she drew closer to the little black and white snake. Hiss, 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 my darling. Hiss, 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 mommy, mommy, mommy. Hiss, 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 darling, darling, darling. The mother snake's sheer size instilled a sense of trepidation in everyone, including Chinger. As the great mother snake approached Yun Shu, Chinger hurriedly removed the little black and white snake from the Empress's neck and tossed it toward the mother snake's head. Instinctively, the mother snake opened her mouth wide to catch her beloved offspring. However, the little black and white snake descended too rapidly, triggering the mother's reflex to swallow. In an instant, the precious child was consumed before anyone could intervene. Yet, realizing that her offspring was lodged in her throat, she struggled in vain to expel him. The little black and white snake found itself choking within its mother's throat. Hiss, 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 woe is me, Mama is going to suffocate. Hiss, 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 darling, can you comprehend my plight? Your son seems to be trapped inside and may not be able to escape alone. The mother snake appeared to understand Yun Shu's words, urgency coursing through her. Time was of the essence. Each passing moment placed her precious child's life in jeopardy. She lowered her regal head and lay flat on the ground, opening her mouth wide. At that moment, the hair on the back of everyone's neck stood on end. The mother snake's gaping maw could easily accommodate Yun Shu's entire form. Of the hidden guards, filled with concern, gripped their swords tightly, prepared to spring into action at a moment's notice. Should the mother snake pose any threat to their empress, they would not hesitate to strike her down. Chinger, too, was filled with fear, remaining close to Yun Shu, ready to protect her at all costs. Yun Shu, on tiptoe, leaned into the mother snake's cavernous mouth, stretching her hand to retrieve the little black and white snake lodged in its throat. Ultimately, realizing her small stature was insufficient, she climbed fully into the mother snake's mouth, burrowing deeper in her quest to free the trapped little one. Chinger. The hidden guards. The mother snake, help, my savior. Chapter 66. Rest assured, I shall take good care of your son. Amidst a multitude of horrified gazes, Yun Shu pulled the little black and white snake, which had become lodged in the throat of the large mother serpent, free. The psychological relief of having regained her offspring prompted the mother serpent to affectionately nuzzle her head against that of the little black and white snake. Just saved from peril, the little creature, feeling dizzy and disoriented, was jostled about by the vigorous affection of its mother, causing it to sway unsteadily on the ground. Infuriated, it bared its fangs at the mother serpent. Hiss, 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 mother, you are always so reckless, I nearly met my end in your jaws. The mother serpent, with a look of contrition, replied a hiss, 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 forgive me, my dear. I cannot help but love you too fiercely. After all, it was her only precious offspring, and she longed to bestow upon it all her affection. Yet, in her overwhelming love, she risked suffocating the little black and white snake with her fervent displays of affection. Hiss, 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 your father has stolen a sheep for you, he awaits your return with a feast. Upon hearing the mention of returning home, the little black and white snake shook its round head fervently. A hiss, 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 I do not wish to go home. I am well fed and well rested here, I refuse to return. Each time its parents brought home meat, it was stale and reeked terribly. Here, the meals were fresh and delectable. The thought of being confined to its cramped, disheveled little nest upon returning home filled the little snake with dread. It preferred the vastness of this place, where it could sleep and roam as it pleased. Fearing capture, it leapt onto Yun Shu, wrapping itself tightly around her neck, casting wary glances at the mother serpent as if to say, do not take me away. Cough, cough, loosen a bit. Understanding her plea, the little snake slithered down to her arm, entwining itself snugly around her round limb. Hiss, 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 a crowd gathered, fixated on the serpentine exchange between the mother and the little black and white snake. Eventually, tears streamed down the mother serpentess face, reflecting her heartache as she gazed longingly at her offspring, now clinging to Yun Shu. While it is said that children grow independent from their mothers, her son had only just been born days ago, and now a human was taking him away. Seeing her mother weep, the little black and white snake also felt a pang of sorrow, reassuring her a hiss, 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 "Do not worry, mother, I shall thrive here. When I grow a bit more, I will return to visit you and father." The mother serpent lamented a hiss, 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 "By the time you grow up, your father and I will be in hibernation." Hiss, 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 hiss. The two snakes engaged in a prolonged verbal duel. The mother serpent, feeling as though her very soul had been drained, ultimately turned away in despair, choosing not to look back at the little black and white snake. She feared her resolve would falter, and she would be unable to resist forcibly reclaiming her beloved child. Upon arrival, the mother serpent had slithered away with remarkable speed, her adult form allowing her to even momentarily lift off the ground in her haste. Yet, as she departed, she turned back repeatedly, her large body twisting, reluctant to part from her son, hoping to afford him time to reconsider and return with her. Despite turning back 10 times, the little black and white snake did not spare her a glance. Finally, unable to endure the repeated glances, it exclaimed a hiss, 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 "Mother, stop looking back. If they see your reluctance, they might abandon me. My wealth. My fresh meat, my splendid home." Hiss, 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 "All right, my dear, take care of yourself, remember to visit home often, your father and I shall await your return." Hiss, 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 "Yes, mother, I will return laden with delicious treats for you and father." The mother serpent responded, hiss, hiss, hiss. The little black and white snake echoed, hiss, hiss, hiss. The mother serpent departed abruptly, her departure laden with anguish. In the blink of an eye, she had traversed a full hour's journey. As dawn approached, she bid farewell to her beloved offspring. Yet, halfway through her journey, a sudden thought crossed her mind. She whirled around and made her way back towards Yun Shu. Instantly, the guards on alert shifted into a defensive stance, prepared for an attack. Even Qing'er drew her dagger, positioning herself protectively before the Empress, ready to confront the mother serpent should it advance. "She has something to convey to me," Yun Shu remarked, observing the mother serpent with its tear-streaked visage. She gently pushed Qing'er aside, allowing the mother serpent to approach. The serpent's massive head, larger than Yun Shu's own small form, lowered to the ground as it nuzzled against her gently. Hiss, 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 "I have only this one cherished child, so precious since birth. Should it misbehave and provoke your ire, please be gentle in your reprimands." Yun Shu seemed to comprehend its sentiment. She extended her chubby hand to stroke the cold, firm head of the mother serpent. "Rest assured, I will care for your son. If ever you yearn for him, the doors of the Cining Palace shall always be open to you. You may visit him whenever you wish." Upon hearing this, the mother serpent's eyes sparkled with hope, and she nodded vigorously in agreement, overjoyed. Yun Shu continued, her tone earnest, "Though the readers in the comments may wish for me to keep you as well, you are far too large to be accommodated in the palace." She could easily envision the chaos that would ensue should she bring the enormous python into the palace. Countless servants and women would surely be terrified to the point of fainting daily. It would be a calamity. The mother serpent, behaving obediently, nudged Yun Shu's hand once more. Hiss, 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 "In truth, I would not mind if you chose to keep me. This way, she could be with her precious offspring every day without the need to hunt, enjoying an endless supply of fresh meat." The thought of sleeping on a bed during hibernation filled her with delight, a blissful life beyond imagination. However, Yun Shu did not entertain the notion, leaving the mother serpent in tears. As the mother serpent left, Yun Shu instructed Qing'er to fetch some freshly slaughtered cattle from the imperial kitchen for her. The mother serpent, initially reluctant to depart, turned back repeatedly, but ultimately, she swayed her ample body contentedly, humming a cheerful tune, satisfied with the offerings from Yun Shu as she sauntered away. Chapter 67 of the Empress Dowager's Wish. A house full of children and grandchildren, bustling with life. In the Cining Palace, Yun Shu had just sent away the large mother snake when Zhao Di, dragging her frail and withered body like a leaf torn from a tree in the wind, arrived. The beauty, despite her desolation, evoked a sense of pity with her tear-streaked face resembling that of a weeping pear blossom, stirring an instinctive compassion. "Your Majesty, I beseech you. I have already lost the right to possess him. Your Majesty, if you would only save the child within me, I would dedicate my life, and even the next, to repay your kindness." Observing Zhao Di in her heart-wrenching despair, Yun Shu's youthful round face reflected a grave concern. "Nian Zhaoyi, you are not taking this matter seriously enough. If I recall correctly, I specifically reminded you today." Zhao Di, prostrate on the ground, wept as if her heart were being torn apart. At that moment, she had dismissed the dowager's words, thinking it impossible for such coincidences to occur. However, it was only after she lost her child that she truly comprehended the reality of such unfortunate coincidences. "Your Majesty, please save the child within me. I implore you." "Lian Zhaoyi, what do you take the dowager for? You are nearly 20 years her senior. Instead of tending to your own affairs, you expect her to clean up after you. The dowager is still young, tirelessly concerned with your matters, without a moment's respite. If you no longer wish to serve the emperor, appeal to the dowager. Perhaps, out of pity, she will devise a plan for you. Even after losing your child, you still seek the dowager's aid. The dowager is but a child herself, not some wishing well." Reprimanded by Qing Er, Zhao Di knelt on the ground, silenced and burying her face, sobbing softly. Her frail shoulders trembled violently. Alas! Your Majesty, enough, cease your weeping. It appears you are destined to endure this calamity, unable to claim your own child. Regardless, you hold the title of a third-rank Joey. What dignity is there in your incessant wailing? Qing Er. Yes, Your Majesty. Qing Er approached Zhao Di, lifting her from the ground. Do not cry, Joey, the Dowager has spoken. Continuing to weep would be disrespectful. Evidently, Zhao Di held a fear of Yun Shu. From her initial wails to her eventual quiet sobs, she realized that the child she carried was gone, and she would no longer have the privilege of motherhood. In this harem, she was utterly alone, and the first to offer her aid were the Dowager and the Empress. With the Emperor's heart turned cold in departing, her only remaining allies were the Empress and the Dowager. The Empress was unwell, and it was late. She dared not disturb Her Highness's rest, hence her visit to the Cining Palace. In truth, Yun Shu had long been aware of Lian Zhou's loss, but was preoccupied with entertaining the mother of the little black snake and had no time to concern herself with Lian Zhou's plight. Now, witnessing Lian Zhou's heart-wrenching sorrow, Yun Shu felt a deep resonance, for the child she had lost was, after all, her own grandchild. For elders, there is naturally a yearning for many descendants, a house full of children and grandchildren, bustling with life. Enough! Take heart, you must focus on nurturing your health. Once you recover, perhaps your body will heal as well. One cannot place unwavering faith in the physician's words. Often, miracles do occur. Though Zhao Di had already resigned herself to despair, hearing the Dowager's words reignited a flicker of hope within her, and she nodded vigorously. I understand, Your Majesty. I shall heed your counsel and take good care of myself during this time. I will ensure my body recovers swiftly. Due to Lian Zhou's miscarriage, the Emperor was incensed, resulting in her diminished favor. Meanwhile, in the Cining Palace, the Empress, having received several young snakes from the Dowager for care, transitioned from fear to affection over a few days, finding the three little snakes to be exceedingly endearing and spirited. Gradually, days passed peacefully. Although she occasionally thought of the Emperor, the three snakes proved to be a soothing presence, shadowing her wherever she went and insisting on sleeping alongside her. Whenever she missed the Dowager, the Empress would take the three little snakes to Cining Palace for a visit. The six snakes would frolic together, while the little black snake remained coiled around Yun Shu's neck, proudly asserting its unique superiority. Life continued in this tranquil manner for several days. Every evening, after attending to state affairs, Yiling would make his customary visit to the harem, stopping by Cining Palace to see Yun Shu. Occasionally, he would encounter the Empress during these visits. Moromin would offer the Emperor a brief greeting before retreating into silence. Yiling, irritated by the Empress's increasingly willful behavior, decided to let her have her way. Initially, Moromin felt a pang of sadness, but gradually, with Yun Shu's encouragement and the companionship of the three little snakes, she began to see things more clearly. The once endearing young man was no longer the same individual who had once only cared for her. If he could be so heartless, why should she confine herself to a cage of her own making? Thus, time passed, and over a month later, the little black snake, having thrived under Yun Shu's attentive care, had grown plump, mirroring her own transformation. Initially planning to return home, the little black snake became increasingly complacent in the comforts of Cining Palace, indulging in a life of feasting and slumber, wrapped in soft bedding, with someone constantly holding it. This idyllic existence led it to lose all desire to return home. It no longer wished even to glance back. Recently, the Emperor caught a slight chill. A newly arrived beauty attended to him day and night, and upon his recovery, she was bestowed the rank of 5th rank Jieyu. Though it was said she had cared for him without respite, the truth was that the Emperor's ailment was minor, not hindering his usual duties. As for the constant companionship, it was obvious to anyone what transpired between the two. As Qing Er recounted this in front of Yun Shu, she discreetly glanced at the Empress's reaction. Moronin was engrossed in playing with the little black snake, feigning ignorance to Qing Er's remarks, yet, the fleeting pallor on her face betrayed her true feelings. She pressed her lips together, a bitter yet powerless smile gracing her lips. Truly, he was a man both unfeeling and overly sentimental. Chapter 68, Quick Transmigration Strategy. Girl. In the evening, the Empress remained in the Cining Palace for dinner. Noticing the Empress's lack of enthusiasm, Yun Shu placed a piece of meat into her bowl, adopting an expression of exasperation. Empress, are you starting again? This is a typical case of wanting to drive me to my grave. Startled, Moronin quickly stuffed the piece of meat she had picked up into her mouth. Your Majesty, I am not thinking of the Emperor. I am merely contemplating how the appetite of little black flower surpasses that of the other snakes. When it grows up, will it not also be much larger in size? It was manageable when it was small, but if it grew, having one would be fine, yet there would be a total of 6. Moromin felt a twinge of worry. It was simply too absurd. It reminded her of the day she encountered the Emperor in the Cining Palace. Upon seeing the several small snakes in her hands, his brows immediately furrowed in displeasure, remarking on how unbecoming it was for the Empress of a nation to keep snakes. She did not wish to indulge the Emperor's trivial grievances, yet it was Minner, standing beside her, who spoke up to clarify that they were a gift from the Empress Dowager. The Emperor, with a rigid expression, stood there staring at her for quite some time before begrudgingly squeezing out a few words. The Empress Dowager is young and playful. Does the Empress also share in her frivolity? If your Majesty believes the Empress Dowager is being foolish, then you should address it with her directly. Or would you like me to convey your sentiments to her, stating that you think she is being ridiculous? Yu Knightling was so incensed that he left in a huff. Having raised them since childhood, they will certainly have more attachment than those that arrived later. If they truly grow, I shall have people construct more palaces within the court, allowing them to reside in their own splendid quarters. Moronin nodded appreciatively. Your suggestions are always the most thoughtful. After lingering a bit longer in the Cining Palace, Moroni noticed that night had almost fully descended before taking her leave. That evening, Yun Shu had indulged herself to the point of fullness. Even little Blackflower's belly was round and swollen. She intended to have Qinger carry her out for a stroll to aid digestion. Your Majesty, Consort Chen requests an audience. Outside the hall, Xiao Detzi rushed in to deliver the message. Consort Chen, the Emperor's latest favorite, just a few days in the palace and she had already been elevated to the rank of 5th grade consort for her services to the Emperor? Before Yun Shu could respond, Qinger voiced her displeasure. These new women in the harem, the moment they receive a modicum of favor from the Emperor, feel compelled to come to the Cining Palace to flaunt themselves and test your boundaries as the Empress Dowager. This Consort Chen, Yun Shu had already discreetly inquired about days prior. She did not hail from a distinguished family background but was indeed quite comely lately. The Emperor had shown considerable favor towards her, nearly surpassing that of the previous Yun Jiaoyi. For several nights, she had been accompanying the Emperor at the Yangxin Hall. It is worth noting that such treatment had not been afforded to Yun Jiaoyi, who had enjoyed significant favor in the past, as she was never brought along by the Emperor wherever he went, let alone allowed to stay overnight at the Yangxin Hall. Yun Shu waved her chubby hand dismissively. Oh, let it be, since she is here, it would not be proper to turn her away, let her in. Yun Shu was seized by a craving for candy, having indulged excessively of late, resulting in several decayed teeth. The Empress had been frequenting the Cining Palace recently, and every time Yun Shu wished to indulge in sweets, the Empress would prevent her and now, having finally managed to send the Empress away, as she was about to savor a piece of candy to satiate her sweet tooth, she realized that if she were to eat it upon Consort Chen's arrival, it might diminish her regal demeanor, making her appear childish. With a resigned sigh, Yun Shu discreetly stowed the candy away. Seated upon her high throne, she awaited Consort Chen's entrance. I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. Upon entering, Chen Junjun dared not lift her head, fully aware that her target for conquest was a mere 4.5-year-old Empress Dowager, an age where innocence reigns, and thoughts revolve solely around sweets. Yet, she was acutely aware of the historical context. In ancient times, those in power often regarded human life as inconsequential, especially when the individual in question was the Empress Dowager of a nation. Thus, upon entering, she knelt dutifully on the ground, not daring to raise her gaze. Ultimately, it was the young girl upon the throne who spoke first. So, you are Consort Chen? You may rise. Yes, Empress Dowager. Chen Junjun respectfully rose from the ground and lifted her gaze, stealing a glance at the 4-year-old Empress Dowager seated above. Just one glance that felt like, oh my goodness, so adorable. What an adorable little Empress Dowager. So fair, so round, so beautiful. Oh no, my heart is about to melt. I want to hold her tightly and ruffle her hair. Initially, she had struggled to comprehend the system's message indicating she had targeted the wrong object of conquest. When she first traversed into this realm, the system's screen had malfunctioned, obscuring the name of her intended target. Coupled with Nightling's identity and her years of reading novels, Chen Junjun had assumed that the system was directing her to pursue a promiscuous emperor. The plot was as follows: make the promiscuous emperor fall in love with her while he could not control his desires, charming her while simultaneously indulging in various women. Ultimately, she would be left heartbroken and despondent. It was only at the moment of her death that the promiscuous emperor would realize her significance in his heart, but alas, it would be too late. He would be doomed to live the remainder of his days engulfed in regret and sorrow. According to the typical narrative structure of conquest in novels, Chen Junjun had initially believed that the moment her target was obscured, she was destined for a series of pursuits of the promiscuous emperor. Thus, she had relentlessly endeavored to win his affection. Eventually, her efforts paid off, and the name of her target appeared on the system screen. It was the 4-year-old Empress Dowager Yun Shu? Her target was the 4-year-old Empress Dowager, not the promiscuous emperor at all. Upon realizing the truth, Chen Junjun felt as though the sky was collapsing around her. Damn it, these days spent pursuing the wrong target have been utterly wasted. Sob sob sob. This is infuriating. Yun Shu, listening to Chen Junjun's vivid inner turmoil, Yun Shu unwrapped the concealed candy she had hidden away, popping it into her mouth to steady her nerves. Ah, so she is a quick transmigration strategy girl. It is quite late. Consort Chen, what brings you to seek an audience with the Empress Dowager? If it is merely to pay your respects, I must remind you that it is entirely unnecessary. The Empress Dowager is young and in need of nourishment. She often struggles to rise early, thus, some of the more tedious formalities can be temporarily set aside. Chen Junjun's keen eyes were fixated on the candy in Yun Shu's hand. She could hardly hear Qinger speaking, her mind racing with thoughts. Frowny face. System, hurry up, exchange for candy, exchange for the most delicious candy in the world, all of it, use all my points for this. I want to feed the little Empress Dowager. I want to ensure this adorable little baby is well fed. Sob sob sob, the little Empress Dowager is just too cute, her little face is so round, and when she eats candy, her cheeks puff up. I want to pinch her so badly. 6,000 words delivered. I would like to formally promote our new book, title, I Believe You Are Just After My Person. It has been signed and is ready for reading. Daily updates of 6,000 words, with the same frequency as this book, both will maintain a joyful style, so if you are interested, please take a look. Chapter 69. The adorable little Empress under the watchful gaze of Qinger, she observed as Chen Jieyu delved into her bosom, rummaging about. Digging and digging for what seemed like an eternity, leaving Qinger utterly bewildered. Instinctively, she positioned herself protectively in front of her Empress. However, before Qinger could utter a word, Yun Shu, standing behind her, casually shoved her aside. With a cheerful demeanor, she scampered over to Chen Jieyu, extending her chubby little hand into her bosom to join in the search. Candy, lollipops of all varieties, every single one exchanged for her points. Chen Junjun Chinger Yun Shu continued to rummage through Chen Junjun's bosom for quite some time, yet emerged empty-handed. She withdrew her hand, gazing at Chen Junjun, who was equally fixated on her. The two of them, one large and one small, exchanged looks for a brief moment. So adorable, so incredibly adorable. Chen Junjun's eyes sparkled with delight. Having been further away moments ago, she now realized that the little empress was irresistibly charming up close. That delicate, supple face, devoid of any blemish, and those lips, seemingly kissed by a gloss, glistening and moist. Oh, how she longed to touch her. Chinger followed Yun Shu to Chen Junjun's side, noticing that her hand still retained the posture of searching within her bosom. Chen Jiayu, what are you looking for? Oh. Chen Junjun, snapping back to reality, hastily produced an array of flavored alpine lollipops from her bosom. Presenting them as if offering a treasure, her eyes gleaming, she exclaimed, Empress, candy, lollipops of all flavors, you must try them. Chinger had never seen such lollipops and was uncertain of their nature. Just as she reached out to take one for inspection, the Empress's speed surpassed hers. Before she could extend her hand, a pair of chubby, snow-white hands had already scooped up all the various flavored lollipops from Chen Junjun's grasp. Almost as soon as Chen Junjun's hands were empty, she dove back into her bosom and emerged with yet another pile of rainbow lollipops. Empress, Empress. Chen Junjun's eyes sparkled, blinking at Yun Shu. Yun Shu's eyes also sparkled with excitement, as she appeared to have procured a large basket from somewhere, tossing all the alpine lollipops into it, reaching out to accept the rainbow lollipops from Chen Junjun's hands. Countless hard candies plummeted onto her head, causing the little black flower in the basket to feel dizzy. Stars danced before her eyes. As she gradually regained her composure, she pushed aside a pile of candies to peek at the situation. The cacophony of drops and thuds continued, with more hard candies raining down upon her forehead, sending her back into a daze of twinkling stars. Chen Junjun's collection of candies was simply overwhelming. Not to mention, they were all sweets Chinger had never laid eyes on before. As she watched Chen Junjun and her Empress alternate in producing more and more candies, she could only stare in astonishment, her eyes darting back and forth between the two. Wait, but how can Chen Jiayu's bosom hold so much? It appeared so flat, lacking any indication of being able to conceal such an assortment of lollipops. Chen Junjun had only just begun her tasks, her points limited. Originally, she had intended to save her points for emergencies, to purchase other useful items, yet, utterly captivated by the rotund and delicate Yun Shu, she had lost all sense of direction. And then came the grand finale. Empress baby, I have more, I have the biggest one yet. What of more? Chinger widened her eyes in disbelief, watching as Chen Junjun's slender fingers slowly delved back into her bosom, continuing to rummage. At that moment, she witnessed a lollipop, larger than Chen Junjun's head, no, even 2 times larger, being pulled from her bosom. Chinger staggered back in shock, her balance faltering. She could hardly believe her eyes as this enormous rainbow lollipop emerged from Chen Jiayu's bosom. How could this be? What on earth was concealed within? Why did it appear so flat externally, devoid of any signs of such a vast stash, and yet, how could she produce something so immense? This was even greater than the lollipop gifted to the Empress by Chen Guoran, which she had thought was already quite generous. Seeing the colossal lollipop being drawn from Chen Jiayu's bosom made the one from Chen Guoran seem utterly trivial in comparison. Yun Shu, trembling with excitement, gingerly accepted the oversized rainbow lollipop from Chen Junjun's hands. Oh, how she adored this particular confection. After waiting for so long, she had finally encountered it again. The weight of the lollipop made it challenging for her to hold, but her plumpness came to her aid. She stood it before her like a cane, her round little face pressed against it, marveling at its size and beauty, the packaging delightfully attractive. He. Observing the little Empress so enraptured by the lollipop she had gifted her, Chen Jiayu's face lit up with a mischievous grin. She continued to rummage through her bosom, searching for more. Chinger, at a loss for words, her delicate face contorting in disbelief, managed to utter, Is there more? Chen Junjun, having searched for what felt like ages, found herself empty-handed. Chen Junjun frowny face. Is this the system's idea of a joke? Did my points only purchase this few lollipops? The system, with an impassive demeanor, replied frowny face host, the mission to court the 4-year-old Empress is your first task page, and the points you received were a special gift from the novice package. Chen Junjun. So what? System frowny face. Thus, the host's points ran out after redeeming the second batch of lollipops. After a brief pause, the system's tone turned playful. Frowny face. If it weren't for how adorably the little Empress captures hearts, the little Empress is about to become a charming figure. That evening, when Yiling arrived, Chen Junjun had just been elevated in status by the Empress Dowager. Chen Junjun, who was previously a 5th-rank Jiayu, was suddenly promoted to the 3rd-rank Jiaoyi by Yun Shu. To be frank, upon hearing of the Empress Dowager's decision regarding Chen Jiayu and now Chen Jiaoyi, Yiling was quite astonished. It is well known that among the women in his harem, the Empress holds the Dowager's favor most dearly. Even those who perform well and strive to curry favor with Yun Shu ultimately seek only to gain access to her chambers through her assistance. Despite her youth, the Dowager possesses remarkable wisdom in such matters. To have someone like Chen Jiaoyi, who was actively promoted by the Dowager, is honestly unprecedented in recent years. Under ordinary circumstances, upon receiving news of the Emperor's arrival, Chen Junjun would have rushed to greet him without a moment's hesitation. However, upon realizing she had pursued the wrong target, her feelings for this stallion emperor dissipated entirely. The little Empress Dowager, on the other hand, was easily won over. A mere lollipop would elevate her favorability to nearly 99%. Just a little more, and Chen Junjun could complete her task of winning her over. As she pondered how to amuse the little Empress Dowager and secure that final point of favorability, Chen Junjun gazed at the adorable, How could she bear to part with such a charming little Empress Dowager? She whimpered internally, wondering who her next target would be and if she would encounter another as delightful as this one. Lost in her thoughts, the Emperor suddenly entered. She remained seated, watching him approach with wide eyes. Since learning that her intended target was not the Emperor, her interest in this imposing figure had vanished entirely. Yi Ling sensed something was amiss. Qin Zhaohui was an astute woman, brimming with clever ideas. From the moment he laid eyes on her, he was completely captivated by her uniqueness, otherwise, he would not have favored her for so long. Even tonight, upon hearing that Qin Zhaohui was here, he hurried to the Cining Palace, concerned that the Empress might cause her trouble. Seeing the amiable interaction between Qin Zhaohui and the little dowager eased his heart. However, witnessing Qin Zhaohui's indifference towards him now was a stark contrast to her previous adoration, when she would eagerly wait for his arrival from afar. This disparity left Yi Ling feeling somewhat unsettled. As he approached, Qin Zhaohui did not spare him a glance. His handsome visage darkened with displeasure as he declared, "Does Qin Zhaohui not see me? It seems I have indulged you too much lately, to the point where you no longer know to pay your respects." Internally, Chen Junjun scoffed. "You insufferable stallion emperor, if it weren't for that system glitch that led me astray, would I even deign to glance at you now? What a painful sight. Is being emperor so impressive? It's merely a stroke of luck. Do you think you are some revered figure? Just because you possess a modicum of charm, you should see the plethora of handsome men in any given scenario. Why should I care for you, a self-important man who behaves like a rampant dog?" However, supreme authority, even as Chen Junjun inwardly berated the emperor, upon meeting his displeased gaze, she pouted and stood to pay her respects. "Oh dear, Qin Zhaohui is merely serving me my meal. We are all family here, no outsiders," Yun Shu interjected, taking Chen Junjun's hand and urging her to sit back down. "No need for formalities." How wonderfully she spoke, it brought a sense of relief to Yun Shu's heart. With the dowager's words, Yi Ling could only grumble in response. Despite his lingering dissatisfaction, normally, he would have sat beside Chen Junjun, but upon entering the Cining Palace, he instinctively took a seat next to Yun Shu. Before them lay a feast, yet the dishes before Yun Shu remained untouched. The chefs of the imperial kitchen labored tirelessly to please her, crafting dishes that were not only delectable but visually appealing. When the Empress Dowager was pleased, the servants would be rewarded. "Why is the dowager not eating such a delightful spread?" Yun Shu, clutching her round belly and stifling a small burp, replied with a tone of exasperation, "My dear child, it's not that I do not wish to eat, but rather that I have already indulged several times." It was simply that Qin Zhaohui was excessively dutiful, relentlessly serving her with food. Just as Yun Shu finished one plate, another mountain of food was heaped before her. Meanwhile, Chen Junjun had been solely focused on catering to Yun Shu, neglecting her own hunger entirely, despite having gone without food all day. Her stomach grumbled audibly. She tore off a generous piece of salt-baked chicken leg and offered it to Yun Shu, exclaiming, "Dowager, you must try this chicken leg, it's so fragrant and delicious." Yun Shu felt overwhelmed by Qin Junjun's enthusiasm, nearly pouting. She thought, if not for all the sweets Qin Zhaohui had bestowed upon her, she would have had to be strict. Taking the chicken leg from Chen Junjun, she commanded, "Son, feed it to me. I simply cannot eat anymore." Yi Ling, just as he was about to take the chicken leg from Yun Shu to place it back on the table, Chen Junjun swiftly snatched it back. "Such a delicious and fragrant chicken leg. I only want to feed it to the adorable little Empress Dowager. It must not be squandered by this stallion emperor." Yun Shu rubbed her round belly, reflecting on how the little Empress Dowager might soon become a charming figure herself. Seeing that the little Empress Dowager was no longer interested in meat, Chen Junjun began to serve her soup instead. Yi Ling, observing Chen Junjun's enthusiastic and diligent demeanor, felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure and admonished, "How can you feed the dowager so much at her tender age?" He cradled the slumped Yun Shu, gently massaging her rounded belly. Indeed, she had consumed a considerable amount, and he could feel the weight of her fullness more than usual. Chapter 71 Qin Zhaohui. Dead. That evening, Chen Junjun was reluctant to leave, even desiring to sleep alongside Yun Shu, wishing to embrace her in slumber. However, Yi Ling would not permit it. His handsome visage set in an icy demeanor, his dark eyes fixated on Chen Junjun like daggers, as if he yearned to rend her asunder. Thus, Chen Junjun was unceremoniously dragged away from the Cining Palace by the emperor, his displeasure palpable. After the emperor and Qin Zhaohui departed, Qinger cradled Yun Shu and assisted her in her ablutions, meticulously removing the priceless adornments from the Empress Dowager's head, one by one. "Your Majesty, do you not find Qin Zhaohui rather peculiar?" Yun Shu inquired, her mouth occupied with two alpine lollipops, one strawberry-flavored and the other blueberry-flavored. The rich and nostalgic flavors brought back memories from years past, rendering her momentarily speechless in response to Qinger's query. After a spell of contemplation, Qinger recalled the seemingly flat expanse of Qin Zhaohui's bosom. If Qin Zhaohui were to conceal something, it should be quite pronounced, yet I observed that her chest appeared rather unembellished, lacking any semblance of capacity. "Your Majesty," Qinger suddenly proclaimed with earnestness, "I believe this Qin Zhaohui is exceedingly strange. There is something amiss." Having listened to Qinger's musings, Yun Shu withdrew the strawberry lollipop from her mouth, her voice sweet and innocent. "Qin Zhaohui is undoubtedly peculiar. After all, she was not of this realm. Her conduct was bound to be unconventional. Moreover, possessing her own system, she could conjure far more than mere lollipops. Once she accumulated points, she could even summon a grand estate." If Qinger pondered over a few lollipops for so long, what if Qin Junjun were to produce a river before her very eyes? It would surely leave Qinger in a state of shock. All in all, do not dwell on it. Though Qin Zhaohui's behavior may be somewhat odd, her heart is not wicked. She is not our adversary. Qing'er, accustomed to heeding the dowager's words, nodded in agreement. Yes, your majesty, I shall heed your counsel. Yun Shu then retrieved a plain alpine lollipop from her bosom and presented it to her. Here, have a sweet treat. With an abundance of confections at her disposal, Yun Shu was generous in her offering. Qing'er, taken aback by the favor, accepted the candy and, imitating Yun Shu, expertly unwrapped it before placing it in her mouth. A unique flavor unfolded, one that Qing'er had never before encountered. In that moment, she comprehended why the dowager held such a fondness for sweets. This exceptional and delightful treat was simply irresistible, even to an adult like herself. After considerable effort, Qing'er finally removed the heavy adornments from the dowager's head and assisted her to bed. Just as she laid the dowager down, Qing'er had yet to remove her shoes when Yun Shu, resembling a round watermelon, rolled to the far side of the bed. Your Majesty? But she had not yet removed her shoes. In the Cining Palace, Yiling, fueled by rage, flung Chen Junjun onto the bed. He was utterly incensed. Throughout their journey, Chen Junjun had exhibited a rebellious spirit, repeatedly attempting to shake off his hand, asserting her refusal to enter the Cining Palace and her desire to return to her own quarters. Having previously gazed at him with infatuation, her eyes now turned cold and disdainful, as if she regarded him as a loathsome creature. After years of being the center of adoration, Yiling had never before been met with such contempt from a woman. Chen Junjun's continued defiance infuriated him, leading him to hoist her over his shoulder and carry her back to the Cining Palace, where he unceremoniously tossed her onto the bed. As he loomed over her, a wave of nausea surged within him. Chen Junjun covered her mouth while pushing against the emperor, desperate to lean over the edge of the bed and retch. Yiling felt his temper near its breaking point. He ground his teeth, glaring at Chen Junjun, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Have you truly come to despise me so? Was it not you who professed your love at first sight, willing to die for me? During my illness, did you not tend to me, brewing tea and concocting medicine, remaining by my side ceaselessly? How could a woman once so devoted now recoil with such aversion? Chen Junjun was nearly repulsed by his overwrought affection. Had she not miscalculated her target, the stark contrast was unbearable. For Yiling gripping her neck, he flung her onto the bed once more, his imposing frame descending upon her. Chen Junjun blared defiantly, "Release me! Damn this brutish stallion! Chen Junjun, you are audacious. Do you intend to play games of seduction with me? Very well, you have achieved your aim. Get off me, do not lick my neck. You wretched toad." System reminder, congratulations, host, Little Dowager's favorability rating increased by 100, current favorability rating stands at 199. Host has exceeded the task requirements, the next page of tasks is being prepared, please wait patiently. Host is experiencing a transcendental state, departing from the corporeal realm. Initially, the woman beneath him struggled fiercely, but suddenly, she became motionless. Yiling, at first, assumed this infuriating woman had finally acquiesced, burying his face in her alabaster neck, he scoffed, unappreciative. In truth, he wished to convey that she need not engage in such games of seduction. Yiling adjusted Chen Junjun's face to meet his gaze. My beloved, her soft, unyielding countenance was pliable within his grasp. Chen Junjun's eyes, wide and luminous with fury, remained fixed upon him. Yiling continued to hold her chin, locking eyes with the woman in his embrace until he sensed the warmth of her body gradually dissipating, her once supple form growing rigid and cold. In that moment, Yiling was struck by a horrifying realization. Chen Zhaohui is dead, the woman before him is dead, just like that. In an instant, Yiling's mind went blank as he gazed down at the lifeless body of Chen Junjun, his thoughts echoing in a haunting refrain. Chen Zhaohui, dead. Chapter 72. How can I be at ease without visiting you? The Empress Dowager sighed, her heart heavy. The emperor had fallen gravely ill and had not attended morning court for 3 consecutive days. In the Cining Palace, it had also been 3 days since Yiling had last come. As the empress, the emperor's primary consort, despite her disappointment in Yiling's recent behavior, Moronin recognized the gravity of the situation. Should anything untoward happen to the emperor, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the realm of Yexing and its citizens. In these 3 days, the Empress Dowager had visited the Yangshin Hall, but both the emperor and the empress forbade her from entering. The emperor's sudden and mysterious illness had everyone, including Yiling, worried that the symptoms might be contagious to Yun Shu. Your Majesty, do you believe the emperor might have been frightened by something unclean? After all, a living person, who had been perfectly well in the Cining Palace, had suddenly died shortly after returning to the Yangshin Hall with the emperor. The circumstances of her death were shrouded in speculation, and the emperor had completely succumbed to illness following Chen Zhaohui's demise. With the emperor silent, who would dare to inquire about the events of that fateful night, before the Empress Dowager could speak, Qing'er rolled up her sleeves and exclaimed, "See, Your Majesty. I knew all along that Chen Zhaohui was not to be underestimated. That night, she had pulled an array of peculiar candies from her bosom. How could one so flat-chested produce such an abundance of sweets?" Qing'er had long suspected something amiss, yet, knowing the Empress Dowager was pleased with the candies, she refrained from voicing her concerns. She had discreetly tested each candy for poison, ensuring they were safe before offering them to the Empress Dowager. And the manner of Chen Zhaohui's death was so uncanny, a vibrant life extinguished in an instant, and although Qing'er had not witnessed the death herself, she had heard it was utterly horrific. Those who had seen it had been plagued by nightmares for several nights, haunted by the terrifying visage of Chen Zhaohui, her eyes bulging and rolling back in her head like a ghost in the dead of night. What could Yun Shu say? Could she confess that when Chen Junjun had left that night, she had secretly handed her a game console? Each night, she had been engrossed in playing. The console was remarkably durable, lasting her 3 nights of continuous play before it finally ran out of power. Alas, she sighed helplessly, this matter is indeed partly my fault. Qinger, overhearing, quickly shook her head in denial. Your Majesty, what nonsense are you speaking? Chen Zhaoyi's death has nothing to do with you. Though she dined with us that night, she was safely returned to the Emperor's side. Besides, the Emperor was also at our banquet that evening. The court was rife with intrigue, yet even those who might harbor ill will towards the Empress Dowager would not dare speak out at such a critical juncture. It would be tantamount to courting death. Yun Shu shot her a glance. When did I ever imply that Chen Zhaoyi's death was connected to me? Wait, that wasn't quite right. Chen Zhaoyi's death was indeed linked to her, for at the moment Chen Zhaoyi had given her the game console, Yun Shu had been utterly smitten with Chen Junjun, leading to a whirlwind of events that culminated in Chen Junjun successfully completing her objectives at an astonishing speed. In other words, under different circumstances, Chen Zhaoyi could have lived a few more days, but the distraction of the game console had provided Yun Shu with a means to pass the time during her boredom. Realizing this, Yun Shu gasped in horror, covering her mouth with her chubby hand, staring wide-eyed at Qinger for a moment. In truth, the indirect cause of Chen Zhaoyi's demise was herself. Yun Shu was belatedly aware of this connection. It was primarily due to her addiction to gaming during this period that she had neglected her son's health. Though she had attempted to check on him, the Emperor and Empress had barred her entry. Convinced that the Emperor was not in any mortal danger, merely suffering from a common illness, she returned to her games now that the console had run out of power. Yun Shu pondered, the Emperor has been ill for 3 days, and as his mother, I have not seen him in all that time. With that, she rose to her feet. Qinger hurriedly bent down to assist her. Your Majesty. Let us go to the Yangxin Hall and check on the Emperor. He cannot remain unwell indefinitely. It has been 3 days since he attended morning court, and delaying matters in the court is not a viable solution. Yes, Your Majesty. Yangxin Hall, is it truly so that simply serving me has made you impatient? The Emperor lay on his sickbed, having spent 3 days in this state, although in fact, during these 3 days, it had been he who initiated conversation, while she merely sat there, either reading or playing with the little snake in her hands, glancing at the little white snake she affectionately cradled. Yiling's handsome face hardened. Is this little creature now more significant to you than I am? For at least 2.5 of those 3 days, the Empress's attention had been fixated on the little white snake. No, it was more accurate to say that her focus had been on all 3 snakes she had brought to the Yangxin Hall, each day presenting a snake of a different hue. Yesterday it had been a small red snake, the day before, a yellow one. Each day, while ostensibly there to care for him, she had spent the entirety of her time amusing the snakes and feeding them. The thought of it made Yiling's temper flare, and he coughed lightly, his lips pale. Under normal circumstances, any sign of displeasure from him would have elicited a cautious response from the Empress, but now. Upon hearing his cough, she glanced his way, though her gaze was fleeting before she turned away. Yiling felt a surge of indignation. Have I truly become so insignificant in your eyes? Moronin did not look at him, instead gently toying with the little white snake. What are you saying, Your Majesty? You are the sovereign, the ruler of the realm. In anyone's perception, you stand as a monumental figure. How could you possibly lack presence? It seems your arrival is quite timely. Have you two begun to quarrel again? Yun Shu's youthful voice echoed from outside the hall. Upon hearing her, both the Emperor and Empress's expression shifted. Not wanting to worry Yun Shu, Yiling covered his mouth and feigned a few weak coughs. Meanwhile, Moronin set the little white snake down, her expression softening as she turned to Yun Shu. Your Majesty, you have come. Your Majesty, did I not request you not to visit these past few days? Wait until I have recovered before coming to the Cining Palace to see you. The Emperor speaks truly. Yun Shu shot him an irritated look as she approached the bedside, her gaze scrutinizing his pale, weakened visage. Poor child, it seemed he had been quite frightened. His face was ashen. Yun Shu extended her chubby hand to touch the Emperor's forehead. As your mother, how could I possibly rest easy knowing my son has been ill for 3 days? Chapter 73. The Empress Dowager seeks to return to her parental home. Observing the fleeting embarrassment on the Emperor's handsome face, Yun Shu gently tucked his hand beneath the brocade quilt, discreetly covering him. I have heard about the matter concerning Lady Chen, she remarked. Your Majesty, tell me, how many such incidents have transpired recently? It is not my intention to criticize, but as the Emperor, you ought to consider your reputation more carefully. Being admonished by a mere 4.5-year-old child, Yun Shu's earnest demeanor belied her tender age. Her expressions, tone, and the gravity with which she spoke seemed to evoke the wisdom of an elder. Knightling lowered his head, allowing Yun Shu to lecture him in the manner of a senior. His obedient posture was evident. Indeed, before her, he was exceedingly compliant. For the past several years, ever since Yun Shu adopted the role of an elder, the Emperor had been cautious in her presence, never daring to contradict her wishes. It was unclear how many times she had chastised him over the years. Although he appeared to heed her words, he would soon forget her counsel entirely, such as the nature of elders. They expressed their heartfelt concerns, wishing for the well-being and success of their younger kin. As for whether the younger generation comprehends this sentiment, that ultimately depends on their own reflections. The Empress's thoughts were not on him, as he had been preoccupied with his own frustrations, leaving him without sustenance until now. Yun Shu summoned Qinger to bring forth the meal. The family of 3 daughter-in-law and son took their places beside her. Yun Shu glanced at the Emperor, noting that his ailment was not severe. Perhaps the tragic demise of Lady Chen had somewhat unnerved him, as he still seemed to be recovering from the shock. Indeed, it is only natural for anyone to feel fear when a lively individual suddenly meets a frightful end. The Emperor's resilience was commendable. Had it been another, they likely would have fainted from terror. At the dining table, Moronin attentively served dishes to Yun Shu, demonstrating the essence of filial piety. Noticing dishes that Yun Shu favored, Knightling would place them in her bowl, saying, Empress Dowager, your beloved pig's trotters. Observing the dutiful couple, Yun Shu couldn't help but let out a resigned sigh. Upon hearing her sigh, the Emperor and Empress exchanged worried glances, instantly focused on her well-being. What troubles you, Empress Dowager? Is the meal not to your liking? Yun Shu shook her head, her appetite waning. She set down her utensils and, with a serious expression, addressed the Emperor and Empress. Your Majesty, I did not come solely to visit you today. I intend to return to the Chancellor's residence. This declaration prompted the Emperor and Empress to exchange anxious glances. Moronin was the first to speak, gently taking Yun Shu's small hand in her warm palm. What is it, Empress Dowager? Why the sudden desire to visit the Chancellor's residence? Do you miss your parents? Since her birth, Yun Shu had been brought into the palace, and in the 4.5 years since, she had not laid eyes upon her biological parents. Logically, given her age and the circumstances of her upbringing, despite her undeniable blood ties to the Chancellor's residence, she felt no emotional connection. In her memories, the Chancellor's residence held no significance. Now, hearing Yun Shu mention the Chancellor's residence with such gravity caused the Emperor and Empress to feel a sense of unease. Had their recent quarrels upset her? Did she wish to escape to the Chancellor's residence for some peace? Empress Dowager, the previous matters were solely my fault. Over the years, I have indeed wronged the Empress. During these few days of my illness, the Empress has remained by my side in the Yangxin Hall, caring for me devotedly. As he spoke, Nightling's gaze shifted to Moronin. Although she currently resisted this man, for the sake of keeping Yun Shu from being upset and returning to her parental home, Moronin cooperatively extended her hand across Yun Shu, grasping the Emperor's hand as if they were a loving couple. Mother, I assure you that the Empress and I will no longer quarrel. I will be more considerate of her feelings and refrain from such reckless behavior as before. Mother, please, do not return to your parental home. Seeing the Emperor and Empress reconcile, even if merely a faade for her benefit, brought a sense of comfort to Yun Shu. She patted their hands. Where do you think I am going? Am I such a petty person? My visit to the Chancellor's residence is due to pressing matters that require my attention. At that moment, Qing Er, standing beside Yun Shu, interjected, the Chancellor's residence has sent word that the second madam is gravely ill and wishes to see the Empress Dowager before she passes. The second madam, Yun Shu's biological mother, had a relationship with the old Chancellor, Yun He, that was shrouded in mystery. Her mother, Xinxingxiu, was also a time traveler. Like many others, she was endowed with beauty and a noble status, having been captivated by a dashing hero. However, to her dismay, the hero was a notorious philanderer, evading responsibility and expecting her to join his harem. Unable to accept the ancient customs of polygamy, Xinxingxiu fled with her unborn child. To put it plainly, Yun Shu was not truly the offspring of the old Chancellor, Yun He. Do not question how Yun Shu came to this knowledge. It was a secret known only to Xinxingxiu, yet, from the moment she was conceived, even as a mere embryo, she had heard her mother's gentle caresses and murmurs of remorse for deceiving the old Chancellor, who had treated her so kindly. Yun Shu felt a twinge of guilt for the old Chancellor, who had unwittingly accepted her as his OWND in the palace. Regardless of status, a woman had no right to leave. Even in death, she would remain there until the end of her days. Sometimes, Yun Shu felt this arrangement had its merits, sparing her from navigating the intricate relationships with her maternal family, which were undeniably complicated. Recently, Xinxingxiu's sudden illness was perplexing. How could someone so young fall gravely ill? Upon receiving this news, even Yun Shu was taken aback. The Emperor and Empress fell into silence at the mention of the second madam's condition. Chapter 74. A father, incompetent. After a moment of contemplation, Yiling lowered his head and addressed the lady seated before him. Yun Shu, the second lady of the Prime Minister's residence, is, after all, the birth mother of Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. Given the current grave condition of the second lady, it is only fitting that the Empress Dowager returns to her residence to pay her respects. The Empress, feeling a pang of sympathy, wrapped her arms around Yun Shu's delicate shoulders. Do not be disheartened, dear Empress Dowager. In the future, you may regard me as your maternal figure, and I shall. Yun Shu turned to glance at the Empress. Your Majesty, in my heart, I have always considered you as a daughter-in-law. You must not act in defiance against me. With the Emperor's consent, Yun Shu promptly boarded a carriage to return to the Prime Minister's residence. Her departure from the palace was understated, partly to avoid drawing undue attention, and partly because it would be improper for a nation's Empress Dowager to return home in mourning, even if the deceased were her own mother. On the journey back, Qing Er, concerned for her emotional well-being, hesitated, yet, she believed that a child of 4 or 5 could scarcely comprehend sorrow and grief, especially since the Empress Dowager had never met her biological mother and harbored no real affection for her. However, she also reflected that, despite her youth, the Empress Dowager possessed a maturity of mind that transcended her years, grasping concepts not typically understood at such an age. With this in mind, Qing Er felt compelled to offer the Empress Dowager some words of comfort. Empress Dowager, do not be overly sorrowful. The second lady, I am not sorrowful. Ah, her mother, what character traits she had discerned even in the womb. She had come with a mission, her very being inhabited by a system. The objective was to win the heart of the male protagonist, ensuring he fell utterly in love with her, yet without altering his inherent philandering nature. The female lead would face repeated heartbreak, ultimately leading to her tragic demise. Only when the male lead awakened to the truth would it be too late, for the female lead would have passed away harboring resentment. In truth, Xinxingxiu's main storyline dictated that after her pregnancy, she should return to the male lead's kingdom, bear his child, and during this time, witness his infidelities as he indulged in other women and fathered children with them. Xinxingxiu's heart would shatter, unable to protect the life growing within her, leading her to a state of despair until her untimely death. Initially, Xinxingxiu had thought such a task would be effortless, yet upon becoming pregnant, she realized the gravity of the situation. The notion that her mission necessitated sacrificing the child within her was unbearable. In defiance of the main system's intent, she took it upon herself to alter the mission parameters and fled the male lead's harem with her child. Bereft of resources and lacking any support, she sought refuge with the old Prime Minister, Yun He. The Prime Minister's residence was not far from the palace, merely a journey of 1 hour. Upon arrival, Yun Shu's carriage halted at the Prime Minister's estate. Initially, the household had only relayed news of the second lady's grave condition to the palace, not anticipating the sudden return of the eldest daughter. The letter from Yun He conveyed that Qingqiu was seriously ill and wished to see the Empress Dowager once before her passing. However, the letter also stated that this would be against protocol, instructing the servants of Cining Palace to respond in the Empress Dowager's voice and return with her personal belongings, thus providing the second lady with some closure regarding the longing she had felt for Yun Shu over the years. Upon receiving word of the Empress Dowager's return, a sea of figures knelt before the Prime Minister's residence, led by Yun He. The moment Yun Shu was gently lifted from the carriage by Qing'er, he, along with a throng of wives and family, hastily knelt and proclaimed, "Your servant pays his respects to the Empress Dowager. Long live the Empress Dowager! Long live the Empress Dowager!" To be candid, aside from the infant still in swaddling clothes, the first time Yun Shu beheld her nominal father was the moment she was extracted from her mother's womb. Years had passed, and Yun He appeared to have aged considerably. Yun Shu, with her petite stature, approached Yun He without a hint of deference, helping him rise from the ground. "Father, please, rise." The innocent address caused Yun He to weep uncontrollably. He gazed at Yun Shu, recalling the moment she had first entered his arms, a fragile bundle. He had spent his life with sons, never a daughter. Upon learning that Qingqiu had given birth to a girl, his heart had soared with joy. Yet, this daughter had been entrusted to the palace mere moments after he had held her years into her role as the Empress Dowager. Despite her tender age, her authority was palpable. Listening to her youthful voice affectionately calling him father left Yun He with bloodshot eyes, tears streaming down his face, as he trembled on the ground. "Empress Dowager, you mustn't, your esteemed status forbids you from addressing your humble servant as father. You ought to refer to me as your minister." As he uttered these words, his voice quivered, revealing a vulnerability rooted in his powerlessness before imperial authority. Witnessing this scene, Qing'er could not suppress her own tears. Was this what they called a father's love, unwavering as a mountain? Though the Empress Dowager had been taken to the palace immediately upon her birth, away from the nurturing presence of the old Prime Minister, perhaps the bond of blood truly ran deeper than any circumstance. In Yun He's heart, he had always held a place for his little daughter, the Empress Dowager. After all, she was his cherished daughter, the only one he would ever have. Her existence mattered more to him than his own life, yet he felt utterly powerless, for the one who desired Yun Shu was the imperial power. If he resisted, countless innocent lives within the Yun household would be at stake. "Father, this is the Prime Minister's residence, not the palace. I have returned to see you and mother." Empress Dowager, Yun He's voice trembled with sorrow and despair as he knelt before the diminutive figure of Yun Shu. His trembling hand reached towards her face, only to retract suddenly, as if remembering the boundaries he dared not cross. Yun Shu, taking his hand, placed it gently upon her cheek. "Father, though I have no memories of you, you will forever remain my father." "Empress Dowager, oh, my poor daughter. You must have endured much hardship during these years in the palace, have you not?" At an age when she should have been innocent and carefree, barely able to articulate her thoughts, she spoke with such earnestness and strength, revealing a maturity that belied her years. Had she not endured so much, how could she possess such wisdom? Overwhelmed by emotion, Yun He could no longer contain himself and embraced Yun Shu tightly. "Sure, my poor daughter, it is I who have failed you. I have not protected you. I did not allow you to enjoy the joy and carefree existence that other children experience, but instead subjected you to a." Yun He wept uncontrollably, his entire being trembling, as if he were on the verge of breaking. His eyes were red, as if blood tears were about to flow, for Yun Shu had always been a source of torment in his heart. A lingering 4.5 years had passed, a full 4.5 years. "It is I, who am incompetent." Chapter 75. Father, I have returned to see you, have I not? Observing the tears streaming down Yun He's face, Yun Shu opened her small mouth earnestly before him, correcting him with utmost seriousness. "Father, I am not suffering at all in the palace, just take a look. I even have cavities." Upon hearing her, Yun He complied. As he leaned closer, he counted the bad teeth in Yun Shu's mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he wept even more bitterly. Typically, a child of Yun Shu's age would only have one cavity, yet here was his daughter, a mere 4 years old, already afflicted with 4. This daughter of his, so well behaved and sensible, despite her tender age, was far more mature than any of his sons. Choking on his sobs, he embraced Yun Shu, lamenting, "Oh, my dear daughter, I am so sorry. What kind of life have you endured in the palace? For cavities, what dreadful food have you been consuming?" Yun Shu simply replied. Qing'er interjected, "My lord, actually, the Empress Dowager's cavities are..." "My lord," she continued, "we are right at the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence, with people bustling about. As the esteemed Prime Minister of Yishang, it is rather inappropriate for you to be weeping and wailing here." Moreover, the Empress Dowager had returned to the residence in secret. Madame Yun approached Yun He, gently patting his shoulder while softly reminding him. As she looked at Yun Shu, her loving and dignified countenance bore a touch of compassion. Though Yun Shu was not her biological daughter, she was the only precious daughter of the Prime Minister's household. With 3 sons and no daughters of her own, Yun Yu had always regarded Yun Shu as her little girl, even if she had been raised in the palace since birth. Not only did Yun He shed silent tears for Yun Shu each night, but she too shared in this sorrow. The couple would often find themselves sleepless, sitting at the edge of their bed, taking turns weeping and comforting one another until they finally drifted into slumber. Thanks to Yun Yu's gentle reminder, He suddenly realized the situation and swiftly cradled Yun Shu in his arms, moving inside. Originally, it had been his duty to carry the Empress Dowager, but now, witnessing her being taken away by Prime Minister Yun, Ching felt an emptiness in her heart. Sighing in resignation, she lamented, what could she do? After all, Prime Minister Yun was the Empress Dowager's biological father. It seemed her days in the Prime Minister's residence would not afford her the opportunity to hold the Empress Dowager again. Shu, you mustn't have eaten anything since returning from the palace, have you? Let your father arrange for the kitchen to prepare a feast of our Prime Minister's delicacies for you to sample. Father, I returned from the palace quite full, Yun Shu replied, patting her round little belly, which had yet to fully digest. You can touch it, if you don't believe me. Her words, especially when she feigned strength and understanding in an effort to shield him from sorrow, struck Yun deeply. Suppressing his tears, he turned his face away, not wishing his perceptive daughter to witness his anguish. In the palace, devoid of any familiar faces, and at such a tender age, with her parents absent, who truly cared for her? Each day, she had no idea what she was consuming or the quality of her life. At such a young age, she was on the verge of having 5 cavities, the 5th one was already darkening. It was surely due to the poor diet she had been subjected to, malnutrition leading to decayed teeth. Looking at her round little face, it was evident that in the palace, her meals consisted of nothing but water and steamed buns. When leaving the palace, fearing he would discern her plight, she had forced herself to consume an excessive amount of water, resulting in bloating. Contemplating this, Yun hastily wiped his face, overwhelmed by an unending flow of tears and snot. How could his precious daughter be so understanding? He recalled the emperor's assurances from years past, promising to treat Yun Shu as his own daughter, ensuring no one would dare to mistreat her in the palace. Yet, despite such promises, with so many imperial offspring, how could his daughter receive the care she deserved? Every time he sought to inquire about her well-being, whether in court or privately, the emperor would cast a cold glare, his voice as frigid as ice. Does the prime minister doubt my ability to care for your daughter? For long years, 4.5. No inquiries permitted, no visits allowed. For 4 years, his beloved daughter had been sent to the palace, leaving him in silence, while his nemesis, the old curmudgeon Xiaqua, flaunted his connections. Relying on his daughter, who had become a favored concubine, he would boast after court sessions or during their encounters, Prime Minister Yun, I have heard from my daughter that your precious girl is enduring a most miserable existence in the harem. Truly tragic, indeed. A mere servant can bully her, and no one treats her with respect. TSK. To defend his beloved daughter, Yun confronted Xiaqua in front of numerous officials. Despite Xiaqua being a seasoned general of the highest rank, Yun as the prime minister, was not someone to be trifled with. Yun struck Xiaqua so fiercely that he left him battered and bruised. Although Xiaqua attempted to retaliate, he hesitated, fearing that one careless blow might endanger Yun's life, which would indeed be a grave sin. Ultimately, it was the emperor who intervened, resolving the matter entirely. Yun found himself summoned to the imperial study for a stern reprimand. No men were allowed in the harem, regardless of their status. Yun was doomed to never see his precious daughter again. As for her life in the palace, whether she thrived or suffered, he had attempted to secretly bribe the palace servants for information, but Xiaqua's machinations were too cunning. All he learned was that Yun Shu was alive. Beyond that, he was oblivious to her circumstances. Who bullied her, whether she feared the dark when she slept, or if she trembled at the sound of thunder during storms. Did she cry when mistreated, with no one to advocate for her? Just the thought of it made Yun's heart ache with anguish. Had his old comrade been alive, how could he, as the prime minister of a nation, endure such humiliation? With the new emperor's ascension, the Xia family now held dominion over half of Yi Sheng's territories. As for himself, how could he possibly safeguard his beloved daughter? Yun accepted the handkerchief from Yun's hand, about to wipe his tear-streaked face. Oh, father, please do not weep any longer. I have returned to see you, have I not? Yun Shu exclaimed, producing a small handkerchief from her bosom to dab at Yun's face. The tears flowed abundantly. As she hastily wiped his cheeks, the sound of droplets falling echoed like rain, an overwhelming amount indeed. Chapter 76. Mother, you may rest in peace, I shall manage here alone without any issue. Yun, discreetly tugging at Yun's sleeve from behind, remarked, my lord, look at you. It is a rare occasion for the Empress Dowager to return, yet you cannot continue to weep incessantly. Qingqiu misses the Empress Dowager even more than you do. Indeed, your words are well taken, my lady. As Yun endeavored to stem his tears, he glanced at his daughter Yun Shu in his arms and said, look at your father, too preoccupied with sorrow to even remember the important matters at hand. Shu, I shall take you to see your mother right away. As the second lady of the Prime Minister's residence, Qingqiu's attire, accommodations, and overall quality of life were no less splendid than those of Yun, the head matron of the household. Moreover, ever since Qingqiu took residence in the Prime Minister's manor, Yun had treated her as a beloved younger sister, entirely devoid of the typical animosities that often characterized the relationship between a mistress and her subordinate. Even during Qingqiu's severe illness, Yun consistently prepared herbal remedies for her, personally delivering them daily, and attended to her care with even more dedication than her own maidservants. When Yun approached with Yun Shu in his arms, he was taken aback as the previously closed door of Qing Huayuan suddenly swung open. His surprise was mirrored in Yun's expression. In the past, during Qingqiu's illness, she had repeatedly advised her not to keep the door shut, insisting on the necessity of fresh air to dispel the oppressive atmosphere of illness. Yet, Qingqiu would always smile and shake her head, claiming that given her grave condition, they had not suggested distancing her. Should she recklessly open the door and transmit her illness to them, that would truly be her transgression. Each time Shin Qingqiu expressed such understanding, Yun Yu felt a mix of heartache and sorrow. How could fate be so cruel to such a wonderful person? How could it allow her to perish at such a tender age? The idea of sending letters to the Empress Dowager had been her suggestion to her husband. They had contemplated countless methods throughout the night, initially not expecting the Empress Dowager to be permitted to visit Qingqiu for a final farewell. However, at the very least, they hoped for a response from the Empress Dowager, perhaps even a token belonging to Yun Shu, so that Shin Qingqiu might find peace before her passing, knowing her daughter was thriving within the palace. As if sensing the commotion outside, Shin Qingqiu emerged with the assistance of her maidservants, clad in a remarkably elegant white gown, her face adorned with light makeup, and her hair minimally accessorized. She radiated an air of simplicity and grace. Yet, to Yunhee, the once lively and spirited face he had encountered years ago seemed subdued. Perhaps motherhood or her prolonged illness had cast a soft halo of maternal affection over her. The playful, innocent girl had matured despite her frail condition, typically reduced to whispering and unable to lift a finger. Today she had managed to rise from her sickbed and step outside. Stunned into silence, Yun Yu turned her face away, tears welling in her eyes, fearful of losing control of her emotions. Shin Qingqiu smiled at Yun Shu in her father's arms. After 4.5 years apart, the bond of blood was undeniable. She had carried Yun Shu for 10 months, pouring all her strength into bringing her into the world. For her daughter, she would sacrifice everything, even her own life. Without a moment's hesitation, Shin Qingqiu pushed aside her maidservants and hurried to Yunhee's side, her dark eyes sparkling with emotion as she gazed intently at Yun Shu. Trembling slightly, she extended her hand. Shu, my daughter, come to your mother's embrace. Qingqiu, are you well enough to do this? Yunhee expressed concern for Shin Qingqiu's health, knowing that Yun Shu, despite her youth, was not light in weight. Shin Qingqiu joyfully shook her head. I can manage. Having just exchanged for 3 days' worth of rejuvenating pills from the system, I could carry a cow now, let alone my precious daughter. Initially, Shin Qingqiu had worried that Yun Shu might not recognize her, but as she reached out, she was overjoyed to see Yun Shu leap into her arms. Holding her daughter, who was so plump and healthy, Shin Qingqiu enveloped her in a warm embrace, speechless for a long while, only able to sob quietly. The scene before them would have brought tears to anyone's eyes, even Qing Heiress. Though she could not confront the situation from the perspectives of the Prime Minister and the Second Lady, she could not help but imagine the horror of losing the Empress Dowager after having served her loyally upon entering the palace. The thought of someone snatching the Empress Dowager away filled her with dread, as if the sky were collapsing upon her. My lord, it is a rare opportunity for Qingqiu and Shu to spend time together. Let us retreat to the kitchen and prepare some meals, allowing them to converse privately. You have indeed thought this through, my lady. Yunhee nodded in agreement, casting a glance at the heartwarming tableau of mother and daughter before departing with Yun Yu. Soon, the vast courtyard was left with only Qing Er, Yun Shu, and Shin Qingqiu, as even Shin Qingqiu's personal maid discreetly followed Yunhee and Yun Yu out. Qing Er touched her nose. Though unfamiliar with the Prime Minister's household, she followed the maidservant closely, accompanying the old Prime Minister and his wife, gently caressing Yun Shu as they claim it would disrupt the main storyline. But what of my own heartache over 4.5 years of separation? The thought of it enraged Shin Qingqiu. Without the system's assistance, she would have had no means of traversing this place, and her illness could have been avoided. Unable to fulfill her main quest, she would have perished within 3 years. Yet, clinging to the last thread of hope for her daughter, she had persevered until now. Thankfully, in her final moments, she had been granted the chance to see her beloved daughter, to witness that she was thriving, which, despite the pain of parting, brought her some solace. Shu, do not think your mother heartless. I have no choice. If I could, how I wish to take you with me, but you belong here, not to me. Rest assured, dear mother, I am well cared for here. My daughter-in-law and son treat me with great respect, and the servants in the palace regard me as their matriarch. You may leave with peace of mind. I shall manage perfectly well on my own here. Chapter 77 of The Empress leaves the palace. Indeed, a child raised without a mother matures swiftly. At such a tender age, she has already become so obedient and understanding. Shin Qingqiu, fearing that the little girl might be distressed, gently caressed her head, saying, Shu, it is important to understand that mother has not truly departed, she is merely living in another realm. Though you may not be able to see me again, always remember that I shall forever hold you in my heart. Yun Shu nodded in acknowledgement. To Shin Qingqiu, this expression signified compliance and maturity. With reddened eyes, she struggled to hold back her tears. Shu, it is not that I do not wish to take you with me, rather, it is that I cannot. Do you comprehend the depths of a mother's heart at this moment? Yun Shu, on the verge of tears herself, replied, Mother, I am quite well on my own. There is no need for you to take me with you. I have only returned because I heard you were unwell. Shin Qingqiu harbored no doubts about Yun Shu's words. After all, having not grown up by her side, it was only natural for the child to feel detached. Ultimately, the chance to see her once before departing was, to Shin Qingqiu, a source of profound contentment. Come, Shu, I have something to give you. As Shin Qingqiu lifted her once more and carried her inside, Yun Shu's eyes brightened at the mention of a gift. She eagerly wrapped her arms around Shin Qingqiu's neck, saying, Do not cry, mother, I shall not weep. Shin Qingqiu continued to stroke the young girl's head, again and again, as though she wished to imprint the child's image permanently in her mind, forever cherishing her likeness. Oh, foolish child, what do you truly understand at such a young age? Mother is returning to the 21st century. Even if I am not dead, we shall never meet again in this lifetime. Yet, Shin Qingqiu dared not voice these thoughts to Yun Shu. Even if she were older, with memories to hold on to, perhaps she would share the tale of her journey from the 21st century. At this moment, within the imperial palace, on Yun Shu's first day back at the prime minister's residence, the atmosphere that night was decidedly unusual for the emperor and empress. When the Empress Dowager resided in the Cining Palace, although the emperor and empress did not frequently visit, they were comforted by the knowledge that the Dowager was close at hand, all under one roof. Now, the vast Cining Palace lay empty, the Empress Dowager having left the palace. Ever since Yun Shu returned to the prime minister's residence, Moronian had returned to her own Cining Palace. Nightling lay alone on the dragon bed in the Yangshin Hall, and during this time, numerous concubines had come to curry favor, some dressed rather provocatively. In the past, he would have certainly entertained such visitors, but the shadows of Chen Junjun's incident still loomed over him, even after the passage of days. However, with the Empress Dowager absent from the palace, his interest in such matters waned. The thought of the Dowager staying at the prime minister's residence for several days weighed heavily on him. Nightling closed his eyes, reflecting on how difficult these days had been without the Dowager's presence. "Your Majesty." At that moment, Guan hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, there is trouble." Hearing Guan's urgent tone, Nightling opened his eyes with annoyance and cast a glance at him. "What is the fuss about? What could possibly be wrong?" Your Majesty, the Empress." Upon hearing Moronian's name, Nightling's handsome brows twitched with concern, his voice quivered with apprehension. "What has happened to the Empress? Has she fainted again?" Knowing how much Yun Shu cherished Moronian, and that she viewed the Empress as a dearly beloved figure, he feared that if anything were to happen to Moronian during her absence, the Dowager would certainly be angered upon her return. Without waiting for Guan to finish, Nightling sprang from the bed and hurried toward the Cining Palace, declaring, "Let us go to Cining Palace." "And no, Your Majesty," Guan stammered, pondering why the Emperor had suddenly become so concerned for the Empress since the Dowager's absence. "Your Majesty, the Empress is fine. It is merely that." At this point, Guan cautiously raised his gaze to gauge the Emperor's expression, trembling as he hesitated to continue. Nightling furrowed his brow, urging, "Speak." Kneeling on the ground, Guan's voice trembled as he confessed, "Your Majesty, the Empress has left the palace." "What did you say?" Initially, Nightling thought he had misheard. Until, the servants from Cining Palace conveyed that the Empress ordered Zhang Mama and Min'er to procure a carriage, and the three of them left the palace under the cover of night. Realizing something, Guan added, "Oh, and there was also Yamama." She had pleaded to accompany the Empress, but the Empress refused, stating that there were 6 snakes in Cining Palace and Cining Palace that needed care. She did not trust anyone else to tend to them, so she left Yumama behind to look. The atmosphere in the Yangshin Hall grew tense, with Guan kneeling in silence, silently bearing the brunt of the Emperor's unfathomable rage. After what felt like an eternity, Nightling finally spoke through gritted teeth, each word seemingly forced from between clenched jaws. "The Empress is becoming increasingly reckless. How audacious she has become. As the Empress of the realm, how dare she leave the palace without my consent? When Moronian first entered the palace, she had never dared to sneak off to visit her family. She merely corresponded with them through letters. Now, with her secretive departure, it was clear where she had gone. Seeing the Emperor's fury, Guan could only kneel and attempt to reason. "Your Majesty, while the Empress's actions may defy propriety, perhaps she longs for the Dowager. The Dowager has been raised by the Empress since childhood. Since entering the palace, they have never been apart for a single day. Therefore, the Empress, she has never been apart from the Dowager. But have I not been separated from her as well?" Nightling's tone brimmed with indignation. Guan, it seemed that the Emperor's ire was not solely directed at the Empress for her indiscretion as the sovereign, but rather for her audacity to seek out the Dowager without including him. Nightling stood rooted in place, releasing his fury for a time before finally closing his eyes and exhaling deeply. "Guan, prepare a carriage." "Guan." At this late hour, the Emperor had not attended court for 3 consecutive days, with piles of documents awaiting his attention. He would need to rise early the next day for court. Your Majesty?" "To the Prime Minister's residence, matters of the court can be delayed for another 2 days. Say that I am gravely ill. Once I bring the Dowager back to the palace, I shall resume attending court." With the Dowager absent, he, much like Moronian, found it impossible to focus on anything. Chapter 78. The Empress Dowager Taizu. At first, Yun Shu believed that her mother would bestow upon her some rare and exquisite treasure. However, she was met with a veritable trove of literary and historical works. The 300 Tang poems, the Compendium of Materia Medica, The Art of War by Sun Tzu, a myriad of volumes addressing 100,000 inquiries, various schools of martial arts, a compendium of medical knowledge, and ancient lifestyle guides, alongside an astonishing collection of the world's 10,000 delectable dishes, all contained within a guide to traversing time that towered over Yun Shu by at least 2 heads. Casually, Yun Shu picked up a book and began to leaf through it, only to discover that while the exterior bore writing, the interior was devoid of any text. Initially, she thought this was the sole volume of its kind. Meanwhile, Xinxingqiu squatted on the ground, absorbed in her efforts with a collection of treasure pots. Clearly, these artifacts were Xinxingqiu's cherished possessions, though they had not been touched for quite some time. At least since she had taken residence in the Prime Minister's manor, these items had been carefully stowed away. Xinxingqiu was aware that one day she would inevitably depart from this place, and thus these treasures were meticulously prepared for Yun Shu. She believed Yun Shu would find them useful, especially since she could not remain by her side to offer guidance. Therefore, she intended to bequeath her modern knowledge and the poetic works of ancient scholars, ensuring that as Yun Shu matured, these items, priceless in this context, would safeguard her for a lifetime of wealth and honor. In her dedication to Yun Shu, Xinxingqiu had poured forth all her heart and soul over the years, observing Yun Shu sifting through the books before her, opening one after another in silence. Xinxingqiu chuckled softly, understanding the source of Yun Shu's curiosity. She casually selected a blank book, pulling Yun Shu into her embrace. My dear Shu Shu, you are still young, and your mother fears that your innocence may render you susceptible to deceitful individuals. Thus, these books have been thoughtfully prepared as a safeguard for you. Look here, she said, as she poured water over the blank pages of the book. Before long, a multitude of minuscule characters began to emerge from what was previously a mere blank canvas, revealing a wealth of knowledge at an astonishing rate. This way, even if Yun Shu misplaced the book and it fell into the hands of ill-intentioned individuals, they would remain oblivious to its contents. Xinxingqiu adjusted Yun Shu's shoulders, her expression growing earnest. Shu Shu, you are still quite young and do not comprehend many matters. But you must remember your mother's words, never trust men, especially those who are handsome, their words are often laced with deceit. Do you understand? Yun Shu replied. This sentiment struck a familiar chord, reminiscent of the words spoken by Zhang Wuji's mother on her deathbed. Including these books, your mother has no other demands. All you need to do is memorize every word I have given you and then burn them. This way, these treasures will truly belong to you. As long as you possess this knowledge, I can assure you that your status and wealth will remain unassailable throughout your life, and even the emperor will have to show you respect. Yun Shu, yet, her devoted son had never sought her knowledge. He simply revered her. Gazing into Yun Shu's dark, innocent eyes, filled with bewilderment, Xinxingqiu's heart softened, and she pulled her daughter into her embrace once more. Shu Shu, I know it may be too much to ask you to memorize all. I only wish for you to learn these things as a means of protection. I fear that without someone to shield you, you may find yourself helpless. As she spoke, tears welled in Xinxingqiu's eyes. She held the plump child close, fully aware that the years of good nourishment in the palace had resulted in her chubby form. However, while Yun Shu was still young and posed no threat to the emperor, Xinxingqiu feared that in the future, as Yun Shu matured, the ancient emperors were known to make sacrifices for the sake of their realms, even their own daughters. Xinxingqiu was apprehensive that the emperor and empress might harbor ulterior motives regarding Yun Shu. Shu Shu, and keep this jade pendant safe. It was a crescent-shaped jade pendant, albeit with a crack, indicating it had been broken once before but had been carefully repaired by Xinxingqiu. Gazing at the pendant in her hand, Xinxingqiu appeared lost in thought, as if peering through the jade at something beyond. She hung the pendant around Yun Shu's neck. In times of trouble, should you find yourself in dire straits, take this pendant and seek out Yao Guang, and find a certain individual. You need only to state at the gates of the royal city that you are Xinxingqiu's daughter, and you shall be received with the utmost respect. Realizing the implication, Yun Shu understood that her mother was instructing her to seek out her biological father. Gently caressing Yun Shu's forehead, Xinxingqiu said, In this world, aside from you, I have no other concerns. Only by securing your future can I depart with peace of mind. Shu Shu, do not blame your mother. If circumstances allowed, I would truly wish to witness your growth. Seeing Xinxingqiu on the verge of tears, Yun Shu hurriedly wiped her mother's tears away. Oh, dear mother, I have already assured you upon my arrival that you need not worry. The emperor and empress treat me splendidly, they will attend to me for the rest of my days, so please rest easy. Xinxingqiu grasped her chubby little hand. Shu Shu, you are still young and too naive. The world is not composed solely of kin, their kindness is not without ulterior motives. Well, I have neither wealth nor a life to spare. If they have designs on me, let them. Yun Shu spoke in a childlike tone, displaying an unexpected maturity. She appeared utterly unconcerned, reassured by the genuine care of her son and daughter-in-law, who had consistently obeyed her wishes. The emperor's focus on the royal treasury's empty coffers, rather than honor, was a testament to the depth of his filial piety. Even if they genuinely care for you, the age difference is significant. Moreover, ancient emperors often did not enjoy long lives. What if one day the emperor is no longer around to protect you? Have you considered what you would do then? Should the emperor fall, I have a grandson. And by that time, I shall be the Empress Dowager, my status will only increase. Xinxingqiu, if I were to outlive my grandson, then I would become the Empress Dowager Taizu. Mother, Yun Shu grasped Xinxingqiu's hand, her expression earnest. Do not overthink. Just go in peace. Here, you need not worry. Just as you have become the Empress Dowager Taizu, who in this world would dare to disrespect or bully me? Xinxingqiu, Chapter 79. Which niece of the AI family is this? She is extraordinarily beautiful. The sudden return of the Empress Dowager to the Prime Minister's residence took everyone by surprise. The old Prime Minister, Yun He, wore a face that oscillated between laughter and tears as he busily arranged a grand feast in the kitchen for Yun Shu. Yun Yu stood by his side, wiping the tears from his face, diligently assisting him to the point of exhaustion, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. My lord, please take care not to strain your back, Yun Yu cautioned. Yun Yi's face was alight with joy as he grasped Yun Yu's hand, exclaiming, My dear, I am overwhelmed with happiness. I had believed that I would never see Shu Shu again in this lifetime, yet here I am on this day. I am granted the fortune of once more laying eyes upon my daughter. Shu Shu has returned home after enduring hardships in the palace. We must not neglect her. She has suffered greatly, and now that she is back at the Prime Minister's residence, even if only for a brief stay, we must ensure she is well fed and cared for, so that she may reclaim all the grievances endured during her years in the palace. Go, Ying Er, summon the second madam and the Empress Dowager from Qinghua Courtyard. Inform them that the feast is prepared, and they should join us for the meal. Understood, Prime Minister, Madam. In Qinghua Courtyard, Xinxingqiu was concluding her instructions to Yun Shu. Shu Shu, there remains one last matter. As she looked upon Yun Shu, there was a hint of unspoken sorrow in her gaze. During the years you were taken to the palace, I have yearned for you day and night, suffering immensely. Your father and the first madam were concerned that my grief would take a toll on my health, thus they adopted a child of a similar age to you, Yun Shu. Yun Shu's scrutinizing gaze made Xin Qingqiu feel a pang of guilt. Despite Yun Shu's youth, there was something about her penetrating stare that left Xin Qingqiu feeling anxious. Would Shu Shu resent her? Fearing Yun Shu's anger, Xin Qingqiu hastily grasped her hand, assuring her, "Rest assured, my dear Dai, in my heart, even though you were not raised by my side, your position in my heart is irreplaceable. Though Yao Er has been well behaved and lovely, resembling a porcelain doll, and I have grown fond of her, she can never compare to my own flesh and blood." During her years in the palace, it was Yao Er who kept Yun Shu company. Truthfully, had it not been for Yao Er's presence, each time Xin Qingqiu saw the young girl, it was as if she were gazing upon Yun Shu herself. Xin Qingqiu could not fathom how she had endured all these years. Now, Yun Shu comprehended that during her time in the palace, her father and the first madam, Yun Yu, had worried about Xin Qingqiu's sorrow, hence they had sought a foster daughter of similar age to keep her company. Noticing Yun Shu's silence, Xin Qingqiu anxiously took her hand, saying, "Shu Shu, I apologize. We all believed we would never see you again. Yao Er is a good child. After I depart, please allow her to accompany you to the palace. Although she is young, she is quite intelligent. Having someone of a similar age as your companion will provide you with both care and camaraderie. Thus, if you encounter any troubles, you will have someone to confer with. Of course, if you prefer, you may leave her at the Prime Minister's residence. Over these years, your father has treated her kindly, and after I am gone, the household will continue to care for her. Empress Dowager, second madam, the meal is ready. The Prime Minister and madam have sent for you to join us for dinner." Ying Er's respectful voice carefully echoed from outside the door. Xin Qingqiu embraced Yun Shu tightly, saying, "You have returned for quite some time now. You must be hungry. Come, let me carry you to dinner." The Prime Minister commanded that over 300 dishes be prepared. These dishes included both meat and vegetables, exquisitely presented and skillfully crafted. It could be said that all manner of common and rare delicacies were gathered today at the Prime Minister's residence. The feast was laid out in the rear garden of the residence, under the night sky. The garden was perfumed with the scent of blooming flowers, and a gentle, cool breeze wafted through, creating a refreshing atmosphere. Prime Minister Yun He and his wife, Yun Yu, had 3 sons but no daughters. The expansive Prime Minister's residence had been a place where Yun He and Yun Yu, childhood sweethearts, had grown up together. In their youth, Yun He had promised Yun Yu that she would be his one and only wife, never to take a concubine. Indeed, Yun He upheld this promise throughout his tenure as Prime Minister. Despite the numerous beautiful women sent to him by local officials seeking to curry favor, he remained steadfast, never betraying Yun Yu, either publicly or privately. For many years, there was not a single concubine in the Prime Minister's residence, save for Xin Qingqiu. Yun Yu was a magnanimous woman. When she was young, she possessed beauty that could captivate a nation, and Yun He was genuinely content to have only her by his side. However, as time passed and she aged, she naturally could not compare to the youthful beauty of younger women. In truth, Yun Yu felt a deep sense of gratitude that Yun He had remained loyal to her for so many years, never straying. Furthermore, having borne him 3 sons, she was aware that he had long desired a daughter. However, as she grew older, she could no longer bear children, and the toll of bearing 3 sons had diminished her vitality. Even during the birth of their 3rd son, she had secretly conceived, wishing to give him a daughter so he would no longer envy others for having daughters. Yet, alas, the 3rd child turned out to be another son. Until Xin Qingqiu appeared. Qingqiu was a pitiable woman, adrift in the world without support. Over the years, Yun Yu had treated Xin Qingqiu as her own sister. The garden was filled with a delightful array of colorful and delectable dishes, surrounded by numerous guests. However, as Yun Shu had not yet arrived, everyone stood, none daring to take a seat, including Yun He. It was not until Xin Qingqiu entered, cradling Yun Shu, that everyone present knelt in unison. Leading the way, Yun He declared, "Your humble servant pays respects to the Empress Dowager. May the Empress Dowager live long and prosper. Long live the Empress Dowager. Long live the Empress Dowager." Though Yun Shu was young, her status was elevated. Observing her family members kneeling before her, even her young nieces and nephews mimicked the gesture. Yun Shu wriggled from Xin Qingqiu's embrace, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I have said it before. We are all family, there is no need for such formality, there are no outsiders here, please rise." Upon seeing a petite girl cradled in Yun Yu's arms, who appeared to be around 5 or 6 years of age, Yun Shu was instantly taken with her beauty. "Which niece of the AI family is this? She is extraordinarily lovely." Noticing Yun Shu's gaze fall upon Jin Er, Yun Yu smiled as she gently nudged Jin Er forward, saying, "Jin Er, dear, this is your little aunt whom your grandmother often mentions. Come, greet your little aunt." Chapter 80. Yun Jin Er, sweet and sensible, called out in a tender voice to her aunt Yun Shu, who was shorter than her, "Hello, when you grow up, you will undoubtedly be as beautiful as your mother." Yun Shu's gaze swept across the assembly of young talents before her. At the forefront stood her elder brother, Yun Chang, a tall and handsome man with an upright demeanor. Her second brother, Yun Su, was a striking figure, charming and dashing, with countless admirers, yet he remained unmarried. Her third brother, Yun Si, was frail but possessed a remarkable intellect in both military strategy and astronomy, a rare talent indeed. He was married to his childhood sweetheart and had a son and a daughter. The 5-year-old Yun Jiner was the daughter of Yun Si. "In my haste to leave the palace, I regret that I did not prepare any gifts for your meeting." Here, Yun Shu retrieved a few candies from her bosom, treats she seldom allowed herself to indulge in, and began distributing them among the children before her. "Take these lollipops and enjoy." The children were elated, having never encountered such uniquely beautiful lollipops, and they sweetly thanked Yun Shu in their innocent voices. "Thank you, little aunt. All right, no more standing. Come, let us sit down together and enjoy the meal." With a graceful wave of her hand, Yun Shu exhibited the demeanor of someone in authority. As the Empress Dowager, it was only fitting that she took her place at the head of the table. Xinxingqiu could not bear to part with her daughter for even a moment, cherishing every fleeting second they had together. She sat beside Yun Shu, constantly serving her dishes. Although Yun Shu enjoyed a life of luxury within the palace, feasting daily on delicacies, it was rare for a single meal to boast such an abundance of dishes. The sheer number of meals prepared for her, especially with her return to the Prime Minister's residence unbeknownst to them, spoke volumes of their regard for her. Where is Yaoer? Why have we not seen her? Suddenly, amidst the gathering, someone broke the silence, prompting everyone to turn their attention to Yun Shu in unison. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Yun Shu found it difficult to continue gnawing on the large pig trotter in her hand. After all, as a national empress, she possessed a certain modesty. I am well aware of Yaoer's situation. Mother has already informed me. Fear not, I am not one to harbor grudges. These past years, without Yaoer by her side, I cannot fathom how Mother has endured. Qinger. Your Majesty. Indeed, I too am eager to meet my dear younger sister. Please continue with your meal while Qinger carries me to seek her out. Your Majesty, I shall simply instruct the servants to find Yaoer for you. You need not. Yun Shu waved her hand dismissively. You all eat first. I shall go and bond with my sister Yaoer. After all, this was her mother's only dying wish, to return to the palace together. Surely, this sister promised by her mother, a transmigrator, must be extraordinary. As she departed, Yun Shu tucked the pig trotter into her clothing and dashed away, leaving a table full of bewildered onlookers. Finally, it was Yun Yu who broke the silence. Since the Empress Dowager has spoken, let us proceed with our meal. With that, Yun Yu stood and served Xinxingqiu some dishes, his voice choked with emotion. Previously, Xingqiu, you could only consume thin porridge. Now that you can eat properly, you must make sure to enjoy your meal. The atmosphere, once lively and harmonious, grew heavy with the weight of his words. Everyone present understood the gravity of the situation. Xinxingqiu had languished on a sickbed for many years, requiring assistance even to eat. Now, suddenly able to stand and walk, she had even carried the Empress Dowager here as if she were a normal person. Apart from a miraculous recovery, they could think of no other explanation. Only a miraculous return to vitality could account for someone on the brink of death suddenly appearing so vibrant and healthy. Yun Shu had never seen Yun Yao and did not know what she looked like. Her decision to rush out was entirely influenced by her so-called relatives. Truth be told, as she had not grown up with them, she felt out of place in this unfamiliar environment, constantly under scrutiny. Even eating a pig trotter felt embarrassing, prompting her to allow Qinger to carry her outside. Yet, ostensibly, she was there to find Yun Yao. Thus, she called out, one after another, Yun Yao, where are you? Your father is searching for you. Yun Yao, where are you? Your mother is looking for you. Yun Yao, where are you? Your sister is seeking you. After calling for quite some time, Yun Shu felt her voice was nearly spent. She took a bite of the pig trotter to soothe her throat and continued to call into the moonlit night. It's dark, the big bad wolf is coming out. If you don't show yourself, the big black wolf will eat you up. Oh Qinger, your Majesty. Qinger hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Your fright may only serve to deter your sister from coming out. Yun Shu. Ultimately, Yun Shu and Qinger discovered Yun Yao by a small riverbank. From a distance, they could see a little girl in a red dress standing in the moonlight, her slender figure upright as she gazed at the tranquil water, seemingly lost in thought. Though Yun Shu had never seen Yun Yao, she had encountered the younger children of the Prime Minister's residence earlier, and there were no other children of such a tender age present. As she approached, lifting her skirt, she called out, Yaoer, it's me. I have come to see you. The girl, referred to as Yaoer, stiffened momentarily before slowly turning around. Upon seeing the plump figure of Yun Shu, who was of similar size, charging towards her, she was captivated at first glance. What a perfectly exquisite little darling. Her skin was as white as snow, and her large, expressive eyes sparkled with life, her cherubic face so tender it seemed one could squeeze water from it. To put it plainly, if the chubby Yun Shu was a delicate figurine, adorable enough to be cradled in one's arms, albeit a bit heavy after a while, Yun Yao was her slender counterpart, light enough to be held without fatigue. Yun Shu, enchanted by the flawless little girl before her, reached out to grasp her delicate hand. Yao, dear, let me tell you, I am your long-lost sister mother, who is not long for this world, entrusted you to me before she passed. From now on, you shall accompany me back to the palace. Indeed, beautiful things, whether people or objects, are often irresistible, just like the little Yun Yao before her tiny hand so soft and smooth that Yun Shu was reluctant to let go. Yun Yao blinked her large eyes at the familiar yet unfamiliar plump girl before her. Mother, is she not still alive? Oh dear, she is on the brink of death. Yun Yao, Qinger, Chapter 81. If I enter the palace with you, will I be able to enjoy delicious food every day? Upon seeing the exquisitely beautiful little baby, Yun Shu simply could not restrain herself. She extended her hand and poked Yun Yao's soft, fair little face. Initially, Yun Yao merely frowned, but when Yun Shu poked her a second time, she caught sight of Yun Shu's greasy little chubby hand and wrinkled her brow in disdain. When Yun Shu poked her for the third time, Yun Yao retaliated and poked Yun Shu's face in turn. Qinger stood by, observing as the two delicate little girls playfully jabbed each other's faces. As their poking became more fervent, it was evident that they were both thoroughly engaged. Qinger, in a bid to protect her little empress, Qinger hurriedly scooped Yun Shu into her arms, casting a glance at Yun Yao before speaking. The little girl was simply too perfect and flawless for her to bring herself to scold. Little miss, the meal is ready, and my empress has come to invite you to dine together. You are the empress? Yun Yao looked at the chubby girl before her, tugging at her rosy lips. Wasn't it said that Yun Shu had a miserable existence in the palace, constantly bullied and mistreated? Her title as empress was merely a name, yet, seeing her round, plump form, one could hardly believe that she was living a life of hardship. If she were truly suffering, how could she have grown so robust? Hearing herself referred to as empress, Yun Shu shyly covered her round little face, saying, "Oh dear, we are all family here, so there's no need to fuss over titles. Just call me sister from now on. In a few days, when our mother is gone, you can come into the palace and enjoy life with me." Yun Yao, though she spoke with the wisdom of an old soul, why did she seem so cheerful when mentioning the passing of her mother? Did she truly understand the gravity of her mother's demise? Yun Yao's dark, glimmering eyes brimmed with suspicion. Perhaps it was best to dismiss it. After all, a child of 4.5 could hardly grasp such complexities. Her sole concern now was, if I join you in the palace, will I be able to eat delicious food every day? Absolutely. Yun Shu responded without hesitation. And can I wear beautiful clothes? Then, to her surprise, the initially resistant Yun Yao suddenly took her hand, earnestly winking at her. Then sister, I shall accompany you into the palace. Qing Er, really? Was that all it took? If she wasn't mistaken, just moments ago, Yun Yao had regarded her empress with a look of utter reluctance. The two little girls, one plump and one slender, walked hand in hand. Those present likely never anticipated that the bond between the two would flourish so swiftly. Initially, they had surmised that the empress would be averse to Yun Yao. Now, seeing the two seated together, their delicate forms resembling porcelain dolls, one round and one slender, was quite the sight. Yun Yi pondered for a moment before explaining to Yun Shu, Shu, in truth, Yaoer was rescued by your father from outside the prime minister's residence years ago. Indeed, Yun Yu chimed in promptly. It was during winter, and she was clad in nothing but a thin garment, her face blue from the cold, battered and bruised, with not a single part of her unscathed. Your father, seeing her plight, took her in at the prime minister's estate. Coincidentally, Yun Yao was of a similar age to Yun Shu, and at that time, it was a period of suffering for Qing Xiu. Thus, Yun Yi entrusted the injured Yun Yao to Qing Xiu's care. This arrangement persisted for many years, despite being raised in the prime minister's residence, where she was treated with kindness by all. Yun Yao was closest to Qing Xiu. With Qing Xiu's days numbered, it was clear that even at her tender age, Yun Yao had grown perceptive. Although they had not divulged much to her, her demeanor had inexplicably shifted, lacking the usual vibrancy. It was only after Yun Shu's return that they began to consider allowing Yun Yao to accompany her into the palace. No, more accurately, it was Qing Xiu who had conceived this idea during the time when Yun Shu was absent. Initially, Yun He had reservations, but he ultimately yielded to Qing Xiu's insistence. Everyone knew that Qing Xiu was a determined individual. Once she set her mind on something, it would take 10 oxen to drag her back. Moreover, this was a request made by Qing Xiu before her passing, leaving the others with little choice but to acquiesce. Fortunately, the rapport between the two little girls appeared quite positive. After Yun Shu's return, Qing Xiu once again placed Yun Shu on her lap, simultaneously offering Yun Yao some food. Yaoer, come, eat your vegetables. Since the two of you have met, it seems you are getting along splendidly. To be able to witness you two, as she uttered those words, it dawned on Qing Xiu that mentioning the end of life had dampened the previously lively atmosphere. She quickly corrected herself. To see you both as sisters. Realizing her slip, Qing Xiu felt a pang of regret. In the span of mere moments, she had misspoken twice. Observing that no one else had caught her error, it was Yun Yao who, upon hearing her reference to sisterhood, glanced at her with her dark eyes. Qing Xiu swiftly amended, to see you sisters getting along harmoniously brings me great comfort. In truth, Shu, your mother's decision to bring Yaoer into the palace is one your father wholeheartedly supports. You mentioned that there is no one to converse and play with in the palace. Coincidentally, Yaoer is of a similar age and quite clever. Once she is in the palace, the two of you will have much to share. Compared to the emperor's offspring, while there were others of a similar age to Yun Shu, in Yun He's eyes, his daughter had not fared well in the palace over the years. Though Yun Yu had consoled her, and even Qing Xiu had suggested that he may have misunderstood the emperor, given that Yun Shu seemed to be thriving. After all, if she were truly unhappy, she would not be so plump. Initially, Yun He was skeptical, convinced that her condition was due to water retention, yet, after observing her for an extended period, he recognized that if it were indeed water retention, it would have subsided by now. The flesh on her body appeared healthy and firm. Father, mother, rest assured, once Yao enters the palace with me, I will take excellent care of her. Yun Shu, like a protective elder sister, took hold of Yao's hand, confidently assuring, as long as I have enough to eat, I shall never let Yao go hungry. My dear Shu is so considerate. Seeing Yun Shu's obedient and understanding demeanor, Qing Xiu turned her face away, not wishing for her to witness the tears welling in her eyes. Chapter 82 The Arrival of the Emperor and Empress. Alright, Qing Xiu, look how difficult it was for Shu to return, stop crying, and eat more. Now that Shu is back, who knows when she will return again. Initially, Yun Yu spoke with good intentions to console Qing Xiu. However, her subsequent words only caused Qing Xiu's tears to flow even more profusely, plunging everyone present into a somber silence. Indeed, it was due to Yun Shu's ailing birth mother that the emperor had made an exception, allowing the Empress Dowager to visit her mother in the prime minister's residence for a final farewell. Once the Empress Dowager returned to the palace, how could there be any hope of Qing Xiu's mother returning? Those who entered the palace, even if they were a nation's Empress Dowager, had no right to leave. It simply did not conform to the rules. The entire family sat together, striving to suppress their emotions. Yun Shu placed a large chicken leg into Yun Yao's bowl. Yao, would you like to eat this chicken leg? Yun Yao shook her head. I do not eat greasy food. It will make me gain weight. That's alright, you are still growing, eating meat one tea make you gain weight. To refute Yun Shu's statement, Yun Yao scrutinized her plump, fair face for a moment, proving her credibility to be non-existent. You don't understand. The reason I appear so well-fed is because during my time in the palace, the Emperor and Empress doted on me, and the daughters-in-law in the harem also constantly brought me delicacies. With several meals a day, how could I not gain weight? Prime Minister, it's bad. It's bad, the Emperor and Empress have arrived. As Yunha was about to pick up his chopsticks, he was taken aback by the sight of Steward Yun rushing in, breathless. The Emperor and Empress's carriage has already stopped at the Prime Minister's residence. What? At the announcement of the Emperor and Empress's arrival, everyone present instantly understood, their gazes converging on Yun Shu. The Emperor and Empress never visited their subjects' residences without reason, particularly not at night. Their sudden appearance at the Prime Minister's residence could only signify matters concerning the Empress Dowager. Yun's countenance darkened with anger, yet he could not express it given their status as sovereigns. He had been separated from his daughter for 4 long years, having been taken to the palace while still an infant. Now, after such a long-awaited return, the Emperor and Empress were so impatient to claim her. My lord worried that Yunha might lose control of his temper. Yun Yu discreetly tugged at his sleeve. Yunha patted her hand reassuringly. Do not worry, my lady, I understand. Upon learning that her son and daughter-in-law had arrived, Yun Shu felt a surge of joy. However, observing the sudden shift in mood among those present, especially her parents, she could sense their strong aversion towards her son. Ever since I entered the palace, they have not spent a single day apart from me. My children have always been quite filial and cannot bear to be away from me. Outside the Prime Minister's residence, Yunha led his numerous family members to kneel outside in welcome of the sovereigns. Your humble servant pays homage to His Majesty, and Her Majesty the Empress. Long live the Emperor, long live the Empress. The Emperor and Empress did not acknowledge the kneeling family members. Just by observing the group before them, they could tell that the Empress Dowager was no longer present. Moronian was the first to speak. Prime Minister, where is the Empress Dowager? Replying to Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager, dear daughter-in-law, I am here. Yun Shu emerged from within, held tightly by Xinxingqiu. Upon seeing her, the eyes of the Emperor and Empress brightened. Nightling was about to step forward to take Yun Shu into his arms, but the Empress was quicker, seizing her first. However, Xinxingqiu's embrace was too tight, and Moronian was unable to succeed despite several attempts. This led her to gaze at the beautiful woman clad in plain attire before her. Realizing something, Moronian was not one to act unreasonably. She withdrew her hand. You must be Shun, the birth mother of the Empress Dowager. Understanding the significance of propriety in ancient times, although Xinxingqiu resented them for taking her daughter away while she was still an infant, witnessing how fond Yun Shu was of them and their genuine concern for her daughter indicated that they had indeed treated her well over the years. With this in mind, Xinxingqiu respectfully bowed to the Emperor and Empress. I pay my respects to Your Majesty and Her Majesty the Empress. The second madam need not be overly formal. Moronian personally assisted Xinxingqiu to rise, glancing back at the Emperor. Nightling covered his lips and cleared his throat. Everyone, please rise. As the Emperor and Empress took their seats, the once warm atmosphere turned somewhat stiff. Despite Nightling's assurance that everyone should treat the evening as a familial gathering, it was the Empress Dowager who truly belonged to their family. How could the Emperor and Empress be considered as such? Moreover, had it not been for the Emperor's abduction of his beloved daughter, Yunha had long harbored grievances over this matter. Had it not been for the distinction between sovereign and subjects, they could have been enemies. How could they be considered family? So, you, relying on your status as emperor, snatched away his precious daughter, denying him even a glimpse for 4 years, and now you dare to claim kinship. But, during this time, the Emperor and Empress often found themselves itching to hold the Empress Dowager close. Yet, mindful that Xin was Yun Shu's birth mother, and knowing the little Empress Dowager seemed to relish her mother's embrace, persistently feeding her morsels, they understood that the Emperor had come to the Prime Minister's residence primarily for the Empress Dowager. Thus, Yunha refrained from exchanging pleasantries with the Emperor. The table laden with exquisite dishes became tasteless in the presence of the sovereigns. Noticing the peculiar tension in the air, Moronian discreetly tugged at the Emperor's sleeve. Nightling glanced at the Empress and, suppressing his frustration, coughed lightly before continuing. The Empress Dowager has not returned home in many years. It is rare for her to come back today. The Emperor and I have discussed allowing her to stay at the Prime Minister's residence for a few more days. Prime Minister, rest assured, we will not hastily take the Empress Dowager back. Upon hearing the Emperor's words, the atmosphere lightened as smiles returned to the faces of those present. Then, Your Majesty and Her Majesty the Empress have traveled such a long distance tonight, and with the night road being so dark, it is indeed arduous. Please do not exert yourselves returning to the palace tonight. Yunha spoke up. A Nightling, feeling a surge of frustration, yet constrained by the Empress Dowager's presence, Nightling could only lower his voice. Is there truly no place in this Grand Prime Minister's residence for the Emperor and Empress to stay? Chapter 83. Mother, when sons cannot live without their mothers this time, Yun finally grasped the situation. The Emperor and Empress intended to stay at the Prime Minister's residence. Were it not for the events of 4 years prior, the presence of the Emperor and Empress at any minister's abode would have been a matter of great honor. Moreover, they planned to reside at the Prime Minister's residence for several days, yet now Yun was far from pleased. After all, the Emperor's transgression against his daughter was an unforgivable grudge. Fearing that Yun might not contain his temper, Yun could only smile and mediate. Of course, it is indeed a blessing for our Prime Minister's residence to host His Majesty and Her Majesty. Xinxingqiu's appetite was rather poor. She could manage a bite or two before the emperor and empress arrived, but once they were present, she could hardly eat it all. Were it not for the kindness they showed towards her daughter, Shinshingqiu would have preferred to avoid their company altogether. Even though their imperial status was exalted, she was on the brink of death. What was there to fear? It was only because she was concerned about Shuju's future with them. Shinshingqiu had initially intended to take Yun Shu away, but upon reflecting on her daughter's identity, coupled with the emperor and empress arriving at the prime minister's residence at such an hour for her sake, she could not be entirely unreasonable. She could only say, "I suddenly feel unwell and shall take my leave." She placed the child in the empress's arms, who immediately cherished Yun Shu as though she were a precious treasure. "Yaoer, come with mother to the room. I have something to discuss with you." "Yes, mother." Yun Yao obediently followed Shinshingqiu as they departed together. Yun Shu, curious, tugged at the empress's shoulder to gaze after her mother and sister disappearing into the night. "The pig trotters have grown somewhat cold. Dear empress, you are still young. Do avoid such greasy dishes at night, and perhaps have some millet porridge instead." The empress cradled Yun Shu in her arms, tenderly feeding her porridge, treating her with the same affectionate care she would her own daughter. Yet, it was different. For the crown prince and the grand princess, her own two children had been fed by wet nurses during their infancy. Only the empress had the privilege of feeding Yun Shu herself. At Qinghua courtyard, Shinshingqiu led Yun Yao back to her room. Once the door was closed and the oil lamp lit, she beheld the petite figure of Yun Yao, who barely reached her waist. Under the dim candlelight, she appeared strikingly beautiful, captivating to the point where one could hardly look away. Just considering how stunning she was as a child made one breathless to imagine how she would blossom in adulthood. This was a beauty that transcended gender. Otherwise, after being raised in the prime minister's residence for years, presenting herself as a girl every day, and speaking in a delicate, youthful voice, no one ever questioned her gender. There existed a beauty that surpassed mere gender, and Yun Yao embodied it in the expansive prime minister's residence. Only Shinshingqiu knew that Yun Yao was, in fact, a boy. "Yaoer, I have always known that your identity is extraordinary. During these years in the prime minister's residence, I have treated you as my own son, nurturing you with several years of affection." Shinshingqiu sat on the soft couch, gazing at Yun Yao, who stood before her like a perfect porcelain doll. "Before I depart this world, I have but one wish: protect Shuju for me." Yun Yao stood there, staring intently at Shinshingqiu, silent. "I have always felt that I owe a debt to Yun Shu. Aside from giving birth to her, I have never truly raised her, resulting in her inexplicable estrangement towards me." Yun Yao, he understood this well. Every time the news of Shinshingqiu's impending demise was mentioned, Yun Shu inexplicably felt exhilarated. Had Shinshingqiu kept Yun Shu by her side a few days longer, she would not have reacted with such enthusiasm. "I found you when you were this small. I have raised you for so many years, yet you remain unchanged in size. Yun Yao, though I do not know your specific identity, I do know that you are someone worthy of my trust to look after Shuju." Shinshingqiu was imparting her last words, yet Yun Yao had no desire to listen. His dark eyes brimmed with moisture as he gazed at her. "Mother, do you intend for me to care for her in the future?" But, before Shinshingqiu could respond, Yun Yao lowered his head. "Sister said that she would take me to the palace to enjoy a life of luxury, and she would provide for me." Shinshingqiu. She reached out to caress Yun Yao's head, her hand lingering as she stroked him absent-mindedly for some time. "Yun Yao, at this crucial moment, do not vex your mother. You must understand, after all, mother is not truly dead. I hold a grudge, and you know the consequences of inciting my anger." Yun Yao's ebony eyes flickered with a hint of fear. In that moment, his voice grew resolute and responsible. "Rest assured, mother, should the emperor dare treat Shuju poorly in the future, I shall overthrow his empire. I will use the explosive formula you bestowed upon me to reduce his dynasty to ashes." Shinshingqiu felt a sense of satisfaction, gently stroking Yun Yao's head. "Good. That is my dear son. It has not been in vain that I have nurtured and guided you all these years." Yun Yao smiled obediently, all thanks to mother's teachings. As night deepened, the question of whom the Empress Dowager would sleep with became a quandary. In the emperor and empress's chamber, the empress, entirely disregarding the emperor at her side, grasped Yun Shu's chubby little hand. "Your Majesty, how about I share a room with Lady Shin tonight?" This way, she could embrace the Empress Dowager as they slept. The empress contemplated this scheme. Meanwhile, upon hearing the empress's words, the emperor furrowed his handsome brow. "Empress Dowager, I do not even think about it." Before the emperor could finish, Yun Shu interrupted him directly. "That is my maternal grandmother, your maternal grandmother. Even if her days were numbered, she must preserve her mother's reputation before departing this world." Yiling. Yun Shu adopted a tone of an elder lecturing them. "Just now, in front of so many people, I could not speak against you, but do enlighten me. How could you both engage in such absurdity? As empress and emperor, how can you both act so foolishly?" "My mother is unwell. I merely wish to return to the prime minister's residence to check on her. I shall not stay long. Once she has passed, I too will return." "What do you think you both are doing, trailing after me? The harem is unattended, the court is neglected. Do you still resemble an emperor and empress?" After being lectured by the young girl, both the emperor and empress fell silent, fully aware of their own folly. Thus, when the empress had slipped out of the palace, she had done so secretly, not daring to let the emperor know. Yet, who could have predicted that before she even reached the prime minister's residence, the emperor's carriage would catch up with her? Mother, when sons cannot live without their mothers. Seeing that Yun Shu was genuinely angry, Yiling instinctively adjusted his address. Chapter 84 Mother, oh mother, I understand. In the end, the Empress followed Yun Shu to the Qinghua garden, leaving the Emperor alone in his chamber. Yi Ling lay on the bed, gazing at the pitch-black ceiling, for the first time comprehensively grasping the sentiment of losing both the wife and the soldiers. Though the night had grown deep, Xinxingqiu sat there neatly attired, as if she had anticipated the Empress's visit. Upon seeing Moromin enter, her gaze immediately fell upon the Yun Shu cradled in her arms. Over the years, the Empress had indeed treated her daughter as if she were her own flesh and blood. The deftness with which Moromin held Yun Shu, along with the tenderness in her eyes as she looked at her, and her instinctive gesture to shield Yun Shu from the doorframe upon entering, all spoke volumes of her genuine care and affection. Such instinctive actions could not be feigned. True concern is evident in the heart. Xinxingqiu remained seated, allowing Moromin to bring Yun Shu inside. Your Majesty, I am unwell and cannot rise to pay my respects, she stated. While her words seemed respectful, they carried an underlying tone of disdain, as her gaze and speech revealed a complete disregard for Moromin. Naturally, Moromin, possessing an innate good temperament, did not take offense. Furthermore, the incidents concerning Yun Shu were undoubtedly the Emperor's missteps. As a mother, Moromin could empathize with such emotions, akin to the harrowing experience of nearly losing her own life to bring forth her child, only to have the child forcibly taken to the palace before she could even catch a glimpse of her. For 4 long years, Xinxingqiu had yearned for her daughter, and it was only in her final moments that she truly beheld what her daughter had become. Although Moromin held the title of Empress, she never wielded her power to belittle others. In the matter of Yun Shu, it was indeed a miscalculation on their part. Moromin offered Xinxingqiu a gentle smile. We are all family here, and there are no outsiders. Let us forego the cumbersome formalities. Despite her reluctance to part with Yun Shu, as Moromin approached Xinxingqiu, she tentatively inquired, May I hold her, second madam? Of course, she is my— Moromin hesitantly passed Yun Shu into her arms. However, instead of cradling Yun Shu, Xinxingqiu placed her gently on a nearby soft seat, allowing her to play independently. Your Majesty's sudden visit at such a late hour must surely indicate you have something to discuss with me? Xinxingqiu directly addressed her. Indeed, second madam, you are remarkably astute, Moromin observed, taking in Xinxingqiu's unadorned beauty in her simple attire, which radiated an innate elegance. Her every gesture exuded a noble grace, revealing that she was far from an ordinary countrywoman. As Moromin appraised Xinxingqiu, the latter was equally scrutinizing her. To rise as empress amidst a harem filled with beauty speaks volumes of her allure, and it was evident that she was a woman of great gentleness. Such a woman, even without uttering a word, could evoke admiration simply by standing there, her soft and understanding gaze sparking an inexplicable fondness within Xinxingqiu. Moreover, over the years, Moromin had indeed treated her daughter well. Xinxingqiu had heard from Qing'er about how the Empress cared for Yun Shu even more than for her own biological children. The Crown Prince and the Grand Princess held Yun Shu in high esteem, treating her as a respected elder despite her being younger than them. Second madam, Moromin suddenly grasped Xinxingqiu's hand after a moment of silence. Although Xinxingqiu resisted, she did not withdraw her hand. Moromin looked earnestly at her, a glimmer of compassion flickering in her deep, dark eyes. It is our royal family that has wronged you, and I wish to apologize for the event. Even if Yun Shu had not been taken from her, she would not have been able to care for her for long, especially after seeing Yun Shu. Xinxingqiu realized that rather than raising her daughter in her presence only to leave her heartbroken later, it would be far crueler to let a young child experience such sorrow. How could such a tender heart bear that burden? Conversely, in the years since Yun Shu had been taken, she had been treated with great kindness in the palace. Just by observing how well-fed and healthy Yun Shu appeared, as well as the affection shown by the Emperor and Empress, Xinxingqiu came to understand that Yun Shu was far better off with them than she would have been with her. At least, Yi Ling and Moromin could always be there for her, while she, Xinxingqiu, was destined to depart this world soon. Contemplating this, she grasped Moromin's hand in return. In truth, I have long since let go of the past. I should even express my gratitude to you. Xinxingqiu regarded Moromin. Over the years, you have cared for Shu splendidly. Had she remained by my side, perhaps I would not have been able to nurture her as well. The Empress Dowager holds a position of utmost dignity. She deserves to be treated with the finest of hospitality. Moreover, the Emperor has decreed that any servant who dares to neglect the Dowager's needs shall face dire consequences. I had initially thought that as the Empress, you would possess a commanding presence that made you difficult to approach, yet I find you to be remarkably unpretentious. Such a modest demeanor in an Empress is indeed a rarity, Xinxingqiu remarked candidly. In truth, an Empress is merely a woman like any other. Furthermore, as the mother of the Dowager, you are my elder, how could I possibly overstep my bounds? It is said that when women find common ground in conversation, they can engage in dialogue for an entire night. The Empress and her mother demonstrated this as they began discussing Yun Shu, and as their familiarity grew, so did their conversation, becoming increasingly engaging. Xinxingqiu even revealed her own origins, explaining to the Empress that she was not from this world. Upon hearing that Xinxingqiu had only a few days left to live, Moromin could not help but shed tears, touched by the tragedy of such a young life being extinguished so soon. Xinxingqiu, smiling gently, patted the back of her hand to comfort her. You may not realize it, but leaving this place is, in fact, a form of liberation for me. Because I have not fulfilled my duty, I have forcibly lingered here for the sake of my precious daughter, defying the system's intent. My body has been so ravaged that it is no longer human. Thus, if I do not, my organs will soon fail, and that sensation of enduring a living hell is one I never wish to experience again. Unfortunately, Xinxingqiu could not share such thoughts with Moromin, for they were too absurd to be believed. Through their conversation, she discerned that this woman before her, despite being the Empress, possessed a remarkable innocence, akin to a delicate flower, oblivious to the harsh realities of life. Yun Shu, overhearing her mother's inner monologue, felt an overwhelming urge to express her thoughts. Mother, oh mother, I understand. Yun Shu realized that her mother was preparing to return to her own world, and this meeting was meant to assuage the lingering regrets and obsessions that had bound her here. Seeing her daughter thrive brought her peace, and now it was time to depart. Yun Shu comprehended that her mother had been compelled to remain in this realm, unable to complete the system's tasks, which had led to the deterioration of her physical state. Each day spent here was a torment, akin to a poison individual suffering under the continuous grip of venom without succumbing to death. Thus, she endured an existence more agonizing than death itself. Regrettably, as the two women engaged in their heartfelt conversation, neither paid her any heed, not even sparing her a glance. Yun Shu could only sit there, crossing her legs, one hand occupied with sunflower seeds, cracking them open with the other, her bright eyes fixed intently on the two women before her. Crunch. Chapter 85 of following one's own mother is not enough. None can care for the Empress Dowager like I can. Between women, there is always an abundance of topics to discuss, much like the bond shared between the Empress and her mother. Yun Shu had finished cracking the sunflower seeds in her hand and picked up some peanuts from the table to munch on, the sound of her crunching echoing in the air. Empress, I have decided to take you as my sister. If you do not mind, let us form a sisterhood tonight. Morongin clasped Xinxingqiu's hand in a reverse grip. Dear sister, what are you saying? To have such a wonderful sister like you is a blessing I have cultivated over several lifetimes. I fear you may even despise me. As they both knelt down, preparing to bow to the earth, Yun Shu could no longer remain seated. With a swift motion, she descended from her chair and approached Morongin and Xinxingqiu, blocking their intention to kneel. In a serious yet youthful tone, she pointed at the Empress. You are my daughter-in-law. Then she pointed at Xinxingqiu, and you are my biological mother. By lineage, mother, you are the maternal grandmother of my daughter-in-law. You two cannot form a sisterhood. If you do, our familial hierarchy will be thrown into chaos. Empress. Yun Shu looked sternly at Morongin. Then you will become my little aunt. At that rate, do not be surprised if even the emperor refers to you as great aunt. Morongin fell silent, contemplating the validity of Yun Shu's argument, her hesitation evident. After all, as the empress of the nation, such actions did seem rather absurd. However, Xinxingqiu seized her hand and knelt down, declaring, they have their own customs, but we must adhere to our own. We must break free from some feudal ideologies. We cannot allow adherence to such outdated customs to obstruct our sisterhood. Morongin was swayed by her words. Xinxingqiu, I find your reasoning sound. Watching the two women solemnly pledge their sisterhood before her, Yun Shu could hardly contain her agitation, pacing back and forth, exclaiming, what a world we live in. My daughter-in-law is becoming my little aunt. This sudden alteration in their familial hierarchy was somewhat difficult for Yun Shu to accept. As dawn approached, the two women continued their endless conversation, showing no signs of fatigue. With heavy eyelids and panda-like circles beneath her eyes, Yun Shu finally succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed onto her bed. Falling into slumber, Yun Shu was awakened by the incessant chatter of the two women, discovering her mother still animatedly gesturing to the Empress, who listened with earnest interest. Slowly, she got out of bed and approached them, stifling a yawn with her hand. Upon noticing her awakening, the Empress pulled Yun Shu into her embrace, brushing her hair into neat little braids. Xinxingqiu dabbed a handkerchief and water to clean Yun Shu's face and hands. I had no idea, Xinxingqiu, that you led such a rich life. You are truly a remarkable woman, unlike any I have encountered before. If I were a man, I fear I might have been swept away by your charm. What is this? I am apprehensive that some of my stories might frighten you. Alas, there is no opportunity for that now. Otherwise, I would have shown you the world I come from. At this point, not only did Xinxingqiu's tone grow somber, but even Morongyan's smile faded. She comfortingly grasped Xinxingqiu's hand, saying, Xinxiu, I truly hope what you have spoken is genuine and not a deception meant to spare me sorrow. Yun Shu was taken aback. What? Dear daughter-in-law. Yun Shu felt compelled to correct the Empress's misunderstanding. Her hair, which resembled a bird's nest upon waking, had been undone once again. She seized a handful of her mother's hand, refusing to let her braid her hair any further. How could the dignity of a national Empress Dowager be compromised in such a way? As the two women began to brew another emotional moment, Yun Shu snatched the comb from Morongyan's hand and dashed out. Empress, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I truly returned to my homeland. I know, Xinxiu, you are only saying this to prevent me from feeling disheartened, Morongyan replied. Yun Shu, clutching the comb, exited the room with the intent of having Qing hairstyle her hair. Yet, upon stepping out, she encountered the emperor approaching her. Seeing her hair in disarray, Nightling frowned slightly. The Empress has truly become less attentive to you, mother. Why have you come out looking like this? Do you not know to have your hair done? He bent down, gathering Yun Shu into his arms, and carried her to a nearby pavilion, settling her on his lap as he deftly began to comb her hair. In a slightly displeased tone, he added, following one's own mother is not enough, none can care for the Empress Dowager as well as I do. Yun Shu could not dispute this, for he spoke the truth. The thought of this infuriated her, and she crossed her arms, sitting on Nightling's lap. Considering the distance between Nightling's quarters and Xinghua Garden, she wondered why he had come so early. Before the emperor could speak, Guan interjected quickly, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager is unaware that the emperor is concerned for her. It is her first night away from the palace, and she may find it difficult to sleep at the Prime Minister's residence. He has not slept a wink. In truth, Guan wished to convey that the emperor had followed them the moment the Empress Dowager was carried to Xinghua Garden. The lights in the rooms had remained lit throughout the night. Originally, the emperor intended to wait until the lights extinguished, indicating that she had fallen asleep. However, the lights never dimmed, and he stood guard outside, fearing that the Empress Dowager might suddenly stir. Yet, this was a matter the emperor preferred to keep from both the Empress Dowager and himself. Thus, Yun, employing his clever mind, could only say this. Seeing her son display such filial piety, Yun Shu imagined a future where, in her old age, this dutiful son would kneel by her bedside, serving her food and medicine. The thought moved her deeply, and she pondered whether her son would live to see that day. Though the emperor's dealings with the women of the harem often left her vexed, his son's devotion softened her heart. Each time she found herself caught between them, it posed a dilemma. The emperor was often ruthless towards the women of the harem, yet he was undeniably dutiful to her. Has the Empress Dowager not slept well through the night? I can see dark circles beneath her eyes. It would be a shame if the Empress Dowager's eyes were indeed darkened. Yun could not suppress his thoughts and murmured, Your Majesty, you have not seen your own eyes. They are quite obviously darkened from a sleepless night. At least the Empress Dowager managed to sleep for part of the night. Knightling had never styled a woman's hair before, not even the Empress, yet each time he combed Yun Shu's hair into neat little braids, his skill and her satisfaction surpassed those of her daughter-in-law in Qing air. Your Majesty, your technique at braiding hair is becoming increasingly adept. Knowing the youthful Empress Dowager had a penchant for vanity, Knightling produced a small mirror he had prepared for her. Yun Shu admired her reflection for a moment, expressing her delight. I am truly becoming more and more satisfied. Knightling smiled indulgently. As long as mother is pleased, that is all that matters. Chapter 86. Do not speak recklessly in the presence of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. Is the Empress Dowager hungry? The Chancellor has arranged a feast of your favorite delicacies. Allow me to carry you to partake in the meal. Yesterday, when the Emperor and Empress did not attend, Yun was unaware of what his daughter favored. Thus, he instructed the kitchen staff to prepare one of every edible dish. Over 600 exquisite dishes were prepared, each one a delight for the Empress Dowager's palate. That very night, Yun approached the Emperor to inquire about the Empress Dowager's preferences, wishing to cater to her tastes today. After all, it seemed she had barely touched the meal prepared for her last night, having only nibbled on a couple of pig trotters. Hence, early this morning, he specifically ordered the kitchen to prepare an abundance of pig trotters for his daughter to enjoy. However, when Yun asked the Emperor about the Empress Dowager's specific likes, the Emperor cast him a cold glance and retorted, as the Empress Dowager's biological father, how is it that you do not even know what your own daughter enjoys? What kind of father are you? Yun was momentarily infuriated, his face turning ashen. If circumstances allowed, he would have contemplated regicide on the spot. Ultimately, it was Guan who stepped forward, wearing a cheerful smile, to smooth things over. Chancellor Yun, the Empress Dowager is not picky. As long as the food is delicious, she will relish it. When Yiling entered, cradling Yun Shu in his arms, Yun found himself sitting there in a most rebellious manner, even reluctant to rise and pay his respects. It was only when Yun tugged at his arm, urging him to stand before the Emperor, that he begrudgingly rose, saying, Your humble servant pays his respects to your Majesty. In the presence of the Empress Dowager, Yiling still maintained a semblance of respect for Yun gesturing lightly, Chancellor Yun, please be at ease. Observing the Emperor's amiable demeanor, Yun could not help but scoff internally. The Emperor truly knew how to feign warmth. It was well known that when the Empress Dowager was absent, he would not even spare a cold glance in Yun's direction, let alone address him as beloved minister as he did now. Noticing that neither the Empress nor Qingqiu had arrived, Yun expressed her concern, why have the Empress and Qingqiu not appeared, have they not yet risen? At that moment, all eyes turned towards Yun Shu, who had shared the night with the Empress and the second madam. Since Yun Shu was awake, surely the Empress and the second madam ought to be as well. Just as Yun was about to send a servant to summon them, Yun Shu sighed. The Empress and mother hit it off splendidly and spent the night holding hands, deep in conversation. They are currently nestled together in peaceful slumber, so it would be best not to disturb them. As Yiling settled down with Yun Shu, she surveyed the table laden with delectable dishes and soon realized something was amiss. Counting the attendees, she discovered the absence of 3 individuals besides her mother and sister-in-law. Where could Sister Yao be, and where are big brother and sister-in-law? In her sweet, childlike voice, she inquired of Yun Father, where are big brother and sister-in-law? A fleeting shadow of unease crossed the faces of Yun and Yun Yu. Before Yun could respond, Yun Rong, seated beside Yun chimed in, Auntie, my father and mother are quarreling. Barely had Yun Rong's words left her lips when Yu, sitting next to her, tugged at her arm. Ronger, do not speak recklessly. When have big brother and sister-in-law ever quarreled? Yun Rong protested, but they are clearly arguing, it is quite heated, and mother is even in tears. Ronger, Yun Yu's usually gentle and loving expression darkened with displeasure as she shot her a glare, do not speak such nonsense in front of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. Immediately, she turned to Yun Shu and the Emperor, offering a conciliatory smile. Ronger is young and does not understand decorum. She tends to speak out of turn, please do not take her words to heart, Your Majesty, and the Empress Dowager. Indeed, the dishes are nearly cold, let us eat. Yu. Mother. Please go and check on your sister-in-law, ask her to tidy up and join us for the meal, especially with the Emperor and Empress Dowager present. Understanding her mother-in-law's intent, Yu nodded obediently, yes, mother, I shall fetch sister-in-law and brother to dine. Allow me to go instead. When a couple quarrels, it is not easy for the sisters-in-law to intervene. It is better for me, the little sister-in-law, to handle this. Yun Shu patted the emperor's hand inside, her tone reflecting the weariness of a concerned elder burdened with familial worries. Your Majesty, please allow me to attend to this. I will check on your elder aunt. Chapter 87. Marrying you is not my desire. Although Yun Shu and Zhu Mei had not known each other for long, their brief encounter the previous evening was sufficient to reveal Zhu Mei's graceful demeanor and upbringing as a daughter of a prominent family. She embodied the virtues of a wise, intelligent, and beautiful woman from the Jiangnan region. Such ladies are typically well-mannered and rarely lose their composure in public. Thus, the intensity of their quarrel today is indicative of the fiery discord between the couple. At this critical moment of discord, and judging by the demeanor of those present, it seemed as though they were all aware of the situation. Your Majesty, it is merely a trivial dispute between young couples. There is no need for you to intervene personally. I shall handle it. With that, Yunya stood up. While making this statement, she discreetly signaled to Yunha. Yunha promptly added, Indeed, Your Majesty, the lady speaks wisely. This quarrel is trivial, and Yun Chang has been excessively unreasonable, failing to consider Mei Er's feelings. Madam, please go and have a word with him. Your Majesty and the Emperor are present. As elders, do not allow outsiders to witness this farce. Elders, Yi Ling's handsome face darkened instantly. In the end, Yun Shu followed Yunya to the scene. In Furong Garden. Before they could even step inside, the sound of a fierce argument erupted from within the room, accompanied by the clatter of objects being thrown, the intensity palpable. Yun Chang, after all these years of marriage, I have been nothing but faithful to you. I have dutifully honored your parents and managed our household with care. Now, tell me, whose handkerchief is this? Whose is it? Have you had enough of this ruckus? Yun Chang, infuriated, forcefully pushed aside the woman who insisted on clinging to him, attempting several times to snatch the handkerchief from her grasp. Return the handkerchief to me. His voice was devoid of warmth, utterly emotionless. His gaze was frigid, as if she were not his wife of many years, but rather an adversary. Zhu Mei could not help but clutch the pink handkerchief tightly, her lips bleeding from biting them. Even her hand that held the handkerchief was seeping crimson. Her once lovely face turned pale, her tear-filled eyes gazing despairingly at the man before her. It was merely a handkerchief, yet he was so agitated, as if he wished to fight her to the death. Zhu Mei staggered backward a few steps. She had admired and cherished this perfect husband for so many years. Even though he was naturally reserved, whenever they were together, she was the one who spoke, while he rarely uttered a word. Not only did he seldom initiate conversation, but even when she spoke to him, his replies were curt and to the point. Initially, Zhu Mei believed this was simply his nature, for Yun Chang was equally reticent with his parents and those in their household, rarely sharing his thoughts. Yet, it turned out, he was capable of losing his composure. Before a handkerchief, he murmured to himself, gently caressing it as if it were a rare treasure of this world, unable to part with it. He even lamented his longing for it with a profound affection. He was not merely taciturn. In relation to the handkerchief, he seemed to possess an inexhaustible well of words, even if it was just an inanimate object. This was a side of Yun Chang that Zhu Mei had never witnessed in all their years of marriage, a tender and cautious demeanor. At first, Zhu Mei believed the man before her loved her. Throughout their years together, he had never taken a concubine and had always maintained a respectable distance from other women. Just this alone made her the envy of many women in the capital. A lifetime spent together as a couple. How many women in this world yearn for such an unattainable dream? Yet, that Yun Chang had made it a reality. Yun Chang gazed at Zhu Mei, his eyes filled with indifference and disdain, repeatedly uttering, "Return the handkerchief to me." Zhu Mei looked at him with a mocking smile. And what if I refuse? Zhu Mei, I do not wish to resort to violence against you. Then go ahead. In that moment, all the decorum, grace, and poise of the refined young lady shattered completely. With reddened eyes, Zhu Mei advanced towards him. So tell me, Yun Chang, after all these years, what do I mean to you? In your heart, there resides another woman. For all these years, she has taken root in your heart, and I want to know, what am I to you? If you harbor feelings for another woman, why did you marry me? Although my Zhu family may not be as esteemed as yours, I am still the cherished daughter of my parents, raised with utmost care. Yun Chang, why, you must tell me, why? All these years of love, are you telling me it has been one-sided? Have you never harbored feelings for me? Is your heart forever occupied by another woman? Even when we were intimate, did you treat me as if I were that woman? Zhu Mei's blunt words caused a drastic change in Yun Chang's handsome countenance, his face twisting with fury as he reached out, grasping her delicate neck. In that moment, Zhu Mei struggled to breathe, yet she did not resist, simply looking up at the man she had loved for so many years with despair and anguish. The man was heartless, cruel. He unceremoniously snatched the handkerchief from her grasp. As he turned to leave, Zhu Mei's last thread of rationality completely unraveled. Where are you going? Come back. Who is she? Who is that woman? Zhu Mei, if you cannot accept this, then let us part ways. What I desire is a docile and obedient wife who will ease my parents' worries. As if recalling some painful memory, Yun Chang closed his eyes, his mind seemingly haunted by past sorrows. In this lifetime, aside from her, I shall never love another woman. Never love another woman? Upon hearing Yun Chang's resolute declaration, Zhu Mei suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face. She stepped closer to him, staring directly into his cold, unfeeling visage, laughing bitterly. So, if you will never love another woman, then why did you marry me? Yun Chang, I ask you, why did you marry me all those years ago? At the sound of her voice, Yun Chang opened his eyes. Looking at the tear-stained face of the woman before him, he could not help but avert his gaze, despite their many years as husband and wife. Marrying you was not my desire. You mean to say, marrying me was to placate your parents? Yun Chang offered no response, for the truth was evident. Receiving his tacit confirmation, Zhu Mei's laughter grew louder, every ounce of the refined demeanor of a young lady vanished from her. What a splendid sentiment, marrying me was not your desire, all for the sake of your parents' peace of mind. Yun Chang, do you not love that woman? If you love her, then you should remain faithful to her, should you not? Your parents do not possess only you as a son, for the sake of lineage, you have 2 younger brothers. If you do not wish to marry, will they force you into it? If you do not wish to marry, why must you come to ruin my life? Are there no other men in this world? Or am I Zhu Mei truly the only one for you? The sight of the woman in such distress was unfamiliar to Yun Chang, yet, he did not deny Zhu Mei's words. Indeed, he had wronged her over the years. You and that woman are both wretches. Upon hearing Zhu Mei's denouncement of his beloved, Yun Chang's handsome face darkened, his once clear features now shrouded in stormy clouds. His lips pressed tightly together, his eyes brimming with barely restrained anger, his voice cold as ice, yet laced with an undeniable fury. Ruyan is the most innocent, kind-hearted, and flawless woman in this world. Zhu Mei, I acknowledge my shortcomings towards you over the years, but do not venture hatred and anger upon Ruyan. She is innocent. Innocent? Zhu Mei scoffed, her gaze fixed upon him. Innocent indeed. If you two are mutually affectionate, why do you not marry and be together? Why must you ruin my life? Is it to flaunt your absurd and repugnant love? Ruyun, just look at how tenderly you speak her name. Merely hearing it makes me find this wretched woman disgusting and hypocritical. She is nothing but slap. The sharp sound of a slap echoed through the room, abruptly halting the fierce argument. Yunyu's expression turned cold as she hurriedly pushed the door open and entered. Chapter 88. A sister, you must stand up for our sister-in-law. Chang'er, have you lost your mind? Why did you strike Mei with that slap? Yun Cheng completely obliterated all the resentment she had harbored over the years, along with every shred of affection she had for him. Zhu Mei collapsed to the ground, clutching her face, which had instantly turned crimson from the blow. How deeply he must love her, she thought, that he would resort to violence against her for merely uttering a few words against the woman he cherished. If she had inadvertently caused his beloved to weep, would he have then sought to take his own life? Years of marital camaraderie, years of mutual respect. At this moment, Zhu Mei found it all utterly laughable. Yunyu stepped forward, intending to help her rise, but Zhu Mei forcefully pushed her away, her eyes blazing with indignation. So, mother, you were aware of this too? Zhu Mei's accusatory tone rendered Yunyu speechless. The look in her eyes conveyed deep sympathy. Mayor, these are merely old grievances. Besides, your father and I have never acknowledged that Lu Ruyan, you alone are our true, so you all knew. Zhu Mei's voice erupted, fueled by all her strength. The tears she had shed moments before were a testament to her restraint and stubbornness, yet now, the dam had broken, her final defenses crumbled entirely. She gazed at Yunyu with a mix of anguish and despair. Mother, why did you deceive me? You have led me to believe in such falsehoods. For over a decade, I have been kept in the dark, fooled and misled by you all. Haven Ti. Do you think I am foolish? Do you think me easily deceived? Mayor, please, do not speak this way. I will explain Chang'er and Lu Ruyan's affairs to you later. Zhu Mei interrupted, dismissively shaking off Yunyu's hand. What is there to discuss later, Madam Yun? Have you not witnessed the spectacle for so long? Your son sought to kill me for that vile woman. He wouldn't dare. The unfamiliar title of Madam Yun caused Yunyu's heart to ache. This situation reflected their family's shame, their wrongdoing towards Zhu Mei. She could only crouch before her tone bordering on pleading. Mayor, this is a family matter for the Prime Minister's household. The Emperor, Empress, and Dowager are presently in our home. Please, for your mother's sake, listen to me. Once the Emperor, Empress, and Dowager return to the palace, your father and I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Zhu Mei fell silent, uncertain if she had truly absorbed Yunyu's words. Despite the deception they had perpetuated over the years, her in-laws had treated her remarkably well throughout her marriage. They had always considered her in their affairs. Seeing Zhu Mei calm down, Yunyu breathed a sigh of relief and helped her to her feet. However, when she turned her gaze towards Yun Chang, her usually gentle and loving demeanor was suddenly shrouded in frost. Why do you still keep that loathsome woman's belongings? Mother, why do you harbor such a strong prejudice against Ruyan? Had it not been for you, she wouldn't have slap. Yunyu struck him across the face. A woman of such loose morals shall never enter the gates of the Prime Minister's household as long as your father and I live. You both persist in judging Lu Ruyan based on your own malice. It has always been this way, and there is nothing more to discuss. Yun Cheng clenched the handkerchief in his grasp, glaring coldly at Zhu Mei before turning to leave. As he stepped away, Yun Shu hurriedly followed, her small legs scurrying to keep up. Yunyu, pained by the sight of Zhu Mei's injuries, took out a handkerchief and gently dabbed at her wounds. Mayor, do not stoop to Chang'er's level, that reckless boy. I will speak to your father and ensure he teaches him a lesson. To be fair, Yunyu had treated her well over the years, regarding her with the affection of a true daughter. However, Zhu Mei's heart had grown cold. She was not the type to cling desperately to a man, nor would she allow herself to be broken by his actions. If only Yun Chang had been devoted to her, maintaining their respectful distance. Even if she could sense his feelings for another woman, she would have preferred to continue their life together, but once she learned of his betrayal, that he viewed her merely as a tool, and that he could so easily discard their years of marriage for another, she resolved that such a man was not worth her time. As Yunyu had said, with the Emperor and Empress present, she would not allow her parents to be shamed. Thus, she would act as if nothing had transpired in the coming days. Enough of this sorrow. The Dowager has been thinking of you. She just saw you last night, and upon discovering you two had not dined today, she rushed over to summon you both. With that, Yunyu reached for Yun Shu, but found only air. Her expression turned blank. Where is the Dowager? Meanwhile, Yun Chang had sensed Yun Shu trailing him since they had left the Furong courtyard. Initially, he paid it no heed, but as she continued to follow closely, he quickened his pace, leaving her far behind, yet, she soon caught up again, chasing him with all her might. He paused, observing the small figure of Yun Shu, being carried in Qing'er's arms, attempting to keep up with him. Truth be told, he felt little affection for this nominal sister, having never seen her even when she was an infant. He merely recognized her as his half-sister and the esteemed dowager of a nation. Your servant greets the dowager. Despite his irritation, Yun Chang bowed respectfully. Yun Shu, cradled in Qing'er's arms, did not urge him to rise but instead fixated on the handkerchief he clutched tightly, as though it were a precious treasure he wished to merge with his very being, never to part with it. Handed over, she extended her hand toward him. Yun Chang instinctively concealed the handkerchief behind his back. Dowager, I command you to give it to me. What, does the word of a nation's dowager hold no weight? Though reluctant, Yun Chang slowly presented the handkerchief with both hands. Dowager, it is merely a handkerchief. If you desire a toy, I shall fetch one for you. Indeed, you recognize it is just a handkerchief, yet you resorted to violence against your wife of brother. Not only has your sister-in-law lost faith in you, but I too am utterly disappointed. Yun Chang pressed his lips together, his expression tinged with bitterness. Dowager, you are still young and do not understand. One day, when you meet someone you adore, you guard your heart, just as your sister-in-law has said. Why must you inflict harm upon her? Had Zhu Mei spoken those words, he could have countered, as she was his wife. But Yun Shu was different. As his nominal sister, she was the dowager, and even the emperor and empress dared not speak loudly in her presence. Moreover, your eyes are blind, that Lu Ruyan abandoned you, swiftly eloping with a man of high status. And yet, you remain infatuated with such a fickle woman, bringing harm to your sister-in-law. It is utterly unacceptable. Yun Yao appeared from seemingly nowhere, standing before Yun Shu and gazing up at her with earnest indignation. Sister, you must defend our sister-in-law. At those words, Yun Chang's face darkened immensely, and he reprimanded her sharply. Yun Yao, what nonsense are you spouting? Is this true? Yun Shu exclaimed, as though uncovering a remarkable tale. She opened her arms towards Yun Yao, who willingly embraced her, allowing Yun Shu to effortlessly cradle the slender girl in her arms. Caught completely off guard, Qing'er stood by, bewildered at the sudden turn of events, her expression one of utter confusion. Chapter 89. A sister, listen to me. Can you believe he actually scolded me? Sister, let me tell you, every day, I see my elder brother holding a handkerchief, lost in thought, murmuring apologies to that Lu Ruyan. Yun Yao exclaimed, leaning closer to Yun Shu's ear and chattering excitedly. Back when my elder brother brought Lu Ruyan to the Prime Minister's residence, our parents looked down on her, considering her nothing more than a cunning seductress, believing she had ulterior motives towards our elder brother. However, our elder brother was hopelessly infatuated, believing every word Lu Ruyan uttered. In his desire to marry her, he almost severed ties with our parents. And Lu Ruyan, seeing no hope of entering the Prime Minister's household, turned around and ran off with another man. At this point, Yun Yao's small mouth was animatedly narrating, our elder brother still thinks that Lu Ruyan ran off with another man because our parents opposed their marriage, and that she was heartbroken, seeking to make him give up on her by leaving with someone else. This gossip was rather delightful, and Yun Shu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She playfully pinched Yun Yao's cheeks and, as if oblivious to the world around them, continued, so, Lu Ruyan and our elder brother were never truly in love, it was our parents who intervened? Instead, it was our elder brother's unrequited affection? Yun Yao, stroking her chin, nodded earnestly. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Enough. Yun Chang could no longer endure their chatter. His face darkened, as if he could wring ink from his expression, coldly regarding the two little girls before him, who were mockingly mimicking his gestures. He might not care about their remarks about him, but he absolutely would not permit them to speak ill of Lu Ruyan. Why did they all disdain such a wonderful woman? What wrong had she committed? Was it merely her overwhelming kindness? Was her goodness the reason they felt entitled to trample upon her? How dare you, Yun Chang, take a good look at whom you are speaking to. Qing'er's voice rang out sharply. Yun Chang snapped back to reality and quickly knelt down. Your Majesty, I did not intend to be disrespectful. My ire was directed at Yun Yao. She should not speak so recklessly before you, tarnishing Lu Ruyan's reputation. Disrespectful to me? Yun Yao thought she must have misheard. She pointed at herself, feeling utterly wronged, her eyes wide with indignation as she looked at Yun Shu, stammering, Sister, listen to me, he actually scolded me? As my elder brother, he dares to scold his own sister for a fickle woman. Sister, you must stand up for me. Yun Yao pleaded, clinging to Yun Shu's arm. Her delicate demeanor portrayed a picture of a wronged child. Nearly in tears, Yun Shu gently wiped Yun Yao's face while casting a serious look at the kneeling Yun Chang. For the sake of another man's wife, you harm your own devoted wife, who has shared your bed for over a decade. And now you scold your sister for the same reason. It appears that in your eyes, only that Lu Ruyan matters, and you wish to cast aside all of us, your wife and sister. Your Majesty, please do not heed Yun Yao's nonsense. You are unaware of her character. She has always been mischievous. Set aside whether Yun Yao is mischievous or not regarding your treatment of Mei Er, this matter cannot be so easily dismissed. Behind them, Yun Yu angrily dragged Zhu Mei over. After a moment of cooling off, Yun Chang had regained his composure, especially upon noticing the distinct slap mark on Zhu Mei's fair cheek. Though he had never favored Zhu Mei, he could not deny that for over a decade, she had been a good wife in her role, a commendable daughter-in-law, and a proper mother. Zhu Mei was gentle, kind, beautiful, understanding, and well-educated. She excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In her, he could scarcely find a fault. Had it not been for Lu Ruyan, Yun Chang mused, marrying a woman as perfect as Zhu Mei would have been the fortune of several lifetimes. Yet, his heart was already filled with Lu Ruyan. He could not accommodate another. If it were possible, he would never wish to hurt her. Yun Chang's gaze toward Zhu Mei was tinged with guilt. Without needing Yun Yu to say much, he turned to Xu Mei and apologized. "Mère, I am sorry, I was overly emotional just now." Xu Mei had always been a woman of great understanding. Even when the couple quarreled, they would shut the door and keep their disputes private. Now, with so many witnesses present, even though Xu Mei had seemingly given up on Yun Chang, she maintained a facade of grace and understanding. "We cannot keep the emperor waiting. Mother, let us go eat." A smile finally graced Yun Yu's tense face as she patted Xu Mei's hand gently, sighing, "In our household, you are the most sensible. Come, your majesty, let us dine together." "Your majesty, where has she gone?" In the blink of an eye, Yun Shu, who had been standing beside her, had vanished. Yun Yu instinctively glanced at the kneeling Yun Chang, who was equally bewildered, having not noticed when Yun Shu slipped away. All she wanted was to enjoy some gossip in peace, yet she was constantly interrupted. This left Yun Shu quite displeased. Qing Er held her, while she embraced Yun Yao, dashing away to a secluded spot behind a rockery in the prime minister's residence. Leaning against the rockery, Qing Er settled Yun Shu in her lap, while Yun Shu cradled Yun Yao against her. "Sister, let me tell you, initially, when our elder brother brought Lu Ruyan to the prime minister's residence, our parents were quite pleased with her as a future daughter-in-law. Children understand children." Just as Yun Yao knew what Yun Shu wished to hear, she turned to face her, sitting directly opposite. "But one day, our mother accidentally caught Lu Ruyan meeting with another man, their clothes nearly disheveled. Lu Ruyan even told that rogue that she had completely gained the trust of everyone in the prime minister's residence and that soon, she would become the lady of the house. At that point, she could dictate everything in the prime minister's residence, and she would find an opportunity to poison our elder brother and take his life." Yun Yao spoke with utmost seriousness. Yun Shu and Qing Er exchanged anxious glances, both astonished to learn of such hidden tales from the otherwise harmonious and loving prime minister's household. When our mother heard of Lu Ruyan's plot against our elder brother, she was understandably furious. She rushed out to confront Lu Ruyan, but who could have anticipated that the rogue was a skilled fighter? Seeing the situation was dire, he swiftly fled using his lightness skill. By the time our elder brother arrived, Lu Ruyan had already thrown herself into his arms, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, claiming that our mother could not accept her. The subsequent details, no need for Yun Yao to elaborate, were readily inferred by Yun Shu and Qing Er. It was evident that Yun Yu had firmly denied Lu Ruyan entry into their home, while Yun Chang had been unwilling to believe his mother's words. In the throes of youthful infatuation, his heart and eyes were solely fixed on the woman he adored. Naturally, he accepted every word Lu Ruyan said without question. In Yun Chang's eyes, Lu Ruyan was a paragon of virtue, and until the moment of their marriage, she would never permit him to touch her. His unwavering trust in Lu Ruyan stemmed from the presence of the marriage mark on her arm. Had she truly been as Yun Yu described, that mark would have disappeared long ago. The marriage mark alone was enough to vindicate Lu Ruyan, proving her innocence in the matter. Chapter 90. The mummy. Despite Yun Chang's ardent desire to marry Lu Ruyan, he was also prepared to flee with her, leaving everything behind. It is not merely that a single Yun Chang could not contend with the entire prime minister's residence. As long as Yun Yu and Yun He remained obstinate, Lu Ruyan would never cross the threshold of the prime minister's estate in her lifetime. Moreover, Lu Ruyan was enamored with Yun Chang's status, the noble and opulent identity of the prime minister's eldest lady. Should Yun Chang truly elope with her, it would undoubtedly sever his ties with the prime minister's household. In such a case, he would be reduced to nothing, and why would she choose to remain with him? Lu Ruyan was no fool. Realizing that her hopes of entering the prime minister's residence had been dashed, she took one last opportunity to express her profound affection in front of Yun Chang, a pair of star-crossed lovers cruelly torn apart. Lu Ruyan wept inconsolably. It must be said that Lu Ruyan's tactics were indeed masterful. She not only ensured that Yun Chang would forever remember her but also fostered a significant bias against his biological parents. For him, if he could not marry Lu Ruyan in this life, then marrying any other woman would be pointless, as he would never harbor affection for them. None could compare to his Lu Ruyan. Rather than being subjected to the whims of others, it would be more accurate to say he was enacting revenge against his own parents. He complied with their wishes to marry a woman he utterly despised, all the while watching Xu Mei bustle about him, embodying the image of a shy lover. Each time he witnessed this, Yun Chang could not help but scoff internally. I have long heard that the eldest son of the prime minister's residence, a paragon of virtue, is a gentleman of great renown. Not only in the capital, but even within the palace, many maids and eunuchs gather to speak of his glorious deeds. Qing Er's small face drooped. Upon hearing Yun Yao's words, she pondered what constituted a gentleman. A gentleman, indeed. Yun Yao crossed her arms, lifting her delicate chin defiantly. Such a man deserves to be childless and alone for eternity. Yun Shu stepped forward and covered her mouth. Sister Yao, you mustn't speak so. It is our elder brother who is at fault, not our parents. We cannot let the entire Yun family suffer for his actions. Besides, our nephews and nieces are quite adorable, are they not? Yun Yao thoughtfully recalled. Adorable, they were all insipidly foolish. She had no desire to associate with them. Your Majesty, the young lady speaks the truth. The eldest son of the Yun family is indeed quite foolish. Your Majesty, how could the esteemed eldest lady be so wonderful while your eldest son fails to cherish her? If one day the eldest lady truly decides to part ways with your brother, wait, Your Majesty, do you smell something? What smell? As Qing Er's expression suddenly turned grave, Yun Shu leaned in, sniffing the air intently. Yun Yao also craned her neck to catch a whiff, but the scent was faint. Without careful attention, it would go unnoticed. Qing Er stood up, holding Yun Shu close, gazing at the sizable stone before them. The stone was large, its surface smooth yet uneven, with only the bottom marred by cracks. The foul odor Qing air detected emanated from the crevices of the stone. Your Majesty, please stand back. I will move the stone to investigate. Qing air cautiously shielded Yun Shu behind her. The stone was immense, weighing at least 500 pounds. Even two robust men would find it arduous to lift such a weight. Yet for Qing air, this 500-pound stone was effortlessly manageable. She planted her feet firmly, locating a suitable grip, sinking into the earth as she easily hoisted the stone aloft. As the stone lifted from the ground, the noxious stench intensified. Initially, it was merely a decaying wildcat, its body infested with maggots. However, at the center of the stone stood a fearsome mummified corpse. The corpse had been there for some time, crushed beneath the stone, particularly its chest, which had become deformed. Beneath the artificial mountain of the Prime Minister's residence lay a ghastly mummified body. If word spread, it would surely leave many astonished and incredulous. Emperor Yun He and others arrived swiftly at the sound. Qing air had pulled the mummified corpse from the deep mire. The shattered remnants of the corpse revealed that it had been alive when it was forcibly crushed beneath the stone. The few broken ribs in the chest had been compressed by the stone's weight. From the corpse's attire, it was discerned that it belonged to a woman, dressed in the garb befitting a servant of the Prime Minister's residence. Even after years buried beneath the stone, her clothing had faded and been stained with blood. Upon arriving, Yun Yu and others were horrified, instinctively covering their mouths at the sight before them. Night Ling was the first to rush to Yun Shu, cradling her in his arms, fearing she might have nightmares after witnessing such horror. He covered her eyes with his large hand. However, as soon as he shielded her eyes, she promptly pushed his hand away. Each time he attempted to cover her eyes, she would push it aside again. Your Majesty, I fear you may have nightmares after seeing this. Night Ling, exasperated, adjusted Yun Shu's small frame, wishing to shield her from the gruesome sight. Oh dear Emperor, how old do you think I am? What have I not seen? It is merely a mummified corpse. Yun Shu once more swatted Night Ling's hand away, leaping down from him to approach the ghastly figure. To the right of the mummified corpse lay the carcass of a wildcat. The wildcat had recently perished. Despite being riddled with maggots, it had a strong stench of decay. Judging by the time of death, it had not been dead for more than a month. In contrast, the female corpse before them was unmistakably aged. Yun Shu observed the female corpse for a moment, crouching down to touch its remains. Aside from the areas that had been flattened into a mummified state, little flesh remained, having been devoured. The scene before them sent shockwaves through the onlookers. Even the emperor instinctively moved closer to Yun Shu, wishing to hold her once more. This child, how could she always be so remarkably Any ordinary child would have been terrified into tears at the sight of such a horrific corpse, yet she dared to poke at it? Sister, look at her fingers, it seems she has 6. At some point, Yun Yao had also approached, squatting in front of Yun Shu, lifting one of the mummified corpse's hands for her to see. The withered fingers, though lacking flesh, were oddly round and flat. The sight was unsettling, not only for children but for the adults present, who were reluctant to gaze upon such a gruesome sight twice. The female corpse's face bore remnants of flesh, having been crushed by the heavy stone for years. Her visage had been grotesquely distorted, her sturdy teeth had fallen out, and her once round head was flattened like a fan. The expression on her face in death was one of unimaginable agony and torment. Yun Yu, who had remained silent until now, was startled into action upon hearing Yun Yao's mention of the 6 fingers. She stepped forward, fixating on the mummified fingers in Yun Yao's grasp. Shock and disbelief washed over her pale face. It is Shuang Air. Shuang Air was the very maid Lu Ruyan had received when Yun Chang brought her to the Prime Minister's residence. Seeing Lu Ruyan alone and forlorn, she had given Shuang Air, who had only recently joined her service, to her. However, Shuang Air had mysteriously vanished. 3 days later, Lu Ruyan had claimed that Shuang Air had erred and, after a few harsh words, packed her belongings and left the Prime Minister's residence. Though Yun Yu had not fully believed Lu Ruyan's account at the time, she had accepted it to some extent, especially since the entire Prime Minister's estate had searched in vain for Shuang Air's whereabouts. Yet, she never imagined, as Yun Yu stared at the mummified corpse before her lips trembled, unable to articulate her thoughts. Concerned that Yun Yu might not be accurate in her assessment, Yun Shu cradled the mummified corpse in her arms and presented it closely to Yun Yu. Look closely. Is this Shuang Air? No one could maintain their composure upon encountering such a terrifying corpse. Initially, Yun Yu had felt apprehensive and dared not draw too close, merely harboring a sense of familiarity that prompted her to approach. Who could have anticipated? Little Yun Shu uprightly positioned the corpse, bringing it face to face with Yun Yu. Had it not been for Yun Yu's quick reflexes, she would have stumbled backward in shock. Holding the mummified corpse, which seemed to have grown taller in death, Yun Shu found it somewhat challenging to support. Fortunately, it was not heavy, as it had long been reduced to mere bones. Observing Yun Shu struggle, Yun Yao, ever considerate, moved to her side, extending her hand to assist. The 2 little ones, one plump and one slender, supporting the upright corpse as they turned to the adults, whose expressions were a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Come and see. Is this not Shuang Air? Chapter 91. The Emperor, look at how you have angered your grandfather. Madam, it is Shuang Air, it is indeed Shuang Air. Supporting Yun Yu, Mama Yun pointed at the lifeless body, noticing a plum blossom intricately stitched at the collar. Madam, I remember this plum blossom well. It was I who sewed it for Shuang Air long ago. Madam, I believe you recall this incident as well. At that time, Shuang Air was styling your hair, and inadvertently, the collar of her garment was torn by the ornament atop your head. Shuang Air cherished this garment dearly, and thus, she asked me to mend it for her. Given that it was Mama Yun who had sewn it, coupled with its placement at Schwinger's collar, if the six-fingered hand could not ascertain the identity of the corpse, then the plum blossom pattern at her collar was unmistakably recognized by Mama Yun. The corpse was indeed Schwinger. The realization struck Yun Yu, rendering her face ashen. Yun had gazed at the female corpse before him, his features stern and grave, his dark pupils reflecting a chilling fury. He had always conducted himself with integrity within the Prime Minister's residence, never treating the lives of the subordinates with disdain. Any servant within the Prime Minister's household, provided they had not engaged in shameful acts, would usually face nothing more than verbal reprimands for minor mishaps. Yet now, witnessing the tragic state of Schwinger, recalling her inexplicable disappearance a decade ago, it had been 10 long years. For 10 years, Schwingeress remains lay beneath a stone, and at times, they would pass this very spot, leaning against the stone for respite, completely unaware that beneath it lay Schwingeress bones. Upon hearing of the incident at the rockery, Yun Chang rushed there without delay. Almost as soon as Yun Chang arrived, Yuna, with a face like thunder, stepped forward and struck him across the face. Yun Chang, stunned by the blow, instinctively directed his anger toward Zhu Mei, certain it was she who had informed his father, for why else would his father be so furious? Even though Zhu Mei did not look at him, the weight of the man's gaze felt like a thorn in her back, making it hard for her to ignore. She scoffed internally, realizing that the man she had loved for so many years was hardly worth such devotion. This is the woman you have gone to such lengths to protect. Look for yourself. What is this? Yun Yu glared at him, furious that he would still seek to trouble Mei at such a moment. She angrily pointed at Schwinger's wretched, disfigured corpse. Initially, Yun Chang did not recognize the body. It was only when Yun Shu stood before him, holding the corpse upright, that she asked, "Elder brother, you haven't forgotten Schwinger, have you?" The name Schwinger struck Yun Chang like a thunderbolt. His eyes fixed on the grotesque corpse, he found himself unable to utter a single word, as if his throat had been constricted. As he stared at the horrifying visage of the corpse, his gaze shifted from Yun Shu to Yun Yu and Mama Yun, as if seeking confirmation. Is she truly Schwinger? Who else in the Prime Minister's residence possesses 6 fingers? Yun Yu's expression darkened. Her once proud son had become such a disappointment for the sake of a woman. Before the emperor, she felt her family's honor had been thoroughly tarnished. If word of this incident spread throughout the capital, would it not provide endless amusement to the citizens? Even her husband would become the subject of ridicule in the court. Henceforth Yun Hai's countenance was grim, simmering with anger, as he concealed his hands behind his back, his eyes glinting with icy fury. After decades of marriage, Yun Yu understood her husband well. Fearing that Yun Ha might not contain his temper, she lowered her voice to counsel him. "My lord, the emperor and the Empress Dowager are still present." It was precisely because the emperor and the Empress Dowager were there that Yun Ha stifled his rage. Otherwise, would he have waited for Yun Chang to arrive in person? "Your Majesty." Yun Ha bowed respectfully to Yi Ling. "This old minister must first attend to family matters and cannot accompany your Majesty at present. Prime Minister Yun has always been upright and honorable. As a high-ranking minister of the Night Sacred, the foremost among civil officials, the late emperor held your family in high regard, and now, with such a scandal arising from your residence," Yi Ling scoffed, "Prime Minister Yun, you have truly opened my eyes." His words were laden with implication, a smirk gracing his lips as his gaze fell pointedly on Yun Chang. Years ago, the eldest son of the Yun family had been embroiled in a tumultuous romance with a woman, only to have her elope with another man, turning him into a figure of mockery throughout the capital, dragging the Prime Minister's residence into the gossip of the streets. The tale had circulated widely at the time, and Yi Ling had certainly heard of it. The emperor had found his opportunity. The tone of his words caused Yun Ha to lower his head in shame, unable to lift it. "This minister has failed in raising his son, allowing your Majesty to witness such folly. It is truly that Lu Rian possesses deep cunning, leading Yun Chang to stumble under her influence." No matter how cunning a woman may be, does the eldest son of the Yun family lack the discernment to distinguish right from wrong? The emperor's mocking retort caused the faces of those present to change dramatically. Especially Yun Ha, who wished to retort but was restrained by the emperor's status. Furthermore, the matter was indeed a reflection of his son's shortcomings. Observing Yun Ha's face shift from green to pale, caught in a web of embarrassment, Yun Shu, protective of her father, thrust the corpse into Yun Yao's arms. "Sister Yao, please hold this for now." Yun Yao obediently cradled the corpse in her arms. "All right, sister." Yun Shu strode up to Yi Ling, looking up at him. "Your Majesty, how could you speak to your grandfather in such a manner?" Yi Ling, had it been Yun Ha, he might have responded with cold barbs. Yet, Yi Ling looked down at Yun Shu. He remained silent, witnessing his daughter stand by him. Yun Ha felt his eyes welling with tears, though they had not raised her by their side over the years, and she did not recognize him. In this critical moment, blood-proof thicker than water. Even after the emperor had cared for her for so many years, if she saw him being wronged, she would be the first to stand up for him. Yun Ha wiped his eyes, his heart brimming with emotion. Seeing him wipe away tears ignited a sudden, inexplicable anger within Yi Ling. Was he truly feeling wronged? Indeed, Yi Ling understood Yun Shu well. Seeing her father in tears, she felt a pang of sympathy, glaring at Yi Ling with her large, expressive eyes filled with displeasure. "Your Majesty, look at the chaos you have wrought. Look at how you have upset your grandfather." Yi Ling, Chapter 92. Impossible, Royan would never betray me. "Your Majesty," Yi Ling extended his hand towards Yun Shu. "What is it?" Yi Ling smiled faintly, pulling Yun Shu into his embrace. "Your hair is disheveled, allow me to assist you in tidying it." Upon hearing that her hair was messy, Yun Shu immediately became compliant while seated in Yi Ling's arms. Her beauty relied heavily on her hairstyle. A disarrayed appearance would diminish her allure by half. Yun Chang stood there, stunned, like a statue, still unable to believe that the lifeless body before him belonged to Schwinger. Ruoyan had clearly informed him that Schwanger had clumsily made a mistake, and upon receiving a few words of reproach, she had angrily departed from the Prime Minister's residence. At that time, he had expressed great dissatisfaction in front of Ruoyan. Although Schwanger was his mother's personal maid, a servant was still a servant. Ruoyan was a distinguished guest in his home, the future mistress of the Prime Minister's residence, and thus her master. How could a servant disregard her master's words and throw a tantrum? Deeply ensnared by Lu Ruoyan's influence, even in the face of Schwanger's corpse, Yun Chang could not bring himself to believe that Lu Ruoyan had deceived him. How could a woman of pure heart and kindness, one who would feel remorse for accidentally stepping on an ant, ever betray him? Schwanger's death, even in her current state, a mere corpse unable to speak, unveiled the truth. The moment Schwanger's body was discovered, the complete reality was laid bare. Everyone, including Yun Chang himself, understood that Schwanger's demise was inexorably linked to Lu Ruoyan. After all, it was while serving Lu Ruoyan that Schwanger had gone missing. Lu Ruoyan had previously claimed that Schwanger had looked down upon her, refusing to serve her, and had arrogantly left the Prime Minister's residence, but now, I initially thought Lu Ruoyan was merely a fickle woman, yet I never anticipated her thoughts to be so malicious. What had Schwanger done to deserve such a cruel fate? Yun Yu lamented the tragic end of Schwanger. Had she known that sending Schwanger to serve Lu Ruoyan would cost her life, she would have vehemently opposed it. No. Father, mother, I refuse to believe that Ruoyan could commit such a heinous act. Schwanger's death has no connection to Ruoyan. The circumstances surrounding her demise are suspicious. Such a heavy stone could scarcely be moved even by a man of robust stature, let alone Ruoyan, who was frail and unskilled in martial arts. Yun Chang's words momentarily silenced the crowd. Yun Shu exchanged a glance with Qinger beside her. Understanding the unspoken cue, Qinger approached the large stone and, before the astonished onlookers, effortlessly lifted it back to its original position in the blink of an eye. The entire process was executed with such ease that she hardly broke a sweat. Yun Chang's lips twitched in disbelief as he turned to Yun Shu. Your Majesty, it seems you have misunderstood my meaning. Ruoyan possesses no martial prowess and is delicate, thus cannot be compared to Qinger, the foremost expert of the royal family. Elder brother, are you truly this foolish or merely pretending? What sister means is that while Lu Ruoyan may not be able to move the stone herself, she could easily seek assistance. Yun Yao's remark jolted the assembly into realization. Indeed, the man Lu Ruoyan had clandestinely met was a martial artist, possessing exceptional skills. Otherwise, he would not have been able to rendezvous with her within the heavily guarded confines of the Prime Minister's residence for such an extended period without being discovered. Was it not due to this rogue's formidable abilities? The Prime Minister's residence, a place of significance under the Night Sacred dynasty, was under constant vigilance, yet a lawless man could come and go with such impunity. Wei Yiling could not help but scoff. In such a vast Prime Minister's residence, yet you cannot keep track of a single man. Prime Minister Yun, how utterly, Your Majesty, it is not that my residence cannot monitor a man, but rather that this man possesses an extraordinary identity, one not affiliated with our Night Sacred. Oh? Yiling raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Not of the Night Sacred? Indeed, Your Majesty. When that man departed, I caught a fleeting glimpse of him. His attire and adornments were not of our Night Sacred, and he was dressed extravagantly. As he fled, his undergarment bore the emblem of the Yellow Dragon. I fear he may be a member of the royal family. Coupled with the fact that the late emperor was gravely ill, Yun he was preoccupied with managing state affairs for the ailing sovereign. At such a time, he would be loath to provoke foreign conflict. Otherwise, during those years when the late emperor was unwell, various factions had converged. The late emperor was already struggling for survival, while other nations eyed them with predatory intent. It was this realization that made Yun Yu, while discussing this matter with Yun He, wary of Lu Ruoyan's clandestine dealings and the deep affection Yun Chang harbored for her. The couple could only strive to obstruct their union in every possible way. Ultimately, they resolved to prevent Lu Ruoyan from ever crossing the threshold of the Yun household. Witnessing her parents speak with such conviction, it was evident they were not lying. In that moment, Yun Chang began to succumb to self-doubt. Ruoyan, could she truly have betrayed him? During their time together, had she secretly met with another man behind his back? Yet, recalling how she gazed at him with such profound affection, as if she could not tear her eyes away, Yun Chang shook his head vigorously. Impossible, impossible, Ruoyan would never betray me. It is you who have conspired to deceive me. Yun Chang glanced at the lifeless body of Schwanger in Yun Yao's arms, his eyes closing tight, as if the flawless jade figure he had cherished in his heart had been irrevocably shattered, revealing the truth. All was but a facade, and she was not perfect. Beneath her exquisite exterior lay a tainted soul. 4 years, the truth he had long suspected, now surfaced with Schwanger's revelation. Yun Chang's eyes turned crimson as he staggered backward. Yun Chang, how long will you persist in your delusions? The facts are laid bare before you. If we had previously deceived you with empty words, what of Schwanger? Was her death in vain? Or do you believe that Schwanger's corpse is a fabrication, that we merely procured a random body to pass off as hers, solely to mislead you? Yun Chang shook his head vehemently. Do not speak any further. Please, do not say another word. He clutched his head in torment, stumbling away in anguish. Yun, furious, closed his eyes, his chest heaving in agitation. How could he, a man of such intellect, have produced a son so lacking in discernment? Chapter 93. His sister Yao is shy, and the demise of Frost is shrouded in mystery. If one were to speak of ambiguity, it is indeed Frost who met her untimely end under perplexing circumstances. However, Yun Shu deduces that since Lu Ruoyan is a woman of questionable virtue, and Frost was assigned to serve her by Yun Yu, it is highly probable that Frost inadvertently stumbled upon Lu Ruoyan in a clandestine meeting with another man. Fearing that Frost would reveal her betrayal of Yun Chang, Lu Ruoyan, alongside her paramour, conspired to silence Frost forever. Such a vibrant life extinguished, and the body could not be disposed of swiftly. Subsequently, the two plotted to conceal Frost's remains beneath a heavy stone. This way, as time passed and Frost's body began to decay, the weight of the stone, coupled with the earth covering her, would prevent any foul odor from escaping. Thus, for over a decade, Frost remained entombed beneath that stone. But how tragic, in truth. The reason Frost lay undiscovered for so many years is that she was an orphan, devoid of kin. When Lu Rian claimed that Frost had returned home, they did search for her, yet the absence of family rendered their efforts akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The cruel fate that befell Frost left Yun Yu in deep sorrow. She was but a pitiable child. While her forthright nature may have been too blunt, her heart was undeniably kind. Agile and perceptive, it was precisely these qualities that led Yun Yu to keep her close. Frost's tragic background and unjust death ultimately stemmed from the failings of the Prime Minister's household. Yun He adopted her as a daughter and laid her to rest in the ancestral tomb of the Yun family, providing her with a semblance of closure. Due to the events surrounding Frost, the once vibrant and warm atmosphere of the Prime Minister's residence has turned somber. After addressing the matter of Frost, Yun He was summoned by the Emperor to discuss affairs. Recently, the Emperor had refrained from court sessions, spreading word of his illness. Consequently, Yun He found himself exempt from palace duties in these days. Only his daughter remained close at hand, allowing the Emperor to avoid displaying his imperial airs in Yun He's presence. Upon reaching the study, once the door was shut, the Emperor's earlier geniality vanished entirely. With hands clasped behind his back, his dark, imposing gaze fell upon Yun He, revealing the full weight of his authoritative presence. Yun He, understanding the gravity of the moment, gracefully swept aside his robes and knelt, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I am guilty." Among those present, the most affected was undoubtedly Zhu Mei. After resolving the matter of Frost, Yun Yu grasped Zhu Mei's hand and said, "Mayor, it is our Yun family that has wronged you over these years." Though Yun Yu and Yun He treated her as their own daughter, the truth remained that they had deceived her. Had they been forthright about the situation, perhaps Zhu Mei would not be in such despair. Her sorrow was not solely due to Yun Cheng's betrayal, it stemmed from the heartfelt trust she had misplaced over the years. Additionally, her anguish was compounded by the realization that her esteemed in-laws had concealed the truth from her for so long, leaving her feeling utterly blindsided as Zhu Mei remained silent, instinctively withdrawing her hand from Yun Yu's grasp. Had they not conspired to deceive her, had she known that Yun Cheng harbored feelings for another, she would never have bestowed her entire heart upon him, leading to the current irretrievable state of affairs. Ultimately, it was their machinations that led to her suffering. Zhu Mei's emotions were conflicted, for while they had wronged her, they had also treated her with kindness. Thus, she found it difficult to lay blame at Yun Yu's feet. "Mother, the past is behind us. There is no use in dwelling on it." Moreover, she had already resolved to part ways with Yun Cheng. Perhaps seeing the mixture of expectation and guilt etched upon Yun Yu's face softened her heart, for she chose not to continue. Yun Yu grasped her hand once more. "Mayor, you leave me at a loss for words. You are a remarkable child. Yun Cheng is fortunate to have such a virtuous wife as you in our Yun family." The turmoil within the Prime Minister's residence began to subside. Yun Shu strolled through the back garden, cradling Yun Yao. Qinger followed closely behind, observing her petite empress as she held a child of similar age, Yun Yao. Fortunately, Yun Yao was slender, unlike her plump empress, or else, and how could the empress easily embrace Yun Yao otherwise? Concerned for the empress's comfort, Qinger approached and squatted beside her, coaxing, "Your Majesty, you have held the young miss for quite a while. Are you not weary? Allow me to take her." Just as Qinger reached out toward Yun Yao, the latter turned her face away, clinging to the empress's soft neck and resolutely refusing, "No. I want my sister to hold me. Sister is soft." Indeed, she was soft. Her petite form was plush and devoid of any sharpness, providing a sensation akin to resting on a plush couch. "Oh, fret not. I am quite well. Yao Mayor is light. I am not fatigued." Yun Shu gently swatted Qinger's hand away. "Yao Mayor is shy. She prefers to be close to me." Yun Yao joyfully wrapped her arms around Yun Shu's neck and planted a kiss on her round, cherubic face, exclaiming, "Sister, you are truly wonderful." Yun Shu beamed with delight, her spirits soaring. "Indeed, it is my duty as an elder sister to care for my younger sibling." Qinger could not help but feel a sense of perplexity. She could not shake the feeling that the Empress seemed to be entranced by beauty. Who might this be? Is it not my dear sister, who was cradled in swaddling clothes and brought into the palace to become Empress? A teasing voice rang out from behind. Yun Shu turned to find Yun Su, his countenance strikingly beautiful, rivaling that of any woman. Draped in a pale pink robe and brandishing an ostentatious paper fan, he stood there, not to cool himself, but merely to flaunt. Beside him stood a woman with sharp, defined features, exuding a striking presence unlike those delicate young ladies confined to their family estates, clad in a form-fitting red outfit, with a sword at her side and her hair tied back in a high ponytail. Her appearance was both simple and striking. Her features were vibrant and spirited, not conventionally beautiful, yet undeniably unforgettable. "Ah, dear sister, allow me to introduce you," Yun Su exclaimed, pulling Zhu Wushwang's hand forward. "Wushwang, my future concubine, it seems the time has come for me to settle down, lest I burden our parents with worry. Thus, I have decided to take a. Before he could finish, Zhu Wushwang slapped him on the forehead. "How many times must I tell you, I, Zhu Wushwang, shall only be a wife, never a concubine. If you wish to take a concubine, seek another, I am not interested." With that, she turned to leave. After all, I am a top assassin of the 21st century, how could I possibly be reduced to the status of a concubine in this new life? It is a grave insult to my prowess. Hearing Zhu Wuxuan's self-deprecating thoughts, Yun Shu covered her mouth with her little hands. Oh, a top assassin, the bewildered Yun Yao, who had just fallen to the ground, could only ask, what? Chapter 94. What are you doing following the Empress Dowager? Have you lost your mind? Yun Shu clutched his head, pleading for mercy. Aunt, I was wrong. Won't you reconsider? Please don't leave. As the second son of the Prime Minister's residence, he had never encountered a woman who dared to confront him in such a manner. His first encounter with Zhu Wuxuan, a woman unafraid of love or hatred, who wielded her sword with a fierce resolve against those who dared to offend her, was indeed a revelation. Unlike the countless women who had previously employed every trick to curry favor with him, this uniquely spirited woman showed no interest in appeasing him. Rather, it was he who found himself striving to win her over. Yun Shu's desire to marry Zhu Wuxuan was genuine, for she was undeniably extraordinary, yet, having long reveled in the company of beautiful women, he understood that Zhu Wuxuan's temperament allowed for no imperfections. Just as he had relentlessly pursued her, she had candidly informed him that while she would overlook his past dalliances, once they were together, he must remain faithful and could not take concubines. This was a grave predicament for Yun Shu. Should he fail to comply, he would be banished to the coldest corners of the world. Were it not for his unwavering confidence and repeated assurances to her, Zhu Wuxuan would likely not deign to glance in his direction. In truth, Yun Shu was filled with regret. The thought of relinquishing a vast forest for Zhu Wuxuan left him breathless with sorrow. The enchanting maidens of Drunken Red Pavilion, the delicate beauties of Peach Blossom Pavilion, the charming girls of Brocade Songhouse, and the captivating springtime blossoms of Rouge, all these countless beauties were his cherished confidants. Now, for the sake of Zhu Wuxuan, he would have to abandon his beloved companions. Merely contemplating this made Yun Shu's heart ache violently. As he watched Zhu Wuxuan prepare to depart, he hastily assured her, I am not jesting. When I marry you, it will be in a grand procession, with official betrothal announcements. It was merely his unwillingness to part with his myriad of alluring companions. However, Wuxuan, given our differing statuses, you must first gain the approval of my parents. Only with their consent can I formally marry you. After all, the family fortune lies with my mother, and her word is paramount. What I propose is that you enter the residence as a concubine first, to nurture a relationship with my mother. Ultimately, you still wish for me to be a concubine. Zhu Wuxuan shot him a cold glare. If you do not sincerely intend to treat me well, do not waste my time. I am not like those women in the inner chambers who cannot survive without a man. Do you truly think I value your so-called insincere affections? Were it not for— In her mind, she had already devised another plan. Zhu Wuxuan's penetrating gaze fell upon the petite Yun Shu. Is she the daughter of the Prime Minister who was taken into the palace as the Empress the moment she was born? Zhu Wuxuan silently assessed the young girl before her. It seems that this little Empress enjoys quite favorable treatment within the palace, well-fed and plump thanks to the Emperor. If I were to accompany her into the palace, it would certainly be easier to avenge my sister. At the very least, it would be preferable to following Yun Shu, this unreliable, foolish, philanderer. Wuxuan, my little Schweinschwan. I am only considering our future. Little sister, come here and help your second brother judge this matter. Tell her, have I ever been this serious with a woman after years of indulgence? Pulled inexplicably to his side and thrust before Zhu Wuxuan, Yun Shu exclaimed. Was this not her very first meeting with her second brother since her birth? 4 years ago, when Yun Shu was born, only Yun He and Yun Yu, along with their mother, who had just given birth and fainted from the pain, had been present. As for Yun Shu, he was long gone, reveling in the embrace of some beauty, and to judge, Yun Shu scoffed, just like Zhu Wuxuan, refusing to acknowledge Yun Shu. I know not. I have grown up in the palace since childhood. However, Yun Shu interrupted Yun Shu, but I can assure you of one thing, my second brother is the most frivolous, lustful man in the Prime Minister's residence. Yun Shu? Isn't it you, little brat, who speaks nonsense? Young Master Yun, be mindful of your words. The person before you is none other than the current Empress Dowager, the Emperor's mother. Yun Shu, feeling guilty, could only grind his teeth and swallow his indignation due to Yun Shu's status. Empress Dowager, such words should not be spoken lightly. After all, I am your own second brother, how can you not support your kin? I might just stop buying you sweets. Yun Shu, currently overwhelmed with sweets, found his threat utterly insignificant. Indeed. If you don't believe me, ask my sister Yao. Yun Yao eagerly nodded, absolutely true, I can vouch for it, second brother is indeed a notorious philanderer, he often stays out all night, and once he spent 2 months in a brothel. Ultimately, it was our father who had to drag him back from Drunken Red Pavilion. Yun Shu Zhu Wuxuan's expression remained as frigid as ever, though now tinged with a hint of warmth, not directed at him, of course. Empress Dowager, as the Empress of a nation, surrounded by countless servants, I believe you are not lacking in attendance. However, I am different, I possess martial skills and expertise in poison, capable of ensuring your safety. Before Yun Shu, Zhu Wuxuan knelt, clasping her fists together. The inner palace is a perilous place, akin to a vast dye vat. A moment's carelessness can lead to ruin. If the Empress Dowager does not find it beneath her, I, Zhu Wuxuan, shall henceforth be your loyal servant. What? Yun Shu was taken aback, staring at Zhu Wuxuan kneeling before him, then at Yun Shu, who stood taller than Zhu Wuxuan even in her kneeling position. What on earth was happening? Wuxuan, you are to follow me, to become mine. What madness is this, following the Empress Dowager? I am your future wife. Had Yun Shu been an adult man, Yun Shu might have discerned where the problem lay. Yet, the individual in question was Yun Shu, a mere 4.5-year-old child. How could he so confusingly be usurped of his love? In that moment, Yun Shu realized he could not even summon a suitable reason to be angry. The crux of the matter was that the other party was the Empress Dowager. He had to possess the right to be indignant. Having known Zhu Wuxuang for so long, it was the first time he witnessed her kneeling before anyone. Her slender back stood rigidly, her icy countenance betraying not a hint of emotional fluctuation. I promise you, will that suffice? I shall carry you into my home in a grand procession. Will that not satisfy you, dear aunt? Can we not enter the palace? At this moment, Yun Shu genuinely feared that mischievous Yun Shu would escalate the situation with a careless remark, why not? Following you, my life would amount to little. Following the Empress Dowager, I believe my future prospects would be far greater. Zhu Wuxuang did not even glance at Yun Shu, and when he obstructed her view of the Empress Dowager, she ruthlessly pushed him aside with her sword, her voice cold and devoid of emotion, step aside. The one I kneel to is the Empress Dowager, not you. If you do not move aside, do not blame me for being ruthless. Yun Shu in that instant, he felt as though he were Zhu Wuxuang's sworn enemy. Chapter 95 If the Empress Dowager truly wishes not to accept me, the most displeased of all is not Yun Shu, as Qinger, hands on her hips, stands protectively behind her little empress, glaring at Zhu Wuxuang. Who do you think you are? One cannot fathom from which crevice of stone she emerged, declaring her intent to follow the empress and even usurp her. All these years, I have diligently cared for the empress, and she has never once considered replacing me. Yet here you are, boldly seeking to supplant me. Do you truly believe that wielding a sword sets you apart? Furthermore, how could a mere woman so casually serve at the side of someone of the empress's stature? Who knows what intentions Zhu Wuxuang harbors? Indeed, you are correct. Yun Shu fervently nodded in agreement with Qinger. She attempted several times to help Zhu Wuxuang up from the ground, so, dear Shuang, you should stay with me. You cannot assume that just because the empress is young, she is easily deceived. In truth, she is quite astute. Moreover, should you wish to accompany her into the palace, even if she agrees, the emperor and empress will not. A flicker of despondency crossed Zhu Wuxuang's cold eyes. This was her sole opportunity to enter the palace. She gazed intently at Yun Shu before her. The original host died unjustly. Her only dying wish was to enter the palace and avenge her tragically deceased sister. If I cannot enter the palace, I will be unable to fulfill this vengeance for the original host. On the very day I traversed into this realm, I vowed before the original host to avenge her sister within a year. Initially, I merely sought to utilize Yun Shu's identity to draw nearer to the palace. Yet unexpectedly, the young empress had returned to the chancellor's residence, altering her plans at the last moment. Having been an assassin for many years, one grows indifferent to many things, and individuals of such standing and profession possess no right to have loved ones, they would only become a burden. Despite Zhu Wuxuang's formidable martial prowess, she understood well that in such an ancient setting, the weight of imperial power is suffocating, and without the support of authority, her progress would be painfully hindered. Otherwise, she would not have sought out Yun Shu. If the Empress Dowager truly wishes not to accept me. Zhu Wuxuang shut her eyes frowny face, then I shall have no choice but to approach the emperor. As long as I can avenge my sister, only within the palace can I confront the enemies who wronged my sister, avenging her with my own hands. Yun Shu. She pushed past Qinger and promptly lifted Zhu Wuxuang from the ground. As it happens, I am indeed in need of an attendant. Qinger? Yun Shu? Yun Yao? Zhu Wuxuang looked up in astonishment. Yun Shu, somewhat perturbed, thought to herself, if she does not follow me, she may seduce my philandering son. She knows her son all too well. He is utterly susceptible to a woman's allure. A skilled assassin such as Zhu Wuxuang, who has traversed from the 21st century, possesses a distinct character, with just a slight display in front of Yiling, if she so desires, her scoundrel son, rather than allow her inept son to benefit. But I have one condition. Please, your majesty. Your loyalty is not something I shall doubt. After all, she is a golden assassin from the 21st century, who values promises above all. Coupled with her objective of avenging her sister, should there come a day when you no longer wish to accompany me, I shall grant you your freedom. You may leave at any time. It was unexpected that the young empress would exhibit such understanding. Zhu Wuxuang's dark eyes sparkled with delight as she knelt in gratitude. Thank you, your majesty. Your majesty. Qinger, with a face full of grievance, clutched. Do you no longer care for Qinger? Have I neglected you in the past few days? Your majesty, you say, and I shall rectify it immediately. Yes, dear sister, must you abandon Qinger? Have you so quickly changed your heart? If you can so swiftly forsake me, shall I also be cast aside when you meet a more beautiful young lady? Yun Yao clung to her arm, speaking in a childish tone. Yun Shu tenderly pinched Yun Yao's fair little face. Sister Yao, what nonsense are you saying? You will soon accompany me into the palace, and there is no one to care for you. I am considering your well-being. Just so, Qinger will follow her. Zhu Wuxuang will accompany her. What a splendid arrangement. Upon hearing that Yun Shu was considering her, Yun Yao realized she had misjudged her, burrowing into her embrace. Sister, you are truly wonderful to me. Wu Qinger managed to suppress the tears that almost spilled over. Your majesty, I thought you no longer wanted me. She had nearly been frightened to death. It turns out the empress was considering the young miss. Well, then, there was nothing to worry about. In that brief moment, Yun Shu found himself entirely sidelined, rendered a mere observer, as the others completely disregarded him. He watched as Zhu Wuxuan was amiably assisted to her feet by Qing'er, who was explaining the palace rules to her. Zhu Wuxuan listened attentively, her face devoid of the previous coldness and indifference she had shown towards him. Yun Shu's teeth nearly ground to dust as he pointed at them. You are simply intolerable. Your Majesty, I shall seek out father and mother to report this. After years of concern from his parents, he had finally encountered a woman who desired a family, only for Yun Shu to meddle and ruin everything. This was utterly outrageous. Father and mother are currently troubled by elder brother's affairs. It would be best not to provoke them now, lest you receive a scolding. Upon hearing that something had happened to elder brother, Yun Shu leaned in. What has happened to elder brother now? Yun Shu shot him a glance. What do you mean, what has happened to elder brother? Do you already know and yet still inquire? Yun Shu sheepishly scratched his head. I merely wished to confirm. Because of Lu Ruyan, father and mother have scolded him on numerous occasions, but he refuses to listen. If he continues to act recklessly, there will come a day when sister-in-law will inevitably discover his past with Lu Ruyan. Sister-in-law may appear gentle and kind on the surface, yet she possesses a fiercely strong character. If she learns of elder brother's infidelity, I fear, second brother, sister-in-law already knows. Yin Yao nestled against Yun Shu, innocently stating to Yun Shu. Yun Shu's expression crumbled completely as he stared at her, and after a long pause, he turned his gaze back to Yun Shu. Little sister, is what Yin Yao said true? Indeed. She knows. Yun Shu waved her chubby little hand, speaking in a carefree manner. She is currently planning to divorce our elder brother. Yun Shu, Chapter 96, The Little Empress. Above all in the discussions with the Chancellor. After concluding matters with the Chancellor, Yiling ventured out in search of Yun Shu. Initially hearing that she was in the rear garden, he took Guan along to that location. However, after a thorough search of the garden, he found no trace of Yun Shu. Subsequently, he learned that she had gone to the lotus pool to catch fish. Thus, Yiling led Guan to the lotus pond, only to find it equally deserted, with no sign of Yun Shu. As the emperor grew increasingly displeased at his inability to locate the empress, one could only imagine the anxiety of a child seeking her mother. Yuan, maintaining a calm demeanor, reassured him, Your Majesty, it is the empress's first visit to the chancellor's residence. She is likely captivated by everything here. Furthermore, given her tender age, it is a time for play and exploration. He hesitated, pondering that the empress did not seem particularly fond of running about, as she was usually carried by Qing'er throughout the palace. Empress, do be cautious. Wuxuang has already lured away the bees, you may now pick. After wandering through the chancellor's estate, Yiling had searched every nook and cranny, even the smallest spaces where Yun Shu might hide. Ultimately, upon hearing Qing'er's familiar voice, he looked up to see her struggling to lift Yun Shu, who was reaching for a beehive hanging from a tree. The sight left even Guan, usually composed, gasping in astonishment. How bold the empress was. He had heard tales of the chancellor's extensive beehives, creatures known for their stings and the pain they inflicted, prompting most to steer clear of them. Guan had initially dismissed these as mere rumors, but now, the swarms of bees and the numerous hives suggested that they were indeed cared for by the chancellor's second wife, the empress's biological mother, Xinshi. It was said that these honeycombs were edible and remarkably sweet. Your Majesty, the empress, of such diminutive stature yet bearing such exalted status, was attempting to harvest honeycomb. Should she be stung, the emperor might very well unleash his wrath upon the entire hive. Guan glanced anxiously at the emperor, only to find him missing from sight. The warmth of his presence lingered, but upon looking further, he discovered that the emperor had approached Qing'er, lifting Yun Shu from her grasp and cradling her in his arms. Qing'er stood in shock, her indignation quelled by the emperor's stern countenance, rendering her silent. As the emperor held the empress, she playfully trod upon his shoulder with her tiny feet, which only added to her adorability, causing Qing'er to forget the weight of the child entirely. The emperor, now in possession of the empress, watched as Qing'er rubbed her aching arms, acknowledging the strain of her earlier exertion. Ah, Qing'er, you've grown taller. Just a moment ago, I could barely reach, and now I can. Yun Shu cheerfully handed the harvested honeycomb down to Qing'er. Qing'er received it with both hands, exclaiming, Your Majesty is truly remarkable, this honeycomb is still dripping with honey. Unaware that honeycomb was edible, she had only just tasted the honey that the empress had previously fed her, discovering it to be. It was clear why the empress was so adamant about collecting honeycomb, her innate fondness for all things sweet, the sweeter, the better, and she felt no discomfort from the richness. This honeycomb honey was the sweetest she had tasted in all her years with the empress, surpassing even the candies the empress usually offered. Of course, this is personally tended to by my mother. However, during Shen Qingqiu's illness, the honey garden had been neglected, left to grow wild. Yet, it remained equally sweet. Qing'er, raise it a bit higher, I shall fetch the very top honeycomb for the emperor and empress to enjoy. Upon hearing the empress express such concern for him, the emperor's previously clouded expression visibly softened. Standing alongside Guan, they observed as the emperor's demeanor transformed from stern to gentle. Yuan had been searching for the empress, noting the emperor's displeasure at her absence. Upon discovering her in the honey garden, Guan witnessed the emperor's countenance lighten. When the empress spoke, he saw the corners of the emperor's lips twitch in a smile, his gaze towards Yun Shu filled with affection. To facilitate her reaching the highest honeycomb, the emperor lifted Yun Shu above his head, allowing her tiny feet to rest upon him. The scene before them was astonishing. Even as the empress of a nation, Yun Shu had truly ascended to a position of unparalleled privilege. Guan gasped, unable to contain himself, while Qing'er's mouth fell agape, only to be silenced by Guan's quick intervention. The emperor, a sovereign of a nation, allowed someone to stand upon his head. Though she was the empress, this was a sight to behold. In this moment, Yun Shu had genuinely become the center of all. Contentedly, Yun Shu plucked the honeycomb, handing it to Qing, who was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. After a prolonged silence, she finally uttered, Qing, when did you learn to clone yourself without my knowledge? Qing, clutching a bounty of honeycomb in her arms, stammered, Why, your majesty? Emperor, the Empress is indeed growing increasingly mischievous. With the honeycomb successfully harvested, Yiling cradled Yun Shu in his arms, his gaze penetrating into her deep, expressive eyes. In that moment, he marveled at the flawless beauty of his beloved child. Ah, it is you, Emperor. Were you not engaged in discussions with the Chancellor? What brings you here? Yiling pinched Yun Shu's chubby cheek, noticing the sticky honey coating her little hands. He carried her to the pond's edge, squatting down to wash her hands. I missed the Empress, so I came. This statement was sincere. Having raised Yun Shu from her infancy, he had grown accustomed to her presence. Lacking a handkerchief, Yiling dried her damp hands on his own attire after washing them, his actions tender and attentive. For 4 years, his care had remained unwavering. Chapter 97 A son's filial piety to his mother is only right. Isn't the Empress Dowager suffering from tooth decay? She ought to refrain from indulging in sweets henceforth. You misunderstand, your majesty. It is the consumption of sugar that damages teeth. I, however, find that enjoying honey does not harm my teeth, but rather nurtures them. Listening to her earnest nonsense, Yiling gently set her down, taking the time to adjust her disheveled collar with considerate care. This is far too perilous. If the Empress Dowager truly wishes to partake, let Qing handle it. What if a bee stings the Empress Dowager? As he spoke, Yiling's gaze fell upon Qing, tinged with a hint of displeasure. Upon noticing this, Qing immediately knelt on the ground in fright. Your Majesty, I am guilty, it is my fault, do not blame Qing, it is I who insisted on personally gathering this honey. Qing has no experience with such matters, and, moreover, the joy lies in harvesting it oneself. Qing, rise. Upon hearing her sovereign's command, Qing obediently stood up. Although she had been a tad frightened, with the Empress Dowager's protection, the Emperor would not dare to act against her. Once upright, Qing respectfully lowered her head, saying, Your Majesty, the honey has already been led away by Wuxuan, so there is no risk of the Empress Dowager being stung. After serving the Empress Dowager for so many years, did she not possess this much awareness? Upon hearing Wuxuan's name, Yiling raised an eyebrow slightly, as if unfamiliar. Who is Wuxuan? Replying to your Majesty, she is the fiancée of the second son of the Yun family. Oh? The second son of the Yun family is notorious for his flirtations and numerous romantic entanglements. Although he is not an emperor, he revels in pleasures even more than the emperor himself, indulging nightly in the company of beautiful women. It is said he has many intimate companions, yet he has never acknowledged a fiancée until now. Hearing Qing mention her piqued his interest. She has only just been brought back, she has yet to meet her parents. Is this not a chance to cultivate affection with me? Fearing her rascally son might harbor ulterior motives, she continued, I intend to bring Wuxuan to the palace for a time, and once their bond strengthens, I shall return her. It pleases the Empress Dowager. Guan. The Emperor beckoned Guan. Instantly understanding the Emperor's intent, Guan cautiously retrieved a plump bundle from his bosom, presenting it before Yun Shu like a treasure. Here, Empress Dowager, due to the matters concerning your elder brother, you have likely not eaten. The Emperor was concerned you might go hungry, so he instructed me to bring you something prepared in advance. Guan grinned, Look, Empress Dowager, your favorite dish, 2 large pig trotters, still warm, as I kept them close to my heart for you. Yun Shu truly was hungry. Having fretted over Yun Chang and Zhu Mei's affairs, she hardly touched the feast that Junyi had prepared for her earlier that day. Upon seeing her beloved pig trotters, she eagerly accepted them from Guan's hands and began to feast. The greasy trotters appeared heavy, yet they were surprisingly delicious, not overwhelming at all. Yun he was well aware of her fondness for pig trotters and had put considerable effort into preparing them. Today's flavor was distinctly different from the previous day's dish, tender and delectable. The harmonious blend of sweet and salty flavors was just right. Watching her relish the trotters, her small mouth soon became delightfully greasy. Yiling, bemused, remarked, Eat slowly, no one will snatch them from you. My dear son, you need not say anything further, you understand me best, knowing my fondness for pig trotters. When would she find such a considerate child? How fortunate she was, her only son was so devoted. The Empress Dowager is my mother, it is only right for a son to be filial to his mother. This tender scene between mother and son moved both Guan and Qing. Despite the Emperor's petite Empress Dowager being somewhat diminutive, the more they observed, the more endearing she became. Greetings, your Majesty, Empress Dowager. As the mother and son conversed, the steward, Yun, hurriedly approached. Truth be told, even he hesitated to interrupt the warm scene before him, yet, recalling that this intimate moment was meant for his master, he knelt and called out loudly, Your Majesty, my master urgently seeks your counsel. Yiling had barely exited Yun He's study when he was summoned again for urgent matters. It was clear what his intention was. He seemed to have calculated that, in the presence of Yun Shu, he could not act against him. Sure enough, upon hearing that her father sought an audience with the Emperor, Yun Shu quickly urged him, Your Majesty, since my father has matters to discuss with you, you should go. You need not worry about me, Qing will look after me. With that, Yun Shu added earnestly, I understand that you and the Chancellor share a lord-subject relationship, but he is, after all, my father and your elder. Given that you are currently residing in the Chancellor's residence, I hope you will show him some respect. Yiling nodded, the Empress Dowager speaks wisely. He tenderly ruffled Yun Shu's round little head, reassuring her, "Do not worry, I will honor the chancellor." Yun Shu felt satisfied. "I trust the emperor." After all, her son had never failed to keep his promises. While he may be unreliable to others, he was undoubtedly dependable in her eyes. No sooner had the emperor departed than Zhu Wuxuang returned. Upon seeing Zhu Wuxuang's once beautiful, fierce face now swollen from bee stings, with half her mouth considerably puffed up, she appeared utterly ridiculous. Though she still maintained her spirited demeanor, the sight of her swollen visage was undeniably comical. Chinger, holding the honey, approached Zhu Wuxuang, sizing her up with a mix of concern and suppressed laughter. "Wuxuang, Zhu Wuxuang's expression darkened. One punch cannot defeat four hands. The reputation of a distinguished 21st century assassin has now been utterly ruined. Will the Empress Dowager think poorly of me?" After all, she had only just begun serving the Empress Dowager, and now she had been stung by bees. Would the Empress Dowager deem her useless? Who knew that Yun Shu would only cast a sympathetic glance her way, conveying, "You have truly suffered," not to mention Zhu Wuxuang. Even someone as skilled as Chinger could hardly escape the fate of being stung. When thousands of bees converge like a whirlwind, it is inevitable for anyone to face their wrath. Moreover, Zhu Wuxuang had only suffered a sting on a small portion of her face, which was already quite impressive. She certainly upheld her reputation as a renowned assassin. Chapter 98. Like smoke upon exiting the Prime Minister's residence, Yun Chang made his way directly to the Zui Huanlu. Even during the day, the Zui Huanlu was bustling with patrons coming and going. As he approached the entrance, the women stationed at the door seized him without hesitation and ushered him inside. In the past, Yun Chang would have scorned such establishments, but now, with drink after drink flowing down his throat, a hint of inebriation began to grace his refined countenance. "Esteemed guests, today marks the auspicious night of our Miss Ruyan's debut," the madam declared mysteriously, raising her hand to indicate a figure. 10 taels of silver. The moment her words escaped her lips, the atmosphere erupted into a frenzy. A few disgruntled young men shouted back, "We know that Zui Huanlu is the largest brothel in the capital, but to demand 10 taels for the debut of a courtesan we've yet to even see? Such audacity, indeed. At the very least, let us behold the visage of Miss Ruyan before you set your price. This establishment is replete with beautiful women. If Miss Ruyan does not possess the looks to satisfy our desires, then 10 taels would be better spent on several visits to my little Taojiao. I can indulge in my little Tao Hong multiple times. Oh no, dozens." Initially, Yun Chang was indifferent to the notion of a courtesan's debut. Even in a brothel, he had only intended to drink, with no desire for companionship. Yet upon hearing the mention of Miss Ruyan, he tightened his grip on the wine cup, and as the cacophony of chatter surrounded him, an inexplicable surge of anger welled within him. How could anything dare share a name with Ruyan, such an affront to the sanctity of the woman he cherished? Observing the crowd's overwhelming reaction, the madam remained unfazed. Instead, she waited for the clamor to subside before gesturing with her hands. "I assure you, while Miss Ruyan may not be the most beautiful in Zui Huanlu, she will undoubtedly captivate your hearts, compelling you to part with your silver willingly. 10 taels, no less." The madam flashed a mysterious smile at the men below. She spoke a truth. Ruyan was indeed not the most stunning courtesan in the establishment, nor the top-ranked. However, her gentle charm and the way she gazed at others, filled with yearning, could easily ensnare any man's heart. Even as a woman, one would long to embrace her and shower her with affection. The men who frequented such pleasures were all too familiar to her. With both hands raised above her shoulders, the madam clapped her palms together forcefully. Suddenly, from the previously empty stage, a graceful figure descended, holding a light veil. Clad in a delicate garment that accentuated her alluring curves, she revealed just enough to entice. Veiled and obscured, her face remained hidden, yet her eyes, as the madam had claimed, sparkled with alluring emotions. In that fleeting moment, even without a clear view of her features, those captivating eyes alone were enough to ensnare the hearts of the men below. They erupted into a frenzy, raising their bids excitedly. 11 taels, I offer 11 taels for Miss Ruyan's debut. 12 taels, 13, 15, 20, 30. 100 taels. In an instant, the previously raucous crowd fell silent, as a trembling voice, laced with emotion, unexpectedly broke through. From the moment Ruyan graced the stage, Yun Chang's gaze was fixated upon her, as if magnetized, captivated by a woman who bore a striking resemblance to his beloved. Especially those eyes, that they were hauntingly similar, as if carved from the same mold. Were it not for the fact that Lu Ruyan had departed from Yishang, Yun Chang would have doubted his senses, believing that the woman before him was the very Ruyan he had yearned for. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, but at the moment their eyes met, both he and Ruyan froze. Her slender figure stiffened, and as realization dawned upon her, she turned to flee. Yun Chang, piecing together her panic, leaped onto the stage. As she turned, he seized her wrist abruptly, exclaiming, "Ruyan!" His voice trembled, imbued with disbelief and longing. Ruyan struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from his grasp, but his hold was too strong for her to escape. With indignation, she glared at him. "What do you think you're doing, sir? Release me at once." The madam, realizing the situation, rushed onto the stage to intervene. "What are you doing, sir? If you wish to purchase Miss Ruyan's debut, you must first pay the silver." "I do not have that much silver on me at the moment." Yun Chang's words were directed at the madam, yet his gaze remained steadfastly locked on Ruyan. "I am Yun Chang, the eldest son of the Prime Minister's residence. I shall arrange for 50 taels of silver to be delivered tomorrow. I am buying Miss Ruyan's debut." His declaration, identifying himself as the eldest son of the Prime Minister's residence, detonated in the crowd like a bombshell. The rumored eldest son of the Prime Minister's residence, known for his virtuous conduct, had never taken a concubine and had not set foot in a brothel until now. In the throng, those who recognized Yun Chang began to shout, "Yes, indeed, I have had the fortune of encountering the eldest son of the Prime Minister. It is this gentleman on stage." That's him, the eldest son of the Prime Minister. With his identity validated, the madam quickly shifted her tone to one of utmost respect. Ah, so it is the esteemed eldest son of the Prime Minister. It is usually your younger brother who frequents these establishments. This is my first time seeing the esteemed Yun Shang. I apologize for my lack of discernment and any offense caused. I hope you will forgive me. As she spoke, the madam waved to her attendants below. Ru Yen, to have captured the favor of the eldest son of the Yun family is a blessing beyond measure. Quickly, bring him to your chamber. Ru Yen hesitated. Mother, Chapter 99, I am utterly infuriated. What do you mean by what? The madam immediately scowled and reprimanded her, saying, this is none other than the esteemed young Master Yun of the Prime Minister's residence. A true dragon among men. To serve him is a blessing you have accrued over several lifetimes. With no alternative, Ru Yen could only lead Yun Shang to the elegant chamber on the second floor, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. The men who had originally set their sights on Ru Yen now hesitated, deterred by Yun Shang's distinguished status. How absurd! Just a glance at the way young Master Yun looked at Ru Yen, his demeanor utterly uncomposed from the moment she appeared, was enough to convince them that they were not foolish enough to oppose the Prime Minister's household over a mere woman. Wasn't it said that young Master Yun and his wife of more than a decade respect each other deeply, never taking a concubine or visiting brothels? What in the world is happening with young Master Yun today? As Yun Shang was escorted upstairs by Ru Yen, the onlookers could not help but whisper among themselves, their curiosity piqued. Who knows? After all, young Master Yun is youthful and impetuous. How could he possibly remain devoted to a single woman his entire life? Perhaps he seeks a thrill. But from what I see, young Master Yun seems rather discontent today. He has been sulking over his drink, discontent, yet he is in the company of a beauty. Surely, young Master Yun's spirits will lift soon. Ah, brotherly, your words are truly delightful. In the room, Ru Yen stood there, her face a mask of sorrow, her heart racing with anxiety. She felt Yun Shang's gaze upon her, laden with scrutiny and appraisal. Avoiding his eyes, she dared not lift her head. Until Yun Shang approached her, his dark eyes resembling an unfathomable abyss, locking onto her as if he yearned to draw her into himself. She felt a surge of trepidation, her heart a tangled mess, instinctively desiring to flee. Yet at the moment she turned, Yun Shang seized her wrist firmly. You are Ru Yen, are you not? His gaze bore into her, as if he sought to unravel the depths of her heart. Through the sheer veil, he seemed to know that beneath it lay the very woman he had longed for day and night. I am not, you must have mistaken me, I am Ah. Accompanied by Ru Yan's startled exclamation, as he tore away her veil, she instinctively covered her face with her hands, wishing to hide it within her sleeves. But the attire she wore today was meant to please those affluent young masters. With no escape, in that instant, Yun Shang finally beheld her face clearly. Indeed, she was the woman he had yearned for. Yun Shang had imagined that one day they might meet again. He had envisioned countless scenarios, yet never anticipated that it would be in this brothel, in a place where his pure and noble ideal of her would be sullied, where young scions sought pleasure and sold their innocence. Once, she had detested this very place, loathed it with every fiber of her being. You realizing he had recognized her, Ru Yen abandoned her pretense, confronting him with pain in her eyes. Yes. It is I, now that I have debased myself to this extent. Are you satisfied? Are you pleased? Disappointed, are you not? Can you not fathom how I could have fallen to such depths? Yun Shang, you are the exalted young master of the Prime Minister's residence, favored by heaven, while I am nothing. I am unworthy of you, just as your parents said. You are the clouds above, and I am the mud beneath. In this lifetime, I am destined to be worlds apart from you. Witnessing Ru Yan's emotional outburst, so starkly contrasting with the gentle and demure woman he remembered, Yun Shang was at a loss. He knew not what trial she had endured over the years, yet he could not bear to see her demean herself so. Ru Yan, why do you speak of yourself in such a manner? In my heart, I have never thought of you that way. There has never been a distinction of high and low between us. What I have always liked is the person you are. To prove his unwavering loyalty, Yun Shang grasped her hand firmly. Come. I shall take you back to the Prime Minister's residence. I will marry you today. No matter how you have changed or what you have experienced, in my heart, you shall forever be the most perfect of all women, unmatched by any. At the revelation of his intent to marry her, a flicker of surprise coursed through Ru Yen. She had not expected that after so many years, Yun Shang's feelings for her remained as steadfast as ever. Not only had they not diminished, but they had deepened. However, she did not allow her joy to surface. Instead, she painfully wrenched her hand from his grasp. 10 years ago, the humiliation inflicted upon me by your parents, and the disdain and coldness I endured from those in the Prime Minister's residence, remain vividly etched in my memory. Now, you wish for me to return to the Prime Minister's residence with you. Do you intend to have me relive the shame I suffered back then? I will not allow that. Yun Shang's tone was resolute. This time, I will protect you. If they cannot accept you, I will take you away, far and wide, to the ends of the earth, wherever you wish to go. Had this been in the past, Ru Yen would have vehemently refused, but now. Yun Shang was her only support, leveraging his profound affection for her. It would merely mean enduring a few years of hardship by his side. As the young master of the Prime Minister's residence, she could not believe that those two old wretches would truly sever their father-son ties with him. The news of Yun Shang's visit to the brothel spread rapidly throughout the capital. Within the short span of incense burning, the tale reached the Prime Minister's residence, especially when it was revealed that Yun Shang had spent a fortune to purchase a woman's deflowering night. Such an outrageous and indiscreet matter, a scandal that could make one burst into laughter, was occurring within their esteemed Prime Minister's household, and it was none other than their own young master. Upon learning of this incident, Yun nearly succumbed to rage. At that moment, Yun Shu was in Jumei's chambers, having brought her the honeycomb she had gathered, aware that Jumei was in low spirits. Jumei was pleasantly surprised to see her, quickly rising to greet her elder sister. Yun Shu hurriedly stepped forward to support her. There is no need for such formality, sister-in-law. We are family, no need for kneeling. Noticing her eyes were swollen from crying, she endeavored to maintain a brave facade in front of others, though when alone, Jumei's emotional defenses crumbled. Once a cherished daughter in her parents' eyes, she now found herself enduring endless indignities after marrying into the Prime Minister's residence. Yun Shu patted her hand, adopting a tone of a wise elder. There is not a single good man in this world. In any case, it is all that scoundrel Yun Chang's fault. Do not be disheartened, sister-in-law. Initially, Jumei thought Yun Shu had come to console her, but upon hearing her denounce Yun Chang, her affection for her grew. Come, sister-in-law, have some honey. It will ease your heart. As Yun Shu gracefully offered her the honeycomb. Did the Empress specifically send honeycomb for me? Just as Jumei accepted it from her hand, Kaiju rushed in, flustered. Young lady, it is the young master. He has gone to the brothel, and spent lavishly to purchase a woman's deflowering night. The word struck Jumei like a thunderclap, causing the honeycomb in her hands to crash to the floor. The honeycomb shattered, its sweet nectar spilling everywhere, mingling with the dust and utter waste. Yun Shu's eyes widened in that instant, filled with disbelief. Enraged, without waiting for Jumei to respond, she slammed her small hand on the nearby round stool, as the table was too far. Smack, the sound echoed, momentarily snapping Jumei back to reality. I in the room, several pairs of eyes fixed intently on Yun Shu fuming. She seized Jumei's arm. Let us go, to the brothel. This wayward brother of yours, today, you must divorce him. I am utterly infuriated. Such a large piece of honeycomb, she had been holding back her desire to eat it all the way here. Chapter 100. Caught in the act, Yun Shu stormed into the drunken joy pavilion, accompanied by a group of irate individuals. Upon noticing their fierce demeanor, the madam, if you cannot control your husband, then tend to him at home. This is the drunken joy pavilion. Do you dare to cause a ruckus here? You must have a death wish. Casting a glance at the leading Yun Shu, the madam crossed her arms and scoffed. Little child, it would be wise for you to refrain from meddling in adult affairs. Or else. Chinger promptly produced a hefty gold ingot from her bosom. The sight of it caused the madam's eyes to widen in astonishment. Having managed the drunken joy pavilion for many years, she had strived to establish it as the most renowned brothel in the capital. The young talents that frequented her establishment were often of high status and generous. Over the years, with the support of these noble young masters and her exquisite girls, the madam had enjoyed a life of luxury and amassed considerable wealth. However, upon witnessing the immense gold ingot in Chinger's hand, she realized that such a treasure was beyond her previous experiences. Not only had she never encountered one of this magnitude, but its worth was also staggering. The thought of acquiring 10 such ingots was hardly daunting for her. The madam's face blossomed with excitement as she rubbed her hands together, her gaze fixated on the gold ingot, practically itching to kneel before Chinger in reverence. Is this for me? She stammered. Of course not. Chinger arrogantly tucked the ingot back into her embrace. It is merely for you to behold. The madam, feeling slightly disheartened, noted the lavish display of wealth and inferred that these young ladies must be of exceptional standing. Her previous haughtiness dissipated as she addressed Yun Shu and her companions with newfound respect. May I inquire as to whom you are seeking in my establishment? She squatted on the ground, appraising Yun Shu's delicate, rosy visage, smiling warmly, her eyes sparkling with affection. Oh my, who is this adorable little girl? Come, have some candy. I shall give you all the sweets from this table. The madam eagerly gathered a plate of candies intended for her girls, meant to entertain the distinguished gentleman who visited. Although she had no children of her own, she understood that children love sweets. However, before she could present the candies to Yun Shu, a formidable woman wielding a sword beside her swatted them to the ground, a cold blade now pressed against the madam's neck. Startled, the madam's corpulent form stiffened in fear, kneeling upright. Pardon, spare my life, brave one, enough nonsense. Do you presume that filthy things are fit for my young lady? Tell me, where is the eldest son of the Yun family right now? Upon hearing they were searching for Yun Chang, the madam hastily pointed towards an upstairs private room. He is upstairs. Jumei glanced at the second floor chambers, adorned with rows of crimson decorations. Traditionally a symbol of celebration, the red hues in the drunken joy pavilion exuded an air of suggestive allure. Although she had never visited this establishment, she was well aware of its true purpose. The thought of her beloved husband, whom she had adored for over a decade, entangled with another woman, was agonizing. It was impossible for Jumei not to feel a pang of hurt. After all, Yun Chang had become an indispensable part of her life over these years. Moreover, they shared two lovely, understanding children, further binding them together. Yet, she could not accept betrayal, especially not after being a mere substitute for so long. Perhaps she was not even worthy of that title. As Jumei stared at the private room, a bitter self-mockery crossed her delicate features. Yun Chang, this time, allow me to see your true, repugnant nature clearly. Ah, dear lady, it may not be prudent for you to ascend now. Wait. The madam instinctively tried to intervene as Jumei approached the staircase, but before she could react, Jumei was forcibly pushed back by Zhu Wushwang's sword. Behave. Do you wish to lose your head, miss? This concerns the reputation of the Prime Minister's residence. Should the young mistress confront her husband at the drunken joy pavilion, word shall spread throughout the capital in no time. Chinger leaned in to whisper to Yun Shu, glancing around at the eager onlookers, whispering and anticipating the unfolding drama. Chinger hesitated, but Yun Shu sank into the soft seat, waving her hand dismissively. Do not worry, my sister-in-law is not one to lack composure. She knows what to do. As for the prying eyes surrounding them, the foolish antics of her brother, blinded by infatuation, had already become the talk of She could not allow Zhu Mei's years of grievances to go unaddressed merely for the sake of the Prime Minister's reputation. Besides, wasn't he already beyond salvaging? Before arriving, Yun Shu had assured Zhu Mei to proceed boldly, promising to stand by her side through any consequences. On the second floor, Zhu Mei approached the door with only a thin barrier separating her from the people inside, her hand lifted hesitantly, pausing at the doorframe as uncertainty gripped her heart. She was terrified of witnessing the repulsive scene within, unwilling to taint her eyes with such filth. Nevertheless, she knew that she and Yun Chang needed closure. With determination surging within her, Zhu Mei bit her lip until it bled, then forcefully pushed the door open. A woman's piercing scream echoed from within, loud enough for those downstairs to hear. The young talents seated behind were left in awe, marveling at the scandal. The eldest son of the Prime Minister indulging in debauchery, caught red-handed by his own wife. This riveting scene was nothing short of thrilling, igniting excitement among the onlookers. Caught off guard, Lu Ruyan, her attire barely clinging to her, was entwined with the man who had just begun their passionate encounter, lost in a... Suddenly, Yun Cheng's blissful reverie was shattered as he turned to face the doorway, ready to unleash his wrath. However, upon seeing Zhu Mei standing there, he froze, the reprimand that had been on his lips evaporating into silence. Zhu Mei's cold gaze fell upon the duo before her. The woman, hastily draping a garment over herself of the extravagant robe, intricately embroidered with lotus blossoms, had been painstakingly crafted by Zhu Mei's own hands for her husband. Now, it adorned another woman. Looking at the man she once deemed perfect, she realized he was no better than Lu Ruyan, disheveled, with his clothing askew and his lower garments discarded on the floor. He revealed his grotesque self.